Chapter 1 Oldman, you were courting Death. Brain, storage. Handsome, storage. Beautiful, storage. In the floating cloud continentally aesthesity of Shima. A this moment befereth the gates of Shima, as stead a stream of Kathleen Dorses flowed, while pedestrians bustled about, creating Gesino futmost liveliness. On Thesity wall above, an elder with white eyebrows had cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, as if you were contemplating the profound truths of universe. The spectacle stirred whispers among those visiting Shima for the first time. Look quickly, hoist that seat atop the tower? Shoo, lower your voice, that appears to be Lord of White Eyebrow City. Ita said he has a rather peculiar temperament, do not provoke him, or you may find your life in peril. As they exchanged hushed words, that twored lay into red thesity. At that moment, a donkey cart slowly approached from the distance, a tope which lay out of around 17 or 18 years. The Unman had a head of yet black short hair and a handsome visage resembling an uncut piece of jade. Huaskled an azimple black robe, cinched with white belt, and borne with her adornments. Thisiath was named Jotiani, a not native to this land but rather a traveller from Waxioho had traversed dimensions. Yet, how he arrived in this realm remained a mystery even to him. Upon his arrival in this world, he was endowed with the essential system for traversers. However, the sole function of the system was to grant him the ability to make his words manifest reality. Though it sounded quite impressive, there were limitations to his system, such as returning to Hishamel and Afawasha. Consequently, Jouti and you had spent 1.5 years wandering this unfamiliar continent. This land, known as Floating Cloud Continent, was aerial dominated by cultivators. Here, celestial mountains soared in toothy clouds, spirit beasts or red-throat huskies, and cultivators wielded astounding spells and supernatural powers. Yet for Joutiani, all of this was irrelevant. He was disinterested in cultivation, unmoved by the theory of immortality. He's in lit as a ruist or turned to the distant Awasha. For the really his family and friends, along with the Lithan and Memoriation se cherished, while at his system informed him that returning to Waxia was beyond its capabilities. Thus Joutiani began to languish, spending his days aimlessly driving the donkey cart across Floating Cloud Continent. At this moment the donkey hitched to the Karsi Medwary, emitting a plaintive ahir sound. Joutiani lay atop the cart, propping a fistlig, muttering. How boring, system, I want a pair of long legs. I wish to experience a theta light of a meatpan. I went for bottles of conchway fewest black tia. As soon as his words fell, a miraculous scene unfolded. Before him appeared a pair of long hair legs and a fragrant meatpan, seeming lit ascending from the heavens. After a feudal thuds, Joutiani rubbed Ishtuar had been struck and cursed. System, are you out of ormond, did you mice understand my request, what Tony Arthur Ethis a hair legs, and where's me conchway few said to ya? Apologies, everything is a spiria request. However, the prissy of conchway was tia has risen to 5 coins. Damn it, even conchway was against him, then give me a bottle of Wahaha purified water. As soon as words left his mouth, a bottle of Wahaha mineral water plummeted from Theski, striking Joutiani Semorianthiad. Damn it, can you aim better? With that, he picked up the fallen purified water from the cart and gulped down a significant portion. At that moment, he glanced at the hair legs beside him with disdain and casually tossed them aside. It was then that Joutiani unit said thesity looming in the distance and curiously inquired. Dog system, what's it is that ahead, is there anything interesting there? Host, the city ahead is scald Shima. As for other details, their main and known please see exploring in your own. Unfazed bitheraply Joutiani reclined in Semor, crossing his legs. After a bumper ride they finally arrived at the gates of Shima. However, just as they were about to enter, the donkey unexpectedly halted, seemingly refusing to move an inch. Joutiani said the donkey's unusual behavior and straightened up, addressing the animal. Old donkey, why have you stopped? It was peculiar for a donkey to respond, yet I was an ordinary donkey. With a somewhat hoarse voice, the donkey replied. I heard boss imtirid and needterist. Upon hearing this, Joutiani meant to instantly grasp the donkey's meaning, knowing smile creeping onto his face. Dog system, bring me pack of Hawazi. As soon as spoke, a pakov cigarettas appeared in hishand. He quickly appended it, to kauta cigarette, and jumped off the cart. Heinzerta the cigaretti into the donkey's mouth handlity. The donkey doaka deepra ganthen began to braher, seemingly expressing its gratitude. The recent hisden ki could speakways entire lijuatojoutian the ability to make his words manifest having gen countered hisden ki is the first living bingufterizara valenthus world. Out of curiosity, hekaziti donkyoshi's experimental subject, and to his astonishment it actually succeeded. Even more amusingly, Joutian you had taught the donkaido smoke. Whenever the donka felt fatigued, a single cigarette would invigorate it, causing jito bray incessantly. Naturally, thistocking denki attract tethiaten chenafon lookers, hokoriously scrutinized thys extraordinary creature. I can't believe nears, this denke has become sentient actually speaking. I can understand wild beasts becoming sentient, due to donkey, this is a first form. Look, smoke ice scumming from its mouth. As the crowd scatter grew louder, it caught heaten shanaft white-browed city lord de topthul, hupen dizayas and lepa down front the ramparts, standing gimpasing lib before a thegathering. How audacious, hoder rested disturb mi tranquility? City lord, it's disbrad hoys blocking thui, someone in thick road pointed out, indicating Joutiani. Up and hearing this, white-browed city lord followed the direction of the pointing finger, hiskas a landing in Joutianyan diokingdenki. Young man, weary obstructing therod? Midonki I styer dan need sabarik. What's the matter? The city lord was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Joutiani's response. Has certainly did not expect such brazen defiance from the youth. However, seeing Joutiani was no tietafage, hekasinato pressed Hisua further. Dipertate tonsethas thesidagate, and lingeringus prohibited. Yet Joutiani remained unfazed. He shrugged, gesturing towards the donkey in reply. Y'all havatos skatifit duasn twantumov, there's nothing you can do. Joutiani is nonchalant reply immediately stirred a commotion in thicrode. Damn, Thiskid has some guts, daring to suggest white-browed city lord inquiry of Fathan Key, this is clearly a provocation. Wow, how impressive, speaking to the city lord like the tunless favoriously gang. At that moment, the city lord's expression darkened. After all, this was his territory, and Nunehe diverted speak to him in such a manner. You are playing with fire, do you understand? Just as Joutiani was about to respond, Hues interrupted with the donkey's braying boss, give me another one, one is enough. Goodness, this dinkai zima to crave even more excitement, open liaskin for another cigarette. Seeing this, Joutiani trivadanather cigarette from thipak, inserted it into the donkey's mouth and lit it. Then, turning around to toy with his lighter, repeated line it in gond extinguish and jit, hekel mly look death white-browed city lord and said. What if I enjoy playing with fire, what business is it of yours? At that moment, white-browed city lord could no longer restrain his fury, speaking coldly. You seek diathi wavian lie yourself to blame. With that, Hedvin said towards Joutiani, a gleaming silver sword appearing in his hand. The surrounding crowd instinctively stepped back, resuming their hushed discussions. Where did this kid come, how can he be satur liuna warif to danger? Who knows, but today, he's likely in gravery per real. His fatheris and trialili gang-ish? Meanwhile, Joutiani stretched lazily, yawning, and declared Doldman, you were courting death. Chapter 2 Rebirth. Het, I am courting death, what audacity, preparito meteor end. At this moment, under the gaze of the onlookers, white-browed city lord brandished his sword and approached Joutiani, preparing to strike. Yet, Joutiani remained completely still, instead gesturing dismissively in that case, you may bear born. Ash's word echoed, white-browed city lord astonishingly halty disword strike. Yet, astonishing transformations begin to manifest in his physique. In an instant, his originally snow-white brows and hair turned dastar-casing, seemingly brimming with vitality. This remarkable metamorphosis of Lord of Whitebrow left the onlooker sinestadovsak, exchanging bewildered glances the process the phenomenon. How cold Lord share? Have a turned black? Look, it seems Lord has regained his youth. No, that's no trite. The Lord. He has transformed and toe chilled. Heavens, this is nothing short of a miracle, the Lord has become my tadpole. In that veriment, white tadpole was in Keth Lord off white brow slowly drifted away into the distance, vanishing from the sight of tech road. It was soon clear how long the tadpole floated, but it eventually arrived at the solemn Nandostera cemetery. Thereafter it burrowed into mound, entering Okafanese fifth had found its long-lost sanctuary. Although to see new and tons seen bethicrode gather at a thesa gate, that is appearance of Lord of white brow sparked a flurry of speculation among them. Where hast Lord sudden vanished to? Indeed, where is Lord? He was just there, and no has gone. Cold it Betheth Lord has employed some profound invisibility spell? Die Daniel Niels feel thought some amiss? What do you mean? Someone had just mentioned that Lord turned into a tadpole. Upon hearing this, they crowd seemed to awaken from a dream, their expressions filled with disbelief as they exchanged glances. That young man did not just say something about Lord being reforged? My goodness, could it be as reforging refers to? The voice of Decro dwindled, the atmosphere instant lightening as they collectively gasped in shock. They hadn't anticipated that words of Physia Unman could reduce the once mighty Lord of white brow to his very beginnings. In stark contrast, Joutianu paid no heed to Thicrode, light and gas cigaretta before Hecklin Bidanto Adunkakart, gradually making his way into the city. The onlookers sparted, creating a death for him, their hearts racing with trepidation, fearing that he might also subject them to a reforging. Only after Joutiani's figure disappeared at Tisa de Gate did they exhaling relief and resume discussions. On earth is they town? Not sure, but he heard Simeon mention the Tisfavorous Ligang. Ligang has a formidable figure in floating cloud continent. Amidst that chatter, a figure swiftly weaved through Tickroad, hurrying toward the city's interior. At this moment, Joutianu had already arrived at a bustling commercial street. Donkey, boss, leave judge matters to mind the future, that little calamity is beauty triviality. Damn it, the sizely our fault for insisting on stopping at the gate. Donkey, oh boss I couldn't help it, without a smoke I feel utterly drained. Upon hearing this, Joutiani's expression darkened as he began to swat the donkey's rear. Il tichi auto bunable torresist, toe feel drained. The donkey brayed in pain, eliciting laughter from the passers-by. Just then, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Joutianian held deeply, entranced with the nicescent. What a delightful fragrance! Boss, there a maze coming from the tin ahead, imabithing we shall wheat some mething before moving on? Sure, a bike wold buelcome, as I am quite famished myself. In a time, the donkey-cart camato halt before Athean, prominent line named night fragrance in. Joutiani again, his brow furrowing slightly a shemata red to himself. This na misra thereof pudding. Yet, his younger ultimate litrium fideveris dissatisfaction, and he's softly declaring. Change ethenum for might shall be called Tanny Grand Tavern. As Joutianius words fell, the sign reading night fragrance in gradual vanished, replaced by the grand characters Tanny Grand Tavern. Satisfied, Joutianu noted and stepped into the inn. The innkeeper, noticing Gigist, promptly approached. Esteemed guest, please come inside. Joutianu then aided himself at table length the main hall. This esteemed guest looks unfamiliaris the their first visit, what will the ole kitoit, Joutianius smiled slightly relishing the respectful address of esteemed guest and replied, bring me the finest dishes your establishment thastifer. Ash spoke, Haratriva the cloth bag from Miss Tan placed it gently on thitable, we committed a faint blue glow. Thine keepers sparkled with delight, esteemed guest, you are a truly generous, it will prepare right for your right away. Just as the innkeeper turned to head to Thekichin, Joutiani Kaladat did I permit you out to leave? The innkeeper paused, then respectfully inquired, esteemed guest, do you have further instructions? All dishes, double portions. Thine keeper blinked in surprise but quickly recovered, chuckling, esteemed guest, our serving serequit substantial I fear you may not finish 'em. Husid demi a tingalone, didis thought den key outside, give it a portion aswell. Upon hearing this, thine keeper seat outside bow, y'understand he will prepare it immediately. No matter whether it was for a person or a donkey, adhering to the principle of money must burned, he hurried to Thekachin. Before long, Fedible before Jotianu was laden with a variety of exquisite delicacies. He eagerly began to feast. Meanwhile, outside, the donkey was also treated to audible ladut with the same offerings as Jotiani. At that moment, Theinkeeper approached Heinz assistant, his face contorted in displeasure reprimanded, Vurio welcoming Inyoni Intithian, look at that shabby appearance. Boss, you are unjustly accusing, one cannot judge person be their looks, that guest just pulled due to beg of blue coins. Blue coins, are you certain you're not mistaken? Boss, rest assured, my eyesight is impeccable lightways indeed blue coins. Blue coins, dot. Blue coins, dot. Theinkeeper repeated softly, astonishment flooding his expression. It turned out that Hatton floating cloud continent blue coins were I value currents made from floating cloudstones, typically utilized on Libby cultivators. Floating cloudstones were rental resources for cultivation, with ordinary pleinly using silver and gold coins, making the value of blue coins significantly higher. A glimmer of insight flashiden Theinkeepers Aisa Sheratriva Datri assured bodily Fanuine from behind the counter and approached Joutiani. Esteemed guest, one cannot deny solely on dishes what is a meal without wine? Joutiani glanced at the innkeeper's bottle, saying with indifference, oh, do have a superior wine. Theinkeeper smiled portable of wine for Joutiani, presentinged with reverence, eagerly awaiting his tasting. However, after merrily taking gossip, Joutiani spat out, splattering it across Theinkeeper's face. What hell, this is not one its will. Esteemed guest, I am beautiful, you must have tasted heavenly brews before. Heavenly brews, I haven't ever tad them, but I do enjoy flying skymaudai. Flying skymaudai, Theinkeeper looked at her lip perplexed. Seeing this, Joutiani smiled slightly, saying, flying skymaudai, bring it forth. In the next moment, a bodily of white withered cap appeared in Joutianyashand, and smiled at the innkeeper. Today, I shall yet you experience what truly fine you ice. With that, Joutiani aporadakya flying skymaudai for Theinkeeper and indeed it of her. The innkeeper took it, gently sniffing, his eyes widening in astonishment tasha savared huines flow in his pellet. Smooth and entreat agental caris down hatrot, the after task to lingers, esteemed guest, the size and doubted liar delicacy. Just as the innkeeper finished speaking, Iu Minstrodi and Tatha Tavern, loudly declaring, Hunstead, step forward. Chapter 3, indeed not blind, but perhaps a bit foolish. At this moment, the crowd in the inn's lobby stirred at the sound, their gazes converging on the one who had spoken upon recognizing the individual. They surged out of the inn, their faces etched with terror, as if they had encountered a harbinger of doom. Only Joutiani remained unperturbed, savoring his fine wine, entirely indifferent to the speaker. The one who had called out was clearly no benign character. His name was Bai Song, the son of the recently reformed lord of Baimei City, whom Joutiani had encountered at the city gate. Bai Song, emboldened by his father's power and his own foundational cultivation, had been a tyrant in the city, oppressing the common folk and engaging in all manner of villainy, creating an atmosphere of chaos throughout the city. Even more troubling was the fact that his father, as the city lord, turned a blind eye to his son's misdeeds, even covertly condoning them, thus allowing Bai Song's arrogance to swell unchecked. Just moments ago, the events at the city gate had been witnessed in their entirety by the servants of the city lord's residence. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the servants returned without delay to report the incident to Bai Song. Initially taken aback, Bai Song quickly dismissed the account with derision, believing his father to be above such trivialities, or perhaps preoccupied with other matters. Thus he paid it little heed. Yet, being a spoiled scion, he unwisely sought to provoke Joutiani. At that moment, the innkeeper, having recognized the newcomer, approached Bai Song, though his expression was marred by discomfort. Forcing a smile, he greeted, I am honored by the presence of young Master Bai. I apologize for my lack of proper welcome. Please to come inside. What the hell, you think you are worthy to speak to me? Bai Song retorted, delivering a vicious kick to the innkeeper's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the floor. It was then that Bai Song noticed Joutiani, who was leisurely enjoying his drink. What the hell? You still drinking? The donkey outside must belong to you. Joutiani remained unfazed, delicately picking up a morsel and savoring it. That moment, the servant who had delivered the message to Bai Song hurried into the inn. Pointing at Joutiani and stating, young master, that man at the city gate is indeed him, Bai Song shot the servant a glare and slapped him. Nonsense, everyone else fled at the sight of me. I am not blind to see him sitting there. Just as he finished speaking, a mocking voice chimed in from the side, indeed not blind, but perhaps a bit foolish. Upon hearing this, Bai Song angrily turned to see Zhao Tianyi seated there. Utterly at ease, you insolent wretch, how dare you insult this young master? Bai Song seated, storming towards Zhao Tianyi, intent on teaching him a lesson. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi glanced at Bai Song and replied, I am in the midst of my meal, you're making it quite difficult for me. Difficult? Then just don't bother, Bai Song roared, abruptly flipping over the table before Zhao Tianyi. However, just before the table toppled, Zhao Tianyi had swiftly grasped a wine bottle and a glass, doubting the contents in one gulp and calmly stating, Do you think you're a crow, old donkey? You handle this fool, donkey? Huh, I'd wager your brain has succumbed to madness. Fool, Bai Song laughed, but his laughter was abruptly cut short as he felt something resting on his shoulder. Turning around, he found a donkey standing closely behind him, its face mere inches away, showcasing two enormous yellow teeth. The donkey, making a series of eeyore sounds, then lifted its front hooves and brought them down with a resounding crash, burying Bai Song halfway into the floor, eliciting a shrill scream from him before he lost consciousness. Yet, how could Zhao Tianyi let him off so easily? He commanded, Wake up! As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Song jolted awake, only for the excruciating pain to force another piercing scream from him. Zhao Tianyi cast a cold glance at him and reiterated, Enough noise, shut your mouth. Instantly Bai Song's lips sealed tightly, unable to utter another sound. Observing this, Zhao Tianyi wore a mischievous grin as he addressed the donkey, Old donkey, let us revert to our usual method, give him a taste of your whip. The donkey, hearing this, grinned wickedly and once more let out a series of eeyore sounds. It then raised its front hooves, planted its hind legs firmly on the ground, and astonishingly stood upright, producing a whip from seemingly nowhere. It began to rain down blows upon Bai Song's helpless form. At this moment, Bai Song, unable to move or speak, tears of regret streamed from his eyes as he realized he had never anticipated such a fate. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi glanced at the dazed waiter and the anxious innkeeper, casually remarking, Waiter, why are you still standing there? Go prepare another table. I'm not yet satiated. The waiter, startled by Zhao Tianyi's words, hurriedly nodded and dashed to the kitchen to prepare a new meal, fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable figure. However, the innkeeper appeared increasingly flustered, approaching Zhao Tianyi to plead, My lord, I implore you to show mercy and have this donkey cease its wrath. After all, Bai Song is the son of the city lord. We cannot afford to offend him. Zhao Tianyi merely chuckled, his gaze rife with disdain. His father has been reformed. Should I fear this foolish scion of the city lord? Now go prepare the meal. Do not keep me waiting. The innkeeper, perplexed by the term reformed, ceased his entreaties and retreated to the kitchen. Soon, a new table was set, laden with dishes. Zhao Tianyi devoured the meal with astonishing speed, then turned to the donkey. That's enough, let us be on our way. The donkey stomped its front hooves, proudly flicking its tail. Boss, were you satisfied with my performance? Zhao Tianyi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placing one in the donkey's mouth, and lighting it, he then lit one for himself, taking a deep drag before directing his gaze at Bai Song. Come out. Stand at attention, take a break, and roll back to your own home. With that, Bai Song leaped from the pit, standing at attention for a moment before curling into a ball and rolling towards the city lord's residence. Zhao Tianyi watched Bai Song's retreating figure, shaking his head slightly, then looked down at the pit, commanding, Restore to its original state. As his words fell, the pit instantly returned to normal. He then turned to the innkeeper and declared, Innkeeper, it is time to settle the bill. The innkeeper, still in shock, snapped back to reality upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's words, hastily waved his hands. My lord, you are free to leave. I would not dare accept your money. Fair is fair. Paying for a meal is a matter of principle. After saying this, he casually retrieved the cloth bag from earlier and tossed it to the innkeeper without requiring change, then walked to the door and mounted the donkey cart, gradually disappearing down the street. As the innkeeper held the bag, watching Zhao Tianyi depart, he couldn't help but marvel. What an extraordinary individual. However, soon after, anxiety about his own fate crept in, for after all, the incident with Bai Song had occurred within his inn. Just then, he inadvertently glanced at the inn sign, exclaiming in frustration, Who the hell changed my sign? Meanwhile, seated in the donkey cart, Zhao Tianyi seemed to sense something, suddenly sneezing loudly. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhao Tianyi had exited the city, while Bai Song had returned to the city lord's residence. Having regained his ability to speak, he immediately summoned the servants of the lord's residence and instructed them to carry him before a tightly shut pavilion. There Bai Song knelt on the ground, calling out loudly, I, Bai Song, beseech the ancestral elder to emerge. He repeated the call twice, and soon a voice, ancient and authoritative, echoed from within the pavilion, Who dares to disturb my tranquility? Chapter 4, Old Pervert. Upon hearing the response from within the pavilion, Bai Song's heart surged with joy, and he hastily replied, Ancestral Elder, a villain has just bullied the Bai family and my father. Lord Bai Mei is nowhere to be found. I implore the Elder to emerge and punish this scoundrel. The figure Bai Song referred to as the Ancestral Elder was named Bai Jie, the great-grandfather of Lord Bai Mei. His prowess was unfathomable, having secluded himself within the city lord's residence for hundreds of years. A practitioner of the Xiangang realm, his presence had ensured that the Bai family maintained control of the city lord's position for centuries. Bai Jie was known for his ruthless and lecherous nature, demanding that Bai Mei procure beautiful women for his enjoyment every 3 months. At this moment, upon hearing Bai Song's words, Bai Jie was somewhat perplexed and began to examine the life jade talisman of his great-grandson. Bai Mei, upon seeing the dull, lifeless talisman in his hand, his fury ignited, and he crushed it to smithereens. The dullness of the talisman was a clear indication of Bai Mei's demise, unequivocally confirming the grim reality of his death. At this moment, a fierce shout emanated from within the pavilion. Where is that person now? As soon as his words fell, a figure abruptly appeared before Bai Song. It was an elderly man of repugnant demeanor. His visage evidently marred by excessive indulgence, his sunken eyes bore a dull, lifeless gaze, and he was clad in sheer white gauze garments, exposing his chest, with a hunched posture to match. To encapsulate him in a single phrase, he was an unequivocal pervert. A veritable embodiment of lechery. Upon encountering the old man, Bai Song was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, I pay my respects to the ancestor. That individual was just in the city and must have exited not long ago. The old man nodded at these words, then vanished before Bai Song, leaving behind the remark, I shall return shortly. At that moment, a donkey cart had already departed from Shenma City, and atop it Zhao Tianyi wore an expression of melancholy. His thoughts adrift, the donkey turned its head to glance at Zhao Tianyi and curiously inquired, Boss, you have been in this continent for 2.5 years, can you still not forget that place you call Huaxia? Indeed, that is my home, after all, where my family and friends reside. After this, he lapsed into silence for a considerable time, seemingly lost in thought, before quietly reciting, withered vines, old trees, and crows at dusk, a small bridge, flowing water, and homes nearby, an ancient path, a lean donkey in the western wind. As the sun sets, the heartbroken wanderer roams the ends of the earth. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's recitation, the donkey exclaimed, How poignant! How poignant, boss, you truly possess remarkable talent. Following this, the donkey brayed a couple of times and continued, Boss, have you ever considered that since you cannot return, why not transform this place into the Huaxia you speak of? Alas, what is the use of things that cannot be reclaimed? In truth, the idea presented by the donkey was one Zhao Tianyi had contemplated long ago and even attempted to realize. However, he found that even if he could establish the civilization of Huaxia on this continent, the profound sense of nostalgia he felt remained unfilled. The donkey then consoled him, Boss, continuing in this manner is not a solution. Have you not thought of doing something? The donkey's words struck Zhao Tianyi like a heavy hammer on his heart. He closed his eyes and fell into deep contemplation. Having been on this continent for 2.5 years, he had gained an in-depth understanding of this world. It was a realm where the strong dominated, and the weak were left to grovel, living in the shadows of the powerful. Ordinary individuals struggled even to secure their most basic dignity. With this realization, a thought flickered through Zhao Tianyi's mind, since I am here, should I not take action? Who would know I existed otherwise? But what exactly should I do? At that moment, a white figure sped towards them from the horizon, drawing ever closer. Within a minute, the figure came to a steady halt before Zhao Tianyi, revealing itself to be Bai Jie. Bai Jie cast a glance at Zhao Tianyi and then asked in a grave tone, Are you the one who killed my grandson's grandson? Upon seeing the figure before him, Zhao Tianyi felt a sudden spasm in his stomach, followed by an uncontrollable urge to vomit, and after a while, managed to exclaim, What the hell, this old pervert, what are you wandering about for in broad daylight? The donkey, equally contemptuous, fixed Bai Jie with a scornful gaze and scoffed, I thought I was already quite perverse with my whip, but it seems there are those even more depraved than I. Hearing this, Bai Jie's eyes narrowed dangerously, his murderous intent palpable in the air. I will ask you once more, did you kill my grandson's grandson? Zhao Tianyi, undaunted, retorted with a hint of provocation, Old pervert, who the hell are you? Do we know each other? Bai Jie's patience had worn thin. He reiterated, I will ask one last time, did the Lord of Shenma City die at your hands? You should have asked sooner. Yes, we killed him. What of it? The donkey stepped forward and declared. A fierce glint flickered in Bai Jie's eyes as he roared in fury, If it is you, then die. With that, he lunged forward like a tiger descending the mountain towards Zhao Tianyi. Zhao Tianyi, alarmed, shouted, Donkey, get in there, this old fool makes me nauseous, use your whip on him, boss, spare me, my whip is still swollen. Zhao Tianyi shot the donkey a glare and sighed, ugh, what a useless creature, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. At this moment, Bai Jie halted, filled with doubt that he began to question whether Bai Mei's death was indeed connected to these two fools before him. However, Zhao Tianyi suddenly looked up at Bai Jie, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Weren't you going to make a move? Why have you stopped, old pervert? Bai Jie, incensed by the term old pervert, charged once more at Zhao Tianyi without hesitation. Yet, just as he was about to reach Zhao Tianyi, the latter bellowed, attention, at ease, attention. This command acted like magic, freezing Bai Jie in place, forcing him into a stance of attention. His eyes widened in confusion. Utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events, panic flooded Bai Jie's mind as he incredulously asked, what sorcery have you employed? Why do you care how I did it, old man? What are you doing scaring people in broad daylight? Your little friend down there is no bigger than my pinky. What are you showing off for? At this moment, Bai Jie ignored Zhao Tianyi's taunts and pressed on, who are you? How do you possess such bizarre abilities? Zhao Tianyi nearly blurted out, I am your father, but caught himself just in time. He had no desire to be associated with this old pervert. Instead, he replied, I am your grandfather's 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 grandfather. At the utterance of these words, the sky seemed to flicker momentarily, as though responding to Zhao Tianyi. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie knelt without hesitation, respectfully declaring, I, Bai Jie, pay my respects to my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi could scarcely contain his surprise, exclaiming, what the hell? He had not expected this old pervert to be so filial. The donkey, witnessing this spectacle, burst into uncontrollable laughter, rolling about with its legs in the air while emitting strange brays mixed with mirth. Noticing this, Zhao Tianyi shot a glance at the donkey, saying, well, donkey, you find this amusing, do you? With that, he turned back to Bai Jie, continuing, I am not your ancestor. Rather, that donkey is your father, your real father. Upon hearing this, the donkey sprang to attention, its smile vanishing in an instant as it hastily protested, boss, isn't this going too far? They have already acknowledged you as their grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. At that moment, Bai Jie rushed toward the donkey, exclaiming, Father, I have missed you dearly. The donkey, incensed, swung its powerful legs in a frenzy at Bai Jie, shouting, you old pervert, stop claiming kinship recklessly. In the midst of the intense kicking and thrashing, Bai Jie soon found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, succumbing to defeat. It is worth noting that although the donkey was not versed in any magical arts, it was, in truth, a formidable transcendent being. While Bai Jie was merely a practitioner of the Xian Gang realm, how could he withstand the relentless kicks of a transcendent donkey? Chapter 5, The Foolish Son of the City Lord. The classification of cultivators in the floating cloud continent bore a striking resemblance to the settings Zhao Tianyi had previously encountered in novels. The levels were divided into 8 realms: Shi refining, Foundation establishment, Dan condensation, Yuan transformation, Xin Gang, tribulation crossing, Great Ascension, and Ascension. Each realm stood like a towering mountain, requiring cultivators to navigate countless hardships and trials to glimpse the vistas of higher realms. Upon entering the Ascension realm, if one could successfully attain enlightenment, they might ascend to the realm of the Great Emperor. The reason the donkey had become a transcendent being was due to a casual remark Zhao Tianyi had made long ago. Donkey, I see in you a remarkable bone structure, you possess the potential of a great emperor. Little did he expect that this unintentional comment would grant the donkey a fortuitous opportunity. From that day forth, it required no arduous training, merely strolling leisurely each day would suffice for its cultivation to naturally progress to in just 2.5 short years. The donkey had surpassed levels that many cultivators would struggle to reach in a lifetime. Emerging as a powerful being. At this moment, the donkey nudged Bai Jie's cold corpse with its hooves, speaking with a hint of mockery, boss, this old pervert is far too fragile, he has already kicked the bucket. Zhao Tianyi, upon hearing this, displayed an indifferent expression. If he is dead, then so be it. However, we must return. Return. But this pervert is dead. In response, Zhao Tianyi took his seat on the donkey cart, replying, you will understand soon enough. Let us depart. Though Zhao Tianyi was not a paragon of virtue, he was also not a heinous villain. His earlier decision to spare Bai Song was influenced by a modicum of guilt, as he had essentially remade Bai Song's father. However, upon encountering that old pervert, clad in garments that left little to the imagination, he realized that the grandson of the pervert was unlikely to be a good individual either. Allowing him to live could very well pose a threat to the surrounding area. Consequently, he resolved to return to the city and eliminate any potential dangers for its inhabitants. Soon, a man and a donkey reappeared on the streets of Shinma City. Making their way towards the Lord's residence. At that moment, a servant at the entrance caught sight of their figures and hurriedly turned back into the estate, his expression fraught with anxiety as he rushed towards Bai Song's quarters. This servant was none other than the one who had previously informed Bai Song of impending danger. His footsteps were hurried, his face a canvas of terror and unease. He had been present at the inn and had witnessed the scene unfold. Pushing open the door, the servant burst in, panting, and exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Young master, something terrible has happened." At that moment, Bai Song was lost in a realm of indulgence, flanked by two maidservants, his gaze lecherously wandering over them. Another maid, crouched beside him with a medicine box, was diligently applying ointment for his comfort. However, the intruding servant interrupted the maid's ministrations, inciting Bai Song's displeasure. He bellowed, "What are you panicking about? Did your mother die? Or your father?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled the maidservants and the one attending to his leg to withdraw, finally turning his attention to the servant. The servant stammered, "Young master. That person has returned." Bai Song momentarily froze, then furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Who? Is it the ancestor?" No, it's that fellow with the donkey cart," the servant corrected hastily, his tone laced with urgency. Fearful that Bai Song had misheard it. Upon hearing this, Bai Song's expression shifted to one of shock. He had not anticipated that Zhao Tianyi could still be alive. A realization dawned upon him, just as he was about to inquire further. The arrival of a figure abruptly interrupted their conversation. It was Zhao Tianyi. Zhao Tianyi surveyed the room with a glance, his gaze settling on Bai Song, and a playful smile spread across his face. "The foolish son of the city lord, greetings." Upon hearing this, Bai Song's complexion drained of color, his heart gripped by fear. Just then, the donkey brayed twice as it entered the room. Upon seeing the donkey, Bai Song was reminded of his past experiences of being prodded by it, causing him to tremble involuntarily. With a quavering voice, he stuttered, Are you human or ghost? Where is my ancestor?" The donkey paused for a moment, then replied, "Oh, you mean that old pervert? I kicked him to death. What of it? What? How could this be?" Just moments ago, Bai Song had been reveling in the joy of his father's demise, anticipating his ascension to the position of city lord and fantasizing about a future of unrestrained freedom. However, upon learning that his ancestor Bai Jia had been kicked to death by a donkey, his world shattered in an instant. As thoughts of his own impending fate surged within him, despair enveloped Bai Song. After a heart-wrenching wail directed at the heavens, his body crumpled, collapsing to the ground in a faint. The donkey, witnessing this, displayed a look of disdain and scoffed, "Oh dear, it seems this fellow has been scared to death." "Dead? He seems perfectly fine, he merely fainted," Zhao Tianyi interjected, raising his voice again. "Bai Song, wake up. Tell me about the crimes you've committed over the years." To everyone's astonishment, Bai Song, who had been unconscious, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze became vacant and mechanical as he began to enumerate his transgressions. "Since childhood, I have acted with impunity, oppressing the common folk, committing every conceivable atrocity. I have bullied women, seized others' possessions, and engaged in all manner of wrongdoing. I am insatiably greedy, cunningly extorting others' hard-earned money into my own coffers. 7 years ago, I slaughtered the entire Qi family, 13 souls, along with a dog named Biao, and then framed it on Chang Wei." As Bai Song recounted his crimes, each one was laid bare. Zhao Tianyi listened with growing horror, his expression contorting into a grimace of rage, finally unable to contain himself as he shouted, "Enough, silence yourself. It is just as I suspected. Thank goodness I returned, otherwise the citizens of this city would have suffered your tyranny once more." With that, Zhao Tianyi's eyes narrowed with ferocity as he bellowed, "You may as well die." In response, Bai Song, seemingly possessed, stood up uncontrollably, executed a spell, and struck his own head with great force. There was a sharp crack, and Bai Song's head exploded, brain matter splattering everywhere. Fortunately, Zhao Tianyi had sensed trouble and had already exited the room, while the donkey was left drenched in a ghastly mixture of red and white. After casting a glance at the donkey, Zhao Tianyi felt a wave of nausea wash over him and promptly retched once more. The donkey, in turn, kicked the headless corpse of Bai Song, remarking, "Oh dear, that is truly disgusting." After composing himself, Zhao Tianyi turned to the donkey with a serious tone, returned to normal, as soon as he spoke. The grotesque substances vanished from the donkey's body. Zhao Tianyi then glanced back at the headless corpse before addressing the donkey, "Let us depart quietly, concealing our deeds and accolades. We shall go now." "Donkey, all right," the donkey replied eagerly, following Zhao Tianyi as they slipped into the night, leaving Shenma City behind. The servant who had witnessed the entire scene was spared Zhao Tianyi's wrath, as he was generously granted his freedom. Meanwhile, other maidservants and servants within the city lord's estate seized the opportunity to plunder the treasures within, making their escape into the night. By the following day, the citizens of Shenma City found themselves engulfed in a jubilant celebration. With drums pounding and firecrackers exploding, a scene of unparalleled merriment, the cause behind this revelry was none other than the downfall of the Bai family. At this moment, atop the donkey cart, Zhao Tianyi leisurely lit a cigarette and turned to the old donkey. Sharing his thoughts, "Old donkey, what do you think about establishing a sect?" "Ah, old master, you've finally seen the light. Founding a sect would certainly be a splendid endeavor. I just feel that if this continues, I might succumb to depression." The old donkey appeared slightly taken aback, clearly not grasping the meaning of depression, but still suggested, "Old master, if you wish to establish a sect, I support you. However, I must admit I am rather unclear on how to go about it. Perhaps we could first find a sect to join and gain some experience." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi's eyes sparkled with appreciation for the idea. "Excellent suggestion, let us seek out a sect and embark on our journey of cultivation." Chapter 6. An ordinary guest. The floating cloud continent, vast and boundless, is divided into 5 regions: east, south, west, north, and central. Each region boasts its own unique customs and traditions. Within these 5 regions, numerous sects flourish, their powers intertwined in a complex web. With fierce struggles erupting frequently, however, the forgetting worries sea divides the 5 regions. This immense ocean is shrouded by the rules of heaven and earth, rendering it impossible for cultivators to employ spells to traverse its waters. This significantly hinders communication among the 5 regions. Fortunately, each region has established teleportation arrays, allowing cultivators to traverse the void, enabling the exchange of resources between the regions. At this moment, it has been a month since Zhao Tianyi departed from Shenhua City. The figures of a man and a donkey quietly appeared at the city gates of Luohua City, which belongs to the same eastern region as Shenhua City. Zhao Tianyi gazed at the plaque of the city gate. Murmuring softly, "Fallen flowers have intentions, while flowing water is heartless." The name of this city is poetically enchanting. "Ah, old master, we've finally arrived. This is the nearest city governed by a sect to us." "Indeed, let us enter the city and try to gather some information about the sect here." With that, the man and the donkey strode into the city. As they entered, a refreshing floral fragrance greeted them. Before their eyes lay a sea of pink blossoms, as the roads were lined with flourishing peach trees, each brimming with vibrant foliage and splendid flowers. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the pink petals to dance like a young maiden's skirt. Graceful and alluring, Zhao Tianyi and the donkey ambled through this delightful floral expanse, enveloped by the sweet aroma, which uplifted their spirits. Just then, however, Zhao Tianyi's stomach audibly rumbled at an inopportune moment. They happened to be passing in front of an inn. Prompting Zhao Tianyi to pat the donkey to signal it to stop before entering the establishment, the inn was named Luohua Residence, and compared to ordinary inns, its decor was uniquely charming. Strangely, the innkeeper was not a man but rather an 11 or 12-year-old girl. As the little girl noticed a guest entering, she immediately approached with a bright smile. "Welcome to Luohua Residence. What would you like to eat?" The girl was charmingly petite, exuding a mischievous liveliness. Her bright, sparkling eyes twinkled with curiosity and warmth, dressed in a pale green robe reminiscent of fresh spring leaves. Her black striped apron added a touch of sharpness and neatness. After a brief appraisal, Zhao Tianyi, though slightly surprised, returned a gentle smile and replied in a calm tone, "Please serve us some of your house specialties. And do prepare a portion for the donkey outside as well." He gestured towards the donkey waiting at the entrance. The girl paused momentarily, then, astonished, asked, "You want the donkey to have the same food as you?" "Yes, please. I appreciate it." The little girl, slightly puzzled, continued to make recommendations. "All right, by the way, the esteemed guest, our humble establishment has recently crafted a new batch of peach blossom wine. Might you be inclined to sample it?" "Peach blossom wine, is it truly delightful? If it isn't palatable, I shall not indulge." "Fear not, dear guest, for this peach blossom wine is meticulously brewed with the freshest peach blossoms from the city, guaranteed to leave you with a lingering aftertaste." The girl spoke with such conviction that Zhao Tianyi was amused by her earnest demeanor. Just as he was about to tease her further. At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted their conversation. "Tianyi, what are you doing? Why haven't you taken the guest's order yet?" Zhao Tianyi turned to see a woman of exquisite features standing at the kitchen door. She possessed straight, lustrous hair, and her eyes shimmered like the spring waters, sparkling with an enchanting glow. Her high nose added a touch of dimensionality to her visage. With an elegant and flowing figure, she was perfection from every angle, clad in a neat chef's uniform. Simple yet stylish, every detail exuded her competence and poise. However, a noticeable red birthmark on her forehead was somewhat regrettable. Without it, she might have been an unparalleled beauty. At this moment, the girl noticed Zhao Tianyi's gaze and felt a flicker of panic. Quickly covering the birthmark with her hair, she then offered Zhao Tianyi a slight smile and nod, to which he responded with a smile of his own. Meanwhile, Tianyi, having heard the exchange, promptly turned to the girl and said, Sister Hongtao, I'm recommending the peach blossom wine to our guest. She then turned to Zhao Tianyi, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Dear guest, would you like to try some? Very well, let us have a pot to taste. Zhao Tianyi replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tian'er immediately beamed with joy, and she merrily ran towards the girl named Hongtao, both of them entering the kitchen together. After they had gone, Zhao Tianyi began to scrutinize the inn carefully. It was noon, and the streets outside were bustling with people, yet the inn was strikingly quiet, with him being the sole patron, a stark contrast that piqued Zhao Tianyi's curiosity. Just then, Tian'er approached cautiously, carrying a plate of dishes with a smile. Dear guest, this is a special dish prepared for you, please wait a moment. The other dishes will be served shortly. Zhao Tianyi looked at Tian'er and gently ruffled her hair, asking, Your name is Tian'er, is it not? She nodded without speaking, prompting Zhao Tianyi to continue. Is it just you and your sister here? What of your parents? My father and mother have both passed away. She replied, her eyes glistening with tears. Zhao Tianyi felt a pang in his heart, realizing he had touched upon her sorrow. Just as he was about to comfort her, three figures in pink robes, wielding long swords and bearing sinister expressions, entered the inn. After surveying the premises, they strode directly towards Zhao Tianyi. A sense of confusion arose within him, but it appeared that Tian'er recognized them, instinctively retreating behind Zhao Tianyi. The leading figure scrutinized Zhao Tianyi before speaking slowly. Young man, do you know where you were? Zhao Tianyi furrowed his brow slightly and replied nonchalantly, If memory serves, this should be the Falling Blossom Inn. The corner of the leader's mouth curled into a broader smile. Since you know, why not leave? Why? Zhao Tianyi inquired, still casual. The leader seemed amused by his question, glancing at his companions with a hint of arrogance in his laughter. Why? Did you hear that? Ha! He actually asked why. At that moment, Tian'er quietly urged Zhao Tianyi, guest, please leave quickly, they are from the Falling Blossom sect. The leader's arrogance intensified at her words, and he shouted, Did you hear? This is the territory of the Falling Blossom sect, so why don't you hurry and leave? Yet, Zhao Tianyi remained unperturbed, calmly looking at young Tian'er and softly assuring her, Tian'er, do not be afraid, close your eyes. Though nervous, Tian'er obediently shut her eyes. Seeing Zhao Tianyi's calmness ignited the leader's fury. He drew his long sword and thrust it viciously at Zhao Tianyi, just as the sword was about to strike. Zhao Tianyi whispered, Invincible golden body. With those words, the fierce sword pierced Zhao Tianyi's form, producing a resounding clang. However, no wounds appeared on him. The leader and his companions were taken aback, perplexed by the situation. I expected something more substantial. Is this all? Pathetic, Zhao Tianyi scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully. Hearing this, the other two drew their swords as well, joining the leader in another assault on Zhao Tianyi. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the inn, each strike accompanied by sparks flying. Yet Zhao Tianyi remained steadfast like a rock, allowing the swords to strike him without sustaining a single injury. This commotion naturally caught the attention of Hongtao, who was busy in the kitchen. Upon hearing the noise, she hastily pushed aside the kitchen curtain, only to be astonished to find three pink-robed cultivators attacking the guest. Hongtao rushed in front of the assailants, kneeling in desperation, Please spare him, he is just an ordinary guest. Chapter 7. Do you see that donkey? It is also at the tribulation stage. At this moment, within the Falling Blossom Inn, the three cultivators halted their attacks only after a considerable time following Hongtao's plea. But not because of her words, rather, they ceased because they could not inflict any harm upon Zhao Tianyi. In less than 5 minutes, they had unleashed over 200 strikes, yet each time only the sound of metal clashing echoed, leaving not a single mark on Zhao Tianyi. The leader turned to Hongtao, incredulous, You call him an ordinary guest? We just struck him with nearly 300 swords, and look at him, he's unscathed. Hongtao furrowed her brows, gazing intently at Zhao Tianyi. Upon closer inspection, she indeed noticed that he bore not a scratch, which greatly astonished her. It dawned on her that this so-called ordinary guest was anything but ordinary. The leader coldly remarked, Chen Hongtao, accept your fate. Tian'er has great potential. Wouldn't it be splendid to trade her life for your lifetime of comfort? I will never hand Tian'er over to that beast. Nanjing Qing, not a chance, Hongtao retorted with bitterness. Very well, since you have no business, you will starve. Let us see who can outlast the other. After saying this, the leader turned back to Zhao Tianyi. Kid, not bad. Once you're done eating, just leave. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. With that, he intended to lead his companions away. However, Zhao Tianyi, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. What, you're just leaving? After striking me 232 times, are you simply going to let it end here? Remarkably, he had counted meticulously. The cultivator, hearing this, paused and turned to Zhao Tianyi, his eyes glinting with malice. Kid, I don't care how you withstood those 200 strikes, but remember this, you are in Falling Blossom City, you'd better know your place, or else, Zhao Tianyi interrupted coldly, or else what? What will happen? Although the cultivators sensed something strange about Zhao Tianyi, they maintained their aggressive stance, responding, "Or else, you will regret ever coming to this world." Yet, who was Zhao Tianyi? He was a master of his own fate. Would he fear such clowns? He cast a cold glance at the cultivators and replied indifferently, "I do regret coming to this world, but not because of you fools. Is that all you have to say? Then you may go to your deaths." Boom, boom, boom. With his final words, 3 dull thuds rang out simultaneously, and the 3 cultivators' bodies exploded, showering the inn in blood, the air thick with the scent of iron. Zhao Tianyi frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with the bloody spectacle. After all, he had not yet dined. He couldn't let this affect his appetite. He softly murmured, "Restore to its original state." In an instant, the once chaotic inn returned to its pristine condition. As if nothing had transpired, only then did Zhao Tianyi release his hand from covering Tian'er's eyes. Having been shielded from sight, Tian'er had not witnessed the bloody scene. Curiously, she looked at Zhao Tianyi and asked, "Guest, what about those 3? I sent them away. They will not return." Though a hint of confusion flickered in Tian'er's eyes, she chose to trust Zhao Tianyi upon seeing his calm demeanor. Conversely, Hongtao, having witnessed everything, stared at Zhao Tianyi in disbelief. Noticing her gaze, Zhao Tianyi calmly stated, "Miss Hongtao, I understand your confusion, but I am quite hungry at the moment. Could we discuss this further after I have eaten?" Upon hearing this, Hongtao nodded as if awakening from a dream, and then she took Tian'er by the hand and led him into the kitchen. Soon, a sumptuous feast prepared by Hongtao was laid out before Zhao Tianyi, each dish exuding an enticing aroma that made one salivate. Zhao Tianyi could hardly contain his eagerness and began to indulge in the meal, while outside, the donkey naturally enjoyed the same treatment. At that moment, a forced smile appeared on Hongtao's face as she poured a cup of wine for Zhao Tianyi from a wine jug. Then, in a gentle tone, she said, "Esteemed guest, this is my personally brewed peach blossom wine. Please do savor it." Zhao Tianyi, unreserved, lifted the wine cup, inhaled its fragrance, and then drank it all in one go. What a fine wine! Its floral aroma is abundant, the taste is smooth, and the aftertaste is long-lasting, truly remarkable. After speaking, he set down the cup and turned to Hongtao, softly inquiring, "Miss Hongtao, having dined and drunk, could you share with me what is truly amiss? What is the story behind those fellows?" At his words, a flicker of sorrow crossed Hongtao's eyes. She sent Tian'er away and then knelt on the ground, crystalline tears streaming down her cheeks like scattered pearls, evoking a profound sense of compassion. "Esteemed guest, you must not be an ordinary cultivator. Please extend your hand in assistance and help my sister and me." Upon witnessing this, Zhao Tianyi furrowed his brow. He could not bear to see a woman weep. He quickly reached out to help Hongtao up, saying, "Rise and speak at your leisure. I must first understand the situation." Hearing this, Hongtao gratefully nodded, wiped away her tears, stood up, and began to recount the heart-wrenching tale of her past. The narrative traced back 7 or 8 years, originating from Hongtao herself. Hongtao, whose birth name was Chen Hongtao, was the daughter of the former leader of the Falling Flower sect, Chen Jinya, a veritable child of the celestial lineage. Despite being partially obscured by a red birthmark, her remarkable talents in cultivation made her the focus of admiration. At the age of 5, she began refining her qi. At 6, she established her foundation, and by 10, she had entered the transformation realm, earning her the title of the Falling Flower sect's prodigious daughter. Yet, rather than succumbing to arrogance due to her gifts, she harbored compassion, frequently performing good deeds, and was deeply beloved by the local populace and sect disciples alike. However, it was precisely because of her benevolent nature that her fate with the Falling Flower sect was irrevocably altered. One day, while out for leisure, Hongtao inadvertently saved Nan Jingqing, who was being pursued. At that time, she had no inkling that this individual would later usurp her position as the leader of the Falling Flower sect. Nor could she foresee that he would become the nightmare of her life. After rescuing Nan Jingqing, recognizing his exceptional talents, she introduced him to Chen Jinya. Following an evaluation, Chen Jinya deemed Nan Jingqing a rare talent and took him on as his personal disciple, hoping he would assist Hongtao in the future. However, after a few years, Nan Jingqing's treacherous ambitions gradually came to light. It turned out that his approach to Hongtao was not incidental but rather a long-conceived scheme. He had long coveted the legacy and power of the Falling Flower sect, intending to seize the position of sect leader by nefarious means and claim the sect as his own. Ultimately, through meticulous planning, he successfully usurped the position of sect leader and murdered Chen Jinya. Following this, he turned his malevolent intentions towards the sisters, Chen Hongtao and Chen Tian'er. He first crippled Hongtao's foundation, severing her path to cultivation, reducing the once great prodigy to obscurity. The reason he did not immediately kill Hongtao was that he discovered a secret: Chen Tian'er possessed an even more formidable talent for cultivation than Hongtao. This revelation birthed a nefarious thought in his mind: to cultivate Tiana as his vessel to aid his own ascension. Fortunately, in his final moments, Chinjinya executed the falling flower sex secret technique. The falling flower art. This technique binds two individuals in life and death. Should one suffer harm or perish, the other would likewise meet their demise. As the falling flower art was a closely guarded secret. With Chen Jinya's death, only Hongtao retained the knowledge to lift the technique. This was the fundamental reason the sisters were able to survive. As for the three cultivators encountered earlier, they were sent by Nan Jingqing to cause trouble, which explained the falling flower inn's dismal business. Upon finishing Hongtao's tale, Zhao Tianyi remarked nonchalantly, "Isn't this akin to the fable of the farmer and the snake?" Though puzzled, Hongtao inquired, "Having spoken so much, may I ask your esteemed name?" "I am Zhao Tianyi, but it seems that your meeting me is a stroke of fortune for you both, for I possess a means to assist you in your vengeance." Upon hearing this, Hongtao again knelt, her voice brimming with gratitude. "Young Master Zhao, I must thank you profusely, but Nan Jingqing is now at the tribulation stage of cultivation. I fear." Zhao Tianyi, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. He lifted Hongtao and pointed to the donkey outside, saying, "Fear? What is there to fear? Do you see that donkey? It too is at the tribulation stage." "Young Master Zhao, you jest." Hongtao clearly found it hard to believe Zhao Tianyi's words. In response, he turned and called out, "Old donkey, come in." The donkey, currently licking a plate, hesitated but eventually trotted into the inn, braying. In response, it approached Zhao Tianyi and respectfully asked, "Boss, what's up? I haven't finished licking my plate clean yet." At this, astonishment painted Hongtao's face, and she stammered, "Young Master Zhao, this donkey, how can it talk?" In the floating cloud continent, only spirit beasts possess the gift of speech. These spirit beasts are born from nature, blessed by the heavens, and possess innate talents for cultivation, with some even capable of transforming into human forms. However, domestic animals like pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep, including the donkey before her, despite being creatures of nature, cannot speak due to their inherent nature, let alone cultivate. Hongtao's surprise, while logical, was met with a hint of disdain from the donkey. It raised its head proudly and declared, "What's wrong with a donkey speaking? You should know, my master says I possess the potential of a great emperor. Bored as a donkey, I am proud, I am honored." As soon as the words left its mouth, the donkey unabashedly displayed the formidable pressure of someone at the tribulation stage. This pressure was as heavy as a mountain, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Although Hongtao's foundation had been destroyed, her innate sensitivity allowed her to feel the terrifying aura emanating from the donkey. She quickly clasped her hands in respect and slightly bowed, saying, "Donkey, esteemed elder, I mean no offense by my ignorance." Upon hearing this, the donkey's face revealed a trace of smugness, adopting a condescending demeanor, and said, Your attitude is somewhat sincere. I, the great donkey, am magnanimous enough not to hold it against you." Yet just as the donkey was reveling in its self-importance, Zhao Tianyi suddenly stood up and kicked the donkey hard, scolding, "What are you pretending to be, a big shot?" This scene caused Hongtao to stifle a laugh, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. At that moment, the donkey spoke up again, its voice tinged with a hint of pleading, "Boss, please spare me some dignity." Zhao Tianyi, however, ignored the donkey and turned to Hongtao. Speaking calmly, "Hongtao, do you wish to take revenge yourself?" Hongtao's previously lightened mood turned heavy once more as she softly replied, "I wish to, but I can no longer cultivate. To wishes to achieve. I shall grant you a transformation." Chen Hongtao, a cultivator of the great ascension stage, below the feather transformation stage, "you shall be unmatched." As soon as he finished speaking, a resplendent light erupted around Hongtao, and streams of celestial energy flowed into her body like a gentle stream. Moments later, the radiance faded, and an aura of spiritual energy enveloped her. Hongtao's heart raced with shock, for she could clearly sense the surging spiritual energy within her. "How is this possible? My cultivation has been restored." Her voice brimmed with disbelief. Did you not hear what the boss said? A cultivator of the great ascension stage, unmatched below the feather transformation stage." Hongtao gazed at Zhao Tianyi, her eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. "Young Master Zhao, no, Elder Zhao, is what the donkey said truly the case?" "Yes, more or less, but that birthmark on your face seems somewhat inconsistent with your current cultivation strength. If you wish, I can help you remove it." Really? Hongtao was visibly excited. "Since I say so, I naturally have complete confidence in my ability to do it. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, joy illuminated Hongtao's face. For what woman does not long to showcase her most beautiful self? Zhao Tianyi's words were undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for her. "I am willing." Hongtao thanks you in advance, elder. Don't call me elder. I might even be younger than you, and now let us make that birthmark disappear. As he spoke, the prominent red birthmark on Hong Tao's forehead gradually faded, replaced by a flawless expanse of skin. Observing the birthmark vanish, Zhao Tianyi waved his hand, producing a beautifully crafted mirror. He smiled as he handed the mirror to Hong Tao, softly saying, "Take a look for yourself. Without that birthmark, you truly are breathtakingly beautiful." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's words, Hong Tao's cheeks were instantly suffused with a delicate blush reminiscent of the first bloom of peach blossoms. She extended her trembling hand and slowly accepted the mirror that Zhao Tianyi offered. However, before the mirror, she hesitated, tightly shutting her eyes, afraid to confront her reflection. For a long time, due to the prominent red birthmark on her forehead, she had harbored a lack of confidence in her appearance, verging on self-loathing. At this moment, despite Zhao Tianyi's promise to remove her birthmark, her heart remained fraught with anxiety. Sensing Hong Tao's tension and unease, Zhao Tianyi gently reassured her, "Hong Tao, do not be nervous. It is merely a mirror. You must believe that you are inherently beautiful. This is just an opportunity to see your true self." As she listened to Zhao Tianyi's words, a warm current surged within her heart. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her courage and gradually opened her eyes, directing her gaze towards the mirror in her hand. The reflection revealed her without the conspicuous red birthmark, her skin as white as jade, and her eyes sparkling like stars. A flicker of surprise danced in her eyes as she beheld her own image. Just then, Tian, who had been temporarily sent away, joyfully rushed back, and upon seeing Hong Tao's transformation, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Sister Hong Tao, where has your birthmark gone? You look so beautiful now." In response, she set the mirror aside and gazed at Tian, her eyes shimmering with indescribable joy. However, this joy did not linger on her face for long. She quickly turned to Zhao Tianyi and earnestly said, "Young Master Zhao, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Perhaps, hearing this, Zhao Tianyi suddenly had an epiphany and swiftly interrupted her. "Do not misunderstand. I would never take advantage of your vulnerability and demand your body in return. I am a man of principles." At his words, Hong Tao felt her face flush once more, hastily waving her hands as she eagerly clarified, "Young Master Zhao, you misunderstand. What I meant was, after I have avenged my father, I am willing to entrust the Luo Hua sect to you. Not in the manner you presume." At this moment, the donkey, lurking nearby, muttered with ill intent, "Bah, she only wants to hand over her sect to you, and you're thinking of something else. How shameless." Although Hong Tao did not catch the donkey's murmurs, Zhao Tianyi heard them clearly, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He scratched his head and said earnestly, I do not desire any sect. However, I would like to serve as a guest elder once you take charge of the Luo Hua sect." "In truth, I came to Luo Hua City to learn." Learn what, young Master Zhao? I do not quite understand. Actually, I wish to establish a unique sect, but I lack the knowledge. Therefore, I plan to join a sect first to study its operational model." "I see, you intend to draw from the experiences of the Luo Hua sect to lay the foundation for your future sect, correct?" "Yes, approximately. However, we shall discuss this matter later. For now, let us focus on the task at hand." Upon hearing this, Hong Tao understood well what Zhao Tianyi referred to as the task at hand, and she nodded, about to speak. Just then, Tian approached and asked, "Sister, what are you and young Master Zhao discussing? I feel as if I am listening to an incomprehensible text." Hong Tao smiled gently, tenderly ruffling Tian's hair as she explained, "Tian, we are discussing matters for adults. You are still too young to comprehend these things. Now, sister must go attend to some business with young Master Zhao, so you must behave at home and wait for my return." "Yes, I will, sister." Tian nodded obediently, her face adorned with a trusting smile as she watched Hong Tao depart with Zhao Tianyi and the donkey from the inn. Chapter 9. If one cannot win, should one resort to drugs? The Luo Hua sect had once remained hidden in a corner of the eastern region, inconspicuous among the multitude of sects, occupying a lowly position. Its disciples were few, numbering merely 3,000 to 4,000, while the sect leader, Chenjinya, was the most formidable among them, a cultivator at the crossing tribulation stage. Chenjinya was a man who shunned worldly affairs, indifferent to fame and fortune, and disliked conflict and strife. Because of this, during his leadership, the Luo Hua sect enjoyed a clear atmosphere, with harmonious disciples, resembling a paradise detached from the world. However, ever since Nan Jingqing usurped power, the Luo Hua sect underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Under Nan Jingqing's guidance, the sect not only avoided decline but instead ascended rapidly, transforming from a lowly sect to one of prominence within the eastern region. Encouraged by Nan Jingqing, the disciples of the sect plundered recklessly, slaughtered the innocent, and committed heinous acts, shocking the entire eastern region. It was precisely because of Nan Jingqing that the Luo Hua sect became a detestable sect of evil cultivators. At this moment, the figures of two individuals and a donkey quietly appeared outside a secluded valley near Luohua City. This valley resembled a celestial paradise, its scenery exquisite beyond measure. Inside, it was lush with greenery, fragrant with flowers, and filled with the melodious sounds of birds, as if it were a world apart, allowing one to forget the clamor of the mundane world. Here lay the residence of the Luohua sect. The Luohua Valley. At this moment, Hong Tao gazed steadfastly at the valley before her and then turned to speak softly. Gentlemen, this is the residence of the Luohua sect. I kindly ask you both not to intervene. I wish to personally conclude matters with that individual for the sake of my father's vengeance. The donkey, flapping its ears, casually replied, No problem. Your cultivation is now higher than mine. You may proceed as you wish. Zhao Tianyi, smiling, nodded in agreement, his tone light. As I mentioned before, no one below the feather transformation stage can rival you. How much turbulence can a crossing tribulation cultivator stir up? Rest assured, let us proceed. Hearing Zhao Tianyi's words, Hong Tao nodded. Very well, then please bear witness. At this moment, Hong Tao had complete faith in Zhao Tianyi's words, as the previous experiences were still vivid in her memory. Thus, the trio made their way towards the Luohua sect within the valley. Shortly thereafter, they paused before a stone gate tower, where a golden plaque shone brightly, the three characters Luohua sect glimmering with brilliance. Peering through the gaps of the gate tower, one could see that, while the Luohua sect was not opulent, it possessed a unique charm of antiquity and elegance. Pavilions and towers were arranged harmoniously, surrounded by white jade railings, with every detail exuding an ethereal aura akin to a fairyland. Yet, who could have imagined that this seemingly celestial sect concealed the shadows of evil cultivators? At this moment, the donkey looked at Hong Tao and confidently declared, Hong Tao, rest assured, my companion and I will stand guard for you. Go forth with confidence. Zhao Tianyi merely nodded without further words. In contrast, Hong Tao smiled and slightly bowed to Zhao Tianyi before slowly speaking. Thank you both so much. I am profoundly grateful, and I shall go now. With that, Hong Tao raised her head, her gaze resolute, and without hesitation ascended the steps towards the main entrance of the Luohua sect. At this moment, two cultivators stationed at the sect's entrance noticed someone approaching and displayed expressions of confusion. One of them quickly stepped forward, cupping his fists in greeting, and inquired, Who are you? What brings you to the Luohua sect? However, Hong Tao appeared to disregard his words. With a slight flick of her wrist, a pink gust of energy surged forth like a meteor streaking through the night sky. Dashing outwards, the gust was precise and swift, instantly striking the cultivator's chest and sending him hurtling several yards away, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, Hong Tao's gaze turned to the other cultivator, who was stunned by her actions, and she coldly commanded, Go, tell Nan Jingqing to come out, inform him that Chen Hong Tao has come to take his life. At her words, the startled cultivator's face turned pale as he was overwhelmed by her imposing presence, and he swiftly fled back into the sect to relay the message. After the cultivator departed, Hong Tao stepped across the threshold and entered the sect. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi appeared utterly unfazed, sitting comfortably on a magically conjured sofa, casually munching on sunflower seeds, his demeanor calm. Before him, a massive screen floated in the air, displaying a live feed of Hong Tao's actions simultaneously within the most lavish hall of the Luohua sect. The sect leader Nan Jingqing was preoccupied, deeply engrossed in the pleasures of dual cultivation with a female cultivator, unable to extricate himself from the bliss. Just then, a cultivator outside the hall began to knock urgently on the grand door. The sound frantic, Nan Jingqing, interrupted mid-practice, was understandably displeased. He forcefully pushed the female cultivator aside, hastily adjusted his attire, and appeared outside the hall in an instant. He angrily struck the knocking cultivator across the face, demanding, What the hell? What is going on? The cultivator, clutching his swollen cheek and trembling, replied with a hint of grievance, Sect leader, a woman has arrived outside the sect, seemingly named Hong Tao, and she appears quite formidable and not here with good intentions. Upon hearing this, Nan Jingqing was momentarily taken aback, pondering inwardly, Hong Tao, Chen Hong Tao, why is she here? Has she come to her senses? He quickly inquired again, is there a little girl accompanying her? Sect leader, she is alone. There is no one else with her. Upon hearing this, Nan Jingqing was left bewildered. He then swiftly vanished from his location and reappeared at the entrance of the sect's grand hall. At this moment, Chen Hong Tao was wreaking havoc before the grand hall, each of her strikes sharp and fearsome, instilling dread in all who beheld her. Witnessing this scene, Nan Jingqing's confusion deepened as he questioned, Chen Hong Tao, it truly is you. How have you restored your cultivation? As Chen Hong Tao heard the sound, she immediately turned her gaze towards Nan Jingqing, yet, within her clear eyes flickered a chilling intent to kill. Nan Jingqing, I shall end your life. The instant her words fell, she transformed into a swift phantom, charging towards Nan Jingqing with lethal intent. However, at that moment, Nan Jingqing noticed the change in her appearance and burst into laughter. How is it that the birthmark on your face has vanished? Nonetheless, you have become quite enchanting. Why not both you and Tiana serve as my cauldrons? As he finished speaking, Nan Jingqing propelled himself towards Hongtao like an arrow released from its bow. Bang! Their fists collided with a thunderous sound. Nan Jingqing was sent flying backward by the sheer force, soaring several meters before barely regaining his footing. In contrast, Hongtao stood her ground like an unyielding mountain. At this moment, disbelief replaced the smile on Nan Jingqing's face. The Great Ascension Realm? How is this possible? What have you done? You need not concern yourself with that. Die! Hongtao roared, charging once more at Nan Jingqing. Upon witnessing this, panic washed over Nan Jingqing's face, and he hurriedly dodged, evading her fiercely relentless attacks. He sensed something was amiss with Hongtao and dared not let his guard down. He swiftly retrieved a dark red pill from his pocket and unhesitatingly consumed it. In the next moment, a powerful aura radiated from him, and a blood-red long knife appeared in his hand, gleaming with an eerie light. The Great Ascension Realm? What of it? Today, I shall make you my cauldron, he proclaimed, his eyes ablaze with ferocity as he lunged at Hongtao once more. Yet Hongtao faced him without a trace of fear. Meanwhile, outside the sect, Zhao Tianyi observed Nan Jingqing on the screen, a mocking tone lacing his words. Really? Can't win, so he resorts to drugs? How utterly despicable. At this moment, the battle within the Falling Flower sect raged with fervor, reaching its zenith. After consuming the pill, Nan Jingqing's presence became fearsome, as if reborn. Gripping the blood-red long knife, each swing was akin to a tiger descending the mountain, unleashing an unstoppable force upon Hongtao. Yet she danced like a delicate pink butterfly, light and nimble, artfully evading Nan Jingqing's razor-sharp blade. Simultaneously, her hands fluttered, pink light morphing into serpent-like strikes, precisely aimed at Nan Jingqing. As their moves clashed fiercely in the air, each collision echoed like thunder, shaking the very foundation of the Falling Flower sect. Chapter 10, Revive My Love. At this moment, numerous disciples gathered within the Falling Flower sect, their eyes fixated on the duel, their murmurs rising like a tide. Who is that woman? She seems to be the proprietress of Falling Flower Residence. What? How is that possible? Didn't she have a birthmark on her face? Moreover, her cultivation was crippled by the sect master. How could she contend with the sect master to this extent? Doesn't it seem like the sect master is struggling? Amidst the rising chatter of the disciples, fatigue was evident on Nan Jingqing's face. The potency of the dark red pill had evidently waned. His steps grew heavier, and his movements increasingly sluggish, as if burdened by an invisible weight. In stark contrast, Hongtao's aura blazed like a roaring fire. She grew bolder with each encounter, her attacks thunderous and unstoppable, her gaze resolute and icy, as if penetrating through all illusions. At this moment, she looked at Nan Jingqing, her voice ringing with conviction. As Zhao Gongzi once said, beneath the Ascension Realm, I am invincible. Therefore, today, you, Nan Jingqing, will undoubtedly perish. With her words, Hongtao moved, swift as lightning, charging towards Nan Jingqing with a fierce wind at her palms. Capable of tearing apart space itself, though Nan Jingqing felt terror, he summoned all his strength to raise the blood-red long knife before him. Yet, the knife proved feeble beneath Hongtao's might. With a resounding crack, it shattered into fragments. Nan Jingqing's pupils constricted in alarm, attempting to evade, but he had no time to react. In the next second, Hongtao's palm struck him forcefully, sending him hurtling backward. After traveling a distance, he crashed against the wall of the sect's grand hall, leaving a deep fissure in its wake. Then, with a muffled thud, Nan Jingqing fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, he struggled to rise, madness flickering in his eyes. Excellent, excellent, I cannot defeat you, then you shall die, he roared, his voice laced with unwillingness and fury. With that, Nan Jingqing formed hand seals, and a golden light surged from the depths of the hall, enveloping the entire Falling Flower sect in an intricate and profound array, plunging it into chaos. Upon witnessing this, Hongtao's expression changed drastically, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. This is the sect's protective formation. How do you know it? How do I know? You'll have the chance to ask your foolish father in the afterlife. Today, even if I cannot take you and Tiana as my cauldrons, I shall use this formation to send you sisters on your way. Suppressing her shock, Hongtao scoffed, the protective formation left by my father can only contend with those at the Tribulation Realm at most. I am now at the Great Ascension Realm. Why should I fear? However, Nan Jingqing's grin grew ever more sinister. Do you think this is still the formation your father left behind? Allow me to inform you, this formation has long been modified by me, capable of threatening even those at the Ascension Realm. With that, Nan Jingqing began to exert his full strength, and the array he had just activated began to operate. Hongtao's smile froze, replaced by a grave tension. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the sect's grand hall, none other than Zhao Tianyi, who had previously been outside the Falling Flower sect. Villains always perish due to their verbosity, Zhao Tianyi remarked with a hint of derision. It turned out that upon hearing Nan Jingqing mention the protective formation's capacity to threaten the lives of Ascension Realm experts, he had immediately acted out of concern for Hong Tao's safety. Using his ability to teleport directly to the Grand Hall. At that moment, both Hong Tao and Nan Jingqing turned towards the source of the voice in unison. Yizhao Gongzi. Hong Tao's face registered surprise, while Nan Jingqing was filled with astonishment. Unable to comprehend how this person had entered the Falling Flower sect, shrouded by the protective formation. "Who are you?" Nan Jingqing asked warily. Zhao Tianyi regarded him with a cold smile, his tone calm. "Who I am is of no concern to you. However, you should now be indestructible, stand at attention." Upon uttering these words, Nan Jingqing found himself compelled to obey Zhao Tianyi's command, instinctively halting his formation-casting movements. The sky brightened, and the protective formation dissipated. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of energy quietly entering his body. Mending each of his wounds, confused, he gazed at Zhao Tianyi. What is this power? How did you do this?" In response, Zhao Tianyi ignored Nan Jingqing, instead smiling at Hong Tao. Killing him outright would be rather dull. "Let me offer you something entertaining, AK-47 explosive rounds, no need to change magazines." With that, a brand new AK-47 rifle materialized in Zhao Tianyi's hands. He approached Hong Tao and casually tossed the gun to her. After catching it, confusion filled Hong Tao's eyes. "Zhao Gongzi, what is this? I have never seen anything like it. This is a delightful toy. Aim here, and here," then pointed at that guy and pulled his crescent trigger. "Is it here?" Yes, that's it. What a fine fellow." Zhao Tianyi was teaching Hong Tao how to use a gun. Although perplexed, she managed to grasp the basic usage under his guidance. Clumsily, she lifted the AK-47, striving to steady the weapon. Then aimed it at Nan Jingqing in the distance. Nan Jingqing, seeing the gun, felt an ominous chill, though he was powerless to ACT. That moment, Hong Tao pulled the trigger, aimed at him. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out in a cacophony. The bullets pouring down like a torrential rain, raining upon Nan Jingqing. Instantly, he became a sieve riddled with holes, howling in agony. Yet, Zhao Tianyi's earlier bestowal of indestructibility meant that despite his body being severely ravaged, he began to heal at an astonishing rate. Just then, Zhao Tianyi interrupted Hong Tao, as if struck by a sudden thought. "Wait, Hong Tao, I seem to have forgotten to give him a buff." With that, he turned to Nan Jingqing, mischief glimmering in his eyes, and coldly uttered a few words. "Amplify pain, 100,000 times." Only after saying this did Zhao Tianyi nod at Hong Tao, signaling her to continue firing. Upon witnessing the crimson figure of Hong Tao, she resolutely raised her firearm once more, aiming at the writhing and anguished Nan Jingqing, and without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger. As the trigger was engaged, the bullet sped forth like a tempest, striking him in an instant. Immediately, Nan Jingqing's wails resounded through the space like thunder, more harrowing and terrifying than before. That sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Every cell in his body was engulfed in indescribable agony, as if he were being scorched by flames and sliced by sharp blades. His body trembled violently, as though on the verge of shattering. 3 days later, within the Grand Hall of the Falling Flower sect, Nan Jingqing had endured the relentless onslaught of Hong Tao's AK-47 for a full 3 days and nights. In his despair, he cried out in torment, his voice filled with anguish. "Ah, I beg you, end my life. Please put me out of my misery. It hurts too much." At that moment, after a flicker of complex emotions crossed Hong Tao's eyes, she slowly lowered her weapon and turned to Zhao Tianyi, saying, "Young Master Zhao, could you possibly remove his immortality? This enmity has lingered long enough." Zhao Tianyi paused for a moment, then inquired, "Are you feeling vindicated?" Hong Tao nodded, affirming with a soft Observing this, Zhao Tianyi tentatively suggested, "However, your father must harbor a deep-seated hatred for him as well. Why not?" At his words, Hong Tao's eyes lit up with excitement as she urgently asked, "Young Master Zhao, could it be that you?" Zhao Tianyi waved his hand affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, I can bring your father back to life. Just watch, revive, my beloved, sect master. What is your father's name? I seem to have forgotten." Zhao Tianyi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Young Master Zhao, my father's name is Chen Jinya," Hong Tao replied, her tone filled with anticipation. What a forgetful mind I have. Revive, Chen Jinya. Chapter 11, The Republican Sect. As Zhao Tianyi's words echoed, a figure gradually took shape within the hall. It was a man of medium stature, clad in a deep blue robe, his garments billowing as though merging with the surrounding air. His elegant beard swayed gently in the wind,
Resembling flowing ink-colored silk, adding an air of mystery between his brows, an ineffable aura emanated, a calmness forged through the passage of time, compelling one to take notice of. "Father, is it really you, Father?" Hong Tao exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she rushed towards the figure. The man's silhouette became increasingly distinct in her vision as he surveyed his surroundings, his expression etched with confusion and bewilderment. However, upon hearing that familiar voice, he turned to look, his face freezing in disbelief. "Hong Tao, I thought I was already dead. How is this possible?" At that moment, Hong Tao, disregarding everything, leaped into his embrace. "Father, your daughter has missed you so dearly." Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the man's robe. And this blue-robed figure was none other than Hong Tao's father, Chenjinia. At this moment, Chenjinia gazed at his daughter in his arms, equally bewildered. Zhao Tianyi, observing the scene, smiled slightly and remarked, "The past and present are now fully understood." As Zhao Tianyi's words settled, Chenjinia felt a surge of immense information flooding into his mind, causing him excruciating pain. At this time, Hong Tao, feeling somewhat anxious, released Chenjinia and turned to Zhao Tianyi. Her tone urgent. "Young Master Zhao, what has happened to my father?" "He is fine. I have infused him with the complete context to spare him from incessant questions later," Zhao Tianyi assured her. Hearing this, Hong Tao finally relaxed and turned her gaze back to Chenjinia. Not long after, Chenjinia regained his composure and, having learned the full story, looked at Hong Tao with glistening eyes. "My daughter, you have suffered greatly these years." After speaking, he turned to Zhao Tianyi and bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. "I am deeply indebted to you." Taoist Zhao Tianyi waved his hand, indicating there was no need for formalities. Observing this, Chenjinia chose not to elaborate further, instead picking up the AK-47 that Hong Tao had placed on the ground, aiming it at Nan Jingqing. He pulled the trigger, and one by one, explosive rounds whistled forth, shattering the momentary calm in Nan Jingqing's existence. However, when he realized that it was Chenjinia, not Hong Tao, who was firing, panic gripped him. "Chenjinia, but I killed you. No, this cannot be. I must be dreaming. I am surely dreaming. Nan Jingqing began to babble incoherently. Clearly, the combined torment of body and mind had driven him to madness, yet, Chenjinia continued to pull the trigger, showing no mercy, unleashing the fury within. After another 3 days and nights, as the gunfire ceased, Zhao Tianyi lifted the curse of immortality from Nan Jingqing. Subsequently, Chenjinia and Hong Tao joined forces to end Nan Jingqing's life, avenging the great wrongs done to them. Meanwhile, outside the sect, the donkey had been waiting for 6 days and nights. Upon seeing that Nan Jingqing had perished, he leisurely strolled in, exclaiming, "Ah, Hong Tao, big brother, have you forgotten something important?" "What is it?" Zhao Tianyi asked, somewhat perplexed. That little girl is still alone at the inn. It's been 6 days. Upon hearing the donkey's words, Zhao Tianyi suddenly recalled Tian'er, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing before the gates of Falling Flower Sect. There, he found Tian'er squatting at the entrance, weeping profusely. "Whoa, why hasn't my sister returned yet?" Zhao Tianyi's heart ached as he approached to comfort her, informing her that Hong Tao was safe. He then transported them both back to Falling Flower Sect. Upon their arrival, Chenjinia embraced Tian'er tightly, tears shimmering in his eyes. Hong Tao, witnessing this, also embraced her father and Tian'er, and this long-awaited reunion brought tears of joy to all three. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi stood to the side, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over him as he longed for his own family, pondering where his home truly lay. The following morning, the three gathered in the conference hall of Falling Flower Sect, discussing the critical matters of rebuilding the sect. Meanwhile, the donkey was carrying Tian'er, wandering leisurely within the sect. At this moment, Falling Flower Sect was but a shadow of its former self, with only 4 individuals and a donkey remaining. It turned out that a few days prior, the malevolent cultivators of Falling Flower Sect, witnessing Nan Jingqing's torment, had fled in terror, leaving the sect desolate. Inside the conference hall, Chenjinia and Hong Tao looked expectantly at Zhao Tianyi, awaiting his decision. Zhao Tianyi, with a resolute gaze, addressed them earnestly, "Since you place such trust in me, I shall accept your wishes." It turned out that Chenjinia and Hong Tao were determined to appoint Zhao Tianyi as the sect leader. Initially, Zhao Tianyi declined profusely, but considering his own desire to establish a sect, taking over Falling Flower Sect would undoubtedly save him much trouble. Furthermore, with Chenjinia's assistance, the reconstruction of the sect would surely be expedited. Seeing Zhao Tianyi's agreement, Hong Tao softly inquired, "Young Master Zhao, do you have any thoughts or plans regarding the rebuilding of the sect?" Zhao Tianyi pondered for a moment before responding, "I have considered that we likely cannot continue using the name Falling Flower Sect. I wish to rename it the Republican Sect." "Republic?" Sect Master, what is the deeper meaning behind republic? Chinjinya asked, puzzled. The term republic is a notion from my homeland, symbolizing equality among all the governed collectively. You may not fully comprehend it yet, I shall explain it over time. However, noticing their lingering confusion, Zhao Tianyi elaborated, I have always harbored a dream, to transform this world into a prosperous, civilized, harmonious, free, equal, and just new realm. If this dream can be realized, it would be a beautiful world where cultivators and mortals coexist in equality and mutual prosperity. Zhao Tianyi's words struck like a heavy hammer, profoundly impacting Chinjinya and Hong Tao. At this moment, Chinjinya slightly cupped his hands, his voice tinged with excitement, since the sect master has made a decision.
Then we shall honor your wishes and rename the sect Republican sect. Just then, the donkey's urgent call broke the silence of the hall. Ah, big brother, that Nanjingqing is truly formidable. You must go to the back mountain and see.
There are many people imprisoned there. The three exchanged bewildered glances before following the donkey to the back mountain of Falling Flower sect. Upon arrival, they found themselves before a cave, its entrance shrouded by a magical barrier that prevented entry. The sight before Zhao Tianyi ignited his fury. Within the cave, over 1,000 female cultivators were cruelly imprisoned. Break it, Zhao Tianyi commanded, and with a swift motion, the barrier crumbled, allowing him and the others to enter the cave. Upon seeing these female cultivators, Zhao Tianyi was deeply moved. These girls, nearly 17 or 18 years old, were in the prime of their youth, yet they had been heartlessly confined here. At first, the female cultivators were terrified upon seeing Zhao Tianyi and the others. But under Hong Tao's soothing presence, their fears gradually subsided. After a series of inquiries led by Hong Tao, they learned that these female cultivators had been captured by the Falling Flower sect to be trained as furnace cauldrons. Intended for tribute to the Tai Taoist sect, this news left Zhao Tianyi utterly astonished. He turned to Chinjinya, his brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired, isn't the Tai sect always regarded as a righteous sect? In response, Chinjinya shook his head, stating, I am uncertain about that, but our immediate priority is to ensure the well-being of these female cultivators. Other matters can be investigated gradually over time. Zhao Tianyi nodded in acknowledgement. Recognizing that Chinjinya had only recently been revived and might not be well-versed in the current circumstances, he then addressed Hong Tao with a serious tone, Hong Tao, I entrust you with the responsibility of settling these female cultivators. Their decision to stay or leave rests entirely on their own volition. It is indeed inappropriate for a man like me to handle this matter. Hong Tao nodded and replied, rest assured, young Master Zhao. I will ensure they are well taken care of. Chapter 12. Be my son. The following morning, as the sun rose like molten gold over the plaza of the Gongha sect, over 1,000 female cultivators stood in orderly formation. Their eyes resolute, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi stood at the steps of the sect's council hall, his gaze penetrating as he observed the female cultivators below. A slight frown adorning his features. He turned to Hong Tao, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Hong Tao, do they all wish to stay? Yes, young master, they all wish to remain. They have been captured since childhood and have long forgotten where home is. Alas, they are all unfortunate souls, Zhao Tianyi sighed, shaking his head. He then vanished from his spot, appearing before the multitude of female cultivators. His gaze softened as it swept over them, and he gently asked, I understand that you were taken from a young age. I can help you return to your true home, should you wish to do so. Upon hearing this, the female cultivators exchanged bewildered glances. Their expressions a mixture of confusion and uncertainty. After a considerable pause, one brave cultivator stepped forward, her voice earnest and heartfelt, Sect Master, we were all captured as children, and we have long severed ties with our families. After so many years, we have forgotten the feeling of home, forgotten our parents and loved ones. Returning now would be akin to strangers meeting, so I wish to stay, to remain in Gongha sect. Her words rippled through the crowd like stones cast into a tranquil lake, prompting others to chime in. I too wish to stay, I wish to remain. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyi could only acquiesce. Once he had calmed his emotions, he spoke slowly. Very well, since you have chosen to stay, this will be your home. I shall do my utmost to ensure that you live happily here. Time slipped by unnoticed, and a month had quietly passed. The Luohua sect had been vanquished, replaced by the Gongha sect. Through the collective efforts of the members, the Gongha sect was gradually finding its footing. Zhao Tianyi served as the sect master. Chinjinya held the position of elder in charge of external affairs. While Hong Tao managed internal matters, the donkey had also been entrusted with a significant role, serving as an elder in charge of enforcement, though the incongruity of a donkey in such a position was not lost on anyone. Thus Zhao Tianyi undertook to transform the donkey, endowing it with the ability to shift freely between human and donkey forms. He even bestowed upon it a human name, El Desui. The donkey's human visage was surprisingly striking. With short grayish-white hair and a dark gray robe that complemented its rugged features, its sharp facial contours conveyed a sense of resolve and determination, while its deep black eyes sparkled with depth and clarity. Framed by long lashes that softened its appearance, tall and robust, it stood out distinctly in any crowd, exuding an air of grandeur. This inevitably attracted the attention of several female cultivators, yet it remained oblivious to their affections. For at its core it remained a simple donkey, unbound by human emotions. Meanwhile, Luohua City had welcomed its new designation, Tianyi City. The Luohua residence was modified by Hongtou and rebranded as the Gongha Sect's Tianyi City office. Its primary responsibility was to recruit new disciples and provide assistance to both ordinary citizens and cultivators, while also disseminating the ideals of the Gongha Sect. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi was wholly engrossed in his cultivation. Reflecting on the time when he first arrived in this land known as the Floating Cloud Continent, he recalled the inexplicable bond he formed with a donkey, which led to a dramatic shift in his life due to a mysterious white-bearded elder. Upon their first meeting, the elder had extended his hand and declared, "Be my son, I will guide you on the path of cultivation." Zhao Tianyi had been incensed at those words, retorting, "Cultivation? Nonsense, I am a master of my own fate. Let me soar." With that, he had kicked the elder, who was caught entirely off guard and sent flying into the horizon, never to be seen again. From that day forth, Zhao Tianyi had harbored disdain for cultivation, deeming those who pursued it somewhat unhinged. Yet, who would have thought that he would find himself deeply entrenched in it now? This transformation had begun just 3 days prior. At that time, Zhao Tianyi was leisurely strolling through the sect, admiring the surrounding beauty, when he was abruptly halted by a disciple seeking advice on cultivation. However, lacking any experience himself, he found himself in an exceedingly awkward position as the sect master. In a bid to salvage his dignity, he approached Chen Jinye, requesting several manuals on cultivation techniques, thus embarking on his own journey. Blessed with extraordinary talent, he had progressed rapidly, nearing the foundational stage in just 3 days. However, just as he prepared to make a decisive breakthrough, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door pulled him back to reality. Zhao Tianyi promptly ceased his meditation and appeared at the door, inquiring with confusion upon seeing Chen Jinye. "Elder Chen, what brings you here in such haste?" "Sect Master, I bear good news. Recently rumors have circulated regarding the imminent emergence of a revered sage's resting place on Danxia Mountain. And what relevance does that have to us? If there's nothing else, please leave. I am eager to solidify my foundation." Hearing this, Chen Jinye mused to himself, "Has the sect master lost his mind again? What foundation is he even speaking of?" Nevertheless, he ignored Zhao Tianyi's eccentric remarks and continued. "Sect master, how can you say it has no bearing on us? The treasures in our sect's treasury are primarily relics left by former evil cultivators and are of little use for our disciples' advancement. The secret treasures and techniques within that sage's resting place are precisely what we urgently need. I provided each of them with an AK-47, did I not? Surely that suffices," Zhao Tianyi replied with a hint of bewilderment. "Sect Master, while the AK-47 is indeed formidable, it is merely a weapon for combat. Our immediate need is to seize this opportunity to establish our reputation, to recruit new disciples and expand our influence. Naturally, securing the legacy and treasures of the resting place would be ideal." Zhao Tianyi found merit in his words. After all, a sect must possess renown to attract more disciples and thrive. He nodded thoughtfully. "Alright then, you go prepare, and once I successfully establish my foundation, we shall set forth." With that, Zhao Tianyi vanished from sight, reappearing in his meditation chamber to continue his breakthrough. Chen Jinye hurriedly departed to make preparations. Still perplexed by Zhao Tianyi's notion of a foundation, days passed swiftly, and after another 3 days, Zhao Tianyi successfully established his foundation. At this moment, Chen Jinye, Hongtou, and El Desui anxiously awaited outside Zhao Tianyi's door. Chen Jinye's brow was furrowed and worried. "It has been 3 days, why hasn't the sect master emerged?" "Father, do not fret, young master will be just fine," Hongtou reassured him. Meanwhile, although El Desui had taken on a human form, he still clung to his catchphrase, muttering, son, the boss should be coming out soon." No sooner had El Desui finished speaking than Zhao Tianyi materialized before them, his appearance dazzling the trio, clad in modern attire. A sharp black suit complemented by gleaming shoes and sunglasses, he resembled a successful entrepreneur. El Desui could not contain his curiosity, exclaiming, son, boss, what is this outfit? It looks strange." In response, Zhao Tianyi kicked El Desui playfully, retorting, "What is strange about it? I look handsome, don't I?" "I must say, young master, this attire possesses a unique charm. It looks quite appealing," Hongtou complimented. Pleased by Hongtou's praise, Zhao Tianyi shot a glance at El Desui, saying, "Look at Hongtou's discerning taste compared to yours. The difference is night and day. At that moment, Chinjinia interjected, urging, Sect Master, we must depart promptly. If we delay further, we may miss our opportunity. Zhao Tianyi waved his hand dismissively. What is the rush? Good things come to those who wait. Chapter 13. Soaring through the skies, Liaoning's ship appear. Upon hearing Chinjinia's words, though somewhat resigned, he could only acquiesce, for after all, Zhao Tianyi was now the sect leader. Let us proceed to the square. By the way, Elder Chen, please gather the sect disciples first. With that, Chinjinia hurriedly set off to summon the disciples, while the three made their way toward the sect's square. However, Zhao Tianyi's actions sparked a flicker of doubt in Hong Tao's mind. My lord, do you intend to take the disciples along? Indeed. After all, the sect has been established for a month now. Our visit to Danxia Mountain shall serve as a team-building exercise for the sect. Team building? What is that? Hong Tao inquired, slightly perplexed. That's a secret for now. You'll understand once we reach Danxia Mountain. At that moment, El Desui reassured her, saying, Hong Tao, there's no need to ask. The boss surely has his plans. We should simply follow his lead. It will surely not be a mistake. It was no wonder that the donkey was deeply favored by Zhao Tianyi. Apart from occasional frivolity, he was always resolute in adhering to Zhao Tianyi's words. Hong Tao nodded gently, though she refrained from pressing further, a flicker of curiosity still lingering in her heart. Zhao Tianyi then turned to the two, smiling as he said, a new sect, a new appearance. Shall we begin with you two? Why not try on these outfits? As his words fell, El Deshui's grey robe transformed instantly into a sharply tailored grey suit, exuding an air of gallantry. Hong Tao donned a noble and elegant light white dress, embodying grace and composure. Upon witnessing the transformation of her attire, a gleam of delight sparkled in her eyes, prompting her to exclaim, wow, this dress is beautiful. In contrast, El Desui appeared somewhat uncomfortable, yet chose not to voice his sentiments. It was worth noting that the donkey had once roamed the streets in the nude. Only after acquiring the ability to take form did he don clothing at Zhao Tianyi's behest. Nonetheless, deep within, he still cherished the feeling of unrestrained freedom that came with being bare. Just then, Tian Er strolled over, her gaze landing on Hong Tao's pristine dress, her expression revealing envy. Zhao Tianyi, noticing Tian Er's gaze, promptly conjured her a dress identical to Hong Tao's, bringing forth a radiant smile upon her face. The four then proceeded toward the sect's square. Soon, they arrived, where they found Chinjinia had already assembled the disciples of the Republican sect in an orderly fashion. Most of the disciples were familiar female cultivators, though there were also a few newcomers. However, the total number did not exceed 1,200. Such a scale, in the eastern region, could hardly be considered formidable, even among lesser powers. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi scrutinized the attire of the disciples in the square, mulling over a thought. Short skirts paired with black stockings? Not quite suitable. It might lead to them being mistaken for sinister cultivators. Perhaps. An idea swiftly took shape. Just as his contemplation concluded, the attire of all disciples within the sect underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously chaotic garments were replaced by pristine white shirts and pleated skirts. The female cultivators donned immaculate white shirts that exuded a modern flair, while the lower half was elegantly complemented by pleated skirts, radiating an aura of antiquity and sophistication. The harmonious blend of the two styles rendered the disciples akin to ethereal beings emerging from a painting. Graceful and transcendent. Of course, the sect also had a few male disciples, and Zhao Tianyi had not overlooked them. Their attire mirrored his own, sleek black suits that conveyed an air of solemnity and competence. Though their numbers were fewer, their presence undeniably added a distinctive charm to the ensemble. Each suit bore a golden circular emblem affixed to the cuffs, inscribed with the characters for Republic, gleaming resplendently. Observing the uniformity of the disciples' attire, Zhao Tianyi nodded approvingly and proclaimed in a clear voice, a new sect, a new chapter. Today, we gather all disciples, not for leisure, but to explore the mountains and rivers, and to venture forth into the world. Furthermore, this is an opportunity to showcase the splendor of the Republican sect to the world, ensuring our name resonates across the skies. As his words echoed, the square seemed to be enveloped by a formidable aura, with the disciples collectively shouting, their voices reverberating like thunder, "Raise our Republic," commanding the four corners. Together we build a prosperous civilization dream, harboring freedom, equality, and justice in our hearts. Despite the disciples' resounding cheers, Chinjinia's expression turned urgent, his brow furrowed with concern. Sect leader, we are not merely going for a leisurely excursion, we are headed to seize opportunities. These disciples are still inexperienced. What if something goes awry? Chinjinia pondered for a moment before continuing. Moreover, we lack flying artifacts. With so many people, if we arrive late, we might not even get a taste of the broth. Chinjinia's concerns were not unfounded. the disciples' strength was indeed lacking. For them to compete with the long-established powers over the treasures of the ancient sages would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. A futile endeavor, yet seeing Zhao Tiany's intent to lead the disciples onward, Chen Jinya's anxiety escalated. At that moment, Zhao Tiany gently patted Chen Jinya's shoulder, offering reassurance. Elder Chen, I have devised a plan. When we arrive at Danxia Mountain, everything will be revealed. You need not worry excessively. But sect leader, without flying artifacts, how do we get to Danxia Mountain with so many people? Zhao Tiany smiled slightly at this remark and replied calmly. Skyward and earthward Liaoning ship appear. As his words fell, the sky darkened abruptly, and a colossal aircraft carrier materialized out of thin air. Hovering above the crowd, the massive vessel obscured the sun, leaving the disciples, including Hong Tao, in awe. This aircraft carrier, known as the Liaoning ship by Zhao Tiany, although sharing a name and appearance with China's Liaoning carrier, was of a wholly different magnitude. This vessel was over 20 times the size of the original Liaoning. Suspended in mid-air, it required no fuel or crew to operate, and its speed could reach an astonishing velocity close to light speed. Moreover, the deck of the carrier was devoid of aircraft. Instead, it featured rows of exquisitely designed cabins. Not only that, but Zhao Tiany had imbued the carrier with absolute defensive capabilities, allowing it to disregard any form of attack. At this moment, Chen Jinya gazed upward at the enormous aircraft carrier. Disbelief etched across his features as he stammered, "Sect leader, what in the world is this divine artifact?" Zhao Tiany responded in a tranquil tone, "Nothing extraordinary. It's merely a flying artifact named Liaoning ship." "What, sect leader, nothing extraordinary?" Chen Jinya's exclamation was abruptly cut off by Zhao Tiany's wave. "Elder Chen, no need for further discussion, time is of the essence. It is time for us to depart." Hearing this, Chen Jinya had no choice but to suppress his lingering doubts. Turning to face the assembled disciples in the square, "All disciples, swiftly aboard the ship. We shall set sail for Danxia Mountain immediately." Upon hearing this command, the disciples promptly activated their air control techniques. Soaring toward the deck of the Liaoning ship, subsequently, the engines of the Liaoning ship roared to life, and the magnificent aerial vessel sped toward Danxia Mountain. Danxia Mountain, this towering range, stood majestically at the eastern edge of the region. Its peaks undulated like a slumbering dragon, exuding a grandeur that left one awestruck. Here, the spiritual energy was abundant, nourishing every inch of land, infusing the entire Danxia Mountain with vitality and vigor. This place once served as the residence of the illustrious Dan sect. Renowned throughout the eastern region for its alchemical prowess, due to the Dan sect's long-standing practices of alchemy and medicine, the mountain was perpetually enveloped in alchemical vapors. Each evening, the rich alchemical mist intertwined with the resplendent sunset, creating a breathtaking vista akin to a vivid painting, hence the name Danxia Mountain. However, the relentless passage of time and the tides of history took their toll. The once mighty Dan sect mysteriously vanished a century ago, as if it had evaporated from existence, leaving behind only the desolate mountains and countless enigmas. This sudden upheaval instilled trepidation in the hearts of the people across the eastern region, spawning a myriad of rumors. Among the most prevalent was the claim that the Dan sect had succumbed to the combined oppression of several major powers in the eastern region, leading to its demise. Yet, these were merely rumors. The true circumstances surrounding the Dan sect's disappearance remained an unsolved mystery. At this moment, the disciples of the Republican sect were aboard the Liaoning ship, gradually approaching Danxia Mountain. Although Zhao Tiany possessed the astonishing ability to manifest his will instantly, allowing everyone to reach Danxia Mountain in an instant, he opted for this somewhat extravagant method. This was not a whimsical decision, rather, it was the result of careful consideration. He aimed to leverage this opportunity to raise awareness of the Republican sect's existence and showcase their strength to a broader audience. Chapter 14, A Reunion with Old North Nose. At this moment, the Liaoning ship soared through the skies, maintaining a steady pace that did not reach light speed. The reason for this was that Chen Jinya had just received a message. According to reports from the disciples he had dispatched, the manifestation of the ancient sage's resting place would take approximately 2 more days. Therefore, Zhao Tiany decided to slow the Liaoning ship's speed to enjoy the scenic beauty of the floating cloud continent from above. Naturally, this colossal aircraft carrier attracted the attention of both cultivators and ordinary people on the ground, who paused to gaze and speculate. "What in the world is that thing? I have no idea. It must be a flying artifact, but what? But such a massive artifact could only be wielded by a few major sects in the eastern region. Look quickly, there are words beneath that object. It seems to say, and the Republic sect? I've never heard of such a force in our eastern domain. Look, a few cultivators have ascended, and they appear to be from the Tianyuan Immortal sect. Meanwhile, deep within the Liaoning ship, A disciple of the Republic sect gently knocked on Chen Jinya's door. As the door slowly opened, the disciple respectfully announced, Elder Chen, several individuals claiming to be from the Tianyuan Immortal sect have boarded the ship and request an audience with the sect master. Tianyuan Immortal sect? Ah, I see, I shall go at once. With that, Chen Jinya stepped out of his room with a calm demeanor, making his way toward the deck. Soon, he arrived on the deck, where he naturally beheld 5 cultivators clad in white robes. Exuding an extraordinary aura, among them stood one with white brows and hair, possessing a remarkable presence, delicately holding a folding fan that shimmered with the words Holy Spring. At a glance, Chen Jinya recognized this individual and approached with a smile. Cupping his hands in greeting, friend Sun Shanquan, it has been many years since we last met, I trust you have been well. Upon hearing the voice, Sun Shanquan abruptly turned, and at the sight of Chen Jinya, his face turned as pale as paper, his voice trembling. Why, you are Chen Jinya, the sect master? I thought you had already passed away? You jest, my friend Sunday. If I had truly departed, how could we meet now? No. It cannot be. I attended Chen's funeral myself. He has indeed departed. Who are you? Why do you impersonate him? As he spoke, Sun Shanquan closed his fan, assuming an aggressive stance, and the 4 behind him did likewise. Seeing this, Chen Jinya smiled gently and continued, Brother Sun, it has been many years, your cautious nature remains unchanged. Just as Chen Jinya was about to say more, he noticed the 4 surrounding them and discreetly transmitted a message to Sun Shanquan. Do you still remember? The Miaoshuan pool at Xianyuan Palace, and the Radiant Fairy? Hearing this, Sun Shanquan's expression changed drastically, disbelief filling his eyes. Brother Chen, is it truly you? It turned out that Chen Jinya and Sun Shanquan were old acquaintances. They had once spied on the Radiant Fairy bathing by the Miaoshuan pool, a secret known only to the 2 of them, of course. However, Brother Sun, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Sun Shanquan and the 4 cultivators behind him finally relaxed their guard. Brother Jinya, we noticed this colossal object in the sky and were curious, hence we came to investigate. You must be the sect master of the Republic sect, correct? My dear brother, you are mistaken. I am not the sect master. Merely an external affairs elder. Chen Jinya clarified. Sun Shanquan's face revealed a puzzled expression. External affairs elder, since you are still alive, why did you hand over the Luohua sect to Nanjingqing? Although Sun Shanquan was somewhat familiar with the Luohua sect, he was unaware of its recent upheavals. After all, the dissemination of news requires time, and it had only been a little over a month since the Luohua sect was obliterated and replaced by the Republic sect. Observing Chen Jinya's troubled expression, Sun Shanquan continued to inquire curiously, since your disciple succeeded to the sect master position, the reputation of the Luohua sect has diminished. You founded the Luohua sect. How could you allow it to fall so low? Alas! That matter can wait for later. Allow me to introduce you to our sect master. With that, Chen Jinya led Sun Shanquan through the corridor on the deck towards Zhao Tiany's chamber. At that moment, the sounds of music echoed from Zhao Tiany's room, creating an unusually boisterous atmosphere. It turned out that Zhao Tiany had transformed his room into a KTV booth, the dim neon lights flickering and the music blasting loudly for 3 days and 3 nights. The revelry continued unabated. Immersed in the rhythm of the music, Zhao Tiany was singing and dancing. The only thing missing was a basketball. Lost in his own world, he was oblivious to anyone entering his room. Ah, sect master, sect master. Chen Jinya hurriedly approached, gently tapping Zhao Tiany's shoulder in an attempt to gain his attention. At that moment, Zhao Tiany snapped back to reality, promptly snapping his fingers, causing the room to revert to its original state. As the white lights gradually illuminated the room, Sun Shanquan clearly saw Zhao Tiany's face. He was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "What the heck?" Zhao Tiany turned his gaze towards the sound, his eyes meeting Sun Shanquan's, surprise flashing across his countenance, and he blurted out, "Oh my old North Nose?" The 2 exchanged glances, each displaying a rather peculiar expression. At this moment, Chen Jinya was utterly bewildered, promptly questioning, "Sect master, do you know Elder Sun from the Tianyuan Immortal sect?" Hearing this, Zhao Tiany finally regained his composure, looking at Sun Shanquan and saying, "Old North Nose, I thought that day I had kicked you to death. I never expected you to still be alive." Upon hearing this, Sun Shanquan seemed to recall something, his face contorting with anger as he shouted, You infuriate me." With that, he opened his fan, preparing to charge at Zhao Tiany. Naturally, Chen Jinya sensed the change in atmosphere and swiftly restrained him. "Brother Sun, why the hostility?"
Sun Shanquan glared at Chen Jinye.
Gritting his teeth, why, that day, I sought his extraordinary physique and wanted to take him as my adopted son to teach him immortal arts, but this brat kicked me thousands of miles away, causing my Dao heart to suffer damage, and I have yet to break through to the great ascension. Do not stop me. I must kill him to restore my Dao heart.
Upon hearing this, Chen Jinye couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the depth of the connection between the two. Elder Chen, do you know this old North Nose? Zhao Tianyi inquired. Sect Master, to be frank, this man is an old acquaintance of mine.
I hope you can forgive him, Chen Jinye pleaded. Sect Master, humph, he is no sect master, merely a foundation-building cultivator. Brother Jinye, how could you have joined his sect? I urge brother Sun to be cautious with your words. Our sect master's abilities are far beyond your imagination, Chen Jinye advised. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi turned to Chen Jinye and said, Elder Chen, given his demeanor, how can I forgive him? How about this? Let him take a few swings at me first to vent his anger.
What? Sect Master, that may not be appropriate.
Chen Jinye exclaimed as Zhao Tianyi waved his hand dismissively. Not a problem, not a problem. Seeing Zhao Tianyi's nonchalant attitude, Chen Jinye released his hold on Sun Shanquan, but Sun Shanquan hesitated. After pondering for a moment, he finally said to Usai, very well, for the sake of Brother Chen, I shall let you off this time. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinye's face brightened, and at that moment, Sun Shanquan spoke again. Brother Chen, where is your sect master? Do hurry and summon him. After all, he found it hard to believe that a foundation-building cultivator could be a sect master, let alone possess a flying treasure as astonishing as the Liaoning ship. Thus, he firmly believed that there must be a profoundly powerful true sect master behind the Republic sect. Brother Sun, our sect master is right here, is he not? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? This brat is merely a foundation-building cultivator. If he were your sect master, I would gladly bow and apologize. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi burst into laughter. Ha, Old North Nose, you are truly amusing, but what do you think the cultivation level of the sect master of the Republic sect is?
Humph.
At the very least, he must be at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, but he is definitely not a mere foundation-building child. Zhao Tianyi smiled slightly and replied, Tribulation Transcendence, you are mistaken, Old North Nose, watch closely.
Chapter 15, Dansha Mountain.
As Zhao Tianyi pronounced each word, his cultivation soared with each stride. With every breakthrough, a corresponding pressure emanated, intensifying gradually. This overwhelming force made Sun Shanquan's beard flutter wildly in the air, and his clothes became disheveled. At that moment, disbelief filled Sun Shanquan's eyes. He had never witnessed anyone break through so many realms in such a short time. In contrast, Chen Jinye remained remarkably composed, appearing to have grown accustomed to such displays. After all, Zhao Tianyi had previously revealed his extraordinary ability to Chen Jinye at Hongtao, and the donkey that he had chosen to disclose this partly due to their incessant curiosity, which had become rather bothersome, and partly out of trust in them. Yet, at this moment Zhao Tianyi did not cease his declarations, continuing with each word, Tribulation Transcendence, Great Ascension, Feather Transformation. With the final word, Zhao Tianyi had entered the ranks of feather transformation cultivators. The terrifying pressure rendered Sun Shanquan nearly breathless, ultimately causing him to collapse and lose consciousness. Observing Sun Shanquan faint, Zhao Tianyi scoffed disdainfully, and yet he still doubts. I am merely a foundation-building cultivator. Wake up, you Old North Nose. As his words resonated, Sun Shanquan indeed regained consciousness, but his gaze flickered, revealing a hint of fear towards Zhao Tianyi. The earlier scene evoked memories of that day when Zhao Tianyi had kicked him away and uttered those words, cultivating immortality?
What nonsense!
Laozi once said, when words are spoken, the law follows. Now let me take off, dear elder. Upon contemplating this, Sun Shanquan immediately knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he addressed Zhao Tianyi. Senior, I was foolish before and did not recognize your divine presence. Please forgive my ignorance. Enough, rise. I bear you no ill will. Zhao Tianyi replied. Observing this, Chen Jinye hastily stepped forward to assist Sun Shanquan to his feet, reproaching him lightly. Look at you, I had already informed you of our sect leader's prowess. How could you so casually presume to gauge it? Hurry and express your gratitude to the sect leader. Very well, it is fortunate you did not act recklessly, or you would surely have faced dire consequences. However, considering your prior acquaintance with Elder Chen, I shall not pursue the matter further. After a brief pause, Zhao Tianyi continued, nonetheless, this incident must remain confidential. It must not reach the ears of outsiders. Do you understand my meaning? Sun Shanquan quickly bowed again, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Thank you, senior. I shall keep today's events sealed tight. and not let slip a single word. Excellent, that is for the best, since our meeting today is fate. I shall bestow upon you an opportunity, restore your Tao heart and step into the realm of great ascendance. As Zhao Tiany's words fell, Sun Shengquan felt a surge of cosmic regulatory power flow into his being. His Tao heart was instantly restored, and a dazzling white light enveloped his body. Once the brilliance faded, he found himself stepping into the realm of great ascendance. Overwhelmed with excitement, Sun Shengquan bowed once more to Zhao Tiany. Expressing his profound gratitude, just as he was about to speak, Zhao Tiany interrupted him. Enough, no need for further words, you may leave now. I wish to rest for a while. Chen Jinya, witnessing this, led Sun Shengquan out of the room. After their departure, joyous music filled the air once more. Oh yeah, baby, you were simply too beautiful. Oh baby. 2 fleeting days passed like a flash, and the disciples of the Republic sect were aboard the Liaoning aircraft carrier. Nearing the majestic Danxia Mountain, however, at that moment, Danxia Mountain was bustling with activity, alive with throngs of people. Various factions and sects had delineated their territories, maintaining a delicate balance amongst themselves, refraining from interference. Notably, the territories of the Tsanyu Divine Sect, Taishu Dao Sect, and Taiyi Dao Sect were particularly prominent, occupying the very heart of Danxia Mountain. As the top 3 sects of the Eastern Domain, they held absolute authority. Their strength unmatched. Beneath these 3 sects lay the 4 doors and 3 families. The 4 doors comprised the Jiaying Sect, Changqing Sect, Tianqi Sect, and Tianyuan Xianmen, though less powerful than the top 3 sects. They still held significant standing in the Eastern Domain. The 3 families consisted of the Song, Lu, and Lu clans, which, backed by their rich lineage and heritage, also claimed a place in the Eastern Domain. As for other factions, they mostly belonged to the lower tier, either relying on the top 3 sects or under the 4 doors and 3 families umbrella. Amidst the intertwining of countless factions, there existed some lone cultivators. Akin to wandering knights, despite their individual weakness, their sheer numbers amassed an undeniable force. In pursuit of the treasures of the sitting place, these wandering cultivators formed an organization known as the Floating Cloud Alliance. Successfully claiming a substantial territory. At the center of the various factions' territories lay a vast open space, perpetually unclaimed. This was no coincidence but the result of negotiations among multiple factions. This open space had become the exclusive venue for discussions regarding the distribution of treasures from the sitting place. In the open area, there stood 11 chairs arranged around a round table, each chair adorned with a flag behind it. At this moment, on the Liaoning aircraft carrier, Chen Jinya approached Zhao Tiany, who was gazing into the distance from the deck. Sect leader. We are almost there. The mountains ahead are Danxia Mountain. Simultaneously, Sun Shengquan slightly bowed and respectfully stated, Senior Zhao, Danxia Mountain is within sight. I shall take my leave now. Acknowledging him with a nod, Zhao Tiany replied. Go ahead. Upon witnessing this, Sun Shengquan respectfully saluted Zhao Tiany once more before leading the 4 disciples of Tianyuan Xianmen off the Liaoning aircraft carrier. It turned out that Sun Shengquan and his companions had not departed immediately. They had accepted Chen Jinya's invitation to journey together to Danxia Mountain. After all, their destination was the same, and given that Chen Jinya and Sun Shengquan had not seen each other for years, they seized this opportunity to catch up. However, as they approached their destination, Sun Shengquan chose to disembark first to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Once Sun Shengquan and his companions had left, Zhao Tiany gently waved his sleeve. Instantly, the colossal silhouette of the Liaoning aircraft carrier appeared at the foot of Danxia Mountain, hovering above the territories of the various factions. The massive shadow of the aircraft carrier enveloped the sky, casting an even deeper sense of oppression and weight upon the already dim Danxia Mountain. The cultivators of the various factions were taken aback by this sudden spectacle, gazing upward in disbelief. Murmurs of astonishment surged like a tide, disrupting the previously serene atmosphere. What kind of monster is this? A flying artifact? I have never seen such an enormous flying artifact. The Republic sect? What kind of sect is this? Possessing such an astonishing treasure, it seems to be the new sect established after the annihilation of the Falling Flower sect. At this moment, the Liaoning aircraft carrier solemnly hovered above the various factions. Zhao Tiany stood at the bow, flanked by Hong Tao Ildesui and Chen Jini. As he observed the commotion below, Zhao Tiany murmured to himself, this visit was certainly worthwhile. The scene is truly spectacular. It has been ages since I witnessed anything quite like this. Just then, after surveying the surroundings, Hong Tao turned to Zhao Tiany and said, Young master, these territories have already been claimed by other factions. Should we not set up camp over there? Zhao Tiany followed Hong Tao's gaze and saw a rugged stony beach. He shook his head slightly, continuing to scan the area. Suddenly, his eyes fixated on a clear open space, and he pointed at it, saying, Why set up camp there? Look, there is an unoccupied space over yonder.
Chen Jinyet, realizing the implications, quickly interjected, sect leader, that is the designated area for discussions regarding treasure distribution among the factions. According to protocol, no faction is allowed to establish a presence there. El Desui scoffed dismissively at this. Not allowed? What a joke! The Republic sect can camp wherever we please. Who dares to object? Realizing the futility of his protest, Chen Jinya relented. He understood that this stubbornness mirrored Zhao Tiany's own sentiments, so therefore he turned to Zhao Tiany, respectfully stating, "Sect leader, the decision rests entirely with you." Zhao Tiany smiled and nodded. He bent down to gently lift the child Tianer, who had just run to his side, and then instructed Chen Jinya, "Very well. Elder Chen, you are to immediately issue orders for the disciples to assemble in that open space." Chapter 16, Tai Dao Sect. Measure and soon, the disciples of the Republic sect gathered in the open space in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, with a gentle wave from Zhao Tiany, the Liaoning aircraft carrier vanished from sight like a phantom. At the same time, within the territories of the various factions, disciples hurried to report the sudden appearance of the Republic sect to their respective superiors. The leaders of these factions were all formidable figures with exceptional perceptiveness. They had sensed the Liaoning aircraft carrier's presence as soon as it appeared on the horizon. However, they chose not to act hastily, for their knowledge of this newly established sect was scant. Only when a disciple reported that the Republic sect's disciples were gathering in the central open area did the leaders convene. Preparing to confront the Republic sect's hierarchy for an explanation. At this moment, a dozen figures strode purposefully towards the open space where the Republic sect's members were assembling. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiany was preoccupied with summoning barbecue grills, tents, and other items, while his disciples busily erected tents nearby. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from the edge of the open space. "Where is the spokesperson of the Republic sect?" Zhao Tiany turned to the source of the voice and saw 11 distinguished cultivators, each clad in varied attire, stepping into the open area. In an instant, he vanished from his previous location. Appearing before these individuals, he slightly cupped his fists and smiled, saying, "I am Zhao Tiany, the sect leader of the Republic sect. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. I hope for your understanding." Upon hearing Zhao Tiany's introduction, the 11 cultivators exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. After all, Zhao Tiany's youthful appearance made it difficult for them to reconcile his identity as a sect leader. At that moment, a middle-aged cultivator in a white robe was the first to speak. "Young man, you are quite young. What qualifications do you possess to be the sect leader? Quickly summon your superior." Hearing this, Zhao Tiany felt a flicker of annoyance but maintained his composure, replying with a smile, "Senior, you jest. I am indeed the sect leader of the Republic sect. If you have inquiries, you may address them directly to me. I am fully capable of making decisions." At that moment, a cultivator in a purple robe, with a perplexed expression, asked, "Young friend, are you truly the sect leader of the Republic sect?" In response, Zhao Tiany smiled slightly and unleashed the oppressive aura of his ascended feather realm, asserting his presence. As for why Zhao Tiany continues to maintain his prowess at the ascendancy stage rather than reverting to the foundational realm he once cultivated, it is because he understands that only by demonstrating formidable strength can he intimidate those lurking in the shadows with ulterior motives. After all, coming to Danxia Mountain is also about establishing a reputation, and a foundational realm cultivator serving as the leader of a sect is indeed somewhat unconvincing. Thus, he deliberately retains the cultivation level he reached at the ascendancy stage, using it as a form of deterrence. In this moment, the oppressive aura emanating from Zhao Tiany surged forth like a tumultuous tide, instantly enveloping everyone present. At this juncture, the crowd finally comprehended that Zhao Tiany's previous words were not mere rhetoric, and they could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Yet, this terrifying pressure that engulfed them dissipated after only a moment. Zhao Tiany then surveyed the crowd once more before speaking. "Might I inquire whether my cultivation at the ascendancy stage qualifies me for the position of sect leader?" As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward a white-robed cultivator who, at that moment, averted his eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. The entire venue was plunged into silence, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. After a considerable pause, it was the middle-aged cultivator in purple robes who finally broke the silence. He clasped his hands in salute and respectfully said, "Sect leader Zhao is truly young and accomplished. I am Dai Jin, an elder of the Taishu Dao sect. It is a fortunate occasion to meet sect leader Zhao today." Following Dai Jin's introduction, others began to introduce themselves in turn. "I am Bao Ho Yalus cultivator, and I have been honored by my fellow brothers to be elected as the leader of the Floating Cloud Alliance. I am Lu Jinyi, the head of the Lu family. I am Shi Zhangfeng,
An elder from the Tsanyu divine sect. Among the introductions, an elderly man clad in a light blue celestial robe captured Zhao Tiany's attention. The old man's countenance was grim, with the passage of time carving deep lines into his face. Each wrinkle exuding an air of cunning and treachery. His long, sharp eyebrows resembled swords poised to be drawn, while a barely perceptible smirk at the corner of his mouth radiated disdain and mockery. Sending chills down one's spine, the goatee on his chin added an extra layer of gloom and deceit. The peculiar patterns embroidered on his light blue robe shimmered with an eerie glow, hinting at a mysterious and perilous aura. When everyone had finished introducing themselves, only the blue-robed elder remained silent, fixated on Zhao Tiany. Zhao Tiany furrowed his brow slightly, yet maintained a semblance of a smile as he asked, "Might I inquire who this esteemed elder is? Why have you chosen to remain silent?" As soon as he uttered these words, the previously somewhat lively atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes turning to the blue-robed cultivator. At that moment, Shinjinya had inconspicuously arrived behind Zhao Tiany and whispered to him, "Sect leader, this person is the third elder of the Tiany Dao sect." Meijuren Zhao Tiany, taken aback for a second, then adopted an exaggerated tone, laced with a hint of mockery, and said, "Oh, so this esteemed individual is the third elder Meijuren of the Tiany Dao sect. I have long admired your reputation. Meeting you today, one can indeed see your remarkable bearing and dignified appearance." Hearing Zhao Tiany's words, the crowd could not help but feel puzzled, with some stifling laughter, fearing they might burst out. After all, Meijuren's appearance and demeanor hardly matched the grandiose description. Meijuren's expression stiffened, his mouth twitching, but he managed to suppress his displeasure, forcing a few awkward laughs. "Ah, sect leader Zhao overestimates me. I hardly deserve such praise." However, Zhao Tiany's smile faded in an instant, replaced by a visage of fury, as he bellowed, "Meijuren, did you think I was complimenting you? Kneel before me." At Zhao Tiany's furious command, Meijuren collapsed to the ground without any resistance, rendered motionless. The sudden turn of events left the crowd in shock, their gazes fixed on Zhao Tiany, yet Zhao Tiany remained unmoved, his ire firmly directed at Meijuren. At that moment, Meijuren, his face a mask of astonishment, looked up at Zhao Tiany and trembled as he asked, "Sect leader Zhao, what is the meaning of this?" Seeing this, Dai Jin, the elder of the Taishu Dao sect, could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Sect leader Zhao, what is this about? Let us speak civilly. Why resort to violence?" The head of the Lu family, Lu Junyi, echoed, Indeed, why such a commotion?" though many were urging moderation. They were unaware that Zhao Tiany had long been acquainted with Meijuren. It turned out that after Zhao Tiany successfully rescued the female cultivator from the cave, he learned that these individuals had been intended as furnace cauldrons to be offered to the Tiany Dao sect. To grasp the broader context, Zhao Tiany subsequently resurrected Nan Jingqing from her. He discovered that these female cultivators had been taken in by Meijuren, who was also the mastermind behind Nan Jingqing's usurpation of the Falling Blossom sect. Therefore, upon encountering Meijuren, Zhao Tiany formulated the intention to confront him and the Tiany Dao sect. At this moment, disregarding the others, Zhao Tiany fixed his gaze on Meijuren and inquired in a low voice, "Elder Mei, have you ever encountered any disciples from my Gongha sect?" Sect leader Zhao is jesting. "This is my first time hearing the name Gongha sect. How could I have met your disciples?" "Never met? Very well, allow me to ask you, have you ever heard of the Falling Blossom sect?" "The Falling Blossom sect? Naturally, I am aware of it. It is a sect of evil cultivators. I heard it was destroyed by your Gongha sect." "Is it not? Then, do you understand why I am seeking trouble with you?" Meijuren's complexion paled, and he stammered, I am not aware and not aware." "Fine, then let me ask you, do you know that the disciples of my Gongha sect were all once furnace cauldrons of the Falling Blossom sect?" The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into an uproar. At this juncture, Song Jian, the head of the Song family, could no longer contain himself and asked, "May I inquire, sect leader Zhao, what connection does Elder Mei have with the Falling Blossom sect?" Indeed, what is the connection?" The loose cultivator Baohou also inquired with curiosity. Zhao Tiany coldly smiled and looked at Meijuren, stating in a deep voice, "Then let Elder Mei explain to everyone himself." As Zhao Tiany's words fell, Meijuren began to speak uncontrollably. "The Falling Blossom sect is a puppet sect secretly supported by my sect, specifically established to gather talented furnace cauldrons for us. Additionally, there is the Moon Shadow sect. Although my sect appears to be a reputable orthodox faction on the surface, we are involved in all sorts of sordid dealings behind the scenes. At this moment, Zhao Tiany's gaze was calm as it slowly swept over the crowd, and he solemnly asked everyone, "Did you hear what Elder Mei just said?" However, in response to Zhao Tiany's inquiry, the crowd merely exchanged glances. ultimately choosing to remain silent. After all, what Majorin had just revealed was indeed shocking, and while everyone felt indignation, they were compelled to respond with silence, whether out of fear of the Tianyi Dao sect's power or for other reasons. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyi seemed to have anticipated their reaction. He then shifted his tone and asked with a smile, "So may I ask you all, why have you come to the territory of my Gongha sect?" At Zhao Tianyi's question, the crowd once again opted for silence. After all, they could hardly confess to Zhao Tianyi that they had come to demand an explanation for his occupation of their meeting space. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi found himself puzzled. While he understood their previous silence might stem from fear of the Tianyi Dao sect, their continued refusal to respond to his inquiry left him speechless. Just then, Zhao Tianyi noticed the earlier white-robed cultivator, Shi Zhangfeng, whose gaze had faltered, and he smiled at him. This cultivator, named Shi Zhangfeng, was the fifth elder of the Tsangyu divine sect. Though somewhat arrogant, he was generally regarded as upright. Zhao Tianyi, wearing a smile, looked at him and spoke in a very gentle tone, "Elder Shi, why don't you share your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Shi Zhangfeng's expression slightly tightened, but he steeled himself and said, "Sect leader Zhao, it is like this. We heard from our disciples that you have occupied the space for our discussions, so we came to inquire about the reason." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi mused to himself, "Oh. So that is the case, they are here to seek justice." While feeling displeased, he maintained a warm smile on his face as he looked at the crowd and began to explain, "Oh. I see, Elder Shi and esteemed colleagues, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. We did not occupy this space with any intention of provoking your section." He paused, his tone revealing a sense of composure. "In truth, there is simply no ground left to settle upon at the foot of Danxia Mountain, and we had no choice but to establish our camp in this area. Moreover, our intention in coming here was not to covet any secret treasures. We brought our disciples to Danxia Mountain merely to broaden their horizons and become acquainted with the various sections. Additionally, we have long heard that Danxia Mountain is picturesque, and we wish to take this opportunity to let our disciples appreciate the beauty of the landscape and expand their perspectives." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt an inner turmoil, secretly scoffing. "How pretentious, you came here not for the secret treasures. Pfft, this handsome young man is up to no good. With such a grand show, how could it merely be for leisure? Who would believe it? This young man is quite amusing." However, despite the myriad speculations swirling in the hearts of the crowd, they could only feign composure, nodding in agreement while forcing a semblance of enlightened smiles upon their faces. At this moment, the elder of the Taishu Dao sect, Dai Jin, smiled and addressed the assembly. "Since Master Zhao has been so forthright, let us not hesitate to yield this vacant space to the Gongha sect for their encampment." The others echoed his sentiments, expressing their approval. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi promptly replied, "I extend my gratitude to you all." And meanwhile, within the Lu household, the patriarch Lu Changqing cast a glance at the kneeling Majorin before turning to Zhao Tianyi, saying, "Master Zhao, how do you intend to deal with Elder Mei? After all, the Taishu Dao sect is one of the three great sects of the eastern region. This matter may not be easily resolved." Though Lu Changqing's words were outwardly polite, Zhao Tianyi could sense the subtle threat underlying them. Unfazed, Zhao Tianyi let out a cold chuckle and retorted, I had almost forgotten about this person. So what would you suggest be done with Elder Mei?" I am at a loss," he stammered. It's simple. Just kill him, isn't it?" Zhao Tianyi stated expressionlessly. At that moment, Nangongyu, the leader of the Jiaying sect, interjected, "Master Zhao, do not act impulsively. If Elder Mei were to perish, the Gongha sect would surely lose its foothold in the eastern region." Nangongyu's words carried a hint of menace as well. Hearing this, a cold smile crept onto Zhao Tianyi's lips as he cast a sharp gaze over the two before slowly replying, "I care not whether it is the Taishu Dao sect or the Tai or Tai San, those who claim the banner of a righteous sect yet fail to uphold justice, instead oppressing the virtuous, hold no value for existence. I do not concern myself with your intentions, but let me make it clear. The Taishu Dao sect shall be obliterated within a month, mark my words." After finishing, Zhao Tianyi glanced at Mei Zhiren and casually remarked, "Mei Zhiren, that name is quite fitting. However, soon enough, this individual shall no longer exist in this world." As Zhao Tianyi's words fell, Mei Zhiren's body rapidly disintegrated, turning to dust. The onlookers were left profoundly shaken by this spectacle, yet Zhao Tianyi's proclamation that the Taishu Dao sect would be destroyed within a month resonated like thunder in their hearts. They were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the source of Zhao Tianyi's audacity in uttering such bold claims. Nevertheless, they sensed an impending upheaval in the eastern region. At this juncture, Zhao Tianyi smiled at the crowd and extended an invitation. "Esteemed guests, if there are no other pressing matters, why not linger for a while? Shall we dine together shortly?" The assembly, however, politely declined, fully aware that their foremost priority was to report the events that had transpired here to their respective sections. Observing this, Zhao Tianyi did not press the matter, allowing them to depart one by one. Once they had left, under the meticulous preparations of Chen Jinye and Hong Tao, the disciples of the Gongha sect were organized efficiently. The night had fallen, marking the hour of twilight. Within the encampments of other factions, faint candlelight flickered in the wind. In contrast, the Gongha sect's camp was ablaze with light, akin to daylight. Do not be mistaken. This brilliance did not stem from traditional candle flames but rather from modern LED lights. At the center of the camp, a neon-lit stage stood out, flanked by towering speakers. The scene resembled that of a grand concert. However, in reality, it was merely a meticulously orchestrated team-building event by Zhao Tianyi. At this moment, Hong Tao, clad in a white dress, gracefully ascended the stage, microphone in hand, and passionately announced, "I hereby declare the inaugural team-building event of the Gongha sect officially commenced." As her words echoed, cheers erupted from the Gongha sect's camp like a tidal wave, reverberating far and wide, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. The commotion within the Gongha sect's encampment was so grand that it drew the attention of cultivators from other factions, who began to approach the Gongha sect's grounds to observe. What is this Gongha sect up to? Why all the commotion? Look, the Gongha sect is filled with female cultivators. What is that central platform for? Are you blind? All the representatives from the Gongha sect today are women. Clearly they are dancing. Meanwhile, on the stage, the disciples of the Gongha sect were gracefully performing. Hong Tao had already descended from the stage and was seated with Chen Jinye, savoring delectable barbecued delicacies while relishing the captivating performance. At this moment, Hong Tao noticed a serious expression on Chen Jinye's face and inquired, "Father, what troubles you? You seem somewhat displeased." Chen Jinye sighed, offering a wry smile before glancing at Zhao Tianyi, who was seated at a table with a donkey. He replied to Hong Tao, "It is merely due to the words spoken by the sect leader earlier today. He claimed that the Taishu Dao sect shall be obliterated within a month, which has left me feeling somewhat unsettled. Father, do you not believe in young Master Zhao's words? He is known for his decisive actions." Chen Jinye shook his head, responding, "It is not a matter of disbelief. It is merely that the Taishu Dao sect wields considerable power, with countless factions and followers of which we are entirely unaware. Even if the sect leader can act decisively, he cannot eliminate everyone associated with the Taishu Dao sect." Sighing once more, Chen Jinye continued, "Alas, the variables at play are too numerous. I am genuinely concerned." At these words, a shadow of worry crossed Hong Tao's face. Chapter 18, Undercurrents. At this moment, at another table, we observed Zhao Tianyi, who was incessantly drinking, and advised, "Brother, dear, you ought to drink less. While this flying sky matai is indeed exquisite, moderation is key." In contrast, Zhao Tianyi, clearly inebriated, chuckled, "Since I can act with authority, why not indulge a little? Well, do as you please. If you drink yourself to death, that is your own affair." However, noticing Dishui's hesitation, Zhao Tianyi playfully asked, "Why the hesitation? Speak freely. No need to hold back with me." I wish to inquire regarding your statement about annihilating the Taishu Dao sect being merely a matter of a single word. Why specify a month?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi burst into laughter. "Is that what you were concerned about? Just this matter." He then downed his drink in one gulp and quietly added, "The Taishu Dao sect I naturally regard with disdain, but who can guarantee that they are the only ones orchestrating this? There may be other factions involved. Brother, you intend to uproot those behind the scenes as well, correct? Indeed, a month should suffice for them to reveal themselves." As Zhao Tianyi's words resonated, a youthful voice unexpectedly came from behind him. "Brother Zhao, the sisters have performed their acts. Why haven't you joined in?" Turning to see that it was Tian'er, Zhao Tianyi's eyes filled with affection. He smiled and ruffled Tian'er's hair, asking, "Tian'er, what would you like me to perform? How about you sing a song? I remember you sang one the other day in the room. Oh, which song?" Zhao Tianyi inquired, somewhat puzzled. Tian'er struggled to recall. "You seemed to sing something like, 'Chick, you are truly beautiful.'" "Oh yeah, baby." Zhao Tianyi's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he quickly covered Tian'er's mouth, interrupting her, while inwardly lamenting, "Ai Kuan truly is terrifying. Even in the realm of cultivation, he is not absent." Meanwhile, in the central tent of the Lu household, Lu Changqing sat opposite Nangongyu, the leader of the Jiaying sect, both wearing grave expressions. Lu Changqing, gazing at Nangongyu, stated, "I have already informed the Taishu Dao sect of Mei Zhiren's demise. I shall see just how long the Gongha sect can remain arrogant. Indeed, however, we must prepare ourselves further. I perceive that Zhao Tianyi is no ordinary individual." Lu Changqing, upon hearing this, contemplated for a moment before proposing, "Nangong sect leader, perhaps you should send more people to Luohua city to investigate the Gongha sect's background. Very well, I shall arrange for it immediately. However, if this matter becomes known, we may not be able to conceal our dealings with the Taishu Dao sect for long.
At this moment, Lu Changqing's laughter interrupted Nan Gongyu's words. Ha, no matter, once this matter is resolved, the heavens of the eastern region shall surely change. In contrast, Nan Gongyu seemed to grasp Lu Changqing's intent. Responding with a smile, in that case, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Changqing nodded in acknowledgement, and as Nan Gongyu rose, he swiftly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, at the encampment of the scattered cultivators, in the residence of the Floating Cloud Alliance, a man and a woman were seated around a campfire, conversing with the alliance leader. Bao Ho, the male cultivator named Fong Lin, donned a gray and white robe. His visage resolute, and his physique well-proportioned, exuding an exceptional aura. The female cultivator, dressed in a fiery red robe, bore a white jade pendant inscribed with the character for spring at her waist. Her enchanting features and flowing black hair danced in the breeze. Her graceful figure, though not as breathtaking as Chun Hongtao, possessed a unique charm. The young woman was named Xia Qiudong, and she, along with Fong Lin and Bao Ho, were siblings of different surnames. At this moment, illuminated by the flickering flames of the campfire, Fong Lin wore a puzzled expression as he directed his gaze towards Bao Ho and inquired, "Elder brother, is what you said truly the case? Did Sect Master Zhao really execute Mei Zhiren of the Tai Dao sect in public and boldly declare his intent to annihilate the Tai Dao sect within a month? Indeed, it is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Bao Ho replied. "That Sect Master Zhao seems to embody the fearless spirit of a young calf, unafraid of tigers." Indeed, Fong Lin concurred. The Tai Dao sect has stood firm in the eastern region for hundreds of years, and never has anyone dared to challenge its authority. If he truly accomplishes this, it would indeed be the emergence of a youthful hero. However, Xia Qiudong, with a playful smile, interjected, "Oh dear elder brother, second brother, are you both already extolling his virtues? Though Mei Zhiren is dead, the Tai Dao sect still stands strong." Upon hearing her words, Bao Ho chuckled and looked at Xia Qiudong. "Qiudong, do you not trust the words of Sect Master Zhao? Of course, since the event has yet to transpire, I cannot place my faith in it lightly. After all, hearing is but a mirage, while seeing is believing. Then, since you are skeptical, how about we make a wager? The three of us siblings," Bao Ho proposed. "A wager on what?" Xia Qiudong asked curiously. "Let us wager on whether the Tai Dao sect will be destroyed within a month. Of course, there must be stakes. If he succeeds, we three shall join the Gongha sect. What say you?" Upon hearing Fong Lin's words, Xia Qiudong teased, "Elder brother, look at second brother. It seems he no longer intends to wander with us, but wishes to join a sect instead." Bao Ho laughed, his gaze shifting to Fong Lin, who gestured for silence before stating solemnly, "Elder brother, third sister, just tell me if you are willing to bet." Xia Qiudong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied with a grin, "I shall wager. However, second brother, if you lose, that wondrous spell of yours must be mine." "Agreed. What is one magical artifact?" Fong Lin responded without hesitation. At this, Xia Qiudong turned her gaze to Bao Ho, inquiring with curiosity, "Elder brother, what about you?" With a smile, Bao Ho gently shook his head. "I shall not partake. However, I can assure you that if Fong Lin indeed wins, I shall join you both in the Gongha sect." He paused, his gaze firm. "After all, as siblings, we should remain united, no matter where we go." The following morning, sunlight bathed the earth, enveloping all in a resplendent glow. The stage in the heart of the Gongha sect's encampment, having been filled with laughter and revelry throughout the night, had now quietly faded, as if the previous night's festivities had been but a dream. At this moment, the disciples were lost in sweet slumber, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Zhao Tianyi was also curled up in his bedding, emitting soft snores. Yet, at this very moment, an elder clad in black robes, accompanied by a group of blue-robed cultivators, appeared with an air of authority before the Gongha sect's residence. Although the elder was advanced in years, his eyes sparkled with a keen sharpness, as if he could perceive all things. Remarkably, his hair was divided into two distinct colors. One half was as white as snow, while the other half was as dark as ink, enhancing his fierce visage that resembled an indignant Vajra. Eliciting awe, this elder was none other than Shen Yuanjun, the sect master of the Tai Dao sect. In that moment, Shen Yuanjun's piercing gaze swept across the depths of the Gongha sect's encampment, and he solemnly proclaimed, "I beseech the sect master of the Gongha sect, Zhao Tianyi, to present himself." His voice was resonant and commanding, imbued with the weight of his profound cultivation, sending ripples through the air that shattered the tranquility of Danxia Mountain. This sudden announcement not only awakened the disciples of the Gongha sect but also captured the attention of cultivators from various other factions, who hurriedly approached to discern the situation. Soon, cultivators from various sects congregated.
And upon recognizing Shen Yuanjin as the speaker, they began to whisper among themselves. The situation seemed dire for the Gongha sect, as it appeared they could not evade the consequences of their actions. Indeed, it is said that yesterday, sect master Zhao Tianyi killed Mei Zhiren of the Taiyidao sect. The enmity between the two sects has now been firmly established. Looks like there will be quite a spectacle. The Taiyidao sect is renowned for its domineering nature and will surely not let the Gongha sect off easily. Simultaneously, Zhao Tianyi was stirred awake by the commotion, rubbing his bleary eyes and muttering, "Who the hell is making such noise this early? Can't a man get some sleep?" At that moment, Chen Jinya hurriedly lifted the tent flap and rushed in. "Sect master, the sect master of the Taiyidao sect has personally come to visit. It seems he seeks to hold you accountable for yesterday's events." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a hint of irreverent amusement. He sat up, lazily stretching before casually responding, "Oh, the sect master of the Taiyidao sect? Let us go and see." With that, he rose from his bed and exited the tent alongside Chen Jinya, making their way toward the encampment's entrance. Chapter 19, The Opening of the Sage's Resting Place. Before long, Chen Jinya and Zhao Tianyi stood before Shen Yuanjin. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi scrutinized Shen Yuanjin, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Before bluntly rebuking, "Old man, who the hell are you? Why are you shouting so early in the morning?" Despite the surge of anger within, Shen Yuanjin maintained his composure, responding in a deep voice, "I am Shen Yuanjin, the sect master of the Taiyidao sect. I don't care what you're called. I asked why you're making such a racket this early," Zhao Tianyi retorted, inserting his hands into his pockets and leaning back slightly. Exuding an air of arrogance, though Shen Yuanjin appeared calm, the tension in his tightly clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. After regaining his composure, he forced a smile and said, Sect Master Zhao, you are indeed accomplished at a young age. I have come today merely to inquire whether our elder Mei Zhiren is within your encampment." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi pondered. That fellow is already dead. What does he mean by this? Although perplexed, he maintained a facade of tranquility. Replying, "Mei Zhiren, oh, you mean him? He is indeed here, but he has turned to dust." Sect Master Shen Yuan, are you here to seek revenge? Zhao Tianyi deliberately emphasized his words, his gaze imbued with provocation. Shen Yuanjin's expression twitched momentarily, but he quickly regained his calm, responding with a smile, "Sect Master Zhao, you just thought we are not here to seek revenge. In fact, we have only recently learned of the unsavory deeds committed by Mei Zhiren. We have come to take him back for punishment according to our sect's regulations. However, since Mei Zhiren has already been slain by you, it is of no consequence. I must thank you for clearing our path." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi suddenly understood. Shen Yuanjin's words, while seemingly reasonable, were a way to shift the blame onto Mei Zhiren. It was as if he were saying that those misdeeds were carried out under the guise of the Taiyidao sect and bore no relation to them. Yet Zhao Tianyi was already aware of the Taiyidao sect's dubious reputation. However, he had no intention of exposing the ruse immediately, as he had previously stated he would annihilate the Taiyidao sect within a month. He intended to keep his word. Not a single day or hour could be spared, and he must wait until the month was up. Simultaneously, Zhao Tianyi harbored a lingering doubt, uncertain if other sects were involved. Therefore, he chose to grant Shen Yuanjin a temporary reprieve, nodding with a smile. I did not expect Sect Master Shen Yuan to be so magnanimous. I was rather quick to judge." In response, Shen Yuanjin waved his hand in a display of courtesy. "Sect Master Zhao, you flatter me. It is all a misunderstanding. We should communicate more in the future to avoid further misinterpretations." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi inwardly scoffed. "Old man, prepare yourself. We shall see what transpires in a month." While contemplating this, he also understood that he must not neglect his outward demeanor. He stepped forward, patting Shen Yuanjin on the shoulder with a smile. "Sect Master Shen Yuan, since we have cleared up our misunderstanding, shall we take this opportunity to enjoy a drink together?" Shen Yuanjin, with a somewhat forced smile, replied, "Sect Master Zhao, your hospitality is hard to refuse, but the restrictions surrounding the sage's resting place are about to be lifted. So let us postpone our drinking for another occasion." "Very well, let us meet again in the future. I shall personally visit the Taiyidao sect to pay my respects to Sect Master Shen Yuan." "Thank you, Sect Master Zhao, for your consideration. I shall take my leave now." With that, Shen Yuanjin slightly bowed and turned to depart, leaving the gathered onlookers in stunned silence, whispering among themselves, "What just happened? The one who killed a member of the Taiyidao sect can leave unscathed." Indeed, it seems the eastern region is in for a change. Do you think there is some hidden scheme at play here? At this moment, the onlookers from the Floating Cloud Alliance, Bao Fong Lin and Xia Qiudong, began to quietly discuss the situation. Xia Qiudong turned to Fong Lin, her voice laced with mischief. Second brother, it seems you have lost. It looks like the Taiyidao sect will not be destroyed within a month." Aren't you going to hand over your wondrous bell to me? Fong Lin, upon hearing this, although his countenance was somewhat awkward, made a concerted effort to maintain his composure and replied, "Third sister, the wager from last night is to be settled a month from now. The time has yet to arrive, why the rush?" At this moment, Bao Ho interjected, addressing the two of them. "Indeed, third sister, second brother speaks truth. The time has not yet come, and there may be unforeseen circumstances. Let us wait and see. If a month hence, second brother loses and refuses to hand over the Wanshang bell, I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqiudong smiled at Fong Lin and said, "Very well, since eldest brother has spoken, second brother, let us revisit this matter in a month." Ha! On the contrary, Fong Lin had little to add, merely nodding awkwardly, though his thoughts remained inscrutable to those around him. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanzhen had returned to the base of Danxia Mountain, within the dwelling of the Taidao sect. At this moment, within the tent where he resided, two figures suddenly appeared before him. Making their way to his side, these two were none other than Lu Changqing, the head of the Lu family, and Nan Gongyu, the leader of the Jiaying sect. Xian Yuanzhen sat before a table. His gaze deep and tranquil. Observing this, Lu Changqing and Nan Gongyu both bowed respectfully, expressing their reverence for this esteemed figure of the Taidao sect. Xian Yuanzhen merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Lu Changqing furrowed his brow, looking at Xian Yuanzhen with confusion, as numerous questions swirled in his mind. Thus he inquired, "Sect Master, why have you chosen to spare that young man today?" "For some inexplicable reason. I felt an unsettling apprehension when I faced him." Nan Gongyu, too, exhibited a puzzled expression, asking Xian Yuan, "Sect Master, what is the reason for this? Just yesterday, Changqing informed me that he and I are both at the ascension stage. However, upon encountering him just now, I sensed no fluctuations in his cultivation." At these words, both Lu Changqing and Nan Gongyu were taken aback, with Lu Changqing expressing astonishment. "Could it be that his cultivation surpasses yours?" It seems quite likely, as I could not fathom it." Xian Yuanzhen replied. "By the way, how did Mei Zhiren meet his demise? Was it at his own hands?" Xian Yuanzhen glanced at Lu Changqing, seeking a definitive answer. "No, he merely uttered a single phrase, and Mei Zhiren's physical form began to disintegrate into dust. The Zhao fellow did not lay a finger on him." Xian Yuanzhen nodded gently, a flicker of profound insight illuminating his eyes, and slowly said, "Indeed peculiar. For the time being, we shall avoid confrontation with him. After successfully obtaining the opportunities of Danxia Mountain, we can address matters with him gradually. You may withdraw now." Upon receiving Xian Yuanzhen's directive, Lu Changqing and Nan Gongyu respectfully clasped their hands in salute before vanishing from the tent. After the passage of 2 to 3 hours, midday arrived. Atop Danxia Mountain, practitioners from various factions gathered, their expressions charged with excitement as they gazed upon the golden ring enveloping the mountain. The ring, once radiant just days prior, had now dulled in luster. This ring served as the protective barrier of the resting place of the ancient sage, and its dimming was a portent of the impending dissolution of the barrier. This heralded the opening of the sage's resting place, signifying the imminent emergence of hidden treasures. However, given the perilous nature of this ancient site, no single faction could hope to seize its treasures alone. Thus, various factions united, planning to collaborate in their pursuit of the treasures within. According to prior agreements among the factions, they would fairly distribute the treasures found on the mountain based on their respective contributions. Consequently, although anxiety simmered within the hearts of those atop the mountain, they maintained a facade of camaraderie, eagerly awaiting the barrier's dissolution. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain in the stronghold of the Gongha sect, Chen Jinya's mood was starkly different. He was consumed by urgency. He paced back and forth outside Zhao Tiany's tent, his face etched with worry and unease. Ultimately, he gathered his courage, resolved to confront Zhao Tiany, and strode into the tent. Upon entering, he hastily asked Zhao Tiany, "Sect Master, are you truly going to forsake the treasures atop the mountain?" At that moment, Zhao Tiany sat within his tent, observing the anxious Chen Jinya with a smile, reassuring him, "Elder Chen, do not be so agitated. Patience is a virtue, haste will not yield favorable results." "Sect Master, the barrier on Danxia Mountain is on the verge of collapse, and the treasures are about to reveal themselves. How can I not be anxious when you remain inactive?" In response, Zhao Tiany gently waved his hand, his smile replaced by a serious demeanor, and said, "Those treasures belong to us. No one else can lay claim to them. Make arrangements to ensure all sect disciples remain within the stronghold. All must proceed as usual. I will step out for a moment, and should anyone inquire about my whereabouts, inform them I am in seclusion." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Chen Jinya's eyes as he eagerly inquired, "Sect Master, are you finally ready to take action?" "Indeed, I shall personally undertake this matter. You and the donkey must guard the home front and take care of the disciples. I will return shortly."
With that, he summoned his ability of utterance to manifest an AK-47 in his palm, handing it to Chinjinya, saying, "This firearm can dispatch those at the ascension stage. Keep it safe for emergencies." Chinjinya accepted the rifle with both hands, solemnly replying, "Rest assured, Sect Master, I will safeguard it diligently." Witnessing this, Zhao Tianyi smiled and nodded, then with a flash, his figure vanished from the tent, leaving no trace behind. However, Chinjinya was left in a state of bewilderment. He understood that Zhao Tianyi possessed the extraordinary ability of utterance, which should enable him to effortlessly acquire all the treasures within the resting place. Yet, it struck him as odd that Zhao Tianyi chose not to employ this power, leaving him perplexed. What Chinjinya did not realize was that upon his arrival at Danxia Mountain, Zhao Tianyi had indeed attempted to summon the treasures within the resting place using his ability of utterance. Strangely, this time, the power proved ineffective. Notably, the last time his ability failed was when Zhao Tianyi attempted to return to Huaxia, prompting him to suspect that the system might have a bug after all. The system had assured him that it could handle everything except for his return to Huaxia. Upon further inquiry with the system, Zhao Tianyi came to a startling realization: the resting place of the ancient sage had formed an independent space, entirely severed from the floating cloud continent, and its laws of heaven and earth were inherently different from those of the floating cloud continent. Under such circumstances, only by Zhao Tianyi entering that realm could the system alter the laws therein, allowing his ability of utterance to function properly. Consequently, Zhao Tianyi resolved to enter that mysterious space. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi had quietly arrived at the summit of Danxia Mountain, yet the practitioners of various factions remained oblivious to his presence. Indeed, Zhao Tianyi had utilized his ability of utterance to transform himself into a completely transparent existence, rendering his form entirely concealed, with not a single breath or fluctuation escaping him. As soon as Zhao Tianyi reached the mountaintop, a chilling voice from the system echoed in his mind: "Host, do you confirm your intent to enter that realm? Please be advised that entering this realm may result in system failure. Exercise caution." In response, Zhao Tianyi did not hesitate, mentally replying, "Enough with the preamble, send me in, and once I arrive reinforce the barrier to prevent anyone from entering." As his words fell, the golden barrier enveloping the summit of Danxia Mountain quivered slightly. Subsequently, Zhao Tianyi found himself inexplicably drawn toward the golden ring in the sky. Within the center of the ring, a fissure quietly emerged, deep and dark, seemingly leading to an unknown abyss. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Tianyi felt a tightening in his chest, yet his body was beyond his control, compelled by an unseen force to fly directly toward the depths of the fissure. As he crossed the threshold, the surrounding scenery rapidly faded, giving way to an expanse of darkness. Soon after, Zhao Tianyi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he lost consciousness, collapsing into oblivion. Naturally, this scene went unnoticed by the multitude of practitioners atop the mountain. Just then, the golden ring in the sky suddenly flared with brilliant light, and mysterious inscriptions began to manifest upon its surface. The changes in this barrier drew the attention of the assembled practitioners, sparking a flurry of speculation. What is happening? Why has the barrier strengthened? Indeed, just moments ago, it was on the verge of dissipating. It seems we must continue to wait. At this juncture, one practitioner proposed, "Why not we join forces to attack and break this barrier?" Upon hearing this suggestion, the other practitioners regarded the speaker with incredulous expressions. "Are you foolish? Do you comprehend the level of power possessed by the ancient sages? Such a reckless display of energy would likely result in severe injury. If not death, ignore him. Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps this is merely a resurgence of the barrier's strength." Unbeknownst to them, after an indeterminate period, Zhao Tianyi finally regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he found himself rendered speechless by the breathtaking sight before him. A majestic palace came into view, its red walls and yellow tiles resplendent and glorious, with every detail exuding the weight and solemnity of history. As if recounting the vicissitudes of millennia, pavilions and towers were arranged with grace, resembling a flowing scroll of art, unfurling before his gaze. The mist swirling around the architecture created an ethereal, dreamlike atmosphere, adding an air of mystery to the complex. Zhao Tianyi, after surveying his surroundings, attempted to summon the system in his mind, but was met only with an unsettling silence. This deepened his unease, prompting him to mutter, "This damned system, could it truly be malfunctioning?" However, amidst his growing anxiety, a sudden thought struck Zhao Tianyi. He immediately unleashed a pressure characteristic of the feather transformation realm, and upon feeling the surging power within him, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, his cultivation remained intact, granting him at least a modicum of self-defense. Yet, at that very moment of lowered vigilance, a cold and authoritative voice resonated from behind him. "Who are you?
What brings you to this place? The voice thundered like a storm, sending a shiver down Zhao Tiany's spine, and he inwardly cursed, "What I fear has come to pass." Turning around, he beheld a woman who had inexplicably appeared behind him. However, upon glimpsing her features, he was momentarily entranced. Clad in a flowing black celestial gown that danced with the wind, she exuded a vitality as if infused with life itself, cinched at the waist with a striking red ribbon. The contrast between the ribbon and the dark gown added an air of enigma to her presence. Her fiery red hair, reminiscent of blazing flames, was elegantly styled into an intricate bun, adorned with a phoenix hairpin that further accentuated her regal elegance. Her skin, smooth and flawless like mutton fat jade, seemed to reflect light, while her brows arched like a crescent moon, devoid of any artifice, exuding a subtle tenderness. Her eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, deep and captivating. At that moment, as the woman regarded the entranced Zhao Tiany, her brows knitted in disapproval, her tone icy. "Who exactly are you? If you do not speak, do not blame me for taking action." Hearing this, Zhao Tiany snapped back to reality. He spread his hands in a gesture of peace, expressing his lack of malevolence, and sincerely replied, "Miss, do not be hasty. I mean no harm, and I am equally perplexed as to how I arrived here. May I inquire, where exactly is this place?" Upon hearing Zhao Tiany's response, the woman, though puzzled, replied, "This is the secret realm of my Dan sect, and I am Duan Mengchen, the eldest disciple of the Dan sect. This place is generally inaccessible to ordinary individuals. How did you manage to enter?" Zhao Tiany, taken aback by the mention of the Dan sect's secret realm, mused internally. "The secret realm of the Dan sect? Is it not the place where the sages once transcended?" He then queried, "Miss Duan, to my knowledge, the Dan sect mysteriously vanished a century ago. Is this not the site of the sages' transcendence?" However, Duan Mengchen's expression darkened upon hearing his words, and a finely crafted purple copper alchemical furnace materialized in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, a formidable flame erupted from the furnace, which she then directed towards Zhao Tiany. "What do you know of the sages' transcendence? How dare you slander my Dan sect? We are a grand sect. How could we simply vanish without a trace?" As she spoke, the flame advanced ominously towards Zhao Tiany. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Zhao Tiany's heart raced, and he swiftly evaded the fiery onslaught. "Miss Duan, it's a misunderstanding. I swear every word I spoke is the truth. Not a single lie." "Ouch, that hurts, Miss Duan. I swear I am not deceiving you. The Dan sect truly disappeared a century ago," he exclaimed, clutching his singed backside as he stumbled away in disarray. Yet, Duan Mengchen remained unyielding, continuing to manipulate the flames from the furnace with ruthless intent. In that moment, Zhao Tiany felt utterly helpless, his once pristine black suit now tattered and torn, rendering him a comical figure. Since arriving in this world known as Floating Cloud Continent, he had never faced such a perilous situation of being pursued. Previously, he wielded the power of command over life and death with ease, but now the system's malfunction had cast him into a dire predicament. Without the protection of his former abilities, he found himself utterly powerless in this realm. In the midst of dodging the flames, he silently vowed, "If I survive today, I shall diligently cultivate from this point forward." Just as despair began to settle in, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Zhao Tiany, and an audacious plan emerged in his mind. He abruptly halted, pivoted, and fixed his gaze intently on Duan Mengchen. Seeing him stop, she furrowed her brow in confusion and queried, "Why have you ceased your flight? Do you now realize escape is futile?" As she prepared to launch another assault, Zhao Tiany shouted, "Wait a moment." Duan Mengchen paused her actions, curiosity piqued about what trick he intended to employ next. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Tiany took a deep breath and unleashed a formidable aura characteristic of the feather transformation realm, which swiftly enveloped Duan Mengchen. Under the weight of this newfound pressure, Duan Mengchen trembled, her carefully arranged hair coming undone, the phoenix hairpin clattering to the ground, her brow furrowed in disbelief, evidently taken aback by Zhao Tiany's display of power. Zhao Tiany's strategy had been to intimidate her with his formidable presence. Though he lacked any magical prowess, his cultivation in the feather transformation realm was very much real. From his observations, he surmised that Duan Mengchen's cultivation was likely not very high, perhaps only at the crossing tribulation stage. Thus, he resolved to leverage his sole advantage in cultivation to intimidate her, hoping to carve out a chance for survival. Seeing Duan Mengchen rendered immobile, Zhao Tiany adopted a facade of inscrutability and spoke slowly, "Miss, I had intended to explain everything from the perspective of an ordinary person, but alas, you were unwilling to listen and instead sought to harm me, which I cannot tolerate." He sighed and continued, "Since it has come to this, I shall be forthright. I am a practitioner of the feather transformation realm. Do you dare to challenge me?" Duan Mengchen remained silent, yet a wave of intense fear surged within her. causing her to tremble slightly. Observing her reaction, Zhao Tianyi reined in his aura. After all, his primary goal was to ensure his own safety. However, seeing her in a state of fear, he felt a twinge of compassion and gently reassured her, "Miss Duan, please rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. May I inquire how long you have been in this place of the sage's transcendence?" Though still on high alert, Duan Mengchen appeared somewhat less tense after Zhao Tianyi withdrew his pressure. After taking a moment to steady her breathing, she responded, "Senior, this is not the site of any sage's transcendence, but rather the secret realm of my dance sect. I have been here for over 100 years. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi's brow furrowed deeply, his mind racing. Finally, I have managed to intimidate her, but what does it mean to have stayed here for over 100 years? Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed on, "Miss Duan, why have you not left? Could you enlighten me on the circumstances?" Nodding in response to his inquiry, Duan Mengchen began to elucidate the matter, and through her explanation, Zhao Tianyi gradually gleaned the larger picture. It turned out that this place was known as the Alchemical Realm, a secret domain of the Dan sect, not the site of the sage's transcendence as rumored in the outside world. However, within the alchemical realm, an abundance of rare materials and treasures indeed existed. The origins of this realm traced back 500 years. 5 centuries prior, the first leader and founder of the Dan sect, Zhuo Shangyun, renowned for his unparalleled alchemical skills, flourished in the eastern region, earning the title of alchemical saint. The alchemical realm was a world he had painstakingly created with his life's work and divine abilities. Due to the abundance of spiritual energy within the realm, Zhuo Shangyun cultivated a vast array of spiritual herbs and elixirs here. Furthermore, before his passing, he bequeathed all his insights and experiences in alchemy to the alchemical realm. However, the treasures left by Zhuo Shangyun were not easily attainable. To hone the will and capabilities of his disciples, he established numerous trials within the alchemical realm. It was his hope that those who could pass these trials would absorb the essence of his teachings and inherit his legacy, thereby transforming the alchemical realm into the Dan sect's secret domain. Yet, the alchemical realm was not perpetually accessible. It opened only once every 50 years. During this time, the Dan sect would conduct rigorous selections to choose the 10 most outstanding disciples, granting them the opportunity to enter the alchemical realm. However, an unwritten rule dictated that regardless of whether the disciples succeeded in the trials, they must spend 10 years within the alchemical realm. Only upon the completion of this decade would the realm reopen, allowing the disciples to exit. Duan Mengchen was one of the standout disciples from the Dan sect's great competition a century ago. However, upon entering the alchemical realm, none of the other 9 disciples meant to accompany her had followed her in. Initially, she thought nothing of it, assuming some unforeseen circumstance had delayed them, yet she waited for a full decade. According to reason, the Dan realm should have opened automatically upon the completion of the 10-year period, yet, curiously, it seemed as if the Dan realm lay in slumber, showing no signs of activity. Thus, Duan Mengchen found herself ensnared within the confines of the Dan realm, enduring a prolonged solitude that spanned a staggering 131 years. In this moment, after listening to Duan Mengchen's account, Zhao Tianyi began to entertain a conjecture within his heart. "I understand, Senior. What have you come to understand?" Duan Mengchen inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Regarding the disappearance of the Dan sect, the most prevalent theory circulating in the outside world posited that it succumbed to the combined assaults of several formidable forces. As Zhao Tianyi spoke, he meticulously observed Duan Mengchen's reactions. "I sense there may be truth to this. Moreover, it pertains to the events that transpired after your entry into the Dan realm. As for the finer details, I am unaware." Upon hearing this, Duan Mengchen's expression grew increasingly somber, not out of anger, but rather a profound sorrow. After all of being trapped here for over a century, how could one feel at ease upon hearing news of the destruction of the sect they held dear? At that moment, however, Zhao Tianyi regarded her with growing concern. He gently reassured her, "If you feel like crying, then cry. Given the circumstances, it has already been over 100 years. What else is there that cannot be borne?" Upon hearing his words, Duan Mengchen lifted her gaze to Zhao Tianyi, and soon tears surged forth like a dam bursting as she wept unrestrainedly. Witnessing Duan Mengchen's outpouring of emotion, Zhao Tianyi finally exhaled in relief. Contemplating, "Let it out. It's for the best." After all, Duan Mengchen had spent over a century alone in this place. Who could fathom how she had endured? That she was now able to express herself confirmed that her mental state was relatively stable, prompting Zhao Tianyi's sigh of relief. Had she not cried but instead laughed, it would have been Zhao Tianyi's turn to weep. Just then, a cold voice echoed in Zhao Tianyi's mind, the system finally resonating within his heart. providing him with a sense of reassurance. System reload complete. The rules of heaven and earth have been successfully altered, and the words become law. Function has been successfully loaded. Hearing this voice, Zhao Tianyi could not help but feel a wave of relief wash over him. Silently expressing gratitude. Damn it, you have finally recovered the system. How could I possibly survive without you? Chapter 22, Remnants of the Dan Saint. After several hours of comforting Duan Mengchen, her spirits began to lift somewhat. At this moment, she stood behind Zhao Tianyi, scrutinizing this unexpectedly profound junior who had appeared in the Dan realm. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi's attire had been rejuvenated by his words become law ability. Moments later, he cleared his throat to break the silence and turned to Duan Mengchen. Asking, by the way, Miss Duan, are there any other treasures within this Dan realm? Upon hearing this, Duan Mengchen shyly replied, well, senior, I have mostly used the spiritual herbs and elixirs within the Dan realm to enhance my cultivation. So there is hardly anything left. Although Zhao Tianyi felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this, he quickly reconciled his thoughts, after all, having lived alone in the Dan realm for over a century. What else could she have done besides cultivate? It was fortunate that she had not lost her sanity. With a sigh, he displayed a hint of melancholy on his face and said, oh, I see. Then let's leave it at that. Noticing Zhao Tianyi's somber demeanor, Duan Mengchen quickly added, senior, while the heavenly materials and earthly treasures are gone, the inheritance of the Dan Saint still remains. But what? Zhao Tianyi inquired. Perplexed, however, obtaining the inheritance of the Dan Saint requires overcoming numerous challenges, which is exceedingly difficult. It has taken me a century to pass only 20. As she spoke, she pointed toward the majestic palace ahead. And Zhao Tianyi followed her gaze. There stood the very palace he had glimpsed upon entering. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he promptly inquired of the system, System, can I attempt to conquer these challenges? You are not useless, are you, host? Rest assured, the rules of this realm have been altered by me. You may act as you wish and do as you please. Upon hearing the system's assurance, a confident smile crept onto Zhao Tianyi's face as he turned to Duan Mengchen. His gaze resolute. Miss Duan, let us go. I shall lead you to obtain the inheritance of the Dan Saint. Duan Mengchen was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of doubt and uncertainty crossing her eyes. Senior, you are not jesting, are you? These challenges are exceedingly difficult. Her words betrayed a hint of hesitation. After all, she had spent a century overcoming only 20 challenges, while Zhao Tianyi appeared so at ease. Understanding her concerns, Zhao Tianyi took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. The Dan sect has already perished, and as the foremost disciple, you bear the weighty responsibility of its legacy. Surely you cannot allow the inheritance of the Dan sect to be severed. After a moment of hesitation, Duan Mengchen stammered, Senior, it's just. Noticing her reluctance, Zhao Tianyi chuckled softly and interrupted, stepping forward to gently grasp her wrist. Do not hesitate. Trust me and follow my lead. With that, he whisked Duan Mengchen away, and they instantly vanished from their location, reappearing within the first palace. Inside, the palace radiated a gentle glow, as if harboring boundless mysteries. Without delay, Zhao Tianyi waved his hand casually, and the inheritance of the Dan Saint began to surge into their minds. However, this state lasted only a minute before the transmission concluded. After all, there were 100 palaces here, and thus it could not contain the complete inheritance of the Dan Saint. Once the transmission from the first palace ended, astonishment etched itself onto Duan Mengchen's face. Just as she was about to inquire of Zhao Tianyi, she found herself and him already within the second palace. Again Zhao Tianyi waved his hand, and the inheritance of the Dan Saint flowed into their minds. The subsequent palaces followed a similar pattern. Upon completing the transmission, they swiftly traversed to the next palace under Zhao Tianyi's guidance. Time flew by, and in less than 2 hours, they had acquired the inheritance from 99 palaces. Now, as they arrived at the final palace, they discovered it was markedly different from the others, being the last. Zhao Tianyi did not hasten to wave his hand to obtain the inheritance within, but rather took the time to examine this uniquely distinct palace. In the center of the palace stood a colossal alchemical furnace. Its surface adorned with enigmatic runes, surrounded by an array of precious herbs and elixirs. Approximately 10 meters behind the grand furnace sat an ancient table, upon which rested 3 exquisitely crafted small alchemical furnaces. The first furnace was entirely white as jade, intricately engraved with cloud patterns. The second furnace exhibited a deep earthy hue, its surface delicately etched with landscapes of mountains and rivers. The third furnace was particularly remarkable. Transparent as crystal, its interior appearing pure and flawless, with an infant's image etched upon its surface. Upon seeing the furnaces on the table, Duan Mengchen rushed forward with palpable excitement and exclaimed, "This is the Sanha furnace." Intrigued, Zhao Tianyi approached, his brow furrowing as he queried, "Sanha furnace? What sort of treasure is that? Duan Mengchen gazed at the three ancient furnaces and began to explain. These three furnaces are known as the Tianhe furnace, Diha furnace, and Renhe furnace. Each can refine different elixirs. When united, they are referred to as the Sanhe furnace. This is not merely a furnace for alchemy, it is said to also serve as a weapon for vanquishing foes. Zhao Tianyi, somewhat bewildered, wore a confused expression as he tentatively asked, "It sounds quite impressive. Is this furnace particularly valuable?" Duan Mengchen nodded, her demeanor turning serious. "Indeed, it is immensely valuable. This is the life furnace of the Dan Saint." Moreover, she hesitated, as if recalling some significant past event. Noticing her reluctance to continue, Zhao Tianyi urged, "What is it? You cannot leave half your statement hanging. It is quite vexing." Taking a deep breath, Duan Mengchen looked at Zhao Tianyi. Her eyes filled with resolve. "I suspect that the sudden disappearance of my Dan sect is linked to this Sanhe furnace. I remember that prior to the grand competition of the sect, 3 foreign cultivators came to Danxia Mountain specifically seeking this Sanhe furnace. However, at that time, no one within the Dan sect knew its whereabouts, leading to an unpleasant parting with those 3 cultivators. As for what transpired afterward, I am unaware. As she spoke, she cast another glance at the 3 furnaces and continued. "I never expected the Dan Saint to have left the Sanhe furnace here. Who can say? For now, let us not dwell on that. Please collect these 3 furnaces," Zhao Tianyi said nonchalantly, turning his gaze toward Duan Mengchen. She raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Zhao Tianyi's decision, and softly asked, "Senior, are you not interested in the furnaces?" Zhao Tianyi shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Me, I have little interest in alchemy." "You may take them." After all, Zhao Tianyi had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of cultivation, let alone alchemy. Furthermore, as long as he knew the properties and names of the elixirs, acquiring the needed ones was merely a matter of words. Thus, the furnaces held no allure for him. Upon hearing these words, Duan Mengchen slightly nodded, unhesitatingly stowing the 3 alchemical furnaces into her storage bag. At that very moment, a vague silhouette suddenly materialized beside the table. This figure was exceedingly indistinct, yet it was evident that it was an elderly man with a long beard. As this hazy apparition abruptly appeared, Zhao Tianyi was startled, stumbling back as he instinctively grasped Duan Mengchen's arm. His eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, "What the hell is that? You nearly scared me to death." However, as the ethereal figure gradually stabilized, a calm voice resonated, "Fear not, esteemed one. I am Zhuo Shengyun." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi's fear began to subside, and he pondered, "Zhuo Shengyun, that name seems familiar." Meanwhile, Duan Mengchen's eyes glimmered with a hint of reverence upon hearing the name. She quickly knelt, her hands clasped together, and respectfully declared, "I am Duan Mengchen, a disciple of the Dan sect, here to pay my respects to the esteemed Dan sage." Her voice was imbued with profound respect for this ancestral figure. The apparition then spoke gently, "Rise. In truth, I am not the true Dan sage, but merely a remnant of his essence." Chapter 23, The Resurrection of the Dan sage. After speaking, the shadow of the Dan sage turned its gaze towards Zhao Tianyi, inquiring with a measure of respect, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed one?" Zhao Tianyi was momentarily taken aback, then replied with confusion, "I am Zhao Tianyi, but why do you refer to me as esteemed one?" After all, Zhao Tianyi was well aware that Zhuo Shengyun was the renowned Dan sage of the Eastern Domain from 5 centuries ago. The fact that he was being addressed as esteemed one left him perplexed. The Dan sage's apparition chuckled softly, a hint of humility gracing his features as he replied, "Zhao, esteemed one, you are too modest. The fact that you and this young lady were able to obtain all the legacies here within an hour speaks volumes of your profound cultivation, worthy of my admiration." Upon hearing the apparition's explanation, Zhao Tianyi stroked his chin, seemingly struck by a thought, and subsequently asked, "So, you knew of my presence as soon as I entered this place? Then why did you not reveal yourself during this young lady's prolonged stay of over a century?" The apparition sighed lightly, a flicker of helplessness in its eyes. "Alas, to be frank, I could only manifest once someone acquired the 3 harmonies furnace. This is a rule set by the Dan sage that I cannot alter." As he spoke, the apparition turned its gaze towards Duan Mengchen, eyes filled with nostalgia, continuing, "Logically, I should have sent this young lady away after she entered the Dan realm for 10 years. However, it seems that the Dan realm has been sealed off from the outside world, a barrier I cannot break, resulting in her lingering here for over a century." After finishing his words, the apparition regarded Duan Mengchen with profound meaning and continued, "However, since this young lady has acquired the Dan sage's legacy and obtained the 3 harmonies furnace, I shall impart the final legacy to her." With that, the Dan sage's apparition extended a translucent finger towards Duan Mengchen, solemnly declaring, "Today, I, standing in for the Dan sage, shall bestow upon you the Dan sage's ultimate technique, The 100 battles furnace method. Do you accept? Upon hearing this, Duan Mengchen first glanced at the apparition, then turned her gaze towards Zhao Tianyi. Noticing her look, Zhao Tianyi smiled and said, Duan girl, why are you looking at me? This is your Dan sect's legacy, do not hesitate to accept it. At his words, Duan Mengchen immediately bowed respectfully to the apparition, proclaiming, Thank you, esteemed one, for granting this legacy. I am willing to accept. Upon hearing this, the apparition's fingertip emanated streams of energy, which flowed like gentle rivulets, gradually infusing themselves into Duan Mengchen's brow. However, the transmission of this legacy was somewhat slow, and Zhao Tianyi waited for over 2 hours before it finally concluded. Yet, after the impartation, the Dan sage's apparition appeared noticeably dimmer than before. With a soft sigh, the apparition spoke, The legacy has been completed, and I am about to dissipate. I hope you can carry on the Dan sect's glory. Duan Mengchen, upon hearing this, felt a tumult of emotions swirl within her, wanting to express something but ultimately refraining. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi addressed the apparition, saying, Esteemed Dan sage, you may not be aware, but the Dan sect has been extinct for over a century. Even if she were to leave, she would be unable to revive its glory. The apparition displayed no visible emotional turmoil in response, only calmly stating, Zhao esteemed one, I had already suspected as much. Yet, the Dan sage has perished, and I am merely a remnant of his essence. What more can I do? I only wish for this young lady to continue the Dan sage's legacy, ensuring it does not become lost. At this juncture, Zhao Tianyi gazed at the apparition earnestly, declaring, To be candid, I too am a leader of a sect in the outside world. If you trust me, I will protect this young lady and ensure the Dan sage's legacy continues. Upon hearing this, the apparition nodded in agreement, saying, If you speak thus, I shall certainly trust you. I entrust this young lady to you, Zhao esteemed one. Not just then, a thought crossed Zhao Tianyi's mind, prompting him to inquire. Esteemed one, what of you? Would you be interested in joining our Gongma sect? This question rendered the apparition momentarily taken aback, as it responded with a wry smile, You just thought if it were possible, I would naturally wish to. However, I am now but a remnant on the verge of dissipating, and all that matters is your willingness, Zhao Tianyi interjected, continuing with this remnant, you can reconstruct your true form and essence, restoring your cultivation and corporeal body. As Zhao Tianyi's words faded, both Duan Mengchen and the Dan sage's apparition displayed expressions of confusion, yet, the next scene left them utterly astounded. The Dan sage's apparition began to undergo a transformation. Within the silhouette, bones began to materialize, followed by veins and blood vessels attaching themselves to the skeletal structure. Next, muscles, fat, skin, and even hair formed one by one. At that moment, the Dan sage's apparition was no longer a mere phantom, but a tangible being, the true Dan sage of the eastern domain, Zhou Shengyun. However, the transformation was not yet complete. Concurrently, the celestial energies from the floating cloud continent outside the Dan realm began to permeate through the restrictive barrier, converging towards the newly formed body of the Dan sage, supplying energy for the restoration of his cultivation. Feeling the invigorating energies coalescing within his corporeal form, Zhou Shengyun stammered, This, my body, how is this possible? He was so astonished that he struggled to articulate complete sentences. The immense power surging within him filled his eyes with disbelief. Meanwhile, the influx of celestial energy into the Dan realm naturally caught the attention of various cultivators atop Danxia Mountain. Look, what is that? Can anyone explain what is happening? Celestial energy, this is celestial energy. Is the ascension to immortality commencing? Amidst the commotion, several cultivators swiftly flew towards the barrier's location, attempting to capture strands of celestial energy. But their efforts proved futile. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the final legacy palace of the Dan realm became somewhat peculiar. At this moment, Zhou Shengyun had fully restored his cultivation. However, his demeanor appeared somewhat unusual. As he stood before Zhao Tianyi in the nude, incredulously grasping his hand, beside them, Duan Mengchen tightly covered her eyes, too shy to witness the scene before her. Zhao Tianyi awkwardly cleared his throat, and a suit similar to his own appeared out of thin air in his hands, which he offered to Zhou Shengyun with a wry smile, saying, I suggest you put on some clothes. Esteemed Dan sage, there is a lady present. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Zhou Shengyun's face as he accepted the suit and quickly donned it. He then resumed his hold on Zhao Tianyi's hand, earnestly asking the esteemed one, how did you accomplish this? How am I alive? Upon finishing, he attempted to kneel and bow in worship, but Zhao Tianyi promptly stopped him, saying, We shall discuss this later. There is no need for such formalities. I have never been fond of others bowing to me, and now that you have been reborn, would you care to join my Gongha sect? It is a great honor to meet you, esteemed one. I am naturally willing to follow you, excellent. Since you agree, you shall serve as the elder of the Dan Hall in my Gongma sect. By the way, from now on refer to me as sect master, not esteemed one, after this.
Zhao Tianyi turned to Duan Mengchen and continued, Duan girl, you will assist Elder Zhuo in managing the Dan Hall. She slightly lowered her head, responding respectfully, yes, sect master Zhao. She initially intended to address him as esteemed Zhao, but recalling Zhao Tianyi's earlier directive to the Dan sage, she changed her address as Zhao Tianyi nodded in satisfaction, then declared, very well, I shall escort you both out. With that, Zhao Tianyi waved his hand, and the two were transported out of the Dan realm, arriving within the Gongha sect in the Falling Flower Valley. Observing his surroundings, Zhao Tianyi mused to himself, what a splendid location, I cannot let the outsiders take advantage of it. Perhaps, a mischievous smile crept across his face as he vanished from the Dan realm, leaving behind only an expanse of emptiness. However, just as the Dan realm vanished, another identical Dan realm reappeared in its stead. Chapter 24, The Land of the Ancient Sages. Donkey Raising. At this moment, atop Danxia Mountain, the once suspended golden barrier began to shatter and crumble with the departure of Zhao Tianyi. One of the cultivators from Danxia Mountain pointed at the golden barrier in the sky and exclaimed loudly, everyone look, the barrier of the seated sage is dissipating. As his words echoed, the atmosphere surged with excitement, bursting into lively chatter. Simultaneously, leaders from the top 3 sects of the eastern region, along with the 4 gates and the San family, as well as the head of the scattered cultivator organization, Floating Cloud Alliance, all heeded the call. After a brief discussion among these factions, they collectively ventured into this sacred site of the ancient sages. However, at this moment, the Dan realm was no longer as it had been. Zhao Tianyi had already relocated the original Dan realm to the Republic sect. The Dan realm before them was a replica created by Zhao Tianyi using his ability to manifest his words into reality. Although the internal scenery mirrored the previous Dan realm, the palace was utterly devoid of any items, and naturally, the inheritance of the Dan Saint was also absent. Nonetheless, how could Zhao Tianyi allow these far-traveling cultivators to leave empty-handed? He had prepared a special gift for them. At this moment, Shen Yuanzhen and the elders and heads of various major factions gathered before the entrance of the first palace within the Dan realm. Several disciples pushed open the heavy and ancient palace doors, and the crowd stepped into this mysterious palace. As soon as they entered, Lu Changqing, the head of the Lu family, was captivated by 3 items placed on the central table, and he queried in confusion, what are those? Why do they emit such golden light? Naturally, everyone noticed the 3 objects on the table, which exhibited irregular shapes, were black in color, and radiated golden light. The presence of these peculiar items sparked a flurry of speculation among the crowd. Such shimmering golden light must indicate extraordinary items. Could they be the legendary divine-grade spiritual herbs? No, they appear more akin to some rare mineral or treasure. The relics left behind by the ancient sages were indeed difficult to discern. Does any fellow cultivator recognize these items? Just as the crowd was abuzz with discussion, a disciple from the Supreme Tao sect hurriedly arrived, reporting to Shen Yuanzhen, Sect Master, our disciples have finished exploring all the palaces. Each palace's center holds a table with 3 glimmering black objects, while the highest hall is protected by a formidable barrier. We cannot enter at this moment. Hearing this, Shen Yuanzhen furrowed his brow and immediately pressed. Were any disciples harmed? Did anything unusual occur? The disciple replied, reporting to the sect master, no disciples were harmed, nor did we discover any unusual circumstances. Upon hearing this news, Shen Yuanzhen's mind was shrouded in confusion. Pondering, what on earth is happening? This is the land of the seated sages, which should be fraught with peril. Why is it so tranquil? It is well known that secret realms harboring opportunities are usually accompanied by unpredictable dangers. Yet, the ancient sage's resting place on Danxia Mountain was strikingly serene, resembling an untouched paradise, which left Shen Yuanzhen perplexed. At that moment, he surveyed the surroundings and solemnly declared, everyone, since we have arrived here, we cannot simply give up. I propose we proceed together to the highest palace. Perhaps there we will find the answers we seek. Upon hearing Shen Yuanzhen's suggestion, the crowd nodded in agreement, and they ascended the steps leading to the grand hall on the highest level. When they reached the summit, a majestic and imposing hall came into view, enveloped in a translucent pale white barrier. As if an invisible shield separated the hall from the outside world. Just as the crowd prepared to collectively shatter the barrier to enter, it suddenly dissipated on its own, an unexpected turn of events that left everyone feeling uneasy. What is happening? Why did the barrier vanish on its own? Why do I feel something is amiss? In the face of this anomaly, although Shen Yuanzhen felt a surge of panic within, as the leader of his sect,
He quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, "Disciples of the Supreme Tao sect, heed my command and push open the palace doors." With Xian Yuanjin's order, the disciples of the Supreme Tao sect swiftly sprang into action, working together to force open the heavy palace doors. Upon seeing nothing out of the ordinary, Xian Yuanjin was the first to step inside. Others followed suit, entering the hall alongside him. However, as they truly set foot within, the sight before them left everyone momentarily stunned. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone tablet, quietly inscribed with the 8 characters, "The land of the ancient sages, donkey raising." Upon seeing the tablet, the crowd began to murmur in hushed tones, "The land of donkey raising? Is this not the legendary resting place of the sages? Goodness, have we been played by this sage? Raising donkeys, but there are no donkeys here." At this moment, confusion and bewilderment were etched on everyone's faces as they scanned the surroundings, searching each corner of the hall for answers. Yet, aside from the stone tablet, there was no other anomaly, nor did they detect any hint of danger. At that moment, the alliance leader, Bao Ho, walked behind the stone tablet and discovered a table. On the table lay 3 clumps of black objects emitting golden light, and beside them was a letter. He immediately called out, "Everyone, there is a letter here." Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly gathered around, urging Bao Ho to open the letter and read its contents. Bao Ho cautiously scanned the letter with his spiritual sense, confirming there was no danger before carefully opening the envelope. He took a deep breath and began to read aloud, "My name is Xian Yuanjin, known to the world as the donkey-raising immortal." As he finished the first line, Bao Ho nervously swallowed, his gaze involuntarily shifting toward Xian Yuanjin, the head of the Supreme Tao sect. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Xian Yuanjin. The atmosphere in the palace became tense, as if even breathing had paused for a moment. Although Xian Yuanjin felt a surge of anger within, he maintained his calm demeanor and said, "It is likely a coincidence of names, fellow Taoist Bao. Please continue reading." Upon hearing Xian Yuanjin's words, the crowd let out a slight sigh of relief, and Bao Ho resumed reading the letter. "Although I have not achieved significant accomplishments in my cultivation, I have a deep affection for raising livestock, particularly donkeys. Upon my passing, I opened this realm, intending to leave a gift for future generations. This palace consists of 100 chambers, each concealing 3 clumps of donkey dung, totaling 300 clumps. Bao Ho's reading paused once more as he surveyed the expressions of the crowd. Seeing their astonished faces, yet lacking extreme reactions, he continued, "Do not underestimate these donkey droppings. The fodder I used to raise the donkeys was meticulously selected spiritual grasses and immortal herbs. Thus they naturally possess their own unique benefits. As for the specific uses of these droppings, I leave it to future generations to discover. Originally, I intended to leave some donkeys behind, but considering that donkeys are not spiritual beings and cannot survive for long, I abandoned the idea." The donkey-raising immortal Xian Yuanjin. Final words. As the reading concluded, silence enveloped the hall, with everyone exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, a cultivator could no longer contain himself, breaking the silence with a rueful smile. "We've waited tirelessly for so many days, only to find ourselves here for a few clumps of donkey dung." Indeed, indeed," another cultivator echoed. "Where did the news of this sage's resting place originate?" "I have no idea. If I find out, I shall surely skin him alive." At this moment, a cautious cultivator reminded, "Be careful with your words. This news came from the Supreme Tao sect." The Supreme Tao sect? How is that possible?" Within the hall, the discussion surged like a tidal wave, yet everyone's gaze unconsciously converged on Xian Yuanjin. Faced with this scene, Xian Yuanjin merely snorted coldly, then waved his sleeve and strode out of the hall, revealing his discontent with the situation. The other cultivators, witnessing this, shook their heads and sighed, gradually departing from the hall. Meanwhile, in a corner of the hall, Zhao Tianyi could not help but burst into laughter, doubling over in mirth. Yet, none of the cultivators present could detect his presence. After all, he had completely concealed himself using his abilities. Observing everyone leaving, Zhao Tianyi also vanished from the spot. As for the 300 clumps of donkey dung here, despite the letter claiming they were produced from donkeys consuming spiritual grasses and immortal herbs, they were ultimately just donkey dung. Naturally, the cultivators looked down upon them, and for the sake of preserving their dignity, no one was willing to take even a single clump. Chapter 25, The Return Journey. No wonder all the donkey dung I accumulated has disappeared. It turns out it was all taken by you. Boss, I was worried there was a pervert in the sect, Lu Desui muttered in frustration within a tent at the Republican sect's base beneath Dansha Mountain. As it happened, those glimmering clumps of donkey dung were treasures he had meticulously gathered over the years. Ever since Zhao Tianyi claimed he possessed the potential of an emperor, every time he relieved himself, a golden clump of donkey dung would manifest unpredictably, leaving him deeply curious and unwittingly amassing a total of 300 clumps. Discovering that his accumulated treasures had vanished without a trace naturally left him immensely troubled. At this moment, upon hearing El Dishue's words, Zhao Tianyi frowned in dissatisfaction and retorted, "Enough, spare me the disgust.
Have you ever seen a donkey that collects its own dung? What on earth is in that thick skull of yours?" Just as El Desui was about to counter, he was interrupted by Chen Jinya's voice. "Zhongzhu? Let us not speak of dung any longer. Did you uncover any treasures or legacies at the sacred site of our esteemed predecessors?" Zhao Tianyi had yet to divulge any information regarding the Dan Shang and Duan Mengchen. Merely responding naturally, "There are some treasures, however, there are things far more intriguing than mere legacies." Upon hearing this, Chen Jinya's interest was piqued, and he eagerly pressed, "Zhongzhu, what are these intriguing things? Please reveal them to us. Let us discuss this in detail after we return to the sect. For now, gather the disciples. We must prepare to set sail," Zhao Tianyi instructed. "Are we departing immediately?" Chen Jinya confirmed. Zhao Tianyi nodded slightly. And seeing this, Chen Jinya ceased to inquire further and stepped out of the tent to organize the disciples' assembly. After Chen Jinya left, El Desui approached, grinning mischievously, and asked, Boss, did you just say my donkey dung was not taken?" Zhao Tianyi shot him a glance, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What, do you wish to go back and collect your donkey dung?" Sensing the threat in Zhao Tianyi's tone, El Desui quickly waved his hands. No, I don't want it anymore. I'll take my leave." With that, he scurried away, and Zhao Tianyi shook his head while bursting into laughter. Soon, under Chen Jinya's meticulous organization, the disciples of the Gongha sect had assembled and were ready to embark on their return journey. The Liaoning ship hovered silently above the ground, patiently awaiting the disciples' boarding. At that moment, Chen Jinya's voice resonated in the air. "All disciples of the Gongha sect, please board immediately and prepare for our journey home." As his command was issued, the disciples soared into the air like a swarm of shooting stars, rushing into the Liaoning ship. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi sat leisurely on the deck of the Liaoning ship, a tea table before him, savoring the fragrant tea brewed from red peach leaves. At that moment, several figures approached the deck, prompting Zhao Tianyi to set down his cup and rise to greet them. "Gentlemen, what brings you here? Please come and take a seat." Xian Yuanjin stepped forward from the crowd, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting, having heard that Zhongzhu Zhao is about to set sail. "We have come to bid you farewell, as a token of our respect. After all, our acquaintance is a matter of fate." Zhao Tianyi smiled gently, and with a wave of his hand, several chairs materialized before them. "Please take a seat," he said courteously. The guests, unreserved, promptly sat down. Seeing this, Hong Tao hurried to pour tea for each of them. Zhao Tianyi, with a mild smile, inquired curiously, "Might I ask if any of you have made any discoveries at the sacred site of our predecessors? If you were fortunate enough to uncover any treasures or legacies, it would be delightful to share them with me." Zhao Tianyi was well aware of what had transpired. His question was merely to tease them. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuanjin's face flickered with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Beside him, Hong Tao stifled a laugh, evidently privy to the true circumstances, likely having been informed by Chen Jinyi. At this point, the leader of the loose cultivator organization, Floating Cloud Alliance, Bao Ho, wore a troubled expression as he spoke. "Zhongzhu Zhao, it is truly a long story. We initially believed that place was the sacred site of the predecessors. Who could have imagined it was a haven for donkeys?" Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi struggled to contain his amusement, though he maintained a facade of confusion as he asked, "Oh, you say it was a place for donkeys? What exactly transpired?" Bao Ho sighed and continued, "That location belongs to a figure named Xian Yuan. Well, no need to mention the name. In short, the elder left behind not treasures, but rather 300 piles of black dung shimmering with golden light." Zhao Tianyi feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, the elder's taste is indeed rather unique. By the way, what was the elder's name again?" He glanced at Xian Yuanjin. "Xian Yuan, is there any connection between this donkey-keeping predecessor and Zhongzhu Xian Yuan?" Upon hearing this, Xian Yuanjin immediately interjected, steering the conversation away, "We merely share a surname. Let us not dwell on this matter. By the way, Zhongzhu Zhao, may I inquire if you would be interested in visiting my Taidao sect for a brief tour?" Zhao Tianyi paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure, responding with a smile, "Zhongzhu Xian Yuan, you are too kind. My sect is burdened with numerous affairs, and I cannot spare the time to visit. Should an opportunity arise, I shall certainly pay a personal visit." In truth, Zhao Tianyi contemplated an immediate assault on the Taidao sect. However, having already set a flag for their destruction in a month,
He hastily declined, seeing Zhao Tianyi's refusal. Xian Yuanjin did not press further and clasped his hands, saying, "Since Zhongzhu Zhao has many matters to attend to, I shall not insist, until we meet again." Zhongzhu indeed, Zhongzhu Xian Yuan, until we meet again, everyone, let us part ways for now. Do visit my Gongha sect when time permits, so I may extend my hospitality. Zhao Tianyi warmly bid farewell as the others echoed their responses. At this moment, all disciples had boarded the aircraft carrier, and the Liaoning ship promptly activated, transforming into a streak of light as it sped towards the Gongha sect. Before long, the Liaoning ship had departed the vicinity of Danxia Mountain. Zhao Tianyi, at this moment, reclined leisurely on a beach chair, savoring the rare tranquility. However, this moment of peace was swiftly interrupted by the melodious sound emanating from his suit pocket. "Dad, your grandson is calling you." "Dad, your grandson is calling you." Zhao Tianyi swiftly reached into his pocket and retrieved an HW phone. With a focused gaze, he deftly slid his finger to answer the call. "Hello, what seems to be the matter?" Zhao Tianyi inquired, puzzled. On the other end, a respectful female voice responded, "Zhongzhu, we have just captured a spy from the Jiaying sect, and we are uncertain how to deal with him, hence seeking your guidance." The woman's name was Si Ruerue, who had been the first to volunteer to remain in the Gongha sect when Zhao Tianyi had planned to send the female cultivators, intended as furnace cauldrons, for the Lihua sect. Back home, after careful consideration, Zhao Tianyi recognized that Si Ruerue not only possessed outstanding talent but also demonstrated keen decisiveness. Consequently, he promoted her to the tribulation stage and entrusted her with significant responsibilities as the acting elder of the Gongha sect's intelligence division. Known as the Dark Hall. As the name suggests, this institution was responsible for gathering and processing various intelligence. Due to the need for high confidentiality, only Zhao Tianyi, Hong Tao Ildesui, and a few others were aware of the Dark Hall's existence. To ensure instant communication with the Dark Hall, Zhao Tianyi had specially equipped Si Ruerue with a mobile phone. Although there were no communication towers from Huaxia in this place, maintaining communication between phones was not a problem. Thanks to Zhao Tianyi's extraordinary abilities, during this expedition to Danxia Mountain, it was imperative for someone to stay behind, and Si Ruerue had volunteered for this responsibility. It was through her vigilance that she captured the spy from the Jiaying sect. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Tianyi replied, "Confine the spy for now, I will decide upon my return." "Understood, Zhongzhu," Si Ruerue respectfully acknowledged before hanging up. Zhao Tianyi set down his phone, his brow furrowed as a wave of unease washed over him. The Jiaying sect? Sent by Nangongyu, there must be some hidden agenda between them and the Tai Dao sect. In a month, I shall ensure they are all dealt with. At this moment, Hong Tao, who was beside Zhao Tianyi, could not help but overhear their conversation. Curiously, she inquired, "Young master, what is the reason for the Jiaying sect sending spies?" "Let them be. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall dam it. In my eyes, they are merely insignificant clowns," Zhao Tianyi replied. Chapter 26. The Dan Hall. One day later, the members of the Gongha sect returned safely to the Lihua Valley. At this moment, within an underground cell in the sect, Zhao Tianyi, Chenjinya, and Si Ruerue were scrutinizing a bound cultivator before them. As Zhao Tianyi, maintaining a calm demeanor, asked, "Now tell me, what did your Nangong sect master send you to inquire about?" Employing his ability to command with mere words, the cultivator immediately responded, "The Nangong sect master sent me to investigate the specific circumstances of the Gongha sect and to assess the strength of its elders. What information have you gathered?" Zhao Tianyi continued to probe. Under the influence of his ability, the cultivator revealed all he knew without reservation. The Gongha sect currently has 1,300 disciples. The sect leader, Zhao Tianyi, possesses unfathomable origins in cultivation. The External Affairs Elder, Chenjinya, was formerly the last sect master of the Lihua sect, a tribulation stage cultivator who should have perished, yet somehow has been reborn. The Internal Affairs Elder, Chen Hongtao, is at the Great Ascension stage and is the daughter of Chenjinya. Previously, her cultivation was crippled, yet for reasons unknown, she has regained her former strength. The Enforcement Elder Ildesui is at the tribulation stage, but I have yet to ascertain his origins and background. Listening to the cultivator's response, Chenjinya furrowed his brows tightly and then addressed Zhao Tianyi, saying, "It seems that this fellow has only gleaned superficial information. As for anything beyond that, he is utterly ignorant. Master, how shall we handle him?" Zhao Tianyi waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Release him. This information is inconsequential, and it matters little if they learn of it. Let them frolic for a while." Chenjinya frowned slightly and responded, "Releasing him is certainly an option, but I worry that he may spread word of our capturing him. Wouldn't that alert others? That is simple. We can erase his memories of being captured," Zhao Tianyi asserted. As his words fell, the cultivator had already fainted.
prompting Zhao Tianyi to turn to the nearby Si Ruerui and say, I have erased his memory. Ruerui, dispose of him, the farther the better. And upon your return head directly to the assembly hall. Upon hearing this, Si Ruerui cupped her hands in response, saying, Yes, master. With that, she lifted the unconscious cultivator and swiftly departed the dungeon, her figure vanishing into the distance as she soared through the air. At this moment, Chen Jinya, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Master, why send Miss C to the assembly hall? Zhao Tianyi turned around, a faint smile gracing his lips, and countered, Were you not quite intrigued by the treasures I brought back from the Dan realm? Why the sudden lack of urgency now that we have returned to the sect? Chen Jinya, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose, rendered speechless by Zhao Tianyi's words as Zhao Tianyi then patted Chen Jinya on the shoulder. Chuckling, Alright, Ruerui should be back shortly. Go inform Hong Tao and Old Donkey, the mystery shall soon be unveiled. With that, Zhao Tianyi vanished from his spot, while Chen Jinya hurried out of the dungeon to notify Hong Tao and the others. About 10 minutes later, Si Ruerui returned to the Gongha sect and quickly made her way to the assembly hall. At this moment, upon her return, as Zhao Tianyi beckoned her to sit, speaking in a calm tone, Our expedition to Danxia Mountain has concluded successfully. However, before Zhao Tianyi could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by LV Dishui's voice, Brother, just say it directly, we are all comrades here, there is no need for such suspense, what treasures have you obtained? After all, everyone was already aware that Zhao Tianyi had entered the Dan realm, they just did not know what he had acquired. Zhao Tianyi felt slightly awkward at the donkey's interruption, after giving him a glare. He continued, Alright, I shall be straightforward. This time, I obtained something 100 times more precious than any secret treasure from the Dan realm. As he spoke, he gestured, and two figures appeared in the center of the hall. Revealing Duan Mengchen and Zhuo Shengyun, their appearance naturally piqued the curiosity of everyone present. Chen Jinya glanced at the two and then turned to Zhao Tianyi, asking, Master, who are these two? These two are the greatest treasures I brought back from Danxia Mountain. Let them introduce themselves, Zhao Tianyi replied. Hearing this, Zhuo Shengyun slightly bowed to the crowd and spoke steadily. I am Zhuo Shengyun. Duan Mengchen followed suit, introducing herself. I am Duan Mengchen. Upon hearing their brief introductions, Zhao Tianyi couldn't help but feel exasperated, turning to them and whispering, is that all you're going to say? Can't you provide a bit more detail? Just as the two were about to reintroduce themselves, Chen Jinya's actions interrupted them. He stood up and quickly approached Zhuo Shengyun, scrutinizing him with an expression of astonishment. He then asked, could you be the Eastern Domain's Dan Sage, Zhuo Shengyun? The crowd looked on in confusion, as that part of history was far too distant for them to care about the title of Dan Sage. However, Zhao Tianyi felt elated internally. This old fellow indeed has discerning eyes. At this moment, Zhuo Shengyun quickly offered a respectful bow to Chen Jinya, a warm smile illuminating his face as he replied, Your insight is commendable. I am indeed Zhuo Shengyun. However, the title of Dan Sage of the Eastern Domain is truly an overstatement for me. You are too humble, senior. While you were renowned for your alchemical skills in the Eastern Domain, I had yet to make my entrance into this world. It is a privilege to witness your true form today. Indeed, your reputation is well deserved. The two began to exchange flattering remarks, and from their dialogue Hong Tao, the donkey, and Si Ruerui all recognized Zhuo Shengyun's identity and his legendary status in the world of alchemy. Subsequently, Zhao Tianyi shared some insights about the Dan realm and introduced the beautiful Duan Mengchen, who had been trapped there for over a century. Once the others had grasped the identities of the two, Zhao Tianyi cleared his throat and stated, I wish to establish an alchemy hall within our sect to provide alchemical resources for our disciples. I would like to invite the esteemed Dan Sage to serve as the elder of this hall. Does anyone have any objections? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Shengyun promptly rose and bowed, saying, I shall heed the arrangements of the master. How could we dare to have any objections? This statement elicited laughter from the other five. Excluding Duan Mengchen, Zhao Tianyi gestured for Zhuo Shengyun to take a seat, smiling as he clarified, Senior, you are being overly courteous. Do you know why our sect is called the Gongha sect? The term Gongha signifies cooperation and joint governance. Though I may be the master, there is no autocratic rule here. What I say is not absolute. Every matter within the sect is decided collectively, and there are no distinctions of rank. Everyone is equal, whether dealing with our disciples or ordinary people from outside. We pursue fairness and justice. As if fearing that Zhuo Shengyun might not comprehend, Zhao Tianyi continued, rather than viewing this as a sect, consider it our shared home. Thus, you need not have any reservations. Feel free to express yourself openly. After hearing Zhao Tianyi's words, Zhuo Shengyun was greatly astonished, for such ideals were truly extraordinary. At this moment,
Chen Jinya began to recount Zhao Tianyi's original intentions for establishing this sect. After listening to Chen Jinya's account, Zhuo Shangyun murmured to himself, repeatedly reflecting, a prosperous, civilized, harmonious, free, equal, and just new world, but is that truly achievable?
Zhao Tianyi, upon hearing this, earnestly replied, whether it can be achieved or not is secondary, we must first attempt it to ascertain its feasibility. How can we know it is impossible without trying?
Upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's words, a glimmer of light flickered in Zhuo Shangyun's eyes, as if ignited by a flame. He then resolutely declared, "You make a valid point, since I have been granted a new lease on life. How could I not leave behind some remarkable traces? If I accomplish nothing, would that not be a waste of this opportunity?" Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi clenched his fist and, with a passionate gesture, rallied the crowd. Then, "Starting today, let us strive together for this goal." Everyone responded enthusiastically, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. They understood that this would be a formidable battle, yet they also believed that under Zhao Tianyi's leadership, the Gongha sect could undoubtedly forge a brand new world and a fresh floating cloud continent. Chapter 27, Thriving and Prosperous. At this moment, within the assembly hall of the Gongha sect, the 7 individuals were seated around the table. Still engrossed in intense discussion, Chen Jinya looked towards Zhao Tianyi, his brow furrowed, and cautiously spoke, "Master, I believe appointing Elder Zhuo as the head of the alchemy hall may not be appropriate. After all, his sudden emergence into the world could potentially cause quite a stir." Chen Jinya's concerns were not unfounded. The unexpected revival of a prominent elder could undoubtedly attract unwarranted trouble. After all, news of Chen Jinya's own revival had yet to circulate, and the announcement of the Dan sage's return would certainly complicate matters. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and then turned to the others,
asking, "What do you all propose we do about this?" LV Desui scratched his chin and said nonchalantly, "This is simple. We can have Miss Duan serve as the public elder, can't we?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi shot LV Desui a disapproving glance and replied, "Could you refrain from using your catchphrase before you speak?" Hearing this, LV Desui felt somewhat embarrassed. He wished to change, but old habits were hard to break, especially since he was, after all, a donkey. However, as soon as he expressed this thought, everyone's gaze shifted toward Duan Mengchen, who sat beside Zhuo Shangyun, feeling the scrutiny of the crowd. Duan Mengchen, somewhat anxious, quickly waved her hands in refusal. "How could that be? In the presence of the Dan sage, I would not dare." However, before she could finish her sentence, she was gently interrupted by Zhuo Shangyun. "Mengchen, please do not be modest. I believe this arrangement is quite suitable. It will save us much trouble in the future, and I can focus more on alchemy." Zhao Tianyi, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and looked at Duan Mengchen, saying, "Miss Duan, since Elder Zhuo has expressed this intention, you need not decline. You will be responsible for the affairs of the alchemy hall, while Elder Zhuo will oversee the quality of the elixirs." Upon hearing this, Duan Mengchen fell silent for a moment before finally nodding her head. However, she promptly retrieved the 3 alchemical furnaces she had acquired in the Dan realm and respectfully stated, "In that case, I shall humbly comply with your wishes. Nevertheless, esteemed elder, you still need to refine medicine, thus I kindly request that you take back these 3 furnaces." Seeing this, Zhuo Shangyun quickly waved his hands and declined, saying, "How can that be? Since I have already gifted them to you, they rightfully belong to you. How could I possibly reclaim them?" Zhao Tian looked at this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. He waved his hand and remarked, "They are merely 3 furnaces. Why must you be so courteous?" As his words fell, 3 identical alchemical furnaces materialized out of thin air upon the table in front of Zhuo Shangyun. At that moment, Zhuo Shangyun gazed at the 3 furnaces before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even though he had previously found Zhao Tian's ability to resurrect himself hard to grasp, the spectacle before him stirred immense waves of emotion within his heart. It is important to note that these 3 furnaces were the culmination of his life's work, crafted with an abundance of rare materials, yet Zhao Tian had effortlessly replicated them, far exceeding his expectations. At this juncture, a tide of questions surged within Zhuo Shangyun's mind. Just as he was about to inquire further, Zhao Tian interrupted him, saying, "Elder Zhuo, there is no need for confusion. I shall have Elder Chen explain my circumstances to you shortly." Zhao Tian was already aware of Zhuo Shangyun's intended questions, having been asked similar ones by Hong Tao and Chen Jinya multiple times before. Hence, he interrupted Zhuo Shangyun, redirecting his inquiries to Chen Jinya, as he preferred to avoid further explanations. He then turned to the gathered individuals and continued, "Since matters have been settled, let us proceed accordingly, and now everyone may return to their respective tasks." After concluding his arrangements,
Zhao Tian rose and swiftly vanished from the grand hall, reappearing in his own chamber in an instant. Upon returning to his room, he dissipated the earlier cultivation of the feather transformation realm. Reverting to his original foundation establishment stage. At that moment, he stretched lazily and murmured to himself, "Time to begin my training." With that, he settled into a cross-legged position and commenced his focused cultivation. Half a month swiftly passed, and the atmosphere within the Gongha sect was one of flourishing vitality. Zhao Tian remained immersed in the ocean of cultivation, occasionally emerging only to provide Zhou Shengyun with alchemical materials. Meanwhile, Zhou Shengyun tirelessly refined the cleansing marrow pill, working day and night without respite. His motivation for producing this pill stemmed from his realization that most disciples of the sect possessed inferior cultivation foundations. To elevate the overall strength of the sect, he aimed to improve the disciples' aptitudes through the cleansing marrow pill. With the aid of this elixir, numerous disciples made remarkable progress. Some not only broke through the bottleneck of the Dan formation realm, but also a select few with exceptional talents successfully entered the transformation realm. Simultaneously, Zhou Shengyun selected 100 disciples with potential for alchemy within the sect and invited them to join the alchemy hall, personally imparting to them the art of alchemy. After all, it was impractical for him to shoulder the entire responsibility alone. At this moment, Chenjinia was also busily occupied. The influx of cultivators from the eastern region continued unabated, all eager to join the Gongha sect. This surge in interest was sparked by Zhao Tian's public slaying of the Taidao sect elder Majoran a fortnight prior. Even more astonishing was the fact that the Taidao sect's leader, Xian Yuanjin, did not retaliate. Instead, he displayed a remarkably courteous demeanor towards Zhao Tian and the Gongha sect. As a result, the Gongha sect's reputation soared in the eastern region, prompting numerous cultivators to seek admission into this burgeoning sect. However, joining the Gongha sect was not as simple as merely expressing a desire to do so. The sect upheld stringent standards regarding the character of its disciples, allowing only those with virtuous conduct and righteous intentions to pass the tests. Those harboring nefarious motives or malicious intent would have to fend for themselves. To facilitate the screening of these cultivators, Zhao Tian utilized his unique ability to manifest reality through words, creating an instrument named the Truth Detector. Cultivation Edition. This device could assess a cultivator's past deeds and character, determining whether they were virtuous or vile. Should they be deemed virtuous, congratulations would be in order for successfully joining the Gongha sect. Conversely, those found to be of ill repute would have to rely on their own fortunes. Yet, some individuals, driven by foolish hope, continued to present themselves. At this moment, a rather unsavory-looking cultivator approached the Gongha sect, gazing at Chenjinia, who was seated at the table, and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Elder, I am Lu Rinjia, and I wish to join the Gongha sect." Chenjinia, upon hearing this, cast a glance at him and sensed that this individual was far from virtuous. Nonetheless, he maintained an impartial stance, replying, "The Gongha sect prioritizes upright character and righteous intentions in its disciples. If you harbor ill thoughts, I advise you to depart promptly to avoid humiliation." No sooner had he finished speaking than the cultivator hastily retorted, "Elder, I assure you, I am a model citizen." Chenjinia merely shot him a nonchalant glance before responding, "Whether you are a good person is not for me to say, nor for you, it is for the machine to determine." With that, he picked up the truth detector from the table and aimed it at the cultivator. Almost immediately, the machine's cold voice announced, "Name, Lu Rinjia, cultivation, Shi refinement stage, past crimes, abduction and pillaging. Notorious for all manner of evil, character assessment, dreadful, suggested action, immediate execution." As the truth detector delivered its verdict, before Lu Rinjia could react, a powerful force enveloped him, resulting in his immediate demise. Witnessing this scene, Chenjinia displayed no sign of emotion, calmly retrieving the scanning device and stating, "The Gongha sect does not accept evildoers." Next, despite the stringent entry requirements, the number of disciples within the Gongha sect surged from over 1,300 to more than 8,000 in just half a month. Notably, all these individuals had been screened by the truth detector, ensuring that they were all cultivators with noble intentions and lofty aspirations. However, just 5 days later, the once bustling front of the Gongha sect became increasingly sparse with seekers of the Tao. This shift was a consequence of a shocking event: the annihilation of the Tsunyu Divine sect and the Taishu Dao sect overnight. This incident rippled through the eastern region like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, inciting fear and unease among countless cultivators in the area. Chapter 28, the Wanma Dao sect of the eastern region. "Ah, brother, The winds of change are upon us, oh my brother. At this moment El Desui anxiously arrived at Zhao Tian's door, knocking fervently while calling out for him. However, Zhao Tian was currently at a critical juncture in his alchemical refinement and was disrupted by El Desui's shouts, causing him to fail and breaking through to the Dan formation stage. Of frustration welled up within Zhao Tian as he muttered a curse under his breath. Instantly, he appeared outside and stood behind El Desui. Yet El Desui remained oblivious, continuing to knock on the door and urgently call out, brother, are you still alive? Hearing El Desui's cries, Zhao Tian seized his ear and sternly demanded, what is the matter? Why the panic? You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, or else I will not let this go lightly. El Desui winced in pain, exclaiming, ouch, it hurts, brother, please let go. At that moment Hong Tao also rushed over, urgently informing Zhao Tian, young master, please do not bully Elder El. Indeed, the eastern region is about to experience a transformation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian released his grip on El Desui's ear and furrowed his brow, asking Hong Tao, a transformation? What is happening? Speak quickly. The news just came in that Sanya Divine Sect and the Taishu Dao Sect were completely annihilated last night. Zhao Tian was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, who did it? How could they possibly wipe out two major sects? It was the Tai Dao sect. However, I heard they have now renamed themselves the Wanma Dao sect. El Desui rubbed his ear as he replied, renamed Wanma Dao sect? Zhao Tian questioned, puzzled. Young master, it is said that the Tai Dao sect has merged with the Lu family and the Jiaying sect to form this new sect, casting aside the righteous path and descending into the demonic way. Zhao Tian couldn't help but chuckle at Hong Tao's explanation. Well then, this is certainly going to ignite a war in the eastern region. Young master, this is not a favorable development, it will surely lead to widespread devastation. Hong Tao expressed her concern as Zhao Tian nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating, calculating the days, it has been a month since we departed from Danxia Mountain, hasn't it? Yes, brother, it will soon be your turn to take action. I understand you all may return to your tasks. Just watch the show in 5 days. As time flew by, another 5 days passed, and the situation in the eastern region had drastically changed. 5 days prior, the Tai Dao sect, the Lu family, and the Jiaying sect joined forces to form the new power of the Wanma Dao sect. In a single night, the Wanma Dao sect utterly obliterated the once mighty Sanyu Divine sect and the Taishu Dao sect. In the ensuing 5 days, other forces in the eastern region also faced the formidable onslaught of the Wanma Dao sect. Lu family's Song family, along with Changqing sect, Tianqi Gate, and Tianyuan Immortal Gate, faced a harrowing dilemma under the oppressive might of the 10,000 Demons sect. They were left with two choices: either submit to the 10,000 Demons sect and become its vassals, or face annihilation in defiance. The once stable power equilibrium among the 3 sects and 4 gates of the eastern domain has now crumbled entirely, leaving the 10,000 Demons sect as the sole dominant force. In a desperate bid to evade this catastrophe, many rogue cultivators have concealed their whereabouts. The eastern domain has devolved into a hell on earth, shrouded in demonic energy and suffering. Meanwhile, the Republic sect, situated on the periphery of the eastern domain, has thus far eluded the direct onslaught of this tempest due to its remote geographical location. At this moment, as dawn began to break and the horizon was tinged with a pale light, Zhao Tian remained ensconced in the realm of dreams. Suddenly, a frantic knocking on the door shattered the tranquility, rousing him from his slumber. Outside stood Chen Jinye, his voice laden with anxiety. Sect master, please wake up. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Zhao Tian grumbled in discontent. Who is it, so early in the morning? Can Tiamen get some rest? With that, he teleported outside, where he found Chen Jinye, and curiously inquired, Elder Chen, what has transpired? Taking a deep breath, Chen Jinye replied gravely, Sect master, you must personally see what is happening in the council hall. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian's brow furrowed in concern, yet he vanished from his spot, reappearing instantaneously within the council hall of the sect. The sight that greeted him was nothing short of astonishing. The hall was crowded with over 100 individuals, all clad in white robes and wielding folding fans. They appeared disheveled and weary, as if they had narrowly escaped a brutal battle. Their faces were etched with fatigue and terror, their garments stained with blood, and their wounds bore testament to the recent carnage. Among this throng, one figure stood out distinctly. He was tattered, yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. Zhao Tian's gaze locked onto him immediately, and he called out, Old baby. The individual was none other than Sun Shengquan, an elder of the Tianyuan Immortal Gate. Hearing his name, Sun Shengquan looked up, a look of surprise dawning on his face as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Zhao Senior, please protect us, he exclaimed, dropping to his knees, his eyes pleading. Zhao Tian, seeing this, instantly teleported before him, assisting him to his feet and asking, Elder Sun, what on earth has happened? why do you appear so distressed? With reddened eyes and a choked voice, Sun Shengquan recounted Zhao Sr. To be frank, a few days ago, the 10,000 Demon sect launched a surprise night attack on our Tianyuan Immortal Gate, toppling our mountain gate and slaughtering our members. Despite my efforts, I could only escape with my 108 adopted sons. Now, we are homeless and desperate, compelled to seek refuge with the Republic sect. Upon hearing Sun Xingquan's plight, Zhao Tianyi was taken aback. Particularly intrigued by the mention of 108 adopted sons. You have quite the penchant for adopting sons, haven't you? Gathering 108 like a band of heroes, this is a Liangshan. Sun Shengquan, bewildered by Zhao Tianyi's words, asked, "Pardon me, Zhao Sr., but what is this 108 heroes you speak of, and where is Liangshan, isn't this the Falling Blossom Valley?" Realizing his words may have confused Sun Shengquan, Zhao Tianyi chuckled, those details are inconsequential. What matters is that since you have come to me, rest assured, I shall ensure your safety. At that moment, Sun Shengquan seemed to recall something crucial and spoke earnestly. By the way, Zhao Sr., we are being pursued by the Lu family. They are likely nearing Falling Blossom Valley. Before he could finish, Chen Jinyi arrived in haste, accompanied by Hong Tao El Desui, and others, all wearing expressions of concern. El Desui, noticing the crowd, couldn't help but jest, boss, are these folks in mourning? Why are they all dressed in white? Zhao Tianyi shot him a disapproving glance, sternly cutting off the banter. Enough, donkey, no more jokes, come with me outside in a moment. Turning to Chen Jinyi and the others, he instructed Elder Chen, Hong Tao, you are in charge of settling these people. Miss Duan, Elder Zhua, you will tend to the wounded. Ruerue, lead the disciples to bolster the defenses around the sect. Yes, Sect Master, they all replied in unison, promptly dispersing to their tasks. Zhao Tianyi and El Desui then swiftly moved to the border of Falling Blossom Valley. The donkey sniffed the air warily, his expression grave. Boss, I sense the presence of over 300 cultivators rapidly approaching us. A wicked smile curled Zhao Tianyi's lips, his eyes gleaming with resolve that they arrived just in time. It's perfect to collect some interest. With that, he turned to El Desui, smiling as he asked, Old donkey, have you ever seen a mushroom cloud? El Desui shook his head, utterly perplexed, clearly not grasping Zhao Tianyi's meaning. Noticing this, Zhao Tianyi ceased further explanation. Tilting his head towards the sky, his voice booming and resolute, then let me show you. With that declaration, a cylindrical object materialized in the sky, its tail erupting with searing flames, racing forward at astonishing speed. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted 1,000 meters ahead, reverberating throughout Falling Blossom Valley. The light from the explosion illuminated the sky, as bright as day. Moments later, a colossal mushroom cloud rose majestically in the distance. A breathtaking spectacle born of the blast. El Desui stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. Just then Zhao Tianyi clapped him on the shoulder, saying, Let us go, we're heading back. Chapter 29, Mysterious City. Boom, what on earth? What has happened? At this moment, within the Republic sect, Chen Jinyi was taken aback by the distant sound of the explosion. Hong Tao approached him, whispering, That wasn't done by young Master Zhao, was it? Such a commotion would require immense power. Chen Jinyi shook his head, replying, Who knows? Just then, El Desui and Zhao Tianyi returned, having been gone for less than 5 minutes. Chen Jinyi, seeing the two approaching the sect's great hall, remarked to Hong Tao, It seems the sect master is indeed responsible. As El Desui and Zhao Tianyi reached them, Hong Tao asked uncertainly, Young master, was that great noise caused by you? Such power could likely overwhelm even a transcendence realm expert. Zhao Tianyi, unfazed, responded calmly, Yes, that was me, but let us not dwell on it. I need to head out again. Not be By the way, have Elder Baby and his sons been arranged for? He turned to Chen Jinyi, who promptly assured him, Rest assured, Sect Master, everything has been properly arranged. It is worth noting that the Republic sect currently had only about 8,000 disciples, a stark contrast to the previous 2,000 to 3,000 followers of the Falling Blossom sect. Organizing Sun Shengquan and his 100 or so sons was a straightforward task. This time, Sun Shengquan, having heard the earlier commotion, arrived at the council hall. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyi, he bowed and said, Senior, you have returned so quickly. Have you dealt with those who were pursuing us? Zhao Tianyi smiled, Yes, I have taken care of it. His gaze swept across everyone present as he continued, Now that the month's deadline has passed, it is time to address some pressing matters. You all keep watch over the sect. I will step out for a moment. Upon hearing this, Hong Tao immediately grasped his intent, a flicker of worry crossing her face. Young master, are you going to the Taidao sect? Yes, now that those vile beings have shown themselves, it is high time I clean house. I cannot allow them to remain. Though Hong Tao was aware of Zhao Tianyi's formidable strength, she felt a twinge of unease and cautioned, Young master, please, do take care. Do you still doubt my abilities? Rest assured, you all stay here and await the show. With that, he nodded to the crowd and vanished from sight. As Hong Tao Chinjinya and others were about to leave the council hall to resume their duties, Zhao Tianyi reappeared before them. It turned out he had no knowledge of the precise location of the Taidao sect. Now known as the 10,000 Demons sect, even with his ability to teleport, he needed to know an accurate geographical name. After all, one could not simply teleport into their headquarters. With an awkward smile, he inquired, does anyone know where the Taidao sect is located? Sun Shengquan, after a moment's thought, called out, where is my son Fengxian? Elbu. Hearing the name Elbu, Zhao Tianyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, wait, I wasn't he asking for a name? Why are you calling for Elbu? However, are you not Song Jiang? How have you now transformed into Dongzhuo? Upon hearing this, Sun Shengquan, perplexed, replied, Master Zhao, I do not quite comprehend your words. However, my son Fengxian is well aware of the location of the 10,000 Demons sect. At that moment, a robust and imposing man clad in white entered from outside the hall and respectfully addressed Sun Shengquan. Foster father, I am here. May I inquire why you have called for me? Sun Shengquan smiled and said, well, you shall accompany Senior Zhao to eradicate the 10,000 Demons sect and avenge our immortal sect. After all, I have clearly heard Zhao Tianyi's words earlier, and I recall what he mentioned on Danxia Mountain a month ago, so I naturally understand his intentions regarding the 10,000 Demons sect. Hearing this, Elbu, though somewhat puzzled by Sun Xingquan's words, responded, yes, foster father, I shall not disgrace your command. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi approached Elbu and jestingly remarked, Fengxian, with such extraordinary prowess, how can you remain in obscurity for long? Upon hearing this, Elbu immediately furrowed his brow and replied, foster father has treated me with immense kindness, and I must respectfully disagree with your words. His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Zhao Tianyi, sensing the awkwardness, sheepishly said, I was merely joking, did you take it to heart? Sun Shengquan, observing the situation, hastily interjected, Senior Zhao, you may not be aware, but my foster son has a stubborn disposition and speaks quite directly. However, he is a man of integrity, so I hope you can forgive him. No harm done. By the way, do you know where the 10,000 Demons sect is located? Zhao Tianyi inquired of Elbu. I do, Elbu affirmed with a nod. Very well, then you shall accompany me. With that, Zhao Tianyi waved his hand, and the two vanished from their location in an instant. At this moment, Sun Shengquan turned to Chen Jinye, somewhat curiously asking, does Senior Zhao always speak in such a peculiar manner? Chen Jinye nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, his words often leave one bewildered. Well then, let us depart. At this juncture, the sky had brightened significantly, and Zhao Tianyi and Elbu had arrived before a majestic city. Known as the Illusory City, which once held great renown in the eastern region, the scale of the Illusory City was vast, leaving one in awe, compared to Tianyi City under the auspices of the United Sect. Its area was expanded by more than tenfold, showcasing an unparalleled expanse and grandeur. The walls of the city soared into the clouds, seemingly piercing the heavens, sturdy and magnificent. Uniquely, the entire city was constructed from the rare floating cloud stone. Under the sunlight, the floating cloud stone shimmered with a captivating blue glow, rendering the illusory city dazzling and enchanting in the morning light. The streets within the city were wide and flat, clean and tidy, lined with shops displaying a plethora of goods, epitomizing the city's prosperity. The throngs of pedestrians and the lively calls of vendors created a vibrant and bustling tableau. This illusory city was, in fact, the stronghold of the Taidao sect, which is now the 10,000 Demons sect. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi and Elbu paused before a bustling food stall, their gazes weaving through the incessantly flowing crowd on the street. Zhao Tianyi furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Elbu, questioning, Elbu, are you certain this is the base of the 10,000 Demons sect? Generally speaking, various sects on the floating cloud continent would choose a location abundant in spiritual energy or renowned mountains and rivers to establish their sect. However, the Taidao sect had opted for a city with rather sparse spiritual energy as their base, which surprised Zhao Tianyi. He found it hard to fathom how the Taidao sect could thrive in such an environment. Even more perplexing was the fact that, despite the 10,000 Demons sect having descended into darkness, the ordinary citizens within the city seemed unaffected. They continued their daily lives, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. At this moment, Elbu began to explain, Senior, you may not know, but the Taidao sect is actually located underground in the illusory city. They chose this city as their base because, through Elbu's narration, Zhao Tianyi gained a rough understanding of the history of the Taidao sect. It turned out that a millennium ago, a demonic cultivator named Shang emerged in the southern region's netherworld. Shang was a rare genius in the netherworld, successfully attaining the Emperor realm after a century of cultivation and subsequently unifying the southern region to establish the kingdom of Shinto.
Due to his immense ambition, he launched a massive offensive against the eastern region, aiming to conquer it. That time, the eastern region's front line was retreating, losing over half of its territory to invasion. However, during that period, an ascended cultivator from the eastern region, known as Taitaozi, whose true name is unknown, achieved the emperor realm. Under his leadership, numerous cultivators from the eastern region rallied to counterattack and successfully suppressed Shang. Yet, both were at the emperor realm, and after a month of battle, they remained evenly matched. For the eastern region, Taitaozi devised a formation, sacrificing his own life to permanently suppress Shang. Taitaozi perished, leaving the entire eastern region in mourning. Before his demise, he entrusted his legacy to his friend Zhang, who, in memory of Taitaozi, established the Taidao sect at the site where Shang was suppressed and constructed the illusory city. Intending to carry on Taitaozi's legacy, upon hearing Elbu's account, Zhao Tianyi sighed and remarked, "Sigh, there are indeed villains among the masses." Taitaozi and Zhang Yihui could not have anticipated that the Taidao sect would transform into this. Elbu nodded slightly in agreement, responding, "Indeed, senior, what do you plan to do next?" Zhao Tianyi pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "As for the matters ahead, you need not concern yourself. I shall first escort you back to the United Sect." With that, Zhao Tianyi gently patted Elbu's shoulder, and in an instant Elbu's figure vanished from sight. After sending Elbu away, Zhao Tianyi declared loudly, "The live broadcast of the eastern region is officially commencing." At this moment, Zhao Tianyi intended to adopt a strategy of striking the mountain to scare the tiger, planning to utilize the live broadcast to make the cultivators of the eastern region understand the consequences of wrongdoing. As his voice echoed, the sky over the eastern region suddenly transformed, and in the next moment, whether they were accomplished cultivators or ordinary citizens, a floating screen appeared before their eyes. Gradually, an image became clear on the screen. Revealing none other than Zhao Tianyi himself, this sudden screen left everyone astonished and curious. "What is this? Who is this person? Did you see that? I saw it too. It's so miraculous, a miracle, truly a miracle." At this moment, before Zhao Tianyi, there was also a screen displaying a stream of text. As Zhao Tianyi observed it closely, realizing that the system was converting the voices and questions of the cultivators in front of the screen into real-time bullet comments. Zhao Tianyi smiled slightly, waved his hand gently, and addressed the screen. "Greetings to the people of the eastern region." Before the screen, "I am Zhao Tianyi, the sect leader of the United Sect. I am currently in the illusory city, conducting an exciting outdoor live broadcast for all of you. Today, I invite all the people of the eastern region to watch a performance." I noticed someone asking what kind of performance. I can assure you it is a grand spectacle. Zhao Tianyi paused, watching the bullet comments on the screen. "What grand spectacle? The United Sect? I've heard of that name, but what is he doing in the illusory city, watching a performance? Surely he must be mad. The illusory city is now the territory of the 10,000 demon sect. Is he seeking death? Is everyone able to see this? Ojo Xiaoxiao, I like you. Would you like to go on a double date with me?" The renowned brand of the eastern region, the wise brand soul cleansing pill, even immortals praise it. What rubbish soul cleansing pill? I took one last time, and it led to 3 days and nights of trouble. Everyone don't fall for it. As Zhao Tianyi observed this eclectic array of bullet comments, he mused, "Wow, these people are as clever as those in Huaxia. Good heavens, they even know how to advertise." Realizing this, he closed the bullet comments before him, but others could still see them. Zhao Tianyi continued addressing the screen. "Recently, you all should have heard that several major sects and immortal families in the eastern region have been slaughtered and exterminated by the 10,000 demon sect. As righteous cultivators, how can we allow these demonic and evil cultivators to wreak havoc in our eastern region? I cannot, and I believe you cannot either. Therefore, I have come here today to let those who do evil know that wrongdoing comes with consequences." At this point, Zhao Tianyi paused, his expression suddenly turning stern as he continued, "People of the 10,000 demon sect, I know you are watching, so what are you waiting for? Why do you not show yourselves? Xian Yuanjin, your grandfather Zhao Tianyi is here. I have come today just to see you, my dear grandson. Why do you not appear for a meeting?" With that, Zhao Tianyi proclaimed aloud once more, "Today, I have come to fulfill the words I spoke on Danxia Mountain. The 10,000 demon sect shall surely be overthrown. They shall be exterminated." At this moment, Xian Yuanjin, within the 10,000 demon sect beneath the illusory city, crushed the teacup in his hand, his roar shaking the entire hall. This is truly infuriating, Zhao Tianyi. You scoundrel! After all, at this moment in the eastern domain, everyone had a screen before them, and Xian Yuanjin naturally heard Zhao Tianyi's words clearly. At that moment, not far in front of him, a blurred shadow emerged, emitting a hoarse voice. "Do you know this person? What an amusing little fellow!" Xian Yuanjin took a deep breath, calming the fury within him.
and respectfully addressed the shadow. Lord Demon Emperor, this individual possesses unfathomable strength. I fear I am not his match. I humbly request you grant me a treasure to eliminate him. The figure referred to as the Demon Emperor by Xian Yuanjin was none other than Shintu Shang, who had been suppressed by Tai Yi Daozi years at Go.At this moment. His true form remained imprisoned beneath the ethereal city, bound by restrictions. Fortunately, after 1500 years, the formation had weakened, allowing a wisp of his divine consciousness to escape. Now, as he gazed at Xian Yuanjin, Shintu Shang replied, "Oh, you are not his match. This is indeed a rarity. However, since you have spoken, I shall grant you a treasure." With Shintu Shang's words, a dazzling red light suddenly erupted from the shadow, piercing through space and landing before Xian Yuanjin. The red light surged like a wild fire dragon, eventually dissipating to reveal a battle spear within. The spear's shaft resembled the shadows of a deep night, adorned with intricate crimson patterns that seemed to pulse like flowing veins, starkly contrasting with the profound black of the shaft. The spearhead gleamed like a blade forged in fierce flames, its sharpness unparalleled, and the chilling glint from the crescent-shaped edges sent shivers down one's spine. The entire weapon exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if harboring boundless power. At that moment, a glint of greed flickered in Xian Yuanjin's eyes. He inhaled deeply, extending his trembling hands to grasp the spear's shaft. As soon as he did, he felt a surge of power coursing into his body. And the next moment, the red glow on the spear intensified, and countless vein-like patterns emanated in overwhelming pressure. Noticing this, Shintu Shang slowly introduced, "This spear is called the Godslayer Spear, a weapon I forged during my conquests in the southern domain. Today, I shall temporarily entrust it to you." However, Shintu Shang paused slightly before continuing, "Do not forget our agreement." Feeling the surging power within him, Xian Yuanjin immediately clasped his hands in gratitude towards the Demon Emperor. "Thank you, my lord. I shall not forget our agreement." As his words fell, Xian Yuanjin's figure vanished from the spot, and the shadow of the Demon Emperor dissipated alongside him. "Xian Yuanjin, are you not going to reveal yourself? The disciples of the 1mo sector no longer enough for me to slay." At this moment, around Zhao Tianyi lay pools of crimson stains. It turned out that earlier a group of disciples from the 1mo Dao sect, enraged by Zhao Tianyi's provocation on the screen, had come to attempt his assassination. However, how could Zhao Tianyi possibly be easily subdued by these lowly foes? Moments ago, he had uttered a series of explosive incantations, causing the disciples of the 1mo Dao sect to transform into blood mist. It was at this moment that Xian Yuanjin, wielding the Godslayer spear, appeared behind Zhao Tianyi. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi remained unaware of his presence, while the Eastern Domain cultivators, who had been watching the screen, began to alert one another. "That must be Xian Yuanjin. Xian Yuanjin, I curse your ancestors for 8 generations. How despicable! He deserves to be exterminated. Alas, this young man is doomed. Turn around, turn around. Xian Yuanjin is right behind you." Incredible, he dares to speak such words while Xian Yuanjin is behind him. What bravery! Zhao Zongzhu is magnificent. Zhao Zongzhu is so handsome. I want to bear his children. However, due to Zhao Tianyi having previously disabled the comments, he remained oblivious to the barrage of remarks. At this moment, he continued to face the screen, taunting Xian Yuanjin. "Xian Yuanjin, you dog of a scoundrel, do you also aspire to unify the Eastern Domain? What a deluded dream! You can only cower in your shell. What nonsense is this 1mo Dao sect, Xian Yuanjin? You are nothing but a pile of dung. Even calling you dung would be an exaggeration. Your father awaits you here. Why don't you come out and face me?" Chapter 31, A Nap. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi grew increasingly fervent in his tirade, cursing Xian Yuanjin's ancestors without pause. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the Eastern Domain watched in trepidation, fearing that his words might provoke the Xian Yuanjin lurking behind him. Clap, clap, clap. Just then Zhao Tianyi suddenly heard applause behind him and immediately turned to look her. Upon realizing it was Xian Yuanjin, Zhao Tianyi sneered and mockingly said, "My dear obedient grandson, you have finally arrived. I've been waiting for you with great anticipation." At that moment, although Xian Yuanjin was furious, he maintained a calm tone. "Zhao Zongzhu, you seem rather agitated today. The last time we met, we had a pleasant conversation. Why do you now resort to such vitriol? Curse you! Ha, today not only will I curse you, but I shall also annihilate you along with the 1mo Dao sect." Upon finishing, Zhao Tianyi glanced at the Godslayer spear in Xian Yuanjin's hand and continued his mockery. "I thought you would forever remain in your shell. I never expected you to dare show yourself. But what are you doing with that dung fork? Is it that your sect has run out of provisions? Are you going to collect dung to stave off hunger? Ha, Zhao Zongzhu, you truly possess a sense of humor. Xian Yuanjun retorted, his expression remaining calm. However, this ethereal city is the territory of my Wan Mo Dao sect. Why would I not dare to come? It is you, Zhao Tianyi, who possesses remarkable audacity in venturing alone into the ethereal city. Are you tired of living? As for whether I long for life or not, I am uncertain, but today you shall surely die without a burial place. In response, although Xian Yuanjun chuckled lightly, a hint of caution flickered in his eyes. He keenly sensed Zhao Tianyi's cultivation level and was astonished to discover that Zhao Tianyi was merely a foundation establishment cultivator at present. A stark contrast to the ascendant realm he had witnessed at Dansha Mountain. This revelation left Xian Yuanjun with numerous questions, as he felt that Zhao Tianyi was concealing many secrets. He recalled the information sent back by Nan Gongyu regarding the Gongha sect, mentioning the mysterious restoration of Hong Tao's cultivation after being crippled by Nan Jingqing and the sudden revival of Qin Jinya. These peculiar occurrences ignited a deeper greed within Xian Yuanjun, as he suspected that everything might be connected to Zhao Tianyi standing before him. Thus, he spoke again, Zhao Zongzhu, your bravado is indeed commendable. But have you truly assessed the current situation? The eastern domain is already under the control of my Wan Mo Dao sect. I can offer you a chance, as long as you lead the Gongha sect to submit to my Wan Mo Dao sect. I shall spare your life and might even consider making you the demon lord of my sect. What say you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi erupted in curses. What the hell are you talking about? Do you think I would bow to you? You should take a look in the mirror. What kind of worthless scum do you think you are? Today, I shall eradicate all of you malevolent cultivators. Not a single one shall be spared. With Zhao Tianyi's words, Xian Yuanjun's expression darkened further, and the atmosphere between them became increasingly tense, as if a fierce battle was about to ignite within the ethereal city. Just then, Xian Yuanjun threw his head back and laughed, then declared, "Good, very good, excellent, then I shall send you on your way." As his laughter echoed, Xian Yuanjun moved, wielding the Godslayer spear, and charged at Zhao Tianyi with great speed. His eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. In contrast, Zhao Tianyi remained composed in the face of the oncoming assault. He let out a light snort, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips, and declared, finally ready to make a move? Then come at me, invincible golden body. As Zhao Tianyi's declaration fell, the Godslayer spear in Xian Yuanjun's hand came crashing down upon Zhao Tianyi's head. A deafening clang resonated through the air above the ethereal city. Echoing like thunder, the sheer force caused the surrounding streets to tremble, shops to collapse, and clouds of dust to rise, enveloping the entire area in a thick haze. Witnessing this scene on the screen, the cultivators of the eastern domain shook their heads in dismay and began to converse. Truly youthful exuberance, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, daring to challenge the Wan Mo Dao sect. Zhao Zongzhu, may you find peace in the afterlife. Let's have a moment of silence for him. A fine person, yet lacking sense. Why provoke Xian Yuanjun, the famed trademark of the eastern domain, Wan Fujin and brain-dulling elixir? Treats all forms of brain dullness. For brain dullness, trust Wan Fujin. And meanwhile, within the Gongha sect, Ildesui, observing the comments on the screen, couldn't he help but curse aloud. These blind fools, what do they know? How could the boss fall so easily? Just wait and see. Beside Ildesui, Qinjinya, Hong Tao, and the other disciples of the Gongha sect maintained a calm demeanor, as they had unwavering faith in Zhao Tianyi's strength and were not worried for his safety. Simultaneously, in a guesthouse in Phoenix City, located in the northwestern region of the eastern domain, three scattered cultivators, Bao Fonglin and Xia Qiudong, watched the unfolding events with keen interest. At this moment, they were intently focused on the content displayed on the screen before them. Xia Qiudong, upon witnessing Zhao Tianyi being struck on the head by Xian Yuanjun with the god-slaying spear, could not help but pat Fong Lin on the shoulder, jesting, "Second brother, it appears you have placed your bets incorrectly this time. This fellow seems destined for misfortune." Fong Lin, however, remained fixated on the screen. After a while, he suddenly chuckled, pointing at the display and saying to Xia Qiudong, "Third sister, do not be so hasty in your conclusions. Take another look." Xia Qiudong, perplexed, turned her head, only to see the dust on the screen clearing. To her astonishment, she discovered that the god-slaying spear in Xian Yuanjun's hand was now poised gently above Zhao Tianyi's head. With Zhao Tianyi completely unharmed, Xia Qiudong's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? How did he achieve that?" At that moment, Zhao Tianyi smirked, his lips curling into a playful grin as he remarked, "Shen Yuan sect master, is this all the prowess you possess? Such a feeble and ineffective attack truly leaves me quite disheartened." With that, he effortlessly lifted the god-slaying spear resting above his head and pushed it away. Shen Yuanjun staggered back a few steps, his face a mask of astonishment. Zhao Tianyi then yawned, a look of drowsiness washing over him as he addressed Shen Yuanjun, "I rose rather early today. I think I shall indulge in a brief nap. As he spoke, a bed materialized before him, and he leisurely reclined upon it, closing his eyes as he added, Shan Yuan sect master, do not stop, continue. That last blow was rather soothing. Shen Yuanjin, rendered speechless, was filled with confusion and rage. He pondered deeply, what is happening here? Could he possess some extraordinary defensive artifact? That last strike seemed to have inflicted no harm whatsoever. Casting a glance at Zhao Tianyi and then at the god-slaying spear in his grasp, he steeled his resolve as if having made a critical decision. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed, let us see how long your treasures can protect you. With that, he raised the god-slaying spear once more, fueled by wrath, and charged at Zhao Tianyi. Clang, clang, clang. Shen Yuanjin had attacked relentlessly for an hour. Clang, clang, clang. 2 more hours passed, and yet Shen Yuanjin continued his assault, while Zhao Tianyi had succumbed to the sounds of snoring. 3 hours later, 4 hours later, and even 6 hours later, Shen Yuanjin's rhythm of attack had noticeably slowed. Each swing of his spear grew heavier, accompanied by labored breaths. By this time, afternoon had arrived, and Shen Yuanjin felt utterly exhausted. With a final clang, he finally ceased his efforts, yet he was increasingly astounded and incredulous. What manner of artifact could allow him to endure for so long? At that moment, Zhao Tianyi leisurely sat up from his bed, stretching and yawning, exclaiming with contentment that nap was truly refreshing. He then rose, casually waving his sleeve, causing the bed to vanish like a mirage. Turning to the weary Shen Yuanjin, he remarked, Shen Yuan sect master, your technique is indeed remarkable. I feel entirely invigorated now. It would be a pity not to open a massage parlor. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanjin was filled with rage, shouting, You are absolutely insufferable. Chapter 32, The Emperor's Armor Fusion. As for why Zhao Tianyi had chosen to sleep rather than engage directly, it was because he had set a flag stating 1 month, and now it was indeed the true 1 month later. Zhao Tianyi's actions were merely a means of buying time. After all, a minute less or a second less was still a loss. Given Zhao Tianyi's meticulous nature, he could not afford to go back on his word. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi regarded the infuriated Shen Yuanjin before him and waved his hand, saying, Enough, the time of 1 month has come to an end. I have no patience left to continue this game with you. It is time for all of this to conclude. As Zhao Tianyi's words fell, a somewhat peculiar golden belt materialized in his hand, glistening brilliantly under the sunlight. In the next instant, a smile graced Zhao Tianyi's face as he fastened the belt around his waist and proclaimed loudly, Emperor's Armor Fusion. Upon the utterance of his command, a radiant beam of golden light enveloped him, dazzling and blinding, making it difficult to behold. Yet, this brilliance did not linger for long, dissipating in an instant. When the light faded, a majestic and imposing suit of armor adorned Zhao Tianyi's form. The armor shimmered with golden hues, its chest plate resembling a fierce dragon's visage, instilling a sense of awe in all who beheld it. The horns on his shoulders only amplified this dragon-like imagery, exuding overwhelming power. His arms, legs, and back combined the grace of a winged eagle with the ferocity of a ground tiger, alongside the steadiness of a black rhinoceros and the majesty of a snow mastiff. The Taiji symbol at his waist and the surrounding 8 trigrams and 5 elements motifs, ingeniously integrated elements of traditional Chinese culture adorned in this armor. Zhao Tianyi transformed into a formidable war god. Radiating an aura of authority as he stood before the world, he was a steadfast mountain, exuding an air of reverence. As Zhao Tianyi then turned to face Shen Yuanjin, declaring Aurora Sword, as his words fell, a colossal golden sword materialized in his grasp, emanating a searing light as if infused with the very essence of the sun. Just moments prior, Zhao Tianyi had contemplated his approach. He deemed it too easy to annihilate Shen Yuanjin using his innate powers. He recalled the experience of being pursued and beaten by Duan Mengchen in the Dan realm. Despite possessing terrifying cultivation at the Feather Transformation realm, he had only managed to flee, the feeling of helplessness indelibly etched in his mind. Realizing he could not continue in such a manner, should the system malfunction again, he would be left with no recourse. He devised a plan to seize this opportunity to enhance his strength. However, upon recalling that Shen Yuanjin was a practitioner of the Feather Transformation realm, a wave of apprehension surged within him. He understood that facing a master like Shen Yuanjin would likely result in his own defeat, especially since he had not practiced any combat techniques over the past month, leaving him far inferior in strength. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him, recalling the special effects dramas he had watched in his childhood. The valiant armored warriors and their dazzling techniques had left a profound impression on him. He decided to forge himself an emperor's armor, allowing him both protection from harm and the ability to utilize the techniques of the armored warriors to contend with Shen Yuanjin. Thus, the scene of Zhao Tianyi transforming into the Emperor's armor unfolded. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyi brandished the Aurora sword and charged towards Shen Yuanjun, who instantly adopted a grave expression, realizing the seriousness of the situation. As Zhao Tianyi closed the distance, he raised his sword to thrust at Shen Yuanjun. In response, Shen Yuanjun seized the opportunity, swinging the god-slaying spear with ferocity towards Zhao Tianyi. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyi shouted once more, "Aurora Shield!" With his command, a golden shield appeared before him, steadfastly blocking his path. Clang! With a deafening crash, the god-slaying spear collided with the Aurora Shield, creating a dazzling shower of sparks upon impact. Despite the force of the blow, Zhao Tianyi managed to maintain his footing, albeit retreating over 50 meters. However, bolstered by the invincible golden body, he suffered no injury whatsoever. After all, his intention was merely to experience combat and sharpen his skills, so he had not dispelled the invincible golden body. In contrast, Shen Yuanjun was sent flying 100 meters away, only coming to a halt upon crashing into the wall of a shop behind him. He groaned, spitting blood from his mouth, though it was evident that he had not sustained any critical injuries. Quickly regaining his footing, he wiped the blood from his lips, fixing a cold, piercing gaze on Zhao Tianyi. Incredulity lacing his voice, "Your cultivation is clearly at the Foundation establishment realm. How can you contend with me? Is it due to that armor?" Zhao Tianyi let out a cold laugh, his derisive and mocking voice resonating from beneath the armor. "That question, I am afraid, I cannot answer." With that, he swiftly combined the sword and shield, merging them into a singular entity, transforming them into the Golden Emperor's War Spear. He then bellowed once more, "Emperor's demon-slaying annihilation slash!" In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyi gripped the Emperor's War Spear tightly, charging at Shen Yuanjun with ferocious speed, golden energy surging from the spear's shaft. Shen Yuanjun, unwilling to be outdone, firmly grasped the god-slaying spear and resolutely met Zhao Tianyi's advance. Clang! With a sharp sound, the tips of the god-slaying spear and the Emperor's War Spear clashed, unleashing a violent explosion as the black-red energy of the god-slaying spear collided with the golden energy of the Emperor's War Spear. The resulting shockwave radiated outward, akin to ripples spreading across the surface of still water upon the impact of a stone. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi realized that this might endanger the innocent citizens within the city. He responded swiftly, uttering a low command, "Defensive light barrier." As his words fell, a translucent light barrier instantaneously rose from the ground, resembling a colossal dome that enveloped both him and Shen Yuanjun. Simultaneously, the barrier thwarted the expansion of the shockwave generated by the explosion, yet, the two remained locked in a stalemate, their spear tips standing resolutely against each other like two towering peaks, neither having achieved victory. Zhao Tianyi took a deep breath, a flash of determination igniting in his eyes, and shouted once more, "Break for me!" His voice resonated powerfully, brimming with indomitable spirit. With his cry, the golden energy seemed to gain newfound strength, intensifying as it charged towards the black-red energy. However, Shen Yuanjun was, after all, a true practitioner of the feathering realm. At that moment, he clearly sensed that Zhao Tianyi's cultivation was merely at the Foundation establishment stage. And he scoffed derisively, "Foundation establishment is ultimately just that. To contend against the feathering realm with such a foundation, you are indeed deluded. Today, you shall undoubtedly perish." Ha! As he laughed, Shen Yuanjun infused the formidable energy of the feathering realm into the god-slaying spear. The black-red energy on the spear began to swell rapidly, gradually overpowering the golden energy of Zhao Tianyi's Emperor's War Spear. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens and earth as the golden energy in Zhao Tianyi's grip shattered under the impact of the black-red force, transforming into dazzling golden shards that vanished into the air. Shen Yuanjun, witnessing this, became frenzied, and he bellowed, "Die for me, ha ha!" With that, the god-slaying spear in his hand was poised to pierce Zhao Tianyi's chest. Faced with the lethal threat of the spear, Zhao Tianyi's expression turned frantic, cursing inwardly, "Damn, this is bad." Yet, in that critical moment, a thought seemed to dawn upon him. A smile flickered across his face. In the next second, the Emperor's War Spear in Zhao Tianyi's grasp suddenly split in two, transforming into the previously wielded Aurora Shield and Aurora Sword. Shen Yuanjun's pupils constricted as he realized the impending danger, attempting to retreat swiftly to evade it, but it was too late. Zhao Tianyi had already seized the Aurora Sword, sweeping it towards Shen Yuanjun's throat in an instant, and coldly declared, "Shen Yuanjun, you can go die now." It turned out that just moments ago Zhao Tianyi had recalled that he had not dispelled his invincible golden body status, thus enabling his counterattack. Chapter 33, The Wandering Monk's Enlightenment. At this moment, upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Shen Yuanjun's eyes. Baffled by Zhao Tianyi's rhetoric, however, he felt nothing amiss within himself. Just then, a slender red scar quietly manifested upon his neck. Observing this, Zhao Tiany's lips curled into a chilling smile as he coldly remarked, "Old man, you too shall perish." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanjun was about to retort but was interrupted by a sharp pain emanating from his neck. He hurriedly reached to touch it, only to find his fingertips dampened. A glance revealed that bright red blood had already stained his fingertips. In horror, Shen Yuanjun dropped the god-slaying spear from his hands. Immediately, he clasped his neck tightly with both hands, desperately trying to stem the flow of blood, yet the blood gushed forth like a flood, swiftly soaking his palms and clothing, and his life force began to dissipate rapidly. At this moment, Shen Yuanjun was engulfed in terror, fully aware that he was hanging by a thread. Nevertheless, being the leader of the Taidao sect, he possessed an abundance of elixirs and precious items. Without hesitation, he quickly retrieved a pill from his storage bag and swallowed it. As the pill entered his abdomen, a surge of medicinal power rapidly spread within him, gradually healing his wound and halting the loss of life force. However, Zhao Tiany observed this scene with keen interest, well aware of the life-preserving methods available to cultivators, yet, at that moment, he looked upon Shen Yuanjun with disdain and spoke, "If you wish to live, why then do you commit such evil deeds? Very well, I shall toy with you for a while. Now, stand at attention." With that, Shen Yuanjun's body involuntarily straightened as if compelled to stand upright, his posture impeccably precise, albeit with a trace of fear etched upon his face. Subsequently, Zhao Tiany waved his hand, and the screen that had previously appeared re-emerged. He gazed at his own image on the screen and addressed the Eastern Domain cultivators with a smile. "Esteemed viewers before the screen, the prelude has concluded. I wonder if it was sufficiently captivating. However, the true performance is about to commence." With that, Zhao Tiany's expression shifted, and he proclaimed, "All members of the 10,000 Demons sect,
gather here for my judgment."
At this proclamation, the Eastern Domain cultivators observing the screen were left bewildered and began to murmur among themselves, "What the hell? Gather? Will those people actually listen to you? Ridiculous, this Zhao Tiany should just change his name to Zhao Fool." "Judgment? What are you judging? Wait, look, someone just appeared behind him. Isn't that Lu Chongqing? No, wait, the people from the 10,000 Demons sect have truly arrived. Those are disciples of the Extreme Shadow sect, I know them. Oh my, isn't that Nangongyu? Who can explain how he accomplished this?" At that moment, within the defensive light barrier Zhao Tiany had erected, shadowy figures suddenly surged forth, as if descending from the void. Without exception, these figures were disciples and followers of the 10,000 Demons sect. According to the host's request, the members of the 10,000 Demons sect had gathered in their entirety, the system coldly announced. Hearing this, Zhao Tiany scanned the area and exclaimed, "Goodness, it's a sea of people, how many are there?" At that moment, the barrier was bustling with a throng of individuals, overcrowded beyond measure, within a 10-meter radius around Zhao Tiany. There was relative space, with only Shen Yuanjun standing alone. Outside this 10-meter perimeter, the crowd was packed tightly, akin to the rush hour in a Chinese subway, shoulder to shoulder, back to back, with scarcely any room to maneuver. The oppressive and suffocating density was palpable. At this juncture, the system's cold voice resonated once more. "Currently, the light barrier has gathered 125 million members of the 10,000 Demons sect. Would you like to expand the barrier's capacity?" Upon hearing this figure, Zhao Tiany couldn't help but marvel inwardly. 125 million, that number is nearly equivalent to the total population of a small nation. However, considering that the Taidao sect, as one of the top 3 sects in the Eastern Domain, had been entrenched there for over 1,000 years, coupled with recent expansions and the number of individuals coerced into joining the 10,000 Demons sect, such a scale seemed quite reasonable. With this thought, Zhao Tiany felt somewhat reassured. However, the question of how to handle these individuals posed a dilemma. After all, Zhao Tiany had come to this misty city to eradicate demons and uphold righteousness, not to perpetrate a massacre. Thus, he could not recklessly annihilate all 125 million cultivators. If there were good individuals among them who fell victim to his misjudgment, he would become a sinner. After much contemplation, Zhao Tiany promptly instructed the system, "No need to expand the barrier. Filter out the good and bad among these individuals for me. Send away all those who are good." Upon receiving this command, the system immediately began its filtering process. In just a moment, the number of individuals within the barrier began to diminish. Before long, the system reported, "Host, the filtering is complete, and 33,810,000 cultivators who meet your criteria have been successfully sent out." Zhao Tiany was slightly taken aback but nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Alright, I understand. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi was genuinely astonished to find that, after filtering, over 87 million cultivators remained. After surveying the crowd, he turned his attention to the screen before him and declared, "Esteemed cultivators of the Eastern Domain. I sincerely apologize for the delay caused by the need to filter these individuals. However, the judgment of the 10,000 demons sect shall now officially commence." With this proclamation, a subtle smile graced Zhao Tianyi's face. And he continued, "Ladies and gentlemen of the Eastern Domain, the individuals gathered here are all evil cultivators, malignant practitioners. They are the tumors and afflictions of our Eastern Domain. While I could eradicate them directly, that would be too merciful for them. Therefore, I invite you all to express your opinions and publicly execute them. Please feel free to suggest how they should be punished. I shall select and implement the most suitable method." With that, Zhao Tianyi reopened the barrage he had previously closed. Countless suggestions surged before his eyes like a tidal wave, each more inventive than the last. Some proposed beheading them publicly, while others suggested subjecting them to brutal torture, drowning them, or burning them alive. Even more ludicrously, some mockingly suggested drowning them in spit. Faced with this plethora of ideas, Zhao Tianyi couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He turned to the system and requested, "Dog system, help me filter out which method is the most popular." After a brief moment, the system's voice resonated again. "Upon statistical analysis, the most common suggestions are burning, deep frying, and drowning." Zhao Tianyi, upon hearing this, had already made a decision in his heart, intending to employ these brutal methods to punish the evil cultivators. However, just as he was sharpening his metaphorical knives and preparing to strike, a clear and solemn voice interrupted his actions. "Amatba. Well done, Joshua Master, your prowess is truly remarkable, for you have gathered the entire sect of the 10,000 demons here. Indeed, impressive." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi swiftly vanished from within the luminous barrier and rapidly appeared outside of it. There stood a monk, hands clasped in prayer, a serene smile gracing his face, yet his eyes revealed a profound wisdom. Zhao Tianyi, upon recognizing the speaker as a monk, could not help but scrutinize him with curiosity. The monk was clad in a simple grey robe, one remarkable in appearance, with several patches adorning the cuffs, lending an air of modesty. Around his neck hung a string of wooden prayer beads, the material of which was indiscernible, yet it emitted a faint, alluring fragrance. His visage was strikingly delicate, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, bearing a somewhat androgynous quality. His eyes were deep and luminous, suffused with compassion. The 3 distinctive scars on his bald head formed a triangular pattern, appearing somewhat peculiar yet exuding an aura of mystery. His earlobes were plump, his brows long and arched, and his features were exquisitely defined, harmonious in their composition, without a hint of flaw. At this moment, he stood with hands clasped, his posture dignified, resembling a tranquil mountain peak, silently observing Zhao Tianyi. Zhao Tianyi, in turn, joined his hands in prayer and bowed deeply to the monk, then inquired, "May I ask how the esteemed master is addressed?" The monk nodded slightly and calmly replied, "This humble monk is not a master, merely a wandering monk, known by the name of Wuning." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi could not suppress a smirk within. Reflecting, the appearance of a Tang monk combined with the name of Zhu Beiji is quite the juxtaposition. As a master of emotional restraint, Zhao Tianyi was adept at concealing his feelings, keeping them buried within. He then inquired with a composed demeanor, "So it is Master Wuning. May I ask where you hail from and what brings you here?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's question, Wuning clasped his hands and slightly bowed, responding, "This humble monk hails from the western regions. Having heard that Zhao Master is here to punish the wicked, I came to seek to resolve this conflict, hoping to bring a semblance of peace to the Eastern Domain." Zhao Tianyi was momentarily taken aback, pondering, a monk from the western regions, how rare indeed, though he had encountered monks in the Eastern Domain. They were predominantly charlatans, practitioners of malevolent paths, yet the monk before him claimed to originate from the West, which piqued his curiosity, for this was his first encounter with a practitioner from the Western Buddhist tradition. Although it was his first meeting, having resided in the floating cloud continent for over 2.5 years, he was somewhat familiar with the rumors surrounding Western Buddhism, while there were many similarities between Western Buddhism and the teachings of his homeland, Huaxia. Their founders were entirely different. The Buddhism of Huaxia traces its roots to the Buddha Shakyamuni, while Western Buddhism was established by an ancient sage named Sikom Yiping, revered as the supreme forgetful Buddha, the spiritual leader of many practitioners in the West. Remarkably, it is said that Sikom Yiping, before attaining Buddhahood, was a malevolent practitioner who reveled in bloodshed, consumed by violence. For reasons unknown, he renounced the path of darkness, embarked on a righteous journey, and through arduous cultivation and enlightenment, ultimately achieved the status of a great emperor. Subsequently, he founded Buddhism in the Western regions, leaving behind teachings to guide sentient beings. At this juncture, Zhao Tianyi cast a curious glance at the monk and inquired, "May I ask, Master, what do you mean by resolving conflict?" Wu Neng responded earnestly, "At the dawn of humanity, one's nature is inherently good. I perceive you, Master, to be a person of righteousness. To kill these individuals merely perpetuates the cycle of violence. Though they may be detestable, their actions are but a consequence of the greed and desires that plague the world. Perhaps you might grant them a chance to abandon malevolence and return to righteousness. I could assist in guiding them." Wu Neng spoke with a tone of moral rectitude, embodying the demeanor of a sage. And had it been anyone else, they would likely have acquiesced. However, upon hearing these words, Zhao Tianyi secretly speculated on Wu Neng's true motives. He surmised that the monk merely sought to achieve fame by persuading him to spare these malevolent practitioners, thereby attracting followers in the eastern domain. With this thought in mind, Zhao Tianyi raised his voice, chastising, "You monk speak most eloquently, yet where were you when they were committing their atrocities? Now you seek to seize this opportunity to win hearts." "Not a chance," Wu Neng replied. "Master Zhao, you misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives, merely wishing for you to embrace goodness." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi raised his fist in a threatening manner, declaring, "Do you not understand human speech? Depart immediately lest I be compelled to take action." Wu Neng, sensing Zhao Tianyi's demeanor, felt a surge of anger rising within him. He furrowed his brow and spoke in a stern tone, "Master Zhao, your hostility is rather excessive. I offer my counsel with good intentions, yet you respond so rudely. Perhaps I should assist you in finding your path to enlightenment." "How audacious! It seems you wish to engage in combat. Very well. I am eager to witness the prowess of the Western Buddhist practitioners," Zhao Tianyi retorted. In that case, let me experience the techniques of Master Zhao." As Wu Neng spoke, a resonant chant escaped his lips, and he levitated into the air. Behind him, a golden silhouette of a Buddha materialized, embodying the supreme forgetful Buddha of this world. Though the Buddha's figure shimmered with golden light, its countenance appeared gaunt, contrasting sharply with the majesty associated with Shakyamuni Buddha of Huaxia, instead radiating an aura of somberness. At this moment, Wu Neng bellowed with great conviction, "Deliver." As the word resonated, a golden swastika emerged from the Buddha's hand, imbued with an overwhelming spiritual pressure, bearing down upon Zhao Tianyi. Zhao Tianyi, upon witnessing this, let out a derisive laugh, filled with disdain. "Deliver me? What a farce! The Buddha of this realm lacks the power to enlighten me. Behold, I shall invoke the spirit of Fahai." No sooner had he spoken than the emperor's armor that adorned Zhao Tianyi dissipated, replaced by a flowing white monk's robe and a crimson hat. In his right hand, he wielded a staff, while his left grasped a golden alms bowl, transforming him into the very embodiment of Fahai. As the swastika drew closer, Zhao Tianyi bellowed, "Humph, a mere parlor trick. Daring to flaunt before me, great might, celestial dragon, supreme spells of the universe, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bamahong." With his proclamation, a colossal dragon emerged from behind Zhao Tianyi, shimmering with golden radiance, akin to a true dragon descending, surging towards the swastika with a deafening roar. With a resounding crash, the swastika and the golden dragon collided, the former shattering into countless fragments of light, dissipating into the ether, while the dragon continued its relentless charge towards Wu Neng. Witnessing this scene, Wu Neng was struck with profound astonishment. He had not anticipated that Zhao Tianyi possessed such mastery of Buddhist teachings and the utterance of great might, celestial dragon, supreme spells of the universe, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bamahong, instilled within him an unprecedented sense of pressure. Realizing he was no match for Zhao Tianyi, Wu Neng called out "Amitba," before closing his eyes, clasping his hands together, prepared to meet his fate. However, just as the dragon was about to make contact with Wu Neng, Zhao Tianyi exclaimed, "Receive." With those words, the golden dragon vanished without a trace, and Zhao Tianyi reverted to his original attire of a black suit. Wu Neng looked at him, perplexed, bewildered as to why he had been spared. In contrast, Zhao Tianyi cast a cold glance at him and stated, "Monk, we bear no enmity. Today, I grant you your life, but should there be a next time, I shall undoubtedly take it." With that, Zhao Tianyi turned and exited the luminous barrier, returning to the interior, while the audience before the screen erupted in chaos. Did the sect master once train as a monk? How does he possess such Buddhist knowledge? What Buddhist knowledge? That was clearly celestial sorcery. The bald ones from the West truly love meddling in affairs. At that moment, however, Wu Neng made no move to depart, instead calling out again to the interior of the barrier, "Master Zhao, spare their lives. When will the cycle of vengeance end? If you kill them, how are you different from them? Amitba, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha in an instant."
Master, become a Buddha in an instant. Upon hearing Wu Ning's entreaties, Zhao Tianyi inwardly cursed, damn it, I will deal with them first, and then I shall attend to you. Suddenly a ball of orange flame appeared in Zhao Tianyi's hand, which he hurled into the midst of the congregation of the 10,000 demons. The flame, akin to a spark, began to wildly dart about upon entering the crowd. In an instant, the interior of the luminous barrier was engulfed in flames, accompanied by the anguished wails and cries of the tormented. At that moment, the interior resembled a furnace for incinerating corpses. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Wu Nang was in a state of frantic desperation, persistently urging Zhao Tianyi, though they have committed crimes, they do not deserve death. Every individual deserves a chance for redemption. They too have families and friends. By doing this, you will only incite more hatred from their kin. Can you truly slaughter all their loved ones? Your violent actions will only fuel the desires of onlookers, leading them to believe that possessing power grants them the right to act with impunity. Such thoughts will guide them down the path of seeking strength, yet in the process, they will lose their sense of self, ultimately repeating the mistakes of those malevolent practitioners. Can you not foresee such consequences? What you perceive as a righteous act is, in truth, the sowing of evil seeds, reaping a harvest of malevolence. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tianyi felt a stir of doubt within him. Could it be that I have truly misjudged? Does he genuinely wish for me to spare them? Is there no ulterior motive? Nonetheless, there is some merit in his words. Contemplating this, he immediately inquired of the system, please investigate his spiritual consciousness to ascertain whether my assumptions are erroneous. I would not wish to misunderstand him. Moments later, the system's voice resonated in Zhao Tianyi's mind. According to my analysis, he is indeed a virtuous monk, solely intent on saving others, and his words are heartfelt. Chapter 35, Floating Cloud Continent, First Prison. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhao Tianyi instantly materialized before Wu Nang outside the light curtain. With his hands pressed together in a gesture of respect, he addressed Wu Nang, Master, I beg your forgiveness for my earlier rudeness. It was indeed my fault. May I inquire how you wish me to handle these individuals? However, Wu Nang remained silent, while the cultivators from the eastern region erupted in outrage. Oh dear, Zhao Sect Master has such a thick skin. Just moments ago, he wanted to slay him, and now he is addressing him as Master. Is he planning to release those from the 10,000 demons sect? What is going on? Has he been brainwashed by that bald monk from the western region? Yet, the multitude of eastern region cultivators before the screen could not fathom Zhao Tianyi's true intentions. He had just learned from the system that Wu Nang's earlier words were sincere and heartfelt. Zhao Tianyi reflected upon his statements and discerned their validity. He also recognized the dire consequences of annihilating these individuals. Thus, he stood before Wu Nang, humbly seeking guidance. Observing Wu Nang's continued silence, Zhao Tianyi pressed on, Master, what method do you believe would be appropriate for punishing them? If you remain silent, I shall have no choice but to proceed in my own manner. With that, Zhao Tianyi turned to leave, when suddenly Wu Nang spoke. Benefactor, please hold. You may strip them of their cultivation, allowing them to reflect and seek redemption in the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi immediately countered, Master, they are inherently evil practitioners. Do bear in mind that a leopard cannot change its spots. Even if their powers are stripped, will they not still oppress the common folk? If you can assure me that they will not do evil, I may consider releasing them. If not, I will have to resort to my own methods of punishment. Wu Nang's expression grew solemn as he candidly admitted, this humble monk cannot guarantee that. However, you cannot simply kill them or keep them in prison indefinitely. You cannot assure me, which complicates matters. Wait, did you just mention imprisonment? I have found a solution. It turns out, Wu Nang's earlier remarks had sparked an epiphany in Zhao Tianyi. The mention of imprisonment evoked thoughts of the prison system in Huaxia. If he were to confine these evil practitioners and subject them to labor reform, this would both punish the wrongdoers and enable them to contribute to the eastern region. With this notion in mind, Zhao Tianyi devised a plan and promptly explained it to Wu Nang. While Wu Nang did not comprehend the concept of labor reform, he nodded in agreement upon hearing that Zhao Tianyi would not execute them and might even consider their release. Seeing Wu Nang acquiesce, Zhao Tianyi immediately took him into the light curtain. Upon entering, Zhao Tianyi snapped his fingers, extinguishing the rampant flames, yet the wails of the afflicted still echoed. With a mere gesture, he healed the injuries of the scorched practitioners, who looked at him in confusion and fear. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi stood at the center of the light curtain, addressing the practitioners of the 10,000 demons sect with a commanding voice. Today, with Master Wu Nang advocating for you, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve, but remember, while the death penalty is avoided, the living punishment remains unavoidable. I have decided to institute labor reform for you.
He then elaborated on the concept, reiterating, "If you demonstrate good behavior and actively engage in your reform, I may consider restoring your freedom. However, should you fail to repent, you understand the consequences." Upon hearing this, the evil practitioners of the 10,000 Demons sect fell to their knees, expressing their gratitude to Zhao Tianyi. After all, surviving was a stroke of fortune, despite being imprisoned and subjected to labor reform. What did it matter? Moreover, the possibility of an early release was enticing. Seeing their reactions, Zhao Tianyi snapped his fingers once more, and the light curtain enveloping the practitioners vanished, transporting them all into the newly established prison. After completing this task, Zhao Tianyi addressed the screen. "I hereby announce the official opening of the first prison of the floating cloud continent." As he spoke, a sign emblazoned with the words "First Prison of the Floating Cloud Continent" materialized above the prison gates. He glanced at the sign, then declared, "Although the 10,000 Demon sect has been eradicated, evil practitioners still exist in the eastern region. For the sake of peace in the eastern region, I intend to enact laws." What are laws, you may ask? Laws are rules that govern the conduct of cultivators and common folk alike. They are an invisible red line. Any who transgress this line shall face legal consequences. He paused momentarily before continuing. "Furthermore, I announce once more that whether common folk or cultivators, all are the masters of this eastern region. Should anyone encounter injustice or malevolent individuals, they may report to the Republic sect. We shall seek justice for you." With that, Zhao Tianyi ended the live broadcast, and the screen before the crowd vanished, leaving the citizens of the eastern region in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly the conclusion? Is the eastern region on the brink of a monumental transformation? I want to join the Republic sect. They are undoubtedly a premier sect in the eastern region now. Yes, I want to go too. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi's gaze shifted to Xian Yuanjun, Lu Changqing, and Nangong Yu. He had not sent these three leaders of the 10,000 Demons sect into the prison, but had kept them separate. Naturally, Zhao Tianyi could not easily let them go. At this moment, Lu Changqing and Nangong Yu were kneeling on the ground, drained of color, scarcely daring to breathe, while Xian Yuanjun's face was contorted with rage. Zhao Tianyi coldly regarded them, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Do you have anything to say?" Chapter 36. What of the great emperor? At this moment, Lu Changqing had lost all semblance of his former grandeur. He was the first to respond. "I have something to say, Zhao Sect Master. It was that scoundrel Xian Yuanjun who colluded with us to abandon the righteous path and descend into demonic ways." "Ah, pray tell, how did he manage to lead your two houses astray?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's inquiry, Nangong Yu interjected. "Zhao Zongzhu, in the past, our two families were indeed esteemed orthodox sections. However, Xian Yuanjun, wielding his profound cultivation, oppressed us relentlessly, compelling us to support puppet sects throughout the eastern domain, to seek out furnace vessels for him, and to assist him in cultivating demonic arts. On that fateful day, before Zhao Tianyi dispatched Meijuren, he learned from Meijuren's words that Tai Daozong was aiding puppet sects in their quest for furnace vessels, although Meijuren did not mention the Lu family or the Jiaying sect that day. Zhao Tianyi nonetheless sensed a hint of threat from the words of Lu Changqing and Nangong Yu. This revelation prompted Zhao Tianyi to temporarily suspend his annihilation plan against Tai Daozong. As he wished to uncover the other sects and powers concealed behind this, little did he expect that within a month, Tai Daozong would upheave the entire eastern domain. The puppet sects mentioned by Meijuren had all joined the newly renamed Wanma Daozong. At this moment, all the wicked cultivators associated with Wanma Daozong were imprisoned by Zhao Tianyi. Naturally, he had lost interest in them, but he was intrigued by the question of how a prestigious sect with a 1,000-year legacy had devolved into a demonic sect. Zhao Tianyi disdainfully interrupted Nangong Yu, saying, "I am already aware of what you speak. Can you enlighten me with something I do not know?" Hearing this, Nangong Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. "Actually, it is because..." However, before Nangong Yu could finish, he was cut off by Xian Yuanjun's scornful voice. "You two wretches, do you truly believe that by speaking he will spare you? What a farce!" Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu glanced at Zhao Tianyi and cautiously asked Zhao Zongzhu, "If I speak, will you spare me?" "Of course, yet while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade the living punishment. You will be imprisoned. However, should you demonstrate good behavior, regaining your freedom is not impossible," Zhao Tianyi replied. Just as Nangong Yu was about to speak, Lu Changqing interjected, "Let me go first. It is because of Shinta Sheng Zhao Zongzhu is inquiring about me." "Why do you interject?" Nangong Yu retorted angrily. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi muttered to himself, "Shinta Sheng, is that the one suppressed by Tai Daozi, the demon clan emperor?" "Indeed, that is he," Nangong Yu affirmed with a nod. At this moment, Xian Yuanjin cast a furious glare at the two, seemingly intent on devouring them whole. With a huff, Xian Yuanjin turned to Zhao Tianyi, angrily declaring, Zhao Tianyi, though I do not comprehend how a mere foundation establishment cultivator can accomplish such feats. You must understand that the Demon Lord is a successfully enlightened emperor. The disparity between you and him is akin to that of an ant to a dragon. If you have any sense, release me now, and perhaps I may plead for you before the Demon Lord. However, Zhao Tianyi merely scoffed in response. Xian Yuanjin, you remain unrepentant. What of the emperor? Am I not capable of becoming an emperor myself? As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant light enveloped Zhao Tianyi, mysterious runes shimmering within the brilliance. His gaze sharpened and deepened, as though he could perceive the world's illusions. At that moment, his short hair transformed into flowing locks, dancing in the wind, each strand glimmering with an extraordinary luster, seemingly imbued with the essence of cosmic laws. Simultaneously, a formidable pressure emanated from him, compelling those present to kneel involuntarily. Xian Yuanjin, Lu Changqing, Nan Gongyu, and the monk Wuneng, who stood behind Zhao Tianyi, were all rendered speechless by his transformation. Yet, this imperial state of Zhao Tianyi did not endure long. Gradually reverting to normalcy, observing this, Wuneng hastily knelt, respectfully declaring, but I, a humble monk, failed to recognize the greatness before me. I am truly remorseful. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanjin felt as if struck by a heavy blow, his thoughts racing as he recalled every moment prior. He remembered wielding the slaughtering god halberd, attacking Zhao Tianyi for hours, yet failing to even graze his garments. He contemplated the assembly of Wanma Daozong members summoned to Pumiao City, questioning why he had ended up here. Realizing the prison that had just risen before him, he pieced everything together. He understood, yet despair engulfed him. He finally grasped the nature of the being he had provoked. Xian Yuanjin now recognized the futility of his escape, his voice laden with profound sorrow. So, you are an emperor. I have been blind to this all along. You have been toying with me, manipulating my fate. However, Zhao Tianyi paid no heed to Xian Yuanjin's words, instead assisting Wuneng to his feet, gently saying, Master Wuneng, no need for excessive formalities. Please rise. After helping Wuneng, Zhao Tianyi continued, Master, please hold for a moment. I will speak with you in detail shortly. He then turned to Xian Yuanjin, asking, Is Shindishang still alive? Xian Yuanjin fell silent, and Lu Changqing responded, Shindishang should still be alive. Xian Yuanjin often mysteriously ventures alone beneath Pumiao City. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi waved his hand, causing Lu Changqing and Nan Gongyu to vanish from sight. Sent to prison, now only Xian Yuanjin and Wuneng remained. Xian Yuanjin, do you have anything to confess? Zhao Tianyi asked coldly, what is there to fear in death? Do as you wish. Just as Zhao Tianyi prepared to act, Wuneng stepped in front of Xian Yuanjin, exclaiming, Senior, since you have spared so many others and granted them opportunities for redemption, why not extend the same mercy to him? At this, Zhao Tianyi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Wuneng to be so forthright. Although Wuneng had knelt before him in that imperial state, his compassionate heart remained unshaken. His stance was unwavering, regardless of whether one was an emperor, a brother, or even a deity. Taking a life before a monk was simply unacceptable. Zhao Tianyi smiled wryly, then replied, Very well, for your sake, I shall spare him. However, I cannot allow him to retain this level of cultivation. With that, Zhao Tianyi waved his hand, and Xian Yuanjin instantly vanished. His cultivation at the feather transformation realm naturally stripped away by Zhao Tianyi. He was transported to a desolate wasteland, where his survival was left to fate. Yet, it was evident that death awaited him, as a pack of wolves circled around him. Meanwhile, before the first prison, after witnessing Xian Yuanjin's disappearance, Wuneng bowed to Zhao Tianyi and said, Good, now that the conflict here has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi grasped his arm, saying, Master, do not rush. When helping others, one must see it through to the end. I have one small request. Wuneng looked at Zhao Tianyi with confusion. Senior, please speak. I kindly ask you, as you journey through the eastern domain, to spread the news of my status as an emperor. Upon hearing this, Wuneng was momentarily at a loss. May I inquire? Senior, why is this? But how could Wuneng understand Zhao Tianyi's plight? All that he had done today was incomprehensible by ordinary reasoning, yet, having done it, and with others witnessing it, he might as well have Wuneng help solidify his emperor identity. After all, what Zhao Tianyi accomplished today could only be achieved by an emperor. This was not only to dispel external doubts but also to prevent unnecessary troubles arising from it. Facing Wuneng's inquiry, Zhao Tianyi shook his head and replied that I cannot disclose. However, our encounter today is fateful. Within is the Sutra of the Tripitaka. I hope it aids you in attaining Buddhahood soon. Saying this, Zhao Tianyi retrieved a storage bag from his bosom and handed it to Wuneng. Is this the divine power of the Buddha you utilize today? Is it the one called Dawei Tianlong? Wu Ning asked, somewhat surprised. No, it is merely a collection of scriptures I fortuitously acquired, a gift for you. By the way, regarding what I mentioned earlier, upon hearing this, Wu Ning smiled and said, rest assured, Senior, I shall inform the multitudes of the Eastern Domain about your status as an emperor, then I thank you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Zhao Tianyi said, before vanishing from sight, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 37, Return to Pyongyang City. But good. Wu Ning joined his palms together, softly reciting in the direction Zhao Tianyi had vanished. Following this, he began to carefully explore the storage bag bestowed upon him by Zhao Tianyi. As soon as his consciousness entered the bag, he was momentarily stunned. The storage bag was brimming with scriptures of various kinds: the Nirvana Sutra, the Bodhisattva Sutra, the Diamond Sutra, the Void Treasury Sutra, the Shurangama Sutra, the Sutra of Loving Kindness. Wu Ning gazed at these scriptures, feeling utterly bewildered. He had never seen nor heard of them, however, were he to have seen them, it would have been a haunting experience, for these scriptures were not a mere coincidence of Zhao Tianyi's acquisition, but rather a product of his abilities. They had been copied from the 4 great classics of China. Journey to the West, each being a classic of Chinese Buddhism. Zhao Tianyi bestowed these sacred texts upon Wu Ning after observing an unusual manifestation of his powers during their encounter. Although Zhao Tianyi is not a devout follower of Buddhism, he had traversed numerous temples prior to his journey through time. Coupled with the influence of Journey to the West during his childhood, he possesses a certain degree of familiarity with Buddhist teachings, albeit without mastery. To Zhao Tianyi, the image of the Buddha embodies grace and compassion. However, upon witnessing the manifestation of the Supreme Woang Buddha behind Wu Ning, he was struck by its emaciated form and somber visage, which, while exuding a sense of compassion, also hinted at an underlying malevolence. Thus Zhao Tianyi resolved to gift these scriptures to Wu Ning, hoping he might glean some insight from them. Meanwhile, in the northwest of the Eastern Domain, within Phoenix City, Fong Lin approached the inn's entrance, seizing Xia Qiudong with a cheerful grin. Pray tell, dear sister, why the haste? Are you perhaps reneging on your word and planning to flee? Second brother, you misunderstand. I merely seek the restroom, Xia Qiudong replied with a wry smile, her embarrassment evident. Dear sister, you must not backtrack on your promises. We must adhere to our wagers. What is said must be honored. Earlier, Zhao Tianyi had successfully apprehended the entire faction of the Wanma Dao sect, imprisoning them. Witnessing this, Xia Qiudong attempted to make a discreet exit, only to be caught by Fong Lin. At that moment, Bao Ho emerged from the inn, jovially interjecting, enough of this banter, you two. And second brother has triumphed. Sister 3, cease your cunning ways, let us head to Tianyi City and join the Gongha sect. In agreement, both nodded and employed their aerial techniques, hastening toward the Gongha sect. At the juncture, Zhao Tianyi's figure reappeared above the ethereal city. He murmured softly before utilizing his ability to manifest his words into reality, restoring the devastation left in the wake of his battle with Xian Yuanjin. Yet, rather than departing, he swiftly descended to the concealed Wanma Dao sect beneath the city. Although hidden underground, the sect revealed a breathtaking realm. Upon entering, Zhao Tianyi was profoundly astonished by the sight before him. Though situated deep underground, the celestial bodies were distinctly visible, resembling the world above. A pure white celestial palace towered majestically, its splendor radiant. In the distance, celestial mountains stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist, as if from a fairy tale, with a celestial river flowing through, its gentle babbling akin to heavenly music that soothed the soul. Standing in the plaza of the Tai Dao sect, Zhao Tianyi gazed in awe at this dreamlike panorama, marveling at the prowess of its founder Zheng Yaowat. However, Zhao Tianyi had not come merely to admire the beauty of this place. He sought to confront the demon emperor Shen Tishang, who was imprisoned deep beneath the Wanma Dao sect. From the replies of Lu Changqing and Nan Gongyu, he had gleaned that the Tai Dao sect's fall from grace was linked to Shen Tishang. Yet, he surmised that they were utterly oblivious to the true circumstances, which was why they had been imprisoned. Though he considered directly questioning Xian Yuanjin, the thought of encountering a genuine emperor compelled him to investigate personally. His dual motives were to witness the demon emperor's grandeur and uncover the truth behind the Tai Dao sect's descent into darkness. Resolutely, Zhao Tianyi delved underground, commencing his search for the place that contained Shen Tishang. Before long, he arrived at a profound subterranean cavern where the walls were adorned with enigmatic golden runes, each seemingly imbued with the power of cosmic laws, mysterious and solemn. As Zhao Tianyi entered the cave, the golden runes stirred to life, sensing the intrusion of foreign power, surging forth as if to crush him. An apparent restriction, however, Zhao Tianyi merely uttered a single word, retreat. Upon receiving his command, the golden runes receded, Gradually regaining their prior tranquility, Zhao Tianyi pressed further into the cavern, which began to widen. After traversing for approximately 20 minutes, he finally reached the cavern's end, revealing an expansive and enigmatic underground plaza. In the center stood a massive black stone inscribed with the two golden characters Tai Yi, exuding an imposing aura. The ground beneath mirrored the golden patterns on the cave walls, yet they were more intricate and complex. Resembling a vast net enveloping the entire plaza, yet astonishingly serene. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi approached one of the patterns, crouching down to lightly touch the golden lines with his fingertips. In an instant, the golden runes across the plaza erupted in resplendent light, enveloping both Zhao Tianyi and the plaza entirely. Remarkably, no untoward events transpired. The golden light flickered momentarily before fading. Zhao Tianyi then noticed a faint trace of gold on his fingertip. Inhaling its scent in astonishment, "By the heavens, is this blood, and golden no less?" At that instant, the space before Zhao Tianyi warped, and a hazy humanoid figure gradually materialized, resembling a wisp of mist. This apparition was none other than a fragment of the demon emperor Qin Shang's consciousness from the southern domain. The spectral figure spoke in a deep and commanding voice. "Is it you? How did you gain entry?" Zhao Tianyi, fixated on the apparition, took a moment before replying. "You are Qin Shang, the demon emperor of the southern domain?" Qin Shang chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Indeed, that is I. Pray tell, how did you enter? What is your purpose here?" Zhao Tianyi maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from disclosing how he had gained access. Instead stating, "I have come in search of you. Oh, in search of me?" Qin Shang expressed his curiosity. "I wish to understand why the Tai Dao sect has forsaken the righteous path and succumbed to the demonic way. Is it connected to you?" At this, Qin Shang laughed, though his laughter carried a note of disdain. "Why should I divulge such information to you?" Zhao Tianyi smiled slyly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. "How about we strike a deal? I shall release you, and in return you will share the truth with me." Qin Shang's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's proposal, having witnessed Zhao Tianyi's maneuvers against the Wan Ma Dao sect. He was deeply impressed by his tactics and intellect, yet, as an emperor, he bore a proud spirit and would not easily bow to anyone. However, the realization that Zhao Tianyi alone had breached the restriction laid by the Tai Dao sect began to sway his resolve. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shang finally spoke, his voice laced with gravity and anticipation. "Can you truly dismantle the restriction here?" In response, Zhao Tianyi flashed a confident smile and declared, "Shatter it for me." As his words echoed, the entire plaza trembled violently. The golden runes embedded in the ground began to flicker rapidly, emitting a blinding radiance that roared in the darkness. Subsequently, under the illuminating glow, these golden runes began to shatter. Piece by piece. In the center of the plaza, the massive black stone inscribed with Tai Yi suddenly erupted with a thunderous sound and disintegrated into dust. Chapter 38. Kneel before me. As the underground plaza transformed, Qin Shang's spectral presence vanished in that instant. His consciousness swiftly descended, penetrating layers of rock and soil until it reached a point approximately 300 meters beneath the underground plaza. There, he discovered a humanoid body. Ensnared by golden chains that showed signs of impending destruction, without hesitation, the consciousness entered the body through its brow. As this wisp of consciousness integrated, the dormant body began to emit a faint, intertwined glow of black and red. After a minute of waiting, Qin Shang's eyes slowly opened, sparkling with exhilaration. He erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. As his laughter echoed, the black and red aura surrounding him surged violently, and the golden chains shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Ha! This emperor has finally broken free from bondage. I shall once again descend upon the world. With that proclamation, Qin Shang surged upward, his speed akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the sky, breaking through the layers of soil and rock above him in mere moments. Following this, a dense black and red radiance erupted, enveloping his corporeal form. As the light gradually dissipated, it coalesced into a magnificent yet terrifying armor, interwoven in hues of black and red reminiscent of malevolent spirits from the abyss, suffused with the essence of death and destruction. Each piece of the armor was meticulously crafted, the interplay of black and red resembling a tapestry woven from blood in the depths of night. The obsidian portions were as profound as ink, seemingly capable of engulfing all light. The crimson sections, in contrast, resembled flames ablaze, emanating a searing and malevolent aura. At the heart of the armor lay a terrifying visage, a ghastly countenance that was both fearsome and grotesque. Its eyes burned like ethereal fires, revealing an unfathomable malice and rage. The nose was flat, and the mouth gaped open to expose sharp fangs, as if the face were that of a demon clawing its way out of the abyss. Surrounding the armor was a faint black mist that coiled around it, enhancing its ominous appearance. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi's gaze was firmly fixed on Shen Tushang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His eyes brimmed with astonishment, for the man before him was not the elderly or middle-aged figure he had envisioned, but rather a youthful visage in his 20s, resolute and unyielding, with a hint of unnameable ferocity hidden deep within his eyes. Though somewhat shaken, he quickly reconciled with the notion that such eminent beings must possess extraordinary means to maintain their youthful appearance. Beyond his youthful features, Shen Tushang's height was equally impressive. Towering at nearly 2 meters, standing there like an iron tower, his muscular physique was well-defined, radiating explosive power, as if he could unleash astonishing energy at any moment. Just then, Shen Tushang strode towards Zhao Tianyi. He had halted abruptly 10 meters away, without uttering a word, his piercing gaze fixated on Zhao Tianyi, as if attempting to see through him. An air of tension enveloped the atmosphere, the silence lingering until Zhao Tianyi finally broke it. "Predecessor, might you enlighten me on how you caused the Tai Dao sect to forsake righteousness and embrace darkness?" Zhao Tianyi's voice was calm and resolute, devoid of any trace of fear. Shen Tushang smiled faintly, a hint of disdain and provocation evident in his expression. "Ha! What if I choose not to tell you?" Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flickered in Zhao Tianyi's eyes. "Reaching the realm of the emperor is no easy feat." "Do you truly believe I cannot kill you?" Shen Tushang was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "Kill me? What a joke! I am of the emperor realm, though your methods may be cunning. Do you really think they could harm me in the slightest?" However, before his laughter could fully fade, Zhao Tianyi spoke again, his voice imbued with authority and dominance. "Doubt it? Then allow me to make you believe. Kneel before me." As his words fell, Shen Tushang's legs suddenly buckled uncontrollably, as if a force beyond his control was manipulating him. With a resounding crash, Shen Tushang's body crumpled to the ground, the impact causing the earth around him to tremble. His face was etched with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi stood to the side, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he observed the kneeling Shen Tushang. His tone laced with mockery. "Oh dear, my esteemed emperor, why have you knelt before me? I could hardly bear such an honor." At these words, Shen Tushang's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, as he glared at Zhao Tianyi with incredulity. How did you accomplish this? Do not trouble yourself with that. You believed yourself to be at the pinnacle, yet are oblivious to the truth. There are always those beyond you, and realms beyond realms. The emperor, in my eyes you are but a trifling entity, inconsequential." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's words, Shen Tushang's anger erupted instantly, but more so a profound fear took hold. He had never imagined that there existed someone capable of so effortlessly controlling a being of his caliber. An emperor. Panic and terror flooded his features, as if he were witnessing the arrival of his doom. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi cast a glance at the prostrate Shen Tushang and continued, "Now, will you speak, or will you not? Should you choose silence, do not blame me." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's inquiry, Shen Tushang promptly replied, "All of this traces back to the time when I was suppressed by the Tai Daozi." It was revealed that, at the moment of Tai Daozi's demise, he had entrusted his profound legacy to his friend Zheng Yewa. Zheng Yewa, living up to this trust, established the Tai Dao sect in this land. However, the passage of time seemed to subtly shake the restraints set by Tai Daozi himself, causing their power to wane. 500 years ago, a fragment of Shen Tushang's weakened consciousness broke free from its long confinement. Stealthily escaping the restraints, from that moment, he could traverse the realm that had once imprisoned him. Gaining his freedom, Shen Tushang meticulously plotted and employed various artifacts and methods to lure the disciples of the Tai Dao sect. After over 300 years of patient waiting and intricate scheming, Shen Tushang finally discovered an exceptionally gifted disciple, Xian Yuanjun. Under Shen Tushang's attentive guidance, Xian Yuanjun ascended to the immortal ascendancy realm in just 150 years. His cultivation advancing remarkably. Subsequently, Shen Tushang skillfully manipulated the situation, aiding Xian Yuanjun in securing the position of sect master and orchestrated a significant reshuffle among the elders of the sect. The Tai Dao sect, which had once prided itself on righteousness, became a hypocritical facade under Shen Tushang's machinations. The reason behind Shen Tushang's meticulous support of Xian Yuanjun was rooted in even deeper schemes. He intended to use Xian Yuanjun to seek a furnace to aid him in breaking the restraints completely. According to the original plan, in 100 years Shen Tushang would be free from confinement. But unwilling to wait through the long years, he led Xian Yuanjun into darkness. With Xian Yuanjun's fall, the power dynamics of the eastern region underwent a dramatic upheaval. In this grand reshuffle, various forces were either annihilated or fled, leaving only the Wanma Dao sect in a position of dominance. After hearing this entire account, Zhao Tianyi felt a sudden clarity. All the calamities stemmed from Shintu Sheng. However, he did not intend to execute Shintu Sheng directly but instead spoke calmly. "All right. Rise, you may leave now." Upon hearing Zhao Tiany's words, Shintu Sheng's face displayed an incredulous confusion. He remained kneeling, as if time had frozen. He looked at Zhao Tiany with uncertainty in his eyes. You truly intend to let me go?" Zhao Tiany smiled lightly, his expression laced with mockery. "If I do not release you, do you expect me to keep you here for dinner?" Upon hearing this, Shintu Sheng's confusion deepened, while Zhao Tiany appeared unfazed, internally issuing a command to the system: "Erase his memory of being released by me and alter it, make him believe he discovered a flaw in the Tai Daozi's suppression." Leading him to break the seal and return to the southern region, the system's cold voice promptly echoed: "Memory alteration successful. Target will enter a state of unconsciousness." No sooner had the words been spoken than Shintu Sheng's body slumped as if his soul had been extracted. Collapsing onto the ground, sinking into a profound stupor. Observing this, Zhao Tiany nodded slightly and reiterated, "Send him back to the southern region." With that, the unconscious Shintu Sheng vanished from the spot. As if he had never existed. A serene smile graced Zhao Tiany's lips as he too disappeared from sight, leaving no trace. Chapter 39. How to proceed. It was said that the Wan Ma Dao sect had already perished. Why had the sect master not yet returned? At this moment, within the Republican sect's deliberation hall, Chen Jinya anxiously inquired of Lu Desui beside him. "Elder Chen, do not fret, the sect master has his own plans. However, your focus should now be on what you ought to do next." Chen Jinya, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, perplexed. "What do you mean by that? Do you not recall our expedition to Danxia Mountain last month? Just from that event, we recruited over 6,000 disciples, and now news of the Wan Ma Dao sect's demise has spread throughout the eastern region." Heh, you know what that means? Oh dear, how could I have forgotten that? There are countless cultivators in the eastern region. If they all come flocking to us, how shall we respond? Elder Chen, you are mistaken. It is not about us, but rather how you will respond. As the Elder of External Affairs, recruiting disciples is your responsibility. Chen Jinya's expression stiffened instantly upon hearing this. He wanted to refute but fell silent, only able to sigh in resignation. Just then, a figure appeared in the hall. It was Zhao Tiany. Upon seeing him, both men immediately brightened. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Desui continued to jest. "Sect Master, you have finally returned." Elder Chen has been quite worried. Zhao Tiany looked at Chen Jinya, somewhat bewildered. "Elder Chen, what is the matter?" Chen Jinya elaborated on Lu Desui's concerns. Zhao Tiany, after listening, smiled nonchalantly. "What is so difficult about this? The Tai Dao sect is currently vacant. It is far better than our situation, plus it is spacious. We can relocate entirely." Chen Jinya's eyes lit up at this suggestion. "Excellent idea. By the way, Sect Master, could you produce a few more versions of the truth-detecting instrument for cultivation? I fear one will not suffice." With a wave of his hand, thousands of truth-detecting instruments materialized on the floor of the deliberation hall. Witnessing this, Chen Jinya's worries evaporated, replaced by a beaming smile. Zhao Tiany then cautioned Chen Jinya. "Elder Chen, remember, recruit disciples with discernment, not in excess. The donkey should be able to guess correctly. The coming period will surely see an influx of cultivators seeking refuge, once the disciples have been sufficiently recruited. We will consider the matter of relocation." "Yes, I understand," Chen Jinya replied respectfully. "Very well, I shall take my leave to rest now. Today has indeed been quite exhausting." With that, Zhao Tiany vanished from the deliberation hall in an instant. On the following morning, the sun cascaded through the towering gates of the Republic sect, casting its golden rays upon the Valley of Fallen Flowers. At this moment, the valley was already bustling with voices and teeming with people. The donkey's prophecy had indeed come to fruition. Even the entrance of the Republic sect's office in Tiany City was surrounded by both cultivators and ordinary folk. However, the Republic sect was not a sanctuary for just anyone. Integrity was a prerequisite for entry, while cultivation level and innate talent were of little consequence. Yet, there remained a few hopeful souls who sought to blend in among the crowd. Before any individuals of ill repute or who had committed heinous acts would meet immediate execution. Nonetheless, the enthusiasm of the people in the eastern region remained fervent as they flocked towards the Republic sect. Chen Jinya, serving as the Elder of External Affairs, was overwhelmed by the surge of applicants. Sweating profusely under the pressure, fortunately he had previously recruited a group of disciples, which alleviated some of the chaos amid such a multitude of applicants. Days flowed by like water, and in the blink of an eye. Nearly 3 months had passed, yet the fervor among the eastern region's cultivators to join the Republic sect had only intensified, leaving Chen Jinya appearing somewhat haggard compared to earlier days. Each morning, He began his flurry of activities, only to rest late into the night, a relentless routine that would wear down anyone. However, Chinjinya had no choice. As the Elder of External Affairs, he was obligated to shoulder this responsibility. Meanwhile, Hong Tao, as the Elder of Internal Affairs, faced an equally burdensome workload, with her tasks increasing in tandem with the growing number of disciples. Similarly, Zhou Shangyun from the Dan Hall was also beleaguered. His once fair complexion now darkened by the furnace's heat. In contrast, El Desui and Si Ruerue enjoyed a relatively leisurely existence. Each day, the donkey led a dozen disciples on patrol, but the disciples behaved themselves, rendering the task quite pleasant for him. Si Ruerue, too, needed not say much. She led the personnel of the Dark Hall in gathering intelligence throughout the eastern region, making her duties far less strenuous than those of Chinjinya and his colleagues. Yet, among all in the Republic sect, none were as leisurely as Zhao Tianyi. Ever since his return from the city of ethereal clouds, he had immersed himself in his room for cultivation. It was after his encounter with Shen Yuanjin and the monk Woning that Zhao Tianyi realized he was on the brink of breaking through to the core formation stage. After a night's rest, he successfully made the breakthrough, advancing to the later stage of core formation during this period. This moment, as Zhao Tianyi was engrossed in his cultivation, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at his door. Knocking. Zhao Tianyi ceased his practice, and in an instant, he appeared before the door. It was Chinjinya, who, with a slight bow and a wry smile, spoke. Sect leader, the number of applicants has become overwhelming. We currently lack the capacity to accept any new disciples. Zhao Tianyi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "How many disciples have we recruited?" 537,820,000. Chinjinya replied. Zhao Tianyi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What, 500 million? My heavens, how many people is that?" In his shock, he continued to ask, "Can the sect accommodate this many people?" Fortunately, with the existence of the Dan stage, I had elders will make some adjustments to temporarily house the disciples there. Chinjinya explained. "Have they all been settled?" Zhao Tianyi pressed. "No, not completely. I've arranged for them to find their own accommodations. It is precisely because they cannot be fully settled that I have come to seek your guidance. Moreover, there are still a steady influx of cultivators arriving from all directions." Chinjinya replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi felt a headache coming on. He pondered for a moment and then said, "All right, I understand. Let us halt the recruitment of new disciples for the time being. Please notify all the elders to gather in the council hall." Understood, Chinjinya acknowledged before turning to carry out the arrangements. At this time, a voice from within Zhao Tianyi's system chimed in. "Host, the legal framework for the Floating Cloud Continent's cultivation laws, adapted from the laws of Huaxia, has been completed." Zhao Tianyi felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, but soon felt a twinge of confusion. Why did it take so long? Due to the essential differences between this place and Huaxia's civilization, it was necessary to correspond the legal texts with the actual circumstances of the floating cloud continent, which prolonged the process. The system clarified. Zhao Tianyi nodded, refraining from further comment. Just then, the system continued to remind him, "Please be advised, there are 48 hours remaining until the alarm you set." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi gazed into the distance, a wry smile crossing his face as he vanished from his spot, making his way to the Republic Sect's Council Hall. After approximately 7 to 8 minutes, Chinjinya arrived, leading a group of elders into the council hall. The sect leader, most have arrived. Elder C is still in the eastern region gathering intelligence and could not return, Chinjinya informed Zhao Tianyi. "I understand. Since everyone is present, please take a seat, and let us converse," Zhao Tianyi replied. Once everyone was seated, Zhao Tianyi continued, "Elder Chen has just informed me of the situation. I would like to hear everyone's thoughts regarding the future development and construction of our sect." Hearing this, Chinjinya was the first to voice his opinion. "Currently, the only remaining force in the eastern region is US. It would be prudent to establish branch sects of the Republic sect throughout the eastern region. This would address the issue of accommodating our numerous disciples and facilitate our governance of the eastern region." The others began to engage in discussion upon hearing this, but after a brief moment, El Desui interjected. That seems unwise. With so many disciples and so few managers who would oversee these branch sects, we can't possibly have one person managing each, can we?" At this, Hong Tao nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Moreover, Father, you have overlooked a crucial point," Chinjinya inquired. "Hong Tao, what point are you referring to?" But before Hong Tao could respond, Zhao Tianyi interjected, "I believe what you wish to say pertains to human nature." Upon hearing this, Hong Tao nodded. "Yes, the sect leader is correct. It is indeed human nature. Although the current disciples have been vetted and deemed virtuous, it is inevitable that they may, driven by interests, fame, or desires, commit wrongful acts. One must remember that people can change, as Hong Tao elaborated. The others nodded in agreement and resumed their discussion. Chapter 40, Establishing Branch Sects. After several hours of debate, the voices within the hall remained lively. At this juncture, Zhao Tianyi rose from his seat, cleared his throat, and declared, "Everyone, please quiet down. I have an idea." The crowd immediately turned their attention to him. Observing this, Zhao Tianyi continued, "I feel that Elder Chen's suggestion is worthy of consideration. We could establish branch sects of the Republic sect in various regions of the Eastern region. However, as Hong Tao stated, human hearts are unpredictable. Therefore, I propose the establishment of a new institution, tentatively named the Disciplinary Committee. The role of the Disciplinary Committee would be to oversee the branch sects in each region, ensuring that they adhere to the tenets of the Republic sect. Furthermore, the inspectors of the Disciplinary Committee will be chosen and appointed directly by the headquarters. To ensure fairness and impartiality, our headquarters will be responsible for monitoring the conduct of these members. What are your thoughts on my proposal?" Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared somewhat perplexed, but as Zhao Tianyi elucidated further, they began to grasp his intentions and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhou Shangyun, however, wore a look of skepticism and raised his question. "Then, sect leader, what specific functions will these branch sects serve?" El Desui echoed his confusion. Yes, we can't simply support these individuals without purpose. There is no war to engage in." Zhao Tianyi, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Enforcement. While the term enforcement seemed straightforward, its profound implications were lost on the assembly, leading to a series of puzzled exchanges among them. "May I inquire, sect leader, what do you mean by enforcement?" Chen Jinye asked. In response, Zhao Tianyi elaborated, "As I mentioned before, we intend to implement laws in the Eastern region. This legal framework has now reached its preliminary completion. A set of laws I have named the Floating Cloud Continent Cultivation Law. Shortly, I will distribute the initial draft of this law to each of you, and I hope you will provide suggestions for improvement. The branch sects we are about to establish will be granted enforcement powers. Though most of the demonic cultivators in the Eastern region have been imprisoned by me, there are still some who linger, as well as unscrupulous individuals among the common folk. To mitigate these unlawful acts, I have devised this Floating Cloud Continent Cultivation Law. However, a law without enforcers cannot fulfill its fundamental purpose. Therefore, I plan to transform the branch sects into enforcers, providing protection for those cultivators or ordinary individuals who have been wronged and ensuring that wrongdoers face the consequences of their actions." With that, Zhao Tianyi gently waved his hand, and before everyone appeared a red book titled Floating Cloud Continent Cultivation Law. "Regarding my proposal, I hope you will all take the time to contemplate it and not rush to provide a response. By the way, the matter of relocating the Republic sect to the city of ethereal clouds can now proceed. I will leave the arrangements to old donkey. As the hour grows late, let us all take a rest for now." Everyone nodded in agreement, and seeing this, Zhao Tianyi instantly vanished into his room. The next morning, Zhao Tianyi once again summoned the members of the Republic sect to collectively discuss the suggestions he had proposed the night before. After a morning filled with discussions, they ultimately reached a consensus regarding the establishment of branch sections. Furthermore, they deliberated on matters concerning the locations and personnel composition of these branches, as well as the arrangements for the monks and ordinary people who had traveled from afar. By noon, the Republic sect publicly issued an important statement announcing a temporary halt to the recruitment of new disciples at its headquarters. This news, once released, immediately sparked dissatisfaction among numerous cultivators. However, another announcement made shortly thereafter by Chen Jinye quelled the discontent in their hearts. "Esteemed cultivators, please remain calm. Although our headquarters will temporarily cease recruitment, we plan to establish branches of the Republic sect across the Eastern region. I invite you all to return to your respective locations or to the sites of sects previously annihilated by the 10,000 Demons sect and await further instructions. Once the branches are established, we warmly welcome each of you to join our ranks. Additionally, as an expression of our apologies, every individual present will receive 100 floating cloud stones as compensation, along with a copy of the cultivation manual from the Floating Cloud Continent." Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd displayed satisfied smiles, albeit with a hint of confusion regarding the offered cultivation manual. Fortunately, they had all previously witnessed Zhao Tianyi's live broadcast, coupled with Chen Jinye's explanations, which clarified the significance of the manual, revealing it to be far more precious than 100 spirit stones. Subsequently, those eager to join the Republic sect began to disperse. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi was traversing the eastern region with a donkey, establishing branches of the Republic sect. After a day's efforts, he successfully established as many as 1,000 branches. Effectively achieving comprehensive coverage of the eastern region, however, the challenge of selecting suitable leaders to manage these newly established branches loomed before them. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi was engaged in discussions within the Grand Hall regarding candidates for the branch leaders. Suddenly, a disciple entered the hall and reported to Zhao Tianyi, sect master, the trio of rogue cultivators, Bao Ho and his siblings, along with elder Shi Zhangfeng from the Tsanyu divine sect, wish to see you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi promptly rose and appeared at the mountain gate of the Republic sect in an instant. Friends Bao and Shi, what brings you here? I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please come inside and we shall converse. As soon as Shi Zhangfeng laid eyes on Zhao Tianyi, he immediately knelt and said, Your Majesty, I regret my previous disrespectful behavior at Danxia Mountain. I beseech your forgiveness. Noticing this, Zhao Tianyi quickly helped Shi Zhangfeng to his feet, saying, Friend Shi, it was merely a misunderstanding, please rise, and let us discuss matters in the Grand Hall. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi began to suspect. Could it be that this fellow encountered Monk Wuning so swiftly? Guided by Zhao Tianyi, the four of them proceeded to the Grand Hall, since the Republic sect had yet to determine the candidates for the branch leaders. Discussions were still ongoing among those present. Zhao Tianyi interrupted the discourse to introduce the newcomers to the assembly. The Bo siblings and Shi Zhangfeng also introduced themselves in turn. After the introductions, Zhao Tianyi, somewhat perplexed, turned to Shi Zhangfeng and inquired, Wasn't that Tsanyu divine sect destroyed? How did you escape its clutches? In response, Shi Zhangfeng spoke with a hint of sorrow, Your Majesty, to be frank, after leaving Danxia Mountain, I led 1,000 disciples to the northern region to procure rare treasures for the Tsanyu divine sect. We only returned yesterday, and upon learning of the sect's destruction, I was utterly despondent. Upon hearing of your triumph over the 10,000 demons sect, I brought my disciples to seek refuge with the Republic sect. Zhao Tianyi then asked, Have you encountered Monk Wuning? Indeed, it was Monk Wuning who informed me of these matters and requested that I convey a message to you. Shi Zhangfeng replied. After pondering for a moment, he continued, He said the Buddha was mistaken and expressed his gratitude for the scriptures you provided, claiming that he has attained enlightenment. Zhao Tianyi nodded slightly. Silently reflecting, it appears that this monk has indeed realized something. At this juncture, Zhao Tianyi turned his attention to the Bo siblings and curiously asked, Friends Bao, what brings you three here? Hearing this, Bao Ho displayed a look of embarrassment. Seemingly hesitant to speak. At that moment, Xiaqiudong stepped forward and respectfully addressed Zhao Tianyi, Sect Master Zhao, we too wish to join the Republic sect, but I must speak candidly, was it not you who annihilated the Tai sect? I see your cultivation level. However, before Xiaqiudong could finish, Fang covered her mouth and offered an explanation to Zhao Tianyi. I beg your pardon, Senior Zhao, my sister speaks without thinking at times. So please do not take offense. Zhao Tianyi chuckled lightly and said, No harm done, Miss Xia, your forthrightness is refreshing. I shall not be offended if Fang, please release her. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's words, Fang Lin finally let go. Xiaqiudong shot a disgruntled glare at Fang Lin before turning to Zhao Tianyi to continue, Sect Master Zhao, I actually had no intention of joining the Republic sect, but I lost a bet to my elder brother, which is why I am here with them. Oh, what wager compelled you three to decide to join the Republic sect? Zhao Tianyi inquired. Just as Xiaqiudong was about to respond, Bao Ho interjected. He Senior Zhao, the specifics of the wager are inconsequential. What matters is that we three siblings have resolved to join the Republic sect and serve it faithfully. At that moment, a thought sprang to Zhao Tianyi's mind as he scanned the four individuals before him. Chapter 41, Dumplings. Zhao Tianyi gazed at the four with a smile and declared, Since you are all willing to join the Republic sect, I wholeheartedly welcome you. Henceforth, we shall be one family, united in purpose. The four bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master, for your kindness. We shall dedicate ourselves to the Republic sect. Just then, a flicker of contemplation crossed Zhao Tianyi's eyes as he addressed them further. However, you are all renowned figures in the eastern region. It would be somewhat inappropriate for you to lower yourselves to the status of ordinary disciples. Coincidentally, the Republic sect is in the process of expanding its influence and establishing several branch sections. Therefore, I propose that you four take on the roles of leaders for the Republic sect's branches. What do you think? Zhao Tianyi had been prompted by a previous conversation with Chen Jinye, who had mentioned that many surviving elders from sects devastated by the 10,000 demons sect had joined the Republic sect as disciples. Zhao Tianyi realized that these elders possessed valuable management experience, making it inappropriate for them to serve merely as disciples. Thus, the idea of appointing them as branch leaders took root. Shi Zhangfeng was the first to respond, bowing respectfully, Thank you, Your Majesty, I would be honored to contribute to the Republic sect. The Bo siblings echoed in unison, We are grateful for your favor, Senior. We too wish to serve the Republic sect. Subsequently, Zhao Tianyi held further discussions with the members of the Republic sect. Ultimately, there was unanimous agreement that the surviving elders from sects destroyed by the 10,000 Demons sect would assume the leadership of the Republic sect's branches. The elders for each branch would be appointed by their respective leaders, provided they passed the Republic sect's truth testing device to ensure their reliability. As the discussions concluded, everyone began to depart. Zhao Tianyi returned to his quarters. Now enveloped in the twilight hours. At this moment, he sat alone in his room, raising his wine cup repeatedly as he consumed drink after drink. His mood grew increasingly melancholic. The reason was simple: today marked the Lunar New Year's Eve in his homeland. Huaxia. He should have been celebrating with his family, sharing laughter, and a sumptuous reunion dinner. Instead, he found himself in a distant foreign land, adrift and alone. Confronting this solitude and yearning, he could only numb his heart with alcohol for the time being. He tilted his head back and downed the remaining wine in his cup, softly reciting, "In a cold hotel, I cannot sleep. My heart, as a traveler, turns desolate. Tonight, I long for home, 1,000 miles away. My frost-tipped hair will greet another year come dawn." After reciting, tears silently rolled down the corners of his eyes as he continued to murmur, "When will I be able to go home? Dad Imam, are you well?" The earlier reminder from the system had been a deliberately set alarm for the Huaxia Spring Festival. Since his arrival in the floating cloud continent, he had spent 3 spring festivals alone. And this time of year always marked his most profound loneliness. Meanwhile, a figure quietly approached Zhao Tianyi's residence. Chen Jinye, however, just as he was about to arrive, the appearance of Elder El Desui interrupted Chen Jinye's progress. "Elder El, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, El Desui did not respond but instead gestured for silence and pulled Chen Jinye away from Zhao Tianyi's vicinity. Once they were a safe distance from Zhao Tianyi's residence, Chen Jinye, puzzled, asked Elder El, "What is going on?" El Desui did not answer directly but solemnly stated, "No matter what happens today, do not disturb the boss." Understood. Why is that? Chen Jinye inquired, increasingly confused. It seemed that today held special significance for Zhao Tianyi. "Did you not notice how restless he has been today? In any case, do not disturb the boss." Although Chen Jinye was left puzzled, he nodded in agreement and briefly conversed with El Desui before departing. After bidding farewell to Chen Jinye, El Desui returned once more to the threshold of Zhao Tianyi's room. He quietly seated himself, standing guard to prevent any interruptions. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi softly called out from within, "Old donkey, come in and share a drink with me." Upon hearing this, El Desui gently pushed the door open and took a seat opposite Zhao Tianyi, who smiled as he filled a cup with wine for him. He then inquired, "Was that Elder Chen who just visited? Was there something urgent?" El Desui casually replied, Just some trivial matters, nothing pressing, you can deal with them tomorrow." Zhao Tianyi chose not to press further. Silently continuing to drink, lost in thought, curiosity got the better of El Desui, who asked, "Brother, what is the significance of today? Why do you always seem this way at this time of year?" With a soft sigh, Zhao Tianyi lamented, "It's nothing, just a bit of homesickness." He then began to recount the customs of the Spring Festival in his homeland, Huaxia, along with fond memories from the past. He spoke of dumplings, reunions, familial bonds, and the ache of longing, each word imbued with profound affection for his hometown. "Dumplings? What kind of food is that?" El Desui inquired with curiosity. "Of course, they are a must-have during our festivities. They are made of dough filled with a mixture of pork and green onions, and my mother's dumplings are the most delicious," Zhao Tianyi said, but suddenly his voice faltered, growing softer, tears welled in his eyes, and a single drop fell silently into his wineglass. After a long moment, he managed a bitter smile, downing the contents of his cup before sinking into a deep slumber. Observing this, El Desui gently assisted him onto the bed, tucked him in, and then quietly left Zhao Tianyi's room, vanishing into the night. As dawn broke the following day, Zhao Tianyi, still immersed in a deep slumber from the previous night's indulgence in wine, remained oblivious. Just then, the door to his room was gently pushed open, and 2 figures stealthily entered. The visitors were Hong Tao and El Desui, their movements light, as if they feared disturbing the slumbering Zhao Tianyi. In Hong Tao's hands was a plate, neatly arranged with crescent-shaped dumplings. It turned out that after El Desui departed the previous night, he sought out Hong Tao and shared with her Zhao Tianyi's deep-seated homesickness, along with some customs from his homeland. Hence, the present scene unfolded. El Desui approached Hong Tao because she had opened an unnamed falling flower residence within the city after her cultivation was rendered void. As both the proprietor and chef, her culinary skills were exceptional, which is why El Desui turned to her. Now, Hong Tao tiptoed to the side of Zhao Tianyi's bed, carefully picking up a dumpling with chopsticks and offering it to his lips. As the dumpling touched his mouth, Zhao Tiany's eyes flew open, and he sat up, a look of confusion on his face. Upon recognizing Hong Tao and El Desui, his expression softened when his gaze fell upon the plate in Hong Tao's hands and he savored the familiar, comforting taste of the dumpling. He began to chew thoughtfully of the flavors spread across his palate, ensnaring him in a delightful reverie. After swallowing the dumpling, he curiously asked Hong Tao, how did you come to make these dumplings? El Desui interjected with pride, brother, I described the recipe to Hong Tao. How does it taste? Authentic, right? Zhao Tiany gazed at Hong Tao with gratitude, smiling as he said, thank you, Hong Tao, this truly tastes just like the dumplings from my hometown. With that, he took the plate from her hands and began to eat heartily, as if trying to infuse all his yearning for home into the delectable dumplings. Hong Tao observed him and gently advised, young master, take your time. There is plenty more. Her eyes radiated warmth and concern. At that moment, Zhao Tiany's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, and moisture pooled in his gaze. Noticing this, Hong Tao softly comforted him. Young master, although I do not know where your hometown lies, we are all your family. El Desui chimed in, brother, indeed, no matter where you go, we shall always be by your side. Zhao Tiany looked deeply at both of them, expressing his sincere gratitude. Yes, thank you both. His voice trembled with emotion, yet he understood that in this unfamiliar world, he would no longer be alone. Chapter 42, Taking Disciples, in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. The various affairs of the branch of the Republic sect had been largely arranged, and the relocation of the headquarters to Floating Mist City had also been put on the agenda. Currently, the over 500 million disciples of the Republic sect had been properly allocated to various branches, yet the headquarters still housed over 50 million disciples. At this moment, the Republic sect had undergone a complete transformation. Emerging as a premier force in the eastern domain above Falling Flower Valley, numerous Liaoning-class aircraft carriers filled the skies, reminiscent of the fleet Zhao Tiany had summoned from Danxia Mountain. At this juncture, with a commanding voice, Zhao Tiany initiated the migration of the Republic sect to Floating Mist City. The disciples heeded the call, boarding the ships en masse, heading towards Floating Mist City. As his words echoed, the disciples of the Republic sect soared into the air, heading for the Liaoning carriers. Once all the disciples had successfully boarded, the entire fleet set sail towards Floating Mist City, a truly magnificent sight. Just as Zhao Tiany prepared to depart, he was unexpectedly stopped by Sun Shengquan, who had recently been appointed as the sect master of the Falling Flower Valley branch, appeared somewhat anxious. Lowering his head slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he spoke softly. Sect master, I have a request that may be inappropriate to voice. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Tiany raised an eyebrow. Sensing what Sun Shengquan was about to say, it turned out that the previous day, Sun Shengquan had brought his 108 adopted sons, hoping they could become Zhao Tiany's disciples. Yet, Zhao Tiany himself was still grappling with his own cultivation, let alone taking on disciples. He had declined them on the spot. At that moment, Zhao Tiany waved his hand, exasperated, regarding your adopted sons wanting to become my disciples. I have made my stance quite clear. I have no such intention. Do you have anything else to discuss? A flicker of awkwardness passed over Sun Xingquan's face, yet he summoned the courage to continue. Since the sect master is not inclined to take on disciples, I naturally do not dare to force the issue. However, his words trailed off abruptly. Zhao Tiany urged him, but what? Don't hesitate, if you don't speak, I shall take my leave. Sun Shengquan took a deep breath, gathering his courage. Sect master, considering your daily needs, it may be wise to have someone to attend to you. As he spoke, he gestured to a white-robed man behind him. Continuing, this is my adopted son Elbu. You have met him before. He is loyal and reliable, and I hope he can serve you as a servant. Upon hearing this, Sun Shengquan shot Elbu a knowing glance. Elbu immediately understood and stepped forward, kneeling before Zhao Tiany, sincerely proclaiming, Sect Master, I am willing to serve you with utmost devotion. Yet Zhao Tiany frowned, casting a disapproving glance at Sun Shengquan, his tone tinged with reproach. Old Mirth knows. Do you think I have forgotten the instructions I gave you regarding the branch masters? Have you all simply disregarded my words? It turned out that before appointing the branch masters, Zhao Tiany had convened a meeting and emphasized the founding principles of the Republic sect, particularly the core tenet of equality among all. However, Sun Xingquan's mention of a servant and Elbu's kneeling clearly indicated that they had not taken Zhao Tiany's words to heart. This deeply displeased him, and his expression darkened, revealing his anger. Noticing Zhao Tiany's somber demeanor, Sun Shengquan felt a cold sweat break out on his palms, realizing that his suggestion had angered the sect master. He hastily lowered his gaze, afraid to meet Zhao Tiany's piercing eyes, fearing that icy glare would see right through him. At that moment, Elbu stepped forward to defend Sun Shengquan. Sect master, It was my insistence to become your servant. It is unrelated to my adoptive father. Upon hearing Elbu's words, Zhao Tianyi gently lifted him up, turning his gaze to Sun Shengquan, and inquired, Old North knows. Is what Elbu said true? Sun Shengquan did not respond verbally but merely nodded. It turned out that after Zhao Tianyi had returned Elbu to the Republic sect, he had also watched Zhao Tianyi's livestream and was deeply impressed. He had immediately harbored the desire to become Zhao Tianyi's disciple of the previous day. Accompanied by Sun Shengquan, Elbu and his brothers had attempted to seek Zhao Tianyi as their master, but Zhao Tianyi had kindly declined. Although Elbu felt dejected, his admiration for Zhao Tianyi remained undiminished. Last night, in front of Sun Shengquan, Elbu fervently pleaded, declaring that even if he could not become Zhao Tianyi's disciple, he would be willing to follow him as a servant. Despite feeling conflicted, Sun Shengquan could not deny Elbu's determination, hence the scene that had unfolded earlier. And now Zhao Tianyi's gaze turned serious as he faced Elbu, speaking with gravitas. Elbu, do not speak of servitude again. However, I see your sincerity, and I shall make an exception to accept you as my disciple. Hearing this, Elbu's heart soared with excitement. He immediately knelt on the ground, hands clasped together, respectfully bowing 3 times to Zhao Tianyi to express his reverence. Zhao Tianyi did not stop him this time, fully aware that as a master, receiving the gestures of respect and reverence from his disciples was entirely appropriate. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Shengquan exhaled a sigh of relief and admonished Elbu. Fengxian, from this day forth, you must humbly learn from the master, heed his teachings, and strive not to disappoint his expectations. To which Elbu replied, rest assured, my adoptive father, I shall certainly honor the teachings and uphold the aspirations of both my master and you. With that, he bowed deeply once more to Zhao Tianyi. Very well, since you acknowledge me as your teacher, I shall not be stingy. I will present you with 2 gifts as a token of our first meeting. Zhao Tianyi proclaimed. As he spoke, he retrieved from his storage bag the formidable Shindashang and the god-slaying halberd of Xian Yuanjin. Yet, at that moment, he hesitated, contemplating, the malevolent essence of this halberd is too potent. Bestow it upon him, and it may lead to his demise. Perhaps I should first modify it. With a mere thought, the Shindashang in his grasp began to transform. Gradually, the dark aura dissipated, and in its stead emerged a magnificent Fangtian Huaji. The halberd, exceeding 10 feet in length, was enveloped in an obsidian hue, seemingly imbibing the deepest colors of the night sky, exuding an aura of gravitas. Under the sun's rays, the halberd shimmered with an enigmatic luster. Its tip was exquisitely sharp, akin to a dragon breaking through the ocean's surface, seemingly capable of rending the heavens and severing all obstacles in its path. Golden crescent-shaped adornments, embedded on either side of the tip, radiated a chilling and piercing brilliance, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The halberd's shaft featured a lifelike phoenix, poised for flight, with vibrant plumage and piercing eyes. Each feather of the phoenix was distinct, its wings unfurled as if ready to soar into the heavenly expanse. The phoenix's image harmoniously melded with the shaft, rendering it ethereal and extraordinary. Moreover, the Fangtian Huaji emanated a formidable presence, reminiscent of a slumbering behemoth poised to awaken and unleash its cataclysmic power. Observing the halberd, now rejuvenated, Zhao Tianyi nodded in satisfaction before handing it over to Elbu. In a swift motion, Zhao Tianyi gestured, and Elbu's previous white celestial robe was instantly replaced with a commanding suit of armor. The armor, predominantly black, was outlined with golden threads and accented with red embellishments. The shoulder pads bore the visage of a ferocious beast, embodying an aura of intimidation, as if capable of devouring all adversaries. The chestplate was adorned with a gargantuan, fearsome face, complete with glistening fangs that radiated an aura of unmatched dominance. The skirt armor was embellished with scale-like plates, interconnected with crimson lines, enhancing its fortitude while lending it an air of authority. Furthermore, intricate patterns and designs were delicately etched into every detail, showcasing unparalleled opulence. Upon his head, Elbu wore a trident-shaped, purple-golden crown, with peacock feathers standing tall. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi gazed at Elbu with admiration, thinking, truly, this is no trifling matter. He is indeed quite striking. Sun Shengquan interjected. Elbu, do not forget to express your gratitude to your master. Prompted by this, Elbu respectfully held the Fangtian Huaji and clasped his hands in thanks. I am deeply grateful for your generous gifts, Master. Zhao Tianyi waved his hand with a smile, saying, no need for excessive formalities. Come, let us proceed to the headquarters. As you command, Master, Elbu replied, turning to bow to Sun Shengquan. I shall be departing with my master. Please take care. Sun Shengquan nodded with a smile. Go forth. You need not worry about me. I have your 107 brothers and sisters to keep me company. Zhao Tianyi then addressed Sun Shengquan. Old son, I leave this place in your capable hands. Ensure that all is well managed. Indeed, master, Sun Shengquan responded earnestly. Very well, let us be on our way. with that, he and Elbu vanished from sight. Reappearing aboard a Liaoning-class aircraft carrier, setting their course for the ethereal city. Chapter 43, Ascending Prosperity. Time raced on, and a month passed in the blink of an eye, with the successful relocation of the headquarters of the Republic sect to the ethereal city. The Eastern Domain returned to its former tranquility. Over the past month, under the auspices of the Republic sect, the cultivation laws of the floating cloud continent, devised by Zhao Tianyi, had been fully promulgated and implemented in the Eastern Domain. Ushering in an unprecedented legal consciousness and fresh ideologies. Initially, the populace of the Eastern Domain exhibited some resistance, but through the advocacy and elucidation from various branches of the sect, they gradually began to comprehend and accept the concept of law. As its enforcement brought forth fairness and justice, thus, the implementation of the floating cloud continent's cultivation laws proceeded relatively smoothly. Moreover, under the strategic planning of Chen Jinye and other elders of the Republic sect, the disciplinary committee to oversee the branches of the Republic sect was successfully established. The committee's members were selected from the earlier female cultivators who had joined the Republic sect. Their tragic experiences as furnace cauldrons made them cherish fairness and justice even more, rendering them the backbone of the disciplinary committee. However, the entire committee comprised only 500 members, organized into 50 teams of 10. Yet, one should not underestimate them. They were all equipped with AK-47s enchanted by Zhao Tianyi. Capable of effortlessly eliminating cultivators at the feather transformation stage. More critically, they were endowed with supreme law enforcement powers, should they uncover any branch violating the principles and regulations of the Republic sect. They possessed the authority to enact immediate judgment and sanctions. At first, Chen Jinye harbored concerns regarding the extensive powers granted to the disciplinary committee, fearing it might incite internal turmoil within the sect. However, with Zhao Tianyi's insistence, this decision was ultimately upheld. Zhao Tianyi firmly believed that the stringent enforcement of laws was pivotal in maintaining the sect's stability, yielding far more benefits than detriments, although it might initially stir some ripples. In the long run, it would bolster the Republic sect's reputation in the hearts of the Eastern Domain's people, demonstrating that the sect was not merely talk but action-oriented. As time progressed and the Republic sect became ingrained in the collective consciousness, even if the sect were to cease to exist, the populace would still adhere to the rules established by it, for by then, these regulations would have been deeply etched into their very beings, becoming the guiding principles of their conduct. With a series of matters resolved, the Republic sect finally regained its previous calm. However, the surge of disciples inundated the sect with trivial affairs, leaving Chen Jinye and the other elders overwhelmed with tasks. In stark contrast, Zhao Tianyi, as the sect's leader, appeared remarkably at ease. With sufficient personnel now available, his presence seemed somewhat superfluous. Thus, he assumed the role of a hands-off manager, entrusting all sect matters to Chen Jinye while seeking a secluded corner to enter into seclusion for cultivation. In this context, it is essential to mention the new residents of the Republic sect. Upon initially arriving, Zhao Tianyi had not paid much attention to the surroundings, but after a thorough exploration, he found himself deeply impressed by Zhang Yiwa, the founder of the Taidao sect. It turned out that on the day he released Chen to Shang, Zhao Tianyi had only conducted a cursory examination of the Taidao sect, failing to observe the hidden wonders beyond the distant celestial mountains. Their vast fields of medicinal gardens flourished, brimming with vibrant greenery and a plethora of rare herbs, exuding delightful fragrances. Nestled within the gardens were ancient, exquisite buildings arranged in harmonious disarray. More breathtakingly, behind the gardens lay towering mountains, expansive plains, and picturesque lakes, crafting a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Further away, numerous caves dotted the mountains, serving as retreat havens for the past cultivators of the Taidao sect. These structures were built into the mountainside, showcasing the sect's profound heritage and strength. The sheer magnitude of the area was astounding, being a full 50 times greater than the former Republic sect's residence at the Falling Flower Valley. How could Zhao Tianyi not feel a deep sense of admiration? At this moment, Zhao Tianyi was wholly engrossed in the realm of cultivation, seemingly merging with his surroundings. Around him, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced like fine threads, gracefully flowing into his brow. Under his refinement, this spiritual essence nourished his body like a gentle rain, perfectly absorbed within him. At that instant, a faint blue luminescence enveloped his form, reminiscent of a clear spring under moonlight. Radiating an aura of tranquility and depth, time appeared to stand still in that moment, as the blue light danced through the air like the garments of a celestial maiden, uncertain of how long had passed. The luminescence gradually faded, and Zhao Tianyi slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled a deep breath, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At last, I have reached the Huayuan realm. With that declaration, Zhao Tianyi clenched his fists. Feeling the surging power within him, his heart swelling with excitement akin to a tidal wave, impossible to quell. Yet, curiously, Zhao Tianyi was indeed a prodigy of cultivation, from the onset of his training to this point. It had been nearly half a year. He had ascended from the Qi refinement stage to the Huayuan realm, something others would scarcely dare to imagine. However, no matter how exceptional his talent or high his cultivation, it was ultimately futile. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi realized this truth. Gazing at his bulging veins, he murmured, "Others may require 10 years or even a century to achieve a breakthrough, yet why is my progress so rapid? It feels as though I am soaring upwards like a rocket." Nevertheless, without martial techniques and cultivation methods, even the highest cultivation level would be mere superficiality. Alas, this truly is challenging, as he recalled the days when he was relentlessly pursued by Duan Mengchen in the Dan realm. He couldn't help but shake his head. Reflecting on this, he began to utilize his abilities to attempt to create martial techniques and cultivation methods, but soon after, he relinquished the endeavor. One must understand, martial techniques and cultivation methods were profoundly intricate matters. How can one fabricate something out of thin air without understanding its principles? If Zhao Tianyi were to employ his own abilities to create modern weaponry such as the Dongfeng missile, atomic bomb, or hydrogen bomb, it would hardly pose a challenge for him. After all, he hails from Huaxia. While he may not have witnessed these inventions firsthand, he possesses at least a conceptual understanding of their mechanics. However, these two ideas are entirely distinct. Contemplating this, Zhao Tianyi furrowed his brow, his visage etched with frustration. At that moment, he rose from his seat, shaking his head in resignation, and muttered to himself, "Enough of this. I might as well seek out Old Chen to see if he has any martial techniques or skills for me to practice." With that, Zhao Tianyi's figure vanished from the cave. As Zhao Tianyi searched the sect for traces of Chen Jinye, he found himself unable to locate him. In a state of helplessness, he approached Hong Tao, hoping to glean some clues from her. "Hong Tao, where is your father? Is he not in the sect? I can't seem to find him," he inquired, startled by Zhao Tianyi's sudden appearance and question. Hong Tao stumbled backward. Fortunately, Zhao Tianyi was quick to react, catching her hand before she fell. After taking a moment to compose herself, Hong Tao patted her chest and replied, "Oh dear young master, you always startle me like this." Zhao Tianyi offered an awkward smile and promptly apologized. "I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Are you alright?" Hong Tao shook her head, indicating she was fine, and then continued, "My father has gone to Luyun City. I heard there was a troublesome case there that the branch couldn't resolve, so they asked him to assist. A case? What kind of case requires your father's personal involvement?" Zhao Tianyi asked with curiosity. Hong Tao shook her head. "I'm not sure of the specifics. He left yesterday and hasn't returned yet." After pondering for a moment, Zhao Tianyi decided to visit Luyun City himself, as he had matters to discuss with Chen Jinye. He turned to Hong Tao and said, "I happen to need to find him, so I'll head to Luyun City." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Hong Tao's eyes. "Well, I have some time now, why don't we go together?" Zhao Tianyi, noticing the anticipation in her gaze, nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. I'm not familiar with the area, so it would be perfect if you could guide me." With that, he reached out and grasped Hong Tao's wrist, and in the next instant, their figures flickered and vanished from their original location. Chapter 44. A lawsuit. Luyun City lies to the east of Pyongyang City, and it was once the stronghold of the Song family, one of the 4 doors and 3 families of Ur. In the past, when the Wan Madao sect launched a massive offensive, the Song family, steadfast and unyielding, refused to submit. Consequently, they were nearly annihilated. Fortunately, a few survived, leaving an ember of hope for the Song lineage. Now, the leader of the Gongha sect branch on Lingyun Mountain, adjacent to Luyun City, is Song Shiwan, a former elder of the Song family. He carries the legacy of the Song family and has taken up the mantle of the Gongha sect to continue safeguarding the land and its people. Moreover, Song Shiwan is acquainted with Zhao Tianyi, as he was the leader of the Song family during the events at Danxia Mountain. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi and Hong Tao had arrived at the Gongha sect's office within Luyun City. Outside the office, a throng of people gathered, nearly overflowing the area. Zhao Tianyi and Hong Tao exerted considerable effort to finally reach the entrance. Peering curiously inside, the interior was arranged with solemnity and order, resembling a miniature court of Huaxia. However, Zhao Tianyi's heart did not stir with much emotion. He observed the proceedings with the detached demeanor of a leisurely bystander, for all that transpired here was of his own making. To uphold the tenets of the Gongha sect, such offices were established in every city where a branch resided, facilitating the public's pursuit of justice and the voicing of grievances. Furthermore, these offices served to demonstrate the sect's enforcement procedures, allowing all to witness their operational processes and outcomes through tangible actions. They embodied the principles of transparency and accountability, embedding the ideals of the Gongha sect within the hearts of the populace. Inside the Luoyang city office, Song Shiwan sat upright behind a desk, scrutinizing two men and a woman before him. He occasionally furrowed his brow or nodded gently, as if analyzing something. Simultaneously, he exchanged furtive glances with Chen Jinye, engaging in whispered discussions that conveyed an air of tension and seriousness. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi turned to an elderly man beside him and quietly inquired, "Sir, what exactly is happening in there?" The elder appraised Zhao Tianyi with a smile. Young man, judging by your appearance, you must not be from Luoyang City, right?" Zhao Tianyi nodded. "I come from Tianyi City, sir. Could you enlighten me on the situation?" The elder continued, "That young woman is Bai Jia, and the man is Wen Shuxiang, while the one standing nearby is Ji Bojiang, who is said to be a cultivator." As the elder elaborated, Zhao Tianyi gradually grasped the situation. It turned out that the three were residents of Luoyang City. Bai Jia and Wen Shuxiang were ordinary folk, while Ji Bojiang was a foundational-level cultivator. Bai Jia was a widow. Her husband, Wen Shuwen, had once been a practitioner but abandoned the path due to insufficient talent. He later married Bai Jia in Luoyang City, and they ran a small shop, leading a stable life. However, Wen Shuwen passed away from illness, leaving Bai Jia to fend for herself. Wen Shuxiang was the younger brother of Wen Shuwen. 4 days prior, Bai Jia had unexpectedly come to the Gongha sect office to accuse Wen Shuxiang of assaulting her. Ji Bojiang served as her witness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi couldn't help but ponder. The names Bai Jia and Ji Bojiang don't sound particularly virtuous. He further questioned the elder, "Is this all? What has drawn such a crowd?" "Young man, you might not realize it, but this is the first time in Luoyang City that a lawsuit has occurred between an ordinary person and a cultivator. Everyone is curious about the legal proceedings, which is why they have gathered here. Moreover, this case has been under deliberation for 4 days, and still no conclusion has been reached," the elder explained. "The case seems rather straightforward. Why has it dragged on for so long?" Zhao Tianyi inquired. That's where it gets interesting. Bai Jia and Ji Bojiang insist that Wen Shuxiang assaulted her, while Wen Shuxiang counters that they were involved in an illicit relationship. Both sides are adamant in their claims. "I've heard that even the people from the Gongha sect in Piaomio City have come to participate in the proceedings, yet there is still no resolution." The elder pondered for a moment before continuing. "Strangely enough, Wen Shuxiang was quite articulate a couple of days ago, but since yesterday, he appears dazed, as if he has lost his wits." "Oh, is that so?" Zhao Tianyi stroked his chin, lost in thought. At that moment, the elder rubbed his bleary eyes, as though he recognized Zhao Tianyi's face from somewhere. Tentatively, he asked, "Young man, why do I feel as if I have seen you before?" Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi chuckled and shook his head. Sir, you must be mistaken." After a while, Zhao Tianyi sent a mental message to Chen Jinye, who was currently in the courtroom, saying, "Elder Chen, this case seems quite simple. Why haven't you resolved it yet?" Upon receiving Zhao Tianyi's message, Chen Jinye's heart stirred, and he scanned the hall, trying to pinpoint Zhao Tianyi's location. Noticing this, Zhao Tianyi continued, "Stop looking. I won't reveal myself just yet. Find an excuse to step away for a moment, and let me handle the case." Upon hearing this, Chen Jinye immediately turned to Song Shiwan and said, "Old Song, I'll be stepping out for a moment but will return shortly." Song Shiwan nodded in agreement, and seizing the opportunity, Chen Jinye walked towards a small door at the back of the office and exited the hall. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi whispered to Hong Tao, "I'll be right back," and vanished from her sight. In just a minute, Zhao Tianyi reappeared in the hall, taking on Chen Jinye's appearance. His gaze sharp and discerning, he scrutinized the three individuals and then addressed Bai Jia. "Madam Bai Jia, can you confirm that it was your uncle, Wen Shuxiang, who assaulted you?" Bai Jia nodded, "Yes, my lord." Ji Bojiang can testify on my behalf. Zhao Tianyi, not having clearly heard, pressed on, "What did you say?" With a hint of confusion, Bai Jia replied, "My lord, it's Ji Bojiang." Ji Bojiang. Zhao Tianyi turned to the man beside Bai Jia, speaking with disdain, "So you are Ji Bojiang?" Ji Bojiang felt uneasy under Zhao Tianyi's piercing gaze but maintained his composure. "I am indeed Ji Bojiang. Did you not ask me earlier? I expect you to answer my questions directly without unnecessary chatter." Bai Jia claims you can prove that Wen Shuxiang assaulted her, which implies you witnessed the incident? Zhao Tianyi interrogated. Ji Bojiang hesitated for a moment before admitting, "No, I did not see it. I merely heard it from outside." The cracks in your story are beginning to show. Zhao Tianyi seized upon his inconsistency and turned to Song Shiwan. Asking Master Song, according to the laws of the floating cloud continent, what is the penalty for perjury? In response, Song Shiwan promptly replied, according to Article 305 of the floating cloud continent's laws, perjury carries a sentence of 3 to 7 years in prison. Certainly, this is a penalty for ordinary individuals, whereas for cultivators, the sentence escalates between double and tenfold. Since Ji Boozhang has already confessed, why do you not proceed with his legal punishment? Zhao Tianyi continued. Upon hearing this, Ji Boozhang's complexion changed dramatically, and he hurriedly defended himself. My lord, I did not commit perjury, you did not witness Wen Shuxiang assaulting Bai Jie, so what evidence do you possess? I believe what Wen Shuxiang stated earlier is the truth. As he spoke, Zhao Tianyi suddenly produced a spiritual version of a polygraph from his hand, declaring, if you do not speak the truth, I shall employ this lie detector. Should you deceive, the consequences will be immediate annihilation, executed on the spot. At these words, Ji Boozhang's face shifted in color. He had previously witnessed the recruitment of disciples by the Republican sect and naturally recognized this device. He had once considered joining the Republican sect, but upon seeing someone obliterated by the lie detector, he promptly withdrew. And now, under Zhao Tianyi's relentless questioning, Ji Boozhang was terrified to the core, falling to his knees. It was her. It was Bai Jie who compelled me to do this. We were caught in an affair by Wen Shuxiang, who immediately threatened to report us to the Republican sect. To cover the truth, we had no choice but to turn the tables. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi contemplated. I truly managed to extract the truth. Zhao Tianyi fixed his gaze on Ji Boozhang and pressed further. Then how did Wen Shuxiang become foolish? It was Bai Jie. She instructed me to do this. Bai Jie commanded me to use sorcery to impair Wen Shuxiang's mind, rendering him a fool. At that moment, Bai Jie suddenly stood up and charged at Zhao Tianyi, shouting, Ji Boozhang, how dare you claim to be a cultivator? How ridiculous! What are you afraid of? Just kill them, and be done with it. As she spoke, she lunged at Zhao Tianyi, gripping his throat tightly. Chapter 45, Sentencing. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi abruptly activated his teleportation, freeing himself from Bai Jie's grasp. He turned around, coldly addressing her. Madwoman, even if you lent him tenfold courage, do you think he would dare to act? He then shifted his gaze to Song Shiwan, angrily stating, Song Sect Master, the facts are clear. Let us pass judgment according to the regulations. By the way, what is the penalty for assaulting a public servant? Add that to her charges. In response, Song Shiwan cleared his throat and began to solemnly pronounce the verdict. According to the regulations of the floating cloud continent's cultivation laws, for defamation, the sentence is 3 years of imprisonment. For intentional bodily harm, the sentence is 50 years. And for assaulting a public servant, an additional 3 years. Cumulatively, Bai Jie shall serve 56 years in prison. As for Ji Boozhang, being a cultivator, his crimes are elevated. And with the addition of perjury, he shall face a cumulative sentence of 230 years. Furthermore, all their assets shall be confiscated and utilized for the support of the victim. When Shuxiang, upon hearing the verdict, Zhao Tianyi expressed some confusion. What about the affair? Is there no corresponding penalty? As for this matter, the floating cloud cultivation law does not include such a clause. Song Shiwan replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi silently reflected. No wonder there are so many neighbors like Old Wang and Huaxia. It turns out that affairs do not constitute a crime here. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi looked at Bai Jie and Ji Boozhang with a meaningful expression. Originally, adultery is not considered a crime, at most a moral issue. However, harming others is your wrongdoing. Very well. Let us act according to the law. Someone to take them to the first prison to serve their sentences. With that, several disciples stepped forward, shackling Bai Jie and Ji Boozhang with leg irons, and then escorted them to the first prison. Once the case was concluded, Song Shiwan and Zhao Tianyi, who had transformed into Chen Jinyet, departed the office together, heading towards the Republican sect's branch on Lingyun Mountain. Meanwhile, outside the office in Luyun City, the onlooking citizens had not dispersed. They were all applauding and cheering in front of the office. Truly remarkable. The enforcement is so stringent, and the penalties for cultivators are indeed harsher. Indeed, I previously doubted that the Republican sect's claim of equality for all was mere pretense. It now seems that they are genuine. That individual earlier was Elder Chen from the Republican sect, right? With just a few words, he made that person confess. Truly astute. Ji Boozhang must be at the foundation establishment stage. It appears he will be imprisoned for life. At this moment, the elder who had conversed with Zhao Tianyi was searching for him in the crowd. It turned out that he had suddenly recalled that the young man was indeed Zhao Tianyi, the sect master of the Republican sect, and his heart surged with excitement as he loudly proclaimed, I have seen it. I have seen the great Emperor Tianyi. I have seen sect master Zhao. However, the elder's words drew puzzled looks from those around him, who were somewhat baffled. The great Emperor Tianni, Sect Master Zhao, haven't you heard? The screen that appeared before us that day was the divine ability law of heaven and earth exhibited by Sect Master Zhao. Oh, I remember now. Someone saw that monk from the western regions. The monk personally stated that Sect Master Zhao is a being of emperor-level strength. This old man claims he has seen the emperor. Could it be that Sect Master Zhao truly visited us? Stop daydreaming. How could someone of emperor-level stature possibly visit such a small place like ours? This old man is probably a bit delusional. Meanwhile, within the discussion hall of the Lingyun Mountain branch, Zhao Tianni and Song Shiwan had just entered through the hall's door. Figures approached from the distance, and those arriving were Hong Tao and Chen Jinya. Upon seeing the newcomers, Song Shiwan rubbed his eyes and looked at Chen Jinya, then glanced perplexedly at Zhao Tianni, transformed as Chen Jinya. What is the situation? Why are there two elders, Chen? At that moment, Zhao Tianni could not help but laugh. Ha, Sect Master Song, you truly did not recognize me. As he spoke, Zhao Tianni reverted to his original appearance, surprising Song Shiwan. At that moment, Chen Jinya walked up to Zhao Tianni. Speaking respectfully, Sect Master, you are truly sharp-witted. I did not expect you to effortlessly resolve that case, which fills me with immense admiration. Only then did Song Shiwan snap back to reality, hastily cupping his hands. Sect Master, why have you personally come? I came to find Elder Chen for a matter. Upon hearing he was handling a case here, I decided to drop by and take a look. As Zhao Tianni spoke, he continued, however, you two have somewhat disappointed me today. This case took 4 days to resolve. Upon hearing this, both Chen Jinya and Song Shiwan felt a bit awkward, lowering their heads like children caught misbehaving. Seeing their downcast expressions, Zhao Tianni comforted them. Nevertheless, this is your first encounter with case handling. I can understand. I have a book here that might assist you. With that, he produced 2 volumes of the complete works of Sherlock Holmes and handed them to the two. After they received the books, Zhao Tianni continued, after reading this book, I believe it will provide you with some insights. And Elder Chen, upon returning to headquarters, please distribute one to each of the other branch masters. As he spoke, he handed a storage bag to Chen Jinya, who immediately replied, yes, Sect Master, I will take care of it upon my return. Zhao Tianni then turned to Song Shiwan. Alright, Sect Master Song, you may continue with your tasks. I will return to the headquarters in Piaomiao City with these two. Very well, Sect Master, you three take care. I shall not see you off. Song Shiwan slightly bowed, his tone humble. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianni nodded in acknowledgement and departed with Hong Tao and Chen Jinya. During their return journey, Zhao Tianni instructed Chen Jinya and Hong Tao to proceed ahead while he chose to return to Luyun City alone. The reason was that he wished to use his ability to manifest words to heal the individual named Wen Shuxiang. After successfully treating Wen Shuxiang, he then returned to the headquarters of the Republican sect. Upon returning to the headquarters, he sought out Chen Jinya to request some combat techniques and movement methods. However, at that moment, Zhao Tianni felt somewhat awkward, and Chen Jinya, noticing this, took the initiative to inquire, Sect Master, please speak directly if you have something to say. We are all among kin. It is nothing much, merely inquiring if you possess any combat techniques or movement methods that I can cultivate. Since Zhao Tianni had previously revealed to Hong Tao and Chen Jinya that he had not truly practiced and relied entirely on his ability to manifest words, Chen Jinya was not overly astonished by his statement. However, he still found it somewhat perplexing. Sect Master, combat techniques and movement methods are not necessarily urgent for you. It would not be too late to cultivate them once you genuinely step into the transformation origin realm. I just broke through to the transformation origin realm today, which is why I came to find you, Zhao Tianni said earnestly. What, so soon? Upon hearing this, Chen Jinya's eyes widened in shock, evidently unable to believe Zhao Tianni's cultivation speed. At that moment, in order to validate his words, Zhao Tianni promptly closed his eyes, and a faint blue shadow emerged from his body. This scene made Chen Jinya realize that Zhao Tianni was indeed not exaggerating. He had indeed crossed into the threshold of the transformation origin realm. The blue shadow behind Zhao Tianni represented the nascent soul he had condensed in the transformation origin realm, symbolizing Zhao Tianni's very soul. At this moment, Chen Jinya was utterly astonished. One must understand that the transformation origin realm is a critical juncture for cultivators, speaking of which one must mention how cultivators in the floating cloud continent practice. The cultivation path of cultivators, aside from the Emperor realm, is divided into 8 stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, Dan condensation, transformation origin, Xian gang, tribulation crossing, and ascension. Among them, the first 4 realms serve as the cornerstone for cultivators. rendering them particularly significant. The Qi refining realm marks the inception of cultivation. At this stage, practitioners sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cultivating breathing techniques to draw this energy into their bodies, refining their physical forms and strengthening their souls. The foundation establishment realm sees practitioners consolidate the absorbed spiritual energy within their dantian, forming a solid foundation of spiritual power. The stability of this foundation directly impacts subsequent cultivation progress and allows for the initial manifestation of simple spells. In the Dan condensation realm, the spiritual energy within the practitioner's dantian coalesces into a spiritual pill. At this stage, the abundance of spiritual energy within the practitioner's body increases significantly, thereby enhancing the potency of their spells. The transformation of Yuan realm represents a pivotal turning point in a cultivator's journey. At this juncture, the spiritual pill within the dantian gradually transforms into a primordial infant, which symbolizes the embodiment of the practitioner's soul, marking their true entry into the ranks of cultivators. Within the transformation of Yuan realm, the foundation of spiritual energy becomes increasingly stable, making the cultivation of body techniques and combat skills more effective. Which is precisely why Qinjinia suggested that Zhao Tianyi should enter the transformation of Yuan realm before continuing with his martial arts and techniques. At this moment, Qinjinia gazed at the faintly discernible blue silhouette behind Zhao Tianyi. He furrowed his brows slightly, his voice tinged with astonishment. Master, how did you manage to reach the transformation of Yuan realm? You previously provided me with a breathing technique, and as I practiced it, I broke through. What's the matter? What? You must be joking. Achieving such a breakthrough solely from a breathing technique? This is hardly amusing. Qinjinia's mind was clearly filled with doubt regarding Zhao Tianyi's assertion. Nevertheless, the blue silhouette behind Zhao Tianyi served as tangible evidence of his current status in the transformation of Yuan realm. However, Qinjinia found it utterly unbelievable, as the breathing technique he had given Zhao Tianyi was an utterly ordinary one, widely circulated in the eastern region, with nearly every practitioner possessing a copy, nothing more than a commonplace item. Yet Zhao Tianyi had somehow managed to cultivate to the transformation of Yuan realm using this unremarkable technique. How could Qinjinia possibly accept this? Seeing Qinjinia's skepticism, Zhao Tianyi retrieved the breathing technique and presented it to him. Qinjinia accepted the book and examined it closely, yet after finishing, he remained furrowed in thought as he regarded Zhao Tianyi. Master, could you please demonstrate how you practiced? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi said nothing but nodded in agreement. He then sat cross-legged and began to operate the breathing technique as outlined in the book. Gradually closing his eyes, his body rose and fell with each breath. Remarkably, the spiritual energy surrounding him seemed to respond to an unseen call, slowly converging around him. Eventually, it coalesced into a stream of blue spiritual energy, which began to flow into Zhao Tianyi's brow. Subsequently, a pale blue radiance enveloped his entire being. Witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, Qinjinia was left speechless, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. What an astonishing scene! The spiritual energy gathers so obediently in accordance with his breathing technique. Despite his doubts, Qinjinia scrutinized the breathing technique once more but found no anomalies. After a short while, Zhao Tianyi concluded his practice, opened his eyes, and looked at the astonished Qinjinia, gently inquiring, Elder Chen, what's with that expression? Was there something amiss in my practice? Upon hearing this, Qinjinia snapped back to reality, shaking his head gravely. Master, your speed of absorbing spiritual energy is utterly astounding. I have never witnessed anything like it. We should consult the Dan sage, who possesses vast knowledge and may be able to clarify our uncertainties. As for the matter of martial arts and techniques, let us set that aside for now and first ascertain the nature of your situation. Zhao Tianyi, perplexed by this suggestion, asked, Why is that? Master, we are in the mysterious city, where the spiritual energy is exceedingly sparse. Even I require an extensive period to gather a mere trace of weak spiritual energy into my dantian, yet you, upon merely sitting down to practice, have a stream of spiritual energy flowing into your brow. It is indeed quite abnormal. In any case, we should first seek out the Dan sage. Zhao Tianyi could not help but display a look of bewilderment. Is it truly a problem to advance in power so swiftly? What could be wrong with that? However, Qinjinia offered no explanation and simply led Zhao Tianyi toward the Dan hall. Before long, they arrived at the Dan hall, only to find it empty. It turned out that Zhuo Shangyun and Duan Mengchen were busy within the Dan realm. Teacher, why must we plant spiritual herbs? It's so exhausting. You little one, I asked you to assist me. Why are you so reluctant? Restoring this Dan realm will benefit our sect. At this moment, Duan Mengchen was carrying a basket while Zhuo Shangyun worked diligently. planting seedlings of spiritual herbs harvested from the sect's medicinal garden. Previously, due to a surge in disciples, Chen Jinya had approached Zhuo Shengyun, requesting to modify the palace trials within the Dan realm to serve temporarily as accommodations for the disciples of the sect. Zhuo Shengyun had readily agreed. As the sect relocated to the area beneath the mysterious city, the disciples were properly settled, and now Zhuo Shengyun began restoring the palace trial challenges within the Dan realm. Intending to select some disciples with alchemical talent to contribute to the sect, just then Zhao Tianyi and Chen Jinya, having found no sign of Zhuo Shengyun in the Dan hall, made their way to the Dan realm. Dan Sage, what are you doing? Chen Jinya called out to Zhuo Shengyun. Oh, Master and Elder Chen have arrived. I was just thinking of coming to find you. What a coincidence. At this moment Zhao Tianyi and Chen Jinya approached Zhuo Shengyun. Really, was Senior, what did you wish to discuss with us? Zhuo Shengyun clasped his hands in greeting before slowly speaking. I just restored the Dan realm trials and wish to select a batch of disciples for testing. Currently, the Dan hall has the fewest disciples in the sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinya waved his hand. We can discuss that later. First, you should see the situation with the master. With that, Chen Jinya turned to Zhao Tianyi. Continuing, Master, please show the Dan Sage your current condition. Hearing Chen Jinya's request, Zhao Tianyi sighed in resignation. He then sat cross-legged once more and began practicing. The scene mirrored his previous demonstration, since Chen Jinya had witnessed it once before. He maintained a calm demeanor. In contrast, Zhuo Shengyun and Duan Mengchen appeared utterly astonished, as if they had encountered a ghost. After some time, Zhao Tianyi concluded his practice, and at that moment, Chen Jinya turned to Zhuo Shengyun, curiously asking, Dan Sage, have you ever witnessed the master in such a state before? Zhuo Shengyun scrutinized Zhao Tianyi, seemingly deep in thought, but did not respond immediately. After a long pause, he finally spoke. His voice tinged with awe. If I'm not mistaken, the master possesses a primordial body. A primordial body? What is that? Zhao Tianyi inquired, appearing somewhat perplexed. The primordial body is an exceedingly rare cultivation physique. One that seizes the essence of heaven and earth, sheltered by the heavenly Tao, and is shrouded in mystery. Such a physique is seldom seen even once in 1,000 or 10,000 years. So to witness it today is indeed fortunate. The gathering of spiritual energy into a stream due to this primordial body. Chen Jinya pressed for clarification. Precisely the protection of the heavenly Tao and the favor of the heavens, that is the terrifying aspect of the primordial body. However, I sensed something peculiar about the master just now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi expressed his confusion. Peculiar? In what way? I didn't feel anything unusual. Logically, once a primordial body begins to cultivate, the spiritual energy gathered should not be confined to just this stream. It may be related to the breathing technique you are using. May I ask, Master, which breathing technique are you practicing? This one. Chen Jinya handed the breathing technique to Zhuo Shengyun. Zhuo Shengyun took the technique, glanced at it, and frowned. Who provided you with this breathing technique? It is utterly misleading. The master possesses such an extraordinary physique yet practices with such a mediocre technique. I find it quite effective. And my progress has been rapid. I reached the transformation of Yuan realm within just half a year. Indeed, your speed surpasses that of ordinary practitioners. However, if you continue using this technique beyond the transformation of Yuan realm, it will bring you great harm. Really, is it that serious? Zhao Tianyi inquired, alarmed. The primordial body is inherently aligned with nature, and breathing technique should be gentle and gradual to yield results, while this technique has its uses. It is limited. If you persist in using it, you may face catastrophic consequences, leading to your demise. Let me first check your meridians for any issues. Checking my pulse, but aren't you the Dan Sage? Can you also check pulses? Zhao Tianyi asked. You may not be aware, Master, but alchemy and medicine are inherently linked, so it is only natural for the teacher to possess medical knowledge, Duan Mengchen explained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi acquiesced and extended his hand as Zhuo Shengyun gently placed his hand on Zhao Tianyi's pulse, beginning a meticulous examination. At this moment, within the realm of alchemy, Zhuo Shengyun's expression while examining Zhao Tianyi fluctuated between gravity and ease. It seemed as though he had encountered a particularly perplexing ailment, which inevitably stirred a sense of unease within Zhao Tianyi's heart. After a prolonged period, Zhuo Shengyun's words finally brought a sigh of relief to Zhao Tianyi. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. The situation is not overly dire. As he spoke, he retrieved a vial of medicinal pills from his robe and handed it to Zhao Tianyi, continuing, Master, the spiritual energy within you is currently in disarray and requires regulation. This is a Huiyuan pill I concocted. It can help stabilize the turbulence of your internal energy. Consume one in the morning and one in the evening for half a month, and you should be well on your way to recovery. By the way, during this period, you must refrain from practicing. That breathing technique of yours should also be set aside, for continuing might render even the immortals unable to assist you in that moment. Zhuo Xingyun's words evoked a sense reminiscent of a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, prompting Zhao Tianyi to nod vigorously in agreement. However, Zhuo Xingyun then turned to Chen Jinye, muttering, "You, too, are quite something. How could you give the master such a subpar technique?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jinye's countenance turned visibly awkward. He attempted to explain, but the words faltered in his throat, ultimately swallowed back down. He too had grievances that were difficult to express. It was worth noting that the breathing technique had been shared with him only a few days prior to Zhao Tianyi revealing his ability to manifest spells at will. At that time, under Zhao Tianyi's request, it was given to him, as Chen Jinye had believed Zhao Tianyi to be a formidable figure either at the Ascension realm or at least on the verge of the Emperor realm. He thought Zhao Tianyi merely sought a technique for leisure. Little did he anticipate that Zhao Tianyi intended to use it for cultivation. It was not until Zhao Tianyi manifested the liaoningship through his ability, and under the scrutiny of both Chen Jinye and Hong Tao, that Zhao Tianyi divulged his true circumstances. However, by then, many days had passed, and Chen Jinye had long forgotten about the matter of providing techniques. Had he known Zhao Tianyi's genuine intentions at that time, he would have surely selected a superior technique to bestow, but now, he could only silently endure Zhuo Xingyun's reproach, seeing Chen Jinye's troubled expression. Zhao Tianyi promptly addressed Zhuo Xingyun, "Senior Zhuo, please do not blame Elder Chen. I failed to clarify things at the time, and it was he who noticed my condition and sought you out." As he spoke, he accepted the pills from Zhuo Xingyun and inquired, "By the way, Senior Zhuo, might you have a technique suitable for my innate Dao body?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xingyun fell into a brief contemplation. As if memory swirled within his mind, then, lifting his gaze to Zhao Tianyi, a flicker of realization sparkled in his eyes. I recall there is a technique I possess, named the Dao of Natural Harmony. This technique complements your innate Dao body and will surely lend you significant aid. Let me find it." With that, he began to rummage diligently through his storage pouch, but as time passed, his brow gradually furrowed. Ultimately, he shook his head with a hint of embarrassment, explaining, "Master, I sincerely apologize. After my revival, I lost all my possessions. However, rest assured, I still remember the contents of the technique. With a bit of time, I can transcribe it from memory for you. Once completed, I will personally deliver it to you." "Very well, I appreciate your assistance. By the way, you mentioned reopening the alchemy realm. Do you require my help, Master? I almost forgot. Could you assist me in nurturing the spiritual herbal plants I just planted in the alchemy realm? The Gateway Palace has already been restored, but I am still in need of the spiritual herbs, as they provide the energy for the operation of this gateway." Zhao Tianyi nodded gently, and with a wave of his hand, the spiritual herbal plants within the alchemy realm began to grow at an astonishing pace. Once this was accomplished, Zhao Tianyi turned to Zhuo Xingyun and said, "All right, you and Miss Duan may continue your work. Elder Chen and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." With that, Zhao Tianyi and Chen Jinye turned to depart, leaving Zhuo Xingyun and Duan Mengchen to continue their tasks within the alchemy realm. After their exit, Zhuo Xingyun glanced at Duan Mengchen and asked with a smile, "My dear, have you developed feelings for the master? If you like him, you should boldly express it. Perhaps I could speak on your behalf?" Duan Mengchen's face flushed a deep crimson at these words, and she hurriedly retorted, "Teacher, please do not speak nonsense. There is no such thing. Oh, come now, am I not familiar with you? You are quite chatty. Yet the moment the master arrives, you fall silent. You cannot hide anything from my discerning eyes." With that, Zhuo Xingyun chuckled at the increasingly flushed cheeks of Duan Mengchen, while she quickly covered her face and dashed away. After leaving the alchemy realm, Chen Jinye, needing to attend to various matters within the sect, departed ahead. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi found himself feeling rather restless and aimless, contemplating his inability to cultivate for the next half-month. He felt the urge to venture out for leisure, thus deciding to set off with El Desui. Just as they were about to depart, Tian Er came running over, filled with excitement, expressing a desire to accompany Zhao Tianyi. Zhao Tianyi agreed to Tian Er's request, and the three embarked on their journey together. "Where are we headed, boss?" El Desui inquired with curiosity. "Just a casual exploration. The eastern domain is vast. I have yet to fully explore it." Zhao Tianyi replied nonchalantly, "Tianyi Gij, let us head north." Tian Er suggested eagerly, "Why is that?" Zhao Tianyi asked, intrigued. "I heard from my father that to the north of Promio City lies the Worry-Free Sea. A place I have never been to." Tian Er exclaimed with anticipation. "Since Tian Er wishes to go, then we shall travel to the Worry-Free Sea. Old donkey, let us set off," Zhao Tianyi declared with a smile. "All right," El Desui replied, promptly transforming into a donkey, and the trio set off towards the Worry-Free Sea. time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 2 days had passed. The trio, along with the donkey, journeyed northward and finally arrived at the bustling port city of Beigang City in the northern reaches of the eastern domain. True to its name, Beigang City was a lively port, yet it diverged sharply from the traditional conception of a port in Huaxia. Devoid of bustling ships and docks. In fact, Beigang City earned its name due to its proximity to the worry-free sea and housed 4 ancient and mysterious teleportation arrays. The origins of these arrays were lost to time. Existing in this locale for countless years, their sole function was to allow cultivators to traverse the void, crossing the worry-free sea to reach the other 4 domains of the continent. Consequently, Beigang City became a vital bridge for communication between the eastern domain and the other 4 domains. Flourishing in prosperity, prior to this Beigang City had been a subordinate city under the Taidao sect, and now it had been seamlessly taken over by the Gongha sect, which established a branch in Beigang City. Led by the second brother of the scattered cultivator Baohou Fong Lin, initially Zhao Tianyi had intended for the Bo siblings to jointly manage a branch of the Gongha sect out of goodwill. Wishing not to separate them, however, Fong Lin unexpectedly chose to come to Beigang City alone, and even more perplexingly, Zhao Tianyi surprisingly acquiesced to this decision. At this moment, within the Beigang City office of the Gongha sect, Fong Lin wore a frown, gazing intently at the 4 towering teleportation arrays in the distance. Lost in thought, his expression bore a hint of melancholy, tinged with sadness. Just then, a disciple from the branch hurried over. Cupping his hands in respect and bowing before reporting, Sect Master Elder Chen from headquarters has sent word that Master Zhao has arrived here. Upon hearing this, Fong Lin inquired, "Where is the Sect Master now?" "He should have just entered the city not long ago," the disciple replied. Fong Lin nodded, then instructed the disciple, "Very well, I understand, I shall go there at once." With that, he departed the office, soaring through the air towards the city gate. Chapter 48, Tourism. At this moment, at the city gate of Beigang City, El Desui transformed back into his human form and stored the donkey cart into his storage pouch. He turned to Zhao Tianyi and slowly spoke. "Ah, boss, could you get me a pack of huazi to perk me up?" Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi was about to retrieve a huazi for El Desui when he noticed Tian Er nearby, shaking his head in refusal. "You should hold off for now, can't you see Tian Er is still here?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, El Desui scratched his head and asked, "Well then, what are we doing now, boss?" Zhao Tianyi patted El Desui on the shoulder and pondered for a moment. "How about we find an inn to savor the culinary delights of Beigang City? It has been a while since I last had a proper meal." "Ah, that sounds great, a wonderful idea," El Desui exclaimed. Suddenly, Tian Er pointed excitedly ahead, saying, "Tianyi Gij, look, there is an inn over there." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi followed Tian Er's finger and, ruffling Tian Er's hair, remarked, "Tian Er's eyes are truly sharp, you spotted it from so far away." With that, Zhao Tianyi took Tian Er's hand, and together with El Desui, they made their way to the inn named Beigang Lou. As they stepped through the door, the innkeeper greeted them with enthusiasm. "Oh, esteemed guests, please step inside, do come in swiftly. What delights would you like to partake in?" Upon arriving at the shores of Forgetfulness Sea, one must indulge in seafood, abalone, lobster, king crab, bring forth all manner of seafood. Money is of no concern, however. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's words, the young waiter appeared utterly perplexed. "Honored guest, forgive my ignorance, may I inquire as to what these delicacies you speak of are? I have never heard of them, good heavens! You stand by the sea, and yet you know not what seafood is. How does your establishment even operate?" Zhao Tianyi exclaimed incredulously, "Seafood is simply that which can be consumed from the ocean." The waiter, taken aback by Zhao Tianyi's fervor, pondered to himself whether he was being teased. Nevertheless, he politely explained, "Honored guest, this Forgetfulness Sea is a realm of death. How could there be anything edible therein?" Just as Zhao Tianyi was about to engage the waiter in a debate, a man's voice resonated from the entrance of the inn. "I say, Sect Master, do not burden the young waiter further. This Forgetfulness Sea is shrouded by the laws of heaven and earth. Cultivators who step within lose their powers, and even crossing it by magical means is impossible. Any vessel that touches even a drop of Forgetfulness seawater will immediately sink, and this applies to both ordinary folk and cultivators alike. Let alone any living creatures that might dwell within. Might I ask where you heard about the seafood you speak of?" At this moment, Zhao Tianyi turned to see Fong Lin approaching and rose to greet him. "Fong Lin, what brings you here?" Fong Lin arrived before Zhao Tianyi and clasped his hands, stating, "Elder Chen sent word to me, however, Sect Master, what brings you to North Port City?" "Oh, it is nothing much, I merely sought a respite here, is that so? Then allow me to guide you around North Port City and show you its wonders." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi waved his hand dismissively. Not just yet, let us dine first, but one cannot visit the seaside without indulging in seafood.
With that, Zhao Tianyi focused his mind, and before him, the 8 immortals table was laden with abalone, lobster, king crab, and an abundance of seafood. Zhao Tianyi then instructed the waiter, take these to the kitchen and prepare them as you see fit. Yet at that moment, the waiter remained frozen in astonishment, gazing at the bountiful spread before him. After a significant pause, he finally recovered and hurried to summon the chef, taking the seafood into the kitchen for preparation. After a while, the table was filled with an array of delicious seafood skillfully prepared by the chef. Fong Lin, having been invited by Zhao Tianyi, joined in the feast. As a few cups of wine were consumed, Zhao Tianyi turned to Fong Lin and inquired, "You have been with the Republican sect for some time now. What are your impressions of it?"
"It is splendid. I am truly impressed by your leadership."
"Who would have thought such ideals could arise from a former sect? The Republican sect is greatly beloved by the people."
"Ah, that is good to hear." Zhao Tianyi then shifted the conversation with a calm demeanor. "I am aware of your ambitions within the Republican sect,
and I can assist you, though you will need to wait a while." Fong Lin was taken aback, his wine cup slipping from his grasp, his voice trembling. How could that be possible?" At this moment, LV Desui, observing the peculiar exchange, interjected, "Boss, what is transpiring between you and Sect Master Fong?"
In response, Zhao Tianyi turned to LV Desui and replied, "You continue with your meal, it does not concern you."
"Oh." LV Desui acquiesced,
returning to his meal as he seized a king crab to gnaw on. Zhao Tianyi resumed, speaking to Fong Lin, "Did you not hear the rumors from the eastern region? I am a great emperor."
"Is there anything I am unaware of? But let us speak of this later. After our meal, we shall explore properly." Fong Lin, though filled with questions, refrained from probing further, picking up his fallen wine cup and resuming his drinking. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the implications of Zhao Tianyi's earlier statements. After their meal, the three, under Fong Lin's guidance, began to explore North Port City. They first arrived at the bustling 5 Regent Street, where the vibrant crowd and myriad calls for commerce created a lively tapestry of market life. The vendors along 5 Regent Street had all arrived via the teleportation arrays from the 4 regions. Comprising both cultivators and ordinary folk, they offered a dazzling array of goods from various domains, leaving visitors awestruck and overwhelmed. Subsequently, Fong Lin led them to several ancient ruins within North Port City. As evening descended, they found themselves atop the city wall, where the setting sun cast a golden glow upon the Forgetfulness Sea, a sight of breathtaking beauty. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi stood on the wall, gazing into the distance, where the Forgetfulness Sea stirred within him a swell of inexplicable emotions. He turned to Fong Lin, indicating the 4 ancient teleportation arrays along the coastline. "Is that the teleportation array to the 4 regions?" Fong Lin nodded, explaining, "Indeed, from west to east, they correspond to the Western region, Northern region, Southern region, and Central region." In the distance, 4 majestic and ancient teleportation arrays rose along the shoreline, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. Their shapes resembled ancient Chinese coins, with a circular formation at the base made of dark enigmatic stone inscribed with arcane and incomprehensible runes, emanating an aura of antiquity and profundity. At the center of each array, a square opening emitted a beam of light, akin to a resplendent sword piercing the heavens. The 4 arrays were aligned along the coastline, each separated by a distance of 100 meters. Enveloped by a semicircular light curtain, in front of this curtain lay a passageway, the only route for cultivators or ordinary folk to traverse the void and reach the outer realms. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi observed the scene before him, feeling a surge of inspiration. He softly recited, "On North Port City's wall, I gaze upon the ocean's tide, waves of forgetfulness stir the heart's surge, the 4 arrays ascend toward the heavens. Like stars or swords breaking through the clouds, the city wall stands solitary, pondering eternity, where sea and sky meld in carefree freedom. The great array connects the 4 corners. In dreams, to what haven shall I return? Under the deep night sky." His voice rippled through the air, intertwining with the grandeur of the scene, becoming an indelible mark of North Port City. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's impromptu poetry, Fong Lin could not help but applaud, exclaiming, "Sect Master, your talent is boundless. This poem is indeed a treasure of words." Zhao Tianyi smiled and waved his hand in modesty, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the southern region's teleportation array, his eyes flickering with a hint of puzzlement. "Why does the teleportation array leading to the southern region seem so desolate compared to the others?" "Sect Master, you may not be aware, but the southern region has recently been fraught with turmoil.
And the situation is exceptionally unstable, which is why few dare to venture into that area at present. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi felt a ripple of concern within him, recalling the day he spared Shintu Shang. And he began to piece together the underlying reasons. Is that so? Well then, it is getting late. Shall we head to the inn or to the branch sect? Certainly to the branch sect. It is far superior to the inn. Fong Lin asserted. Very well. Zhao Tianyi agreed. Taking hold of Tian'er and LV Desui as they followed Fong Lin toward the branch sect. Chapter 49, the severely injured Si Ruwerewei. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyi, Tian'er, and LV Desui had spent over a month enjoying the delights of Northport City. Logically, they should have returned to Mysterious Mist City by now, however, due to Fong Lin's warm hospitality. They opted to linger a few more days and relish the beauty of this land. Throughout the month, Fong Lin had diligently guided them through the scenic wonders of Northport City. Yet, this idyllic interlude was abruptly shattered by news from Mysterious Mist City, compelling Zhao Tianyi to conclude his stay prematurely. At this moment, the four arrived at the city gate of Northport City, where Zhao Tianyi halted, turning to Fong Lin with a smile. Fong Lin, this is far enough. You have worked hard during this time. Return to your affairs, and we shall meet again in the future, Sect Master. You are too kind. It is merely my duty, however. If you insist, I shall not see you off further. I wish you a safe journey. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi nodded to Fong Lin and prepared to turn away. Just then, Fong Lin, seemingly resolved, asked, Sect Master, do you truly know about my matters? Zhao Tianyi paused, slightly taken aback, and turned to Fong Lin. Yes, remain patient in Northport City for now. Once I have addressed matters in Mysterious Mist City, I shall return to seek you out. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyi and the others vanished beyond the city gate. Fong Lin stood rooted in place, gazing toward the distant coastline where the northern region's teleportation array lay. His mind clouded with unspoken thoughts. With Zhao Tianyi's ability to manifest his commands, the three swiftly traversed back to the Republican sect beneath Mysterious Mist City. At this moment, within the sect's council hall, Chinjinya paced anxiously, his face marred with worry. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyi and the others appear before him, he rushed forward. Sect Master, you have finally returned. I was nearly driven to despair waiting for you. Zhao Tianyi, filled with urgency, inquired, how is Ruwerewei? Is her injury severe? Where is she now? This morning news had arrived from Pyumiao City to Beigang City that Si Ruwerewei had suffered grave injuries for reasons unknown, and her life hung by a thread. Upon hearing this distressing news, Zhao Tianyi hastened back to the Gongha sect with the two companions. At that moment, Chinjinya, still wearing an expression of deep concern, replied, her injuries are quite serious. Fortunately, thanks to the soul-stabilizing pill provided by the esteemed Dan Shang, her condition has stabilized. However, the situation remains extremely critical. The esteemed Dan Shang is currently infusing her with spiritual energy, but only your abilities can save her now. She is in the Dan Hall. Let us hurry. Without further ado, Zhao Tianyi grasped Chinjinya's hand and vanished from sight, with Lu Desui and Tian'er closely following. Meanwhile, within the Dan Hall of the Gongha sect, Zhou Shengyun was entirely focused on channeling spiritual energy into Si Ruwerewei. His hands rested firmly on her shoulders, and streams of azure spiritual energy flowed through his arms and into her body, stabilizing her meridians. At that moment, beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, trickled down his face, each drop reflecting his inner turmoil. Si Ruwerewei's injuries were gruesome to behold, her body marred by numerous wounds. Some were deep enough to expose bone, while others revealed torn flesh, each oozing with blood. Her once rosy complexion had turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any color. Even her lips had lost their vibrant hue. Each wound seemed to narrate the tribulation she had endured, evoking profound sympathy and tears from onlookers. Beside her, Duan Mengchen and Hong Tao clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with worry. At this critical moment, Zhao Tianyi's sudden arrival was akin to a breath of fresh spring air, undeniably injecting a glimmer of hope into the tense atmosphere. He approached Si Ruwerewei with steady steps, his gaze profound and resolute, as if everything lay within his control. Taking a deep breath, he softly yet firmly uttered, heal the wounds. As his words resonated, a wave of verdant life energy surged around Si Ruwerewei, akin to summoned spirits, flowing gently into her injuries. Under the nurturing embrace of this green energy, her once horrific wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. In no time, her injuries restored to their former state, leaving no trace of scars. Si Ruwerewei's complexion gradually shifted from pallid to rosy, the essence of life rekindling upon her face. After a moment, she finally opened her eyes. Observing this, Zhao Tianyi immediately inquired, Ruwerewei, what transpired? who inflicted such harm upon you?" Through tears, Siruwerue recounted, "Sect Master, I, along with several disciples from the Dark Hall, was gathering intelligence in the eastern region as usual." As she narrated, Zhao Tianyi and the others pieced together the entire sequence of events. The incident had occurred 3 days prior when Siruwerue led 4 Dark Hall disciples on a mission in the eastern region. An urgent report from the branch in Donli City indicated unusual signs of demonic activity outside Sengsong Ridge. Fulfilling her duty, Siruwerue decisively chose to lead her disciples to investigate Sengsong Ridge. However, upon their arrival, they encountered a demon cultivator who called himself Qiu Zhanwu. His demonic prowess was unfathomable, trapping Siruwerue and her 4 disciples in a fierce struggle. Despite their utmost efforts, they found themselves steadily retreating against Qiu Zhanwu's overwhelming power. They even resorted to using the AK-47, enchanted by Zhao Tianyi, in an attempt to turn the tide. Shockingly, this weapon, capable of effortlessly slaying cultivators in the Ascended Realm, proved utterly ineffective against Qiu Zhanwu, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Recognizing the dire circumstances, Siruwerue promptly ordered a retreat, yet Qiu Zhanwu's formidable strength left them ensnared in peril, unable to escape. In this life-and-death moment, her 4 disciples displayed unwavering courage, selflessly choosing to remain behind to buy Siruwerue a fleeting chance of survival. Under their cover, she managed to escape, enduring fatigue and pain, and after several days of arduous travel, she finally returned to Piamiao City. Upon her arrival at the Sex Square, she was a sight to behold, covered in ghastly wounds. This morning, the disciples discovered her and immediately took her to the Dan Hall, where she finally received timely medical attention. At this moment, upon hearing Siruwerue's account, Zhao Tianyi clenched his fists, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. "So that person's cultivation has surpassed the Ascended Realm, reaching the level of an emperor." However, Chen Jinya shook his head gravely. "Not necessarily. I suspect he is merely a half-step emperor, and has only recently attained this level." "Oh, a half-step emperor, how do you know this?" Zhao Tianyi asked, intrigued. "Before you entered the Dan realm of Danxia Mountain, you entrusted me with an AK-47, stating that it could easily eliminate cultivators in the Ascended Realm. Therefore, I had the whimsical idea to test its power. A few months ago, I approached the esteemed Dan Shang, who is a half-step emperor, but during my experiment, he sustained no injuries whatsoever." Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Tianyi still felt perplexed. "But is reaching the emperor level truly so easy? Why does it seem that any random demon cultivator we encounter is a half-step emperor?" At that moment, Zhou Shengyun sighed and interjected, "The emperor level is no trivial matter. I myself fell to ruin due to a failed attempt to attain it." Meanwhile, Lu Desui, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Who cares whether he is an emperor or not? Boss, let us go and slay him," avenging Ruwerue and her sacrificed disciples. In response, Zhao Tianyi nodded, slowly articulating, "Revenge must indeed be sought. But to exact vengeance, we must eradicate the root. A half-step emperor surely commands numerous subordinates. Just wait and see. None shall escape." Chapter 50. Acting as a matchmaker. "Very well, we shall discuss revenge later. First, I will revive those disciples." Turning to Siruwerue, he inquired, "By the way, Ruwerue, what were the names of those disciples who covered for you?" Upon hearing this, Siruwerue swiftly recited the names of the 4 individuals, and in the next instant, the 4 living Dark Hall female disciples appeared before them. The revived disciples wore expressions of shock, while the others in the room remained unfazed, as if such occurrences were commonplace. However, confronted with the astonishment and curiosity displayed by the 4 disciples, Zhao Tianyi offered no extensive explanations. Instead, he bestowed upon them sincere praise for their bravery, followed by personally enhancing their cultivation levels. After this elevation, Zhao Tianyi sternly instructed them to keep this matter confidential. Wishing to avoid unnecessary speculation within the sect, having completed these tasks, he gestured for the 4 disciples to leave. Although the reward of a single cultivation level might seem ordinary, it was undeniably a tremendous boon for them. It is essential to note that these 4 female disciples possessed average aptitude, and their next breakthrough was uncertain, thus they were exceedingly delighted. However, what Zhao Tianyi did not disclose was that he had surreptitiously enhanced their cultivation potential, ensuring that with a modicum of effort, achieving the Ascended Realm would be remarkably easy for them in the future. At this moment, after a brief exchange with the others, Zhao Tianyi prepared to depart the Dan Hall. But Zhou Shengyun called out to him, Sect Master, please hold on." Approaching Zhao Tianyi, he continued, "Sect Master, have you been taking the Huiyuan pill as scheduled this past month? Is there any discomfort in your body?" "Thank you for your concern. I have been taking the Huiyuan pill punctually, and my health remains unchanged, perhaps even more vibrant." Zhao Tianyi replied, "That is good to hear. However, I still harbor some concerns. May I check your pulse?" Zhuo Shangyun inquired, nodding in agreement. Zhao Tianyi extended his hand as Zhuo Shangyun began to assess his pulse meticulously, and after a moment he released Zhao Tianyi's hand with a smile. Excellent, Sect Master, the spiritual energy within you is stabilized. You may continue your cultivation. With that, he produced a white jade talisman from his robe and handed it to Zhao Tianyi. Sect Master, this is the Tao of natural harmony I have inscribed from memory. Simply practice according to this method, and you shall surely achieve success. Taking the jade talisman, Zhao Tianyi scrutinized it carefully. The talisman was smooth and luminous, exuding a gentle, elegant milky white hue. Its shape was a standard square, with well-defined corners and flowing lines. The surface bore intricate and profound runes. However, as Zhao Tianyi held the talisman and gazed at Zhuo Shangyun, he inquired with some confusion, Elder Zhuo, how does one utilize this jade talisman? Due to the fact that he had previously received a physical manuscript of cultivation techniques from Chen Jinye, he naturally felt somewhat unfamiliar with the jade talisman presented to him by Zhuo Shangyun. At that moment, Duan Mengchen, who stood nearby, let out a soft chuckle and said, Sect Master, all you need to do is infuse your spiritual power into this jade talisman. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tianyi scratched his head in embarrassment and proceeded to follow Duan Mengchen's advice. In the next moment, a stream of golden spiritual energy began to emanate from the center of Zhao Tianyi's brows, flowing forth like a gentle brook. Under his control, the golden energy began to flow into the jade talisman. As the spiritual energy made contact with the talisman, it seemed to come alive, radiating a brilliant golden light. The runes on the surface of the talisman began to shimmer and twinkle like stars. And soon a series of delicate pale golden characters projected outward from the talisman, suspended in midair like an exquisite scroll. Observing this scene, Zhao Tianyi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Oh, this is truly remarkable. Akin to a holographic projection. After expressing his admiration, Zhao Tianyi clasped his hands towards Zhuo Shangyun and said, Thank you for your generous gift, Senior Zuo.at. That moment, a peculiar smile appeared on Zhuo Shangyun's face as he inquired. By the way, I am still unaware of your esteemed age, Sect Master. Would you be so kind as to share it? Just then Duan Mengchen, who was standing nearby, seemed to have thought of something and smiled as she addressed the two. Teacher, Sect Master, you may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave for now. As she spoke, her eyes inadvertently glanced at Zhao Tianyi, who also noticed her gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. After Duan Mengchen exited, Zhao Tianyi turned his attention to Zhuo Shangyun and candidly stated, I am 20 years old this year, what about it? Upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's response, Zhuo Shangyun couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. 20 years old? I truly did not expect that. Sect Master, you are indeed a youthful hero. Given your age, along with this innate Tao body, it is only a matter of time before you ascend to the realm of the great emperor. However, Zhuo Shangyun suddenly fell silent, leaving Zhao Tianyi somewhat perplexed, prompting him to ask, but what? Zhuo Shangyun shook his head and began to elaborate, every cultivator who embarks on the path of cultivation is under the protection of the heavenly Tao, yet often faces rejection from the mortal realm. As such, it is usually difficult for cultivators to leave behind descendants. Sect Master, you should seize this opportunity while your cultivation is still in its infancy to ensure your bloodline continues, lest you end up like me, unable to father a son or daughter, living in sorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi glanced at Zhuo Shangyun and contemplated, oh, so all this talk is to play matchmaker for me. No wonder I felt that Duan Mengchen's gaze was peculiar earlier. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi's expression shifted to one of realization, and he smiled as he responded, so Senior Zhuo, you wish for me to marry Miss Duan? Seeing that Zhao Tianyi understood his intentions, Zhuo Shangyun's face broke into a satisfied smile as he replied, precisely, although that girl may be slightly lacking in talent, her gentle disposition makes her a perfect match for you. A true pairing of talent and beauty. Zhao Tianyi nodded slightly and then said earnestly, Senior Zhuo, I appreciate your kindness, but for now, I will not consider such matters. Some things are best left to unfold naturally. He was acutely aware that as a transmigrator, although he could not return to his original world at present, the future was fraught with uncertainties. He did not wish to leave any regrets for anyone should he unexpectedly vanish one day. Zhuo Shangyun, upon hearing this, did not display any displeasure but rather nodded in understanding. Very well, since you have your own thoughts, I shall not pry further. You young people have your own plans, and I respect your choices. Thank you for your understanding, Senior Zhuo. I shall take my leave now, Zhao Tianyi said, inclined slightly in a gesture of respect towards Zhuo Shangyun before turning to depart, vanishing from sight in an instant. After Zhao Tianyi's departure, Duan Mengchen, feeling somewhat dejected, approached Zhuo Shangyun. It turned out that she had not actually left but had been eavesdropping on their conversation from a nearby room. At this moment, Zhou Shangyun looked at Duan Mengchen and asked, "Did you hear what the sect master just said?" In response, Duan Mengchen merely nodded, her expression tinged with gravity. Observing this, Zhou Shangyun attempted to console her with words. "Do not be disheartened, the sect master did not outright refuse, which suggests you still have a chance. However, I have done my utmost. The rest is up to you." "Yes, teacher, I understand," Duan Mengchen replied softly, striving to steady her emotions. "All right, you may go about your business. There are many matters within this sect that require your attention." Zhou Shangyun waved his hand, signaling her to leave. After bowing respectfully, Duan Mengchen departed. The following morning, Zhao Tianyi rose early, summoned his donkey, and set off for Tsungsong Ridge in Dongli City. His purpose was clear: to avenge Si Ruerui. Based on Si Ruerui's description, Zhao Tianyi had located the place where she encountered Xiao Zhanwu. Despite several days having passed, the traces of battle remained vividly apparent. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi meticulously examined the area using his system, but strangely, it was devoid of any human presence, save for a few small animals wandering nearby. Nevertheless, as a man endowed with the power to manifest his words, Zhao Tianyi would not easily concede defeat. He raised his voice and called out, "Xiao Zhanwu, reveal yourself at once." As his words echoed, a figure clad in black emerged before him. Zhao Tianyi fixed his gaze on the black-clad man and asked in a deep voice, "Are you the one who grievously injured and killed disciples of my sect?" Xiao Zhanwu. At that moment, the unfamiliar black-clad man appeared somewhat flustered, looking at Zhao Tianyi with a bewildered expression. "What are you talking about? Who are you? How did I end up here?" The man's speech bore a hint of the Sichuan dialect from Zhao Tianyi's homeland. At this juncture, interjected with a puzzled look, "Boss, are you mistaken? This person is merely a mortal, not some half-step great emperor." Zhao Tianyi nodded in acknowledgement, ready to continue questioning the black-clad man when the scene before him left him utterly speechless. One by one, numerous figures began to materialize in front of him. They were a mix of men and women, old and young, cultivators and ordinary folk, even a few animals. As the crowd swelled, a cacophony of curses, exclamations of surprise, and voices of skepticism filled the air, all tinged with fear, confusion, and unease. "What the hell? I was just sleeping. How did I get here? Ouch, that hurts. Who are you?" "I am Xiao Zhanwu, and you are?" "What a coincidence, I am also named Xiao Zhanwu." At that moment, the scene was chaotic, causing Zhao Tianyi's expression to darken as he could not help but shout internally, "Damn system, what on earth is going on here?" The system's cold, mechanical voice responded without a hint of emotion. "According to the host's previous command, all individuals named Xiao Zhanwu on Floating Cloud Continent have been summoned to this location." Upon hearing the system's explanation, an indescribable emotion surged within Zhao Tianyi, akin to a stampede of wild horses galloping through his mind. It turned out that the system had summoned every individual named Xiao Zhanwu from the Floating Cloud Continent. This unexpected turn of events left Zhao Tianyi both amused and exasperated. Just then, a sharp female voice pierced through the crowd. "Wah, murder!" As the crowd continued to gather, conversations ensued, and they discovered they all shared the same name. At that moment, a man clad in purple robes arrogantly stepped forward, shouting, "What kind of lowly beings share my name? You are not worthy." Enraged, the purple-robed man drew a silver blade and began to wildly swing it among the crowd. "You worthless insects, all of you deserve to die. I shall slice you into pieces to feed the dogs." "Ha!" The purple-robed man's face contorted in rage as he howled, his gaze fixed on a quaking elder. He raised his knife and swung it towards the old man's head. The elder, seeing the blade drawing ever closer, trembled in fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably. However, at that moment, Zhao Tianyi swiftly positioned himself in front of the elder. Calmly, he extended his right hand, effortlessly pinching the silver blade with two fingers. With a sharp clang, the purple-robed man's knife was firmly held in place, unable to advance any further. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Tianyi's face as he internally commanded the system. "Send everyone and all animals back to their original places, resurrect those he has killed, and erase their memories of being here, and do not forget to conduct a mental probe on this man. I want to know everything about him." In the next instant, everyone except for the purple-robed man before Zhao Tianyi vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. At this moment, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the crowd, the man in the purple robe, though still maintaining his original stance with the blade, wore an expression of profound shock. Once he composed himself, he slowly spoke, "Are you Zhao Tianyi of the Republic sect?" As he spoke, the man attempted to retract his long blade, only to discover that he could not pull it back from between Zhao Tianyi's fingers. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi applied slight pressure with his fingers, causing the silver long blade to shatter into 7 or 8 fragments, which fell to the ground. He then cast a cold gaze upon the man, his demeanor dripping with disdain. "What do you think you are? To be worthy of conversing with me?" Eldesui, standing nearby, chimed in, Indeed, What a worthless being! Upon hearing these words, the man's expression turned slightly indignant, and he casually discarded the hilt of his blade. Clasping his hands together as he said, I am Xiao Zhanwu, and I seek your guidance. Guidance? Ha, you are not deserving, explode for me. At this moment, through the system, Zhao Tianyi had already discerned the background of the individual before him. This man was indeed Xiao Zhanwu, the one responsible for gravely injuring Si Ruerue and murdering 4 disciples of the Dark Hall a few days prior. Xiao Zhanwu possessed extraordinary talent, having practiced demonic arts for merely 400 years. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Ascension realm 30 years ago. It was also 30 years ago that, in pursuit of a breakthrough to the Emperor realm, he resolutely ventured into the central region in search of opportunities. His fortune was enviable. He unexpectedly obtained an ancient demonic cultivation inheritance in the central region. Upon acquiring this inheritance, he immediately entered seclusion for cultivation. Through relentless efforts, Xiao Zhanwu initially paved the way for his path to enlightenment. Successfully stepping into the half-step emperor level. A month ago, Xiao Zhanwu quietly returned to the eastern region and clandestinely established a demonic organization named the Soul Severing Sect, planning to construct an evil formation called the Gathering of 10,000 Souls in the eastern region. This formation was derived from the ancient demonic cultivation inheritance he had obtained, and he intended to leverage its power to break through to the Emperor realm. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi, as the leader of the Republic sect in the eastern region, was renowned throughout, with rumors circulating that he had reached the Emperor realm, his strength unfathomable. Thus, Xiao Zhanwu harbored some trepidation towards Zhao Tianyi and the Republic sect. He warned his subordinates among the demonic cultivators to proceed with caution. However, he was ultimately discovered by Si Ruerue due to a slight oversight, leading to the events that transpired earlier. Yet, facing Xiao Zhanwu, Zhao Tianyi did not indulge in unnecessary words. The moment the words escaped his lips, Xiao Zhanwu's body instantly detonated, transforming into a mist of blood, leaving no trace of his remains. At that moment, Il Desui pointed at the spot where Xiao Zhanwu had exploded, exclaiming in astonishment, "Ah! Boss, quickly look at that thing." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi also noticed the item that had fallen to the ground after Xiao Zhanwu's explosion. He approached and picked up the black object, discovering it to be a black jade talisman, remarkably similar to the ones Zhou Shangyun had given him the day before. He promptly took out the jade talismans Zhou Shangyun had provided and began to compare them. He found that both talismans were similar in shape and design, yet the runes inscribed upon them were entirely different, emanating an eerie aura. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi infused his spiritual energy into the black jade talisman. In an instant, the talisman levitated, and a swirl of black mist rose from within, gradually coalescing into an ancient and sinister face. Subsequently, the face emitted a sharp and archaic voice. I am the demon lord of 10,000 woods, leaving this inheritance for posterity. Upon hearing the narration from the face within the jade talisman, Zhao Tianyi suddenly comprehended. It turned out that this black jade talisman contained the legacy of a demonic cultivator known as the demon lord of 10,000 woods. The inheritance Xiao Zhanwu obtained in the central region was indeed this artifact. Within the talisman lay a storage space, harboring various resources for cultivation left behind by the Demon Lord, such as elixirs, magical treasures, and floating cloud stones. Furthermore, the demonic techniques inherited from the Demon Lord, as well as the manuals of righteous cultivators he had slain, were all contained within. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi gazed at the contents of the talisman and mused to himself, what a coincidence! A timely gift indeed. Just a month ago, he had been troubled by matters regarding combat techniques and agility, and now someone had delivered a solution. However, he naturally held disdain for the demonic techniques within the talisman. Rather, he was quite intrigued by the righteous techniques left behind by the Demon Lord after slaying the righteous cultivators. As soon as Zhao Tianyi selected a technique named Ascendant Dragon's Overlord Spear Technique and a mobility technique called Void Step. He then casually tossed the talisman to El Desui, as the items within held no significance for him. El Desui remarked, Boss, you might as well give me a few huazi instead, I have no interest in this worthless thing. Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi shot him a look of disdain. Fine, if you don't want it, take it back to old Chen. By the way, there's a technique called Demon Suppressing Leg inside, I feel it would suit you quite well. Demon Suppressing Leg, let me take a look. Once we return to the Floating Cloud City, you can study it at your leisure. But for now, follow me to a few places. That guy just established a small force. Let's take care of it together. Upon hearing this, El Desui pocketed the black jade talisman and set off with Zhao Tianyi once more. Chapter 52, Journey to the Northern Region. Time swiftly passed. And a day had gone by. After a day of relentless travel, Zhao Tianyi and El Desui successfully obliterated the demonic organization known as the soul-severing sect that Xiao Zhanwu had secretly established. However, this time Zhao Tianyi showed no mercy. After slaying them all, he hung their corpses upon the walls of the floating cloud city. Upon their return to the Republic sect, Zhao Tianyi instructed Chen Jinya to issue a statement regarding the eastern region. To this day, under the governance of our Republic sect, the eastern region has begun to show results, bringing fairness and justice to its people. Nevertheless, there still exist demonic cultivators who act recklessly and engage in unlawful deeds. Yesterday, we executed 3,200 members of the soul-severing sect and displayed their remains upon the walls of Floating Cloud City to serve as a warning. We implore the people of the eastern region to refrain from breaking the law. Otherwise, our Republic sect shall not show leniency. Furthermore, the Republic sect hereby issues a bounty. Anyone who provides information related to demonic cultivators will receive 10,000 floating cloud stones. This statement is issued for the public's knowledge. The moment this declaration was released, it stirred a tremendous uproar in the eastern region. Ordinary cultivators and common folk rejoiced, eagerly banding together to search for the whereabouts of the demonic cultivators. However, the demonic cultivators in the eastern region were gripped by panic, each feeling the weight of fear. A wave of migration among demonic cultivators began to sweep across the entire eastern region. As many of them fled in a frantic rush to other domains. After all, the bounty issued by the Republic sect was no joke. They truly paid in cash and genuinely apprehended demonic cultivators. By this time, it had been 3 days since Zhao Tianyi and El Desui returned to headquarters. Today, Zhao Tianyi rose early, gathering Chen Jinya and several elders of the Republic sect in the council hall. At that moment, El Desui, yawning, entered the council hall and addressed Zhao Tianyi. "Ah, boss, why are you stirring up trouble so early in the morning?" In response, Zhao Tianyi, exasperated, kicked El Desui's rear. "Stop with the nonsense. Go sit down, I'll speak once everyone is here." "Alright." With that, El Desui sat in his designated spot, and soon after, Chen Jinya and the others arrived. After inviting everyone to take their seats, Zhao Tianyi began to speak slowly. "Everyone. The affairs of the sect have now entered a stable routine, and the eastern region is relatively secure. However, the floating cloud continent encompasses more than just the eastern region. There are 4 other regions as well. Therefore, I intend to travel to other regions to spread the ideals of the Republic sect. I want the principles of fairness and justice to resonate throughout the entire floating cloud continent. Thus, I plan to set out today." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, but at that moment Hong Tao inquired, "Sect Master, why the sudden decision?" Zhao Tianyi shrugged. "What is so sudden about it? I have contemplated this for several days, and besides, I am not leaving for good. At this moment, Chen Jinya furrowed his brow slightly. "Sect Master, are you planning to go alone? That may not be prudent." Indeed, El Desui echoed. Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi looked at Chen Jinya and replied, "Of course not, Lao Lu and El Bu will accompany me." Upon hearing this, El Desui immediately waved his hand in refusal, saying, "I'm not going, I'm quite comfortable here. Besides, I am the law enforcement elder now, the sect cannot do without me." However, Zhao Tianyi, upon hearing this, appeared behind El Desui, tugging at his ear and saying, "Since the disciplinary committee was established, the law enforcement hall is practically redundant. You spend all day napping. Tell me, how could the sect possibly do without you?" As El Desui felt the pain in his ear, he began to plead for mercy. Boss, please let go. There are so many people here, give me some face, I'll go with you." "Alright." At this moment, the others in the hall burst into laughter at El Desui's plight. Upon hearing El Desui's pleas, Zhao Tianyi finally released his grip on El Desui's ear and continued to address the assembly. "However, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, and a sect must not be without a leader for a day either. After I depart, Elder Chen shall assume the position of acting sect master. I hope everyone will assist him. Does anyone have any objections?" Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded and spoke in unison. "We comply with the sect master's decision." "We have no objections." "Very well, then I entrust the affairs of the sect to you all. By the way, if you need to contact me, just use the phones I provided you previously. As he spoke, Zhao Tianyi performed a respectful gesture towards the crowd and continued, "Well then, esteemed guests, I shall take my leave." With that, Zhao Tianyi, accompanied by El Desui and El Bu, departed from the Grand Hall of the Republican sect. Embarking on a journey to his domain, just as they exited, El Bu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Master, where shall we head first?" "To the northern domain," Zhao Tianyi replied succinctly. "However, we must first go to northern port city to pick someone up." Is it Fong Lin?" El Desui asked. "Indeed," Zhao Tianyi affirmed, and the trio vanished from their location, reappearing at the branch of the Republican sect in northern port city.
the reason Zhao Tianyi prioritized the northern domain and brought along Fong Lin was due to the secrets that Fong Lin harbored. At that moment, within the council hall of the northern port city branch, Fong Lin was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the three, exclaiming, "Sect Master, Elder El, what brings you here, and who might this be?" Upon hearing this, Elbu respectfully bowed and replied, "I am Elbu, a disciple of the Sect Master. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Fong. So you are the Sect Master's disciple, truly impressive." Fong Lin praised. At this juncture, Zhao Tianyi interjected, "Enough of the pleasantries. We shall discuss matters on the way. Fong Lin, please make the necessary arrangements for the branch and prepare to accompany us to the northern domain." Taken aback, Fong Lin responded, "Sect Master, are we departing right now?" "Yes," Zhao Tianyi insisted, emphasizing, "What are you hesitating for? Do you not wish to restore our nation?" The mention of restoring the nation sent a jolt through Fong Lin's heart. After a brief glance at Zhao Tianyi, he turned to attend to the affairs of the branch. Soon after, Fong Lin concluded his arrangements and joined the three at the four-domain teleportation array by the coast of the Sea of Forgetfulness. As Zhao Tianyi gazed upon the enigmatic array leading to the northern domain, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Though this is my second visit, I am still profoundly awed by its grandeur." Elbu nodded in agreement. Recalling, "Indeed, I traveled to the central domain with my adoptive father using this very array, and the memory remains vivid." At this moment, Fong Lin produced an exquisite small boat from his sleeve and turned to Zhao Tianyi and the others, softly inquiring, "Sect Master, shall we set forth now?" Zhao Tianyi's attention shifted to the small boat in Fong Lin's hands, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Fong Lin, what is this?" With a slight smile, Fong Lin tossed the boat into the air. To their astonishment, the small vessel shimmered and expanded several times, perfectly accommodating 4 people before gently descending before them. Fong Lin then explained, "Sect Master, this is a flying artifact known as the Tianyan boat. It is indispensable for traversing the teleportation array to the northern domain." The Tianyan boat resembled an exquisite black canopy boat, entirely azure in hue, composed of an unknown material. Its elongated hull bore a resemblance to willow leaves. Light and graceful, with pointed ends that slightly curved upwards, showcasing a charming simplicity, the canopy was woven from an unfamiliar material interspersed with glimmering jade pieces, exuding a soft luster. At that moment, El Desui scoffed dismissively. "It pales in comparison to the Liaoning." Zhao Tianyi shot him a disapproving glance. "The Liaoning is fine, but do you think it can fit through this passage? Enough of this, let us depart." With that, Zhao Tianyi and the others boarded the Tianyan boat, setting sail steadily towards the singular entrance of the teleportation array. The moment the Tianyan boat entered the passage, the surrounding realm of the eastern domain began to dissolve like an illusory bubble. Soon after, the boat rocked violently, enveloped in darkness, and the group found themselves within a passage reminiscent of an inverted galaxy. Within this celestial corridor, the stars shone brilliantly, akin to countless twinkling gems against the backdrop of a pitch-black sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle that entranced both Zhao Tianyi and Elbu. Chapter 53, The Origins of Fong Lin. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi stood at the bow of the Tianyan boat, glancing back at Fong Lin with curiosity. "Fong Lin, does this passage lead directly to the northern domain? How long will it take?" "Indeed, Sect Master," Fong Lin respectfully replied, "this passage directly connects to Haiwa City in the northern domain, and the journey will take approximately 6 months." "What, 6 months? Why so long?" Zhao Tianyi furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback. "Sect Master, this is the standard duration. It has always been so." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi felt a wave of frustration. He had initially planned to utilize his ability of instant teleportation to transport everyone directly to the northern domain. However, driven by curiosity regarding the mysterious 4-domain teleportation array, he chose to experience it instead. Yet, he hadn't anticipated the journey would take half a year. Nevertheless, Zhao Tianyi quickly adjusted his mindset. "Well, since we are here, we might as well enjoy the journey. Consider it a 6-month tour of the galaxy." With that, he once again directed his gaze towards the magnificent scenery within the passage that resembled a galaxy. Time passed, and 3 or 4 days slipped by. Initially, Zhao Tianyi was filled with enthusiasm, but as time dragged on, the lengthy voyage became rather monotonous. To alleviate the boredom, Zhao Tianyi produced a set of mahjong tiles. Under Zhao Tianyi's careful guidance, El Desui and the others swiftly grasped the game's mechanics. At first, their unfamiliarity with the rules led to losses, but as time progressed, they became increasingly adept, displaying an array of winning strategies. 13 wonders for great joys, 3 big yuan, all one suit. Zhao Tianyi found himself frequently bested. Truly, it was a case of teaching the disciple while the master starved. Gradually, Zhao Tianyi lost interest in continuing the game.
Ultimately, he put away the mahjong tiles, ignoring El Bu and El Dishue's persistent pleas to bring them back out. After a while, the two ceased their entreaties. In contrast to the others, Fong Lin remained detached, occasionally stealing glances at Zhao Tianyi, seemingly lost in thought. At this moment, Fong Lin glanced at Zhao Tianyi again, only to be caught by El Desui. Noticing this, El Desui teased, "Fong Lin, why do you keep stealing glances at our leader? Do you perhaps harbor some secret admiration?" Fong Lin, taken aback by El Dishue's jest, awkwardly defended himself. "Elder El, you misunderstand. I am merely contemplating some matters." At this juncture, El Desui leaned closer to Fong Lin, a mischievous grin on his face. "Come now, no need to hide it. Your gaze clearly betrays your interest in our leader. Should I help you express your feelings to him?" Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi rose, glaring at El Desui and delivering a few kicks. "Old donkey, are you itching for a fight? Have you not received enough beatings lately?" "Leader, I'm not joking. I have evidence. Just now during the game, he kept stealing glances at you. He must have ulterior motives." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi kicked El Desui again. "Enough, be quiet." Turning to Fong Lin, he added, "Fong Lin, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I shall answer as best as I can." With those words, Fong Lin finally voiced his lingering doubts. "Sect Master, how did you come to know about my circumstances? I have not even shared them with my elder brother or sister." It turned out that Fong Lin had been covertly observing Zhao Tianyi due to a growing curiosity. He recalled the moment in the inn at Northern Port City when Zhao Tianyi unexpectedly spoke to him and the admonition he received upon leaving, coupled with Zhao Tianyi's recent mention of restoring the nation and his plan to take Fong Lin to the Northern Domain. All of this made Fong Lin feel as though Zhao Tianyi possessed an uncanny understanding of him, yet these matters were ones Fong Lin had never revealed even to his sworn siblings. How then did Zhao Tianyi come to know? This left Fong Lin utterly perplexed, prompting him to scrutinize Zhao Tianyi in search of clues. At this moment, upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's words, he finally posed his inquiry. El Bu and El Desui were equally intrigued by Fong Lin's question, their eyes fixed expectantly on Zhao Tianyi, eager for his response. Observing their reactions, Zhao Tianyi began to recount everything he knew with a smile. It turned out that when Baohou and Fong Lin, along with Xia Qiudong, approached Luohua Valley expressing their desire to join the Republican sect, Zhao Tianyi became curious upon learning they had decided to join through a bet. He immediately utilized his system to conduct a thorough investigation of the Bo siblings. From this investigation, Zhao Tianyi discovered that the three were individuals of righteous character, which sparked his desire to recruit them. Consequently, he proposed that they serve as the leaders of the Republican sect's branches. During this inquiry, Zhao Tianyi also uncovered the burdens Fong Lin carried and some of his secrets. Looking at Fong Lin, Zhao Tianyi said, "I learned all this through my ability of verbal manifestation. Whether you choose to share it with them is entirely up to you." Verbal manifestation, does such a power truly exist? Fong Lin murmured to himself. As for El Desui, he was stirred by Zhao Tianyi's earlier words, his curiosity piqued. He turned to Fong Lin and urged, "Enough, the boss is inscrutable, it's beyond our comprehension. So, what burdens do you carry? What secrets do you hold?" Upon hearing this, Chang Sunze fell into silence. After casting a glance at Zhao Tianyi, he slowly began to speak. "In truth, my name should be Chang Sunze, rather than Fong Lin. I am not a cultivator from the eastern region, but rather a descendant of the royal family of the northern region's Jiulong Empire." As his words settled, Chang Sunze gently removed his outer garment, revealing the breathtaking tattoos adorning his upper body. 9 massive black dragons coiled around him, each uniquely shaped and vividly alive, as if poised to soar into the sky at any moment. El Desui and El Bu, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly astonished. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi, gazing at the 9 black dragons on Chang Sunze's body, blurted out, "What kind of name is Chang Sunze or Fong Lin? You might as well change it to Shi Jin. I shall give you a nickname, 9-Pattern Dragon." Chang Sunze was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Tianyi's words, while El Desui interjected, "Continue your tale, don't mind the boss, he often speaks nonsensically." Taking a deep breath, Chang Sunze resumed recounting his past. El Desui and El Bu listened intently, their emotions fluctuating in tandem with Chang Sunze's narrative. It turned out that Fong Lin, originally named Chang Sunze, was the third prince of the Jiulong Empire, one of the 3 great empires of the northern region, and had once been on the verge of becoming its emperor. His lineage was not illustrious. His mother, Fong, had been a maidservant to Emperor Changsun Zhengjiang of the Jiulong Empire. By a twist of fate, Changsun Zhengjiang had taken a liking to Fong, resulting in the birth of Chang Sunze. Tragically, his mother passed away due to excessive bleeding shortly after giving birth, given her status as a maid. Despite being the third prince, Changsun Zai's standing among the princes and princesses was the lowest. Nevertheless, Changsun Zhengjiang bore no prejudice against him due to his mother's origins, instead showering him with affection. From a young age, Changsun Zhengjiang personally guided him in cultivation and instructed him in matters of state, treating him as his successor. Eventually, Changsun Zai was appointed as the crown prince, however, 40 years ago. The sudden demise of Changsun Zhengjiang cast a shadow over the entire Jiulong Empire. Initially, a palace mate from Changsun Zai's residence accused him of murdering Emperor Changsun Zhengjiang to General Changsun Shu of the Jiulong Empire. Following this, Changsun Zai's wife, Princess Li Zian, reported him to the current Empress Tian Yirong, alleging that Changsun Zai had forged the emperor's will to illegitimately claim the throne. These two allegations placed Changsun Zai on the brink of ascension in a precarious position. Fortunately, he managed to endure the storm. However, a subsequent rumor proved to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. It was said from an unknown source that Changsun Zai's mother, Feng, had entered the palace already pregnant. It was claimed that she had used a sinister drug known as soul-capturing pill to control Changsun Zhengjiang, leading to their liaison, thus rendering Changsun Zai's royal lineage questionable. This final piece of news became a death knell for Changsun Zai. On the eve of his coronation, Empress Tian Yirong, in collusion with General Changsun Shu, instigated a rebellion aimed at deposing and executing Changsun Zai. However, thanks to the valiant efforts of a loyal eunuch, he narrowly escaped death. He then fled the northern region, seeking refuge in the eastern region, where he concealed his identity and transformed into the wandering cultivator Fang Lian. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi and the others were seated within the canopy of the Tianyan boat, listening to Changsun Zai recount his lineage. Elbu's eyes were filled with astonishment. I never imagined, Senior Changsun, that you have such a tumultuous history. It's truly tragic. In contrast, Zhao Tianyi remained remarkably composed, stating, he is merely a victim of the power struggles. What is there to pity? After all, having come from Huashan, Zhao Tianyi had witnessed numerous tales of political intrigue and palace machinations. Compared to Changsun Zai's story, those were far more melodramatic, and he had long been aware of Changsun Zai's background. Thus, Changsun Zai's revelations stirred little turbulence within him. Yet, at that moment, El Desui could not suppress his curiosity and queried, then why did you wager against Bao Ho and Xiaqiudong to join our Republican sect? Upon hearing El Deshui's question, Changsun Zai fell silent, casting a bewildered look at Zhao Tianyi. Observing this, Zhao Tianyi spoke up, what do you intend to do? I have long been aware of your thoughts. There is no need to hold back. Hearing Zhao Tianyi's words, Changsun Zai began to elaborate. That day, I learned that the sect leader had slain Mei Zhiren of the Taidao sect on Danxia Mountain, thereby incurring enmity with them. Moreover, the sect leader boldly proclaimed that the Taidao sect would surely perish within a month. At that moment, I recognized that the sect leader was no ordinary person and began to entertain a notion. If the sect leader could indeed obliterate the Taidao sect within a month, I would join the Republican sect, get close to the sect leader, and earn his trust to reclaim what rightfully belonged to me. Elbu furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed. What if the sect leader fails to annihilate the Taidao sect within a month? What then? At this juncture, Changsun Zai hesitated to respond, instead looking once more at Zhao Tianyi, who nodded encouragingly for him to continue. Changsun Zai resumed, even if the Taidao sect does not fall, I would still join the Republican sect, get close to the sect leader, and then wait for the opportune moment to plot and usurp the power of the Republican sect. Subsequently, I would lead the entire sect to seek refuge with the Taidao sect, offering the Jiulong Empire's unspoken secrets, the Jiulong Dao, in exchange for their assistance in avenging myself. Upon hearing this, aside from Zhao Tianyi, who remained unfazed, El Desui and Elbu exchanged furious glances in Changsun Zai's direction. El Desui, the most incensed among them, was quick to rise to his feet and, in a fit of rage, kicked Changsun Zai squarely in the face, exclaiming, what the hell? So this is your plan? You truly are a despicable scoundrel. Changsun Zai was knocked to the ground, blood oozing from his nose and lips. Yet he did not utter a sound. Elbu, standing nearby, echoed, I thought your background was tragic. I never anticipated you to be such a person. At that moment, as El Desui prepared to strike again, Zhao Tianyi intervened. Enough, old mule, I haven't said anything yet. Why are you so angry? Besides, I was already aware of his intentions, so it is somewhat understandable. Boss, are you actually planning to assist him? This guy is nothing but a replica of Nan Jingqing. Upon hearing El Deshui's words, Zhao Tianyi's mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head gently. I am not a fool, you know my methods well enough. If he were truly like Nan Jingqing, I would have dealt with him long ago, and he wouldn't still be alive today, let alone be the sect leader of the northern port city branch. El Desui, perplexed, furrowed his brow and asked, "Boss, what exactly are your intentions?" "I intend to go to the northern region to assist him in reclaiming his throne and unify the northern region. He may not be a good person, but he is not entirely wicked either. Though he hails from royalty, he has experienced the suffering of the common people. Supporting him to rise to power may be a wise choice." Upon hearing this, Chang Sunze looked at Zhao Tianyi, his voice trembling slightly. "Sect leader, are you truly going to help me regain my position, rather than seeking my life?" Just moments ago, when Zhao Tianyi mentioned he knew Chang Sunze's thoughts, the latter had been filled with dread, fearing Zhao Tianyi might decide to eliminate him on the spot. However, Zhao Tianyi's current words had lifted the weight off his heart. "Why would I want to kill you? Though you harbor ill intentions, you have yet to act upon them. Why should I take your life for that? After all, no one is perfect. Who among us is without fault? You are merely blinded by revenge." Zhao Tianyi then turned to El Desui. Old Mule apologized to him. At this, El Desui, though reluctant, bowed slightly under Zhao Tianyi's imposing presence and said, "I apologize, Chang Sunze. I was too hasty. My sincere regrets." Afterward, El Desui, evidently still dissatisfied, pressed, "Then why can't we establish a Republican sect in the northern region instead of supporting him to rise to power?" Zhao Tianyi regarded El Desui with a measured gaze and slowly shook his head. "The reason I established the Republican sect in the eastern region is due to the deeply entrenched sect system there, which cannot be changed overnight. I understand that all things must progress gradually. Recklessness will only yield adverse results. Everything I have done in the eastern region, including the cultivation methods, was to lay the groundwork for establishing a nation there in the future. However, the northern region is entirely different. It operates under an imperial system with 3 major powers, and sects do not hold dominion. Therefore, establishing a sect in the northern region will not resolve the underlying issues." As he spoke, Zhao Tianyi produced a box of cigarettes, lighting one for himself, and continued, "My plan is to use the Jiulong Empire as a foundation, unify the northern region, and then make adjustments to the existing system based on the specific circumstances. Nevertheless, all of this requires careful planning once we arrive in the northern region." Having spoken, Zhao Tianyi turned his gaze towards Chang Sunze, his expression grave. "However, Chang Sunze, I shall assist you in ascending to the throne. But I implore you to agree to one condition." "Please speak, master," Chang Sunze replied respectfully. "Once you reclaim your position, you may continue to reign as emperor, yet the structure of the state must be devised by me," Zhao Tianyi asserted firmly. Upon hearing this, Chang Sunze displayed a hint of hesitation. But LV Desui impatiently interrupted him. "What is this, if it weren't for the kindness of the boss? Do you think you would have the chance to return to the throne?" "He dream on." At this, Zhao Tianyi gestured for LV Desui to refrain from interjecting, then looked back at Chang Sunze, his tone earnest. "The prosperity and stability of a nation hinge upon a rational system that safeguards the rights of its people. The system I propose will undoubtedly ensure fairness, justice, and the welfare of the populace. My decision to aid you in reclaiming the throne is not motivated by anything else, but by my belief that you can make the most prudent choices. After all, you were born into royalty and raised amid hardship. I trust you comprehend my intentions." Chang Sunze, sensing the sincerity in Zhao Tianyi's words, took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Master, I promise you. I genuinely admire the concept of a republican. Under your guidance, I shall heed your every decision." Zhao Tianyi nodded in satisfaction. "Then let us strive together." Having concluded their discussion, the group returned to their cultivation. For the journey ahead was long, and Zhao Tianyi did not take out the mahjong to entertain them. Thus, they had no choice but to continue their training. Approximately 3 months later, Zhao Tianyi's phone rang. "Master, your grandson is calling you," the voice announced as Zhao Tianyi retrieved his phone, noticing the caller ID was Chen Jinya, and frowned. "Hello, what is happening in the sect?" On the other end, Chen Jinya's voice was somewhat urgent. "Master, Hongtao is pursuing you." "Hongtao is pursuing us? Please clarify." Zhao Tianyi responded with confusion. "Not just Hongtao, but Miss Duan as well. She vanished shortly after you left, and when I inquired with Elder Dan, he mentioned she might be following you. As for Hongtao, I have no idea why she is also pursuing you. They have been gone for over half a month. Why are you only informing me now? You should ask Elder Dan. He confiscated our phones, claiming they belonged to the youth, and that he had the thoughts of the young. He is a half-step great emperor, and I could not stop him. I took the opportunity while he was in seclusion to sneak out and notify you." "Ah, I understand now." With that, Zhao Tianyi hung up the phone and vanished from the Tianyan boat. Chapter 55, Two Peach Blossoms. At this moment, within the highest checkpoint palace of the Danjing of the Republican sect, Zhuo Shengyun was seated in meditation, engrossed in his training. The palace exuded an air of tranquility, interrupted only by the sound of Zhuo Shengyun's breathing. However, this serenity did not last long, as Zhao Tianyi abruptly broke the silence. Without warning, his figure appeared before Zhuo Shangyun. After a brief appraisal of Zhuo Shangyun, Zhao Tianyi could no longer contain his silence, finally speaking, "Elder Zhuo, may I suggest we cease this charade? You previously stated that the path to enlightenment is fraught with difficulties. Do you truly believe you can attain the status of a great emperor by merely sitting idly?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Shangyun coughed lightly, as if awakening from deep contemplation, and he opened his eyes. Feigning surprise, "Ah, it is the master. Did you not head to the northern region? What brings you back so suddenly?" Zhao Tianyi's brow furrowed, clearly vexed. "Enough, I say, stop pretending. If old Qin could pilfer a phone from you, then something is indeed amiss. So, what exactly is going on? I can understand Miss Duan pursuing me to the northern region, but what about Hongtao? Master, your insight is commendable. How could Qin Jinya possibly take my phone? That was entirely Hongtao's idea. Hongtao's idea. What is her reasoning behind this? Master, do you not grasp the situation? After your departure from the sect, that girl Mengchen snuck out a mere half-month later to pursue you. That day, Hongtao sought her but could not find her, so she came to me. I mentioned my intention to facilitate a union between you and Mengchen, and informed her that Mengchen might have gone after you. To my surprise, upon learning this, Hongtao also decided to find you. Moreover, she asked me to delay Qin Jinya from discovering her departure. I suspect that both Hongtao and Mengchen have developed feelings for you." After listening to Zhuo Xingyun's account, Zhao Tianyi felt a headache coming on, rubbing his temples. "Could you not have intervened to stop them?" Zhuo Shangyun wore a bitter expression, letting out a resigned sigh. "Master? You are more familiar with their personalities than I. How could I possibly restrain them?" Zhao Tianyi let out a wry smile and shook his head. "Oh, you, very well, I shall go find them and bring them back." With that, Zhao Tianyi sighed once more, then turned and gradually faded from sight, disappearing from the spot. Zhuo Shangyun, witnessing this, could not help but laugh. "Isn't this a predicament of your own making, master? Now you have your cross to bear." Haha. Meanwhile, within the passage of the teleportation array in the northern region, Duan Mengchen sat poised upon her flying artifact, wholly absorbed in her cultivation. Her figure appeared particularly enchanting amidst the glow of the array. At that moment, following closely behind her flying artifact was a black disc-shaped flying device, upon which sat two male cultivators, both radiating an air of cold cunning. One of them, named Tang Si, glanced at his companion Hui Yuhao. His tone tinged with unease. What do you think we should do once we reach the northern region?" Hui Yuhao furrowed his brow, sighing. "Alas, we can only take it one step at a time." Just then, Tang Si's gaze fell upon Duan Mengchen's flying artifact ahead. Look at that woman. She seems to be from the Republican sect." Hui Yuhao's pupils constricted, and after careful scrutiny, he confirmed, "Indeed. She is from the Republican sect. I recognize that attire." After all, Duan Mengchen had donned the uniform of a Republican sect disciple when she stealthily slipped away, making her immediately recognizable to Hui Yuhao and Tang Si. The two had intended to escape to the eastern domain of demon cultivators. Tang Si's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness as he clenched his fists, his voice dripping with cruel resolve. "Damn it! It's all the Republican sect's fault for putting us on edge and forcing us to hide everywhere. Now that we've encountered her, why not?" As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat, signaling Hui Yuhao to take action. Hui Yuhao's expression changed, and he quickly dissuaded. "Tang Si, are you out of your mind? She is from the Republican sect. What is there to fear? This is the northern region teleportation passage. The Republican sect's reach cannot extend here. Besides, what harm can a lone woman do? If we join forces, we may yet have a chance. So, are we doing this or not? Speak plainly." Hui Yuhao hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "Fine. Since you are determined, I shall accompany you on this venture." With that, the two activated their black disc artifact, hastening towards Duan Mengchen's flying device. Simultaneously, on the other side of the passage, Hongtao was lost in the scenery within the tunnel. Pondering, "I wonder how long it will take to reach the northern region. How has the master been lately?" Just as Hongtao was immersed in her thoughts, a familiar figure appeared before her without warning, startling her. Upon realizing it was Zhao Tianyi, she felt relief wash over her, her face blooming with a radiant smile. "Master, what brings you here?" Zhao Tianyi smiled faintly, countering, "Why can't I be here? By the way, where are you planning to go?" Zhao Tianyi was aware that Hongtao was seeking him, yet he hesitated to state it outright. However, Hongtao answered directly, Of course, I am planning to find you." "What do you need me for? Aren't you supposed to manage the affairs of the sect? You are the elder of internal affairs," Hongtao retorted. "Then why can Miss Duan, the acting elder of the Dan Hall, pursue you?" Her tone carried a distinct hint of jealousy. Zhao Tianyi, hearing this, could only shake his head helplessly, recognizing Hongtao's straightforward nature and her inability to conceal her feelings. He sighed softly. "Let us set this matter aside for now. I shall escort you back. Upon hearing this, Hong Tao was about to protest when Zhao Tianyi grasped her wrist, and in the next moment, they returned to the Republican sect, standing before Chen Jinye. Upon seeing Chen Jinye, Zhao Tianyi spoke decisively, "Old Chen, I have brought Hong Tao back. Keep a close watch on her and do not allow her to seek me again." Chen Jinye nodded in understanding, patting his chest in assurance. "Master, rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye on this girl." As he spoke, Chen Jinye firmly grasped Hong Tao's hand, while she immediately struggled, exclaiming, "Father, let me go, allow me to accompany the master." Nonsense, at over 100 years of age. How can one still be so impetuous? The master is preoccupied with significant matters. What can you possibly accomplish? Chen Jinye reproached. Hong Tao wished to argue, but Chen Jinye had already taken her by the arm and turned away. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi spoke up again, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Hong Tao, you should remain at the sect in peace. I currently have no intentions as suggested by Senior Zhua. So please, do not let your imagination run wild at Miss Duan. I will ensure her safe return." Enough said, I must take my leave. With that, Zhao Tianyi's figure vanished in an instant. Chen Jinye then turned to Hong Tao and reassured her, "The master has departed. Let us go. The internal affairs hall awaits your attention with a multitude of tasks." Yet, Hong Tao remained silent, gazing in the direction Zhao Tianyi had vanished, her eyes filled with despondency. Meanwhile, within the passage leading to the North Domain's teleportation array, the demon cultivators Tang Si and Hui Yuhao were drawing near to Duan Mengchen's flying artifact. Upon seeing her visage, the two exchanged a glance, and a wicked thought blossomed in their minds. With a playful grin, Tang Si teased Duan Mengchen, "Hee, beautiful lady, this long journey must have left you feeling quite lonely, wouldn't you agree? Why not allow us to keep you company?" Hui Yuhao chimed in, his tone frivolous. "Indeed, our services are quite delightful. We guarantee an experience that will leave you yearning for more, soaring in ecstasy." At these words, Duan Mengchen, who had been meditating, opened her eyes and, upon spotting the two, a glimmer of coldness flickered in her gaze. She merely uttered a single word, "Scram." Hearing this, Tang Si and Hui Yuhao exchanged glances, a sinister smile curling at the corners of their mouths. Tang Si turned to Hui Yuhao and inquired, "Are all the female cultivators from the Gongha sect this frigid?" "Now that's intriguing." In that instant, before Tang Si's words could fully dissipate, he and Hui Yuhao leaped onto Duan Mengchen's flying artifact like two bolts of lightning. Startled, Duan Mengchen quickly regained her composure. She summoned forth the three harmonies furnace, and in a dazzling flash of golden light, three alchemical furnaces floated before her, radiating a formidable aura. Tang Si, noticing the three furnaces, chuckled to Hui Yuhao, "I never expected this girl to be an alchemist. It is said that alchemists are nurtured by spirit herbs, so I imagine she must be quite succulent." With that, he licked his lips, a lascivious expression overtaking his features. This female alchemist from the Gongha sect must possess a unique flavor. Today, we shall enjoy her thoroughly." Upon hearing their vulgar words, Duan Mengchen seethed with anger. "Shameless scoundrels! You seek death." With that declaration, the three alchemical furnaces before her erupted into flames, resembling three fiery dragons as they surged towards the two. Tang Si's expression hardened as he shouted to Hui Yuhao, "The female cultivator from the Gongha sect certainly possesses a fierce temperament. We mustn't underestimate her. Let us strike together." He then summoned a soul-gathering banner, its surface flickering with ghostly shadows, exuding an air of dread. Hui Yuhao drew his black long sword, its blade emanating a chilling glow. After evading Duan Mengchen's fiery assault, they charged towards her in tandem. Witnessing this, Duan Mengchen swiftly maneuvered the three harmonies furnace, merging it into a singular entity. She then formed a hand seal, conjuring two even more intense flames that howled forth, rapidly advancing towards the two assailants once more. However, Tang Si remained unervingly calm in the face of the impending flames. With a scoff, he bellowed, "Wraith of 10,000 souls." In the next instant, the soul-gathering banner in his hand unleashed waves of dark green death energy. This energy began to coalesce rapidly, forming a grotesque green skull. Under Tang Si's control, the skull hurtled towards the two fiery torrents. The energies collided midair, creating a violent ripple of energy that reverberated through the surroundings, culminating in a thunderous explosion that seemed to tear the very air apart. Astonishingly, after the blast, the skull did not dissipate. Instead, it began to absorb the energy released from the explosion, seemingly growing even stronger. Duan Mengchen, witnessing this, felt a twinge of fear. Logically, her flames should possess a natural counter to evil entities, yet, the death energy from Tang Si's banner proved utterly ineffective. As if it had the power to devour all, including her flames. Confronted with such an enigmatic foe, Duan Mengchen inhaled deeply, knowing she must summon all her strength. With a fierce shout, she declared, "100 battle furnace technique." As her voice echoed, the three harmonies furnace before her expanded dramatically, its blazing flames painting the sky crimson. After all, this was a technique created by the alchemist Saint Zhua Shangyun, and its power was nothing short of terrifying. The furnace, imbued with world-shattering force, charged towards the green skull with ferocity. This strike was immensely powerful. Despite the skull's eerie and terrifying nature, it crumbled under the assault, letting out a piercing wail before vanishing without a trace. However, Duan Mengchen did not allow herself to relax. She continued directing the furnace towards Tang Xi and Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao, realizing the imminent threat, charged forward, brandishing his black longsword in an attempt to counter the horrific onslaught. Yet, the might of the three harmonies furnace was overwhelming, sending him staggering backward, ultimately forcing him off Duan Mengchen's flying artifact. Seizing the opportunity, Duan Mengchen pursued, directing the furnace towards Tang Xi. However, Tang Xi's strength clearly surpassed Hui Yuhao's, and the soul-gathering banner's unpredictability proved formidable. As the two engaged in a relentless clash, the sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Despite the ferocity of Duan Mengchen's flames, they could not dispel the death energy from Tang Xi's banner. The battle raged fiercely within the passage of the formation, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Just then, Hui Yuhao unexpectedly appeared behind Duan Mengchen, thrusting his black sword forward. It turned out that he had feigned defeat to fall into the passage, stealthily maneuvering beneath Duan Mengchen's flying artifact to approach her from behind. At this moment, Duan Mengchen was entirely focused on her fierce confrontation with Tang Xi, unaware that Hui Yuhao, who had pretended to fall, would launch a surprise attack from behind. Without a doubt, the tip of Hui Yuhao's sword easily pierced Duan Mengchen's shoulder, blood gushing forth. Duan Mengchen cried out in agony. This strike inflicted upon her unprecedented pain, and an overwhelming sense of dizziness began to cloud her consciousness. She struggled to steady herself, yet her body swayed uncontrollably. Observing this, Hui Yuhao chuckled with delight, his voice dripping with lewdness and mockery. He. Little girl, did you think you could escape our grasp? Having fallen victim to my Wanchun powder, even a spirit beast 100 meters long would struggle against the flames of desire. Just imagine how long you can endure. At that moment, Hui Yuhao's words struck Duan Mengchen's heart like a heavy blow. She felt a searing heat spreading uncontrollably within her, almost consuming her entirely. Her gaze gradually lost focus, her body feeling as though it was being drained of strength by an invisible force, leaving her weak and powerless. Yet, as her consciousness threatened to plunge into darkness, Duan Mengchen summoned every ounce of her remaining strength, gritting her teeth in an effort to call back the crucial three harmonies furnace. It was her sole hope of turning the tide. Her final bastion, however, to her shock, she discovered her spiritual energy had dwindled to a mere trickle, and even raising a finger felt overwhelmingly arduous. At that moment, despair surged like a tidal wave within her, as if she were being engulfed by darkness with no escape. The next second, Duan Mengchen collapsed, her body falling onto the flying artifact. In her blurred vision, she saw two figures approaching her, drawing ever closer. Just then, Zhao Tianyi finally arrived. Upon stepping onto Duan Mengchen's flying artifact, he saw her sprawled on the ground, two male cultivators slowly advancing towards her. Who are you? What do you want? Zhao Tianyi shouted anxiously. In an instant, he teleported in front of Duan Mengchen. Noting her dazed expression and alluring movements, recognizing her condition, Zhao Tianyi's heart sank as he glared fiercely at the two men. Tang Xi and Hui Yuhao appeared particularly bewildered, unsure of where Zhao Tianyi had come from. When Tang Xi's gaze finally landed on Zhao Tianyi's face, a flicker of terror crossed his eyes, and his voice trembled. Why, you are Zhao Tianyi? Before he could finish speaking, his instincts took over as he turned and fled towards the black disc, seeking to escape the fear that gripped him. However, just then, Zhao Tianyi suddenly appeared before him, his gaze icy. You have chosen your path to death. With that, Zhao Tianyi seized Tang Xi by the throat, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. Moments later, Tang Xi's face turned a ghastly shade of purple, his tongue lolling out, eyes bulging before he fell lifeless. Zhao Tianyi, seeing this, casually discarded him into the passage. At that moment, Hui Yuhao, witnessing Tang Xi's demise, immediately knelt, frantically bowing his head in supplication. Senior Zhao, spare me. Please spare me. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tianyi instantaneously teleported before him, exclaiming, If you fear death, then do not commit evil. What reason do I have to spare you? With that, Zhao Tianyi unleashed a powerful punch, striking Hui Yuhao squarely on the forehead. The fist pierced through Hui Yuhao's visage, leaving a gaping wound in his skull, from which blood gushed forth, cascading down Zhao Tianyi's hand. Subsequently, Zhao Tianyi delivered a swift kick, sending Hui Yuhao's lifeless body tumbling off the flying artifact. He then shook off the blood-stained hand, restoring its cleanliness. Only then did Zhao Tianyi approach Duan Mengchen, who was in the process of shedding her garments. leaving her clad in but two scant pieces of clothing that barely concealed her form. Observing this, Zhao Tianyi gently shook his head and uttered two words, "Restore." As these words resonated, Duan Mengchen's consciousness was instantaneously revitalized. She looked up to see Zhao Tianyi, her face etched with astonishment. Scanning her surroundings, she found no trace of the two malevolent cultivators. Suddenly, recalling something, Duan Mengchen glanced down and realized the pitiful state of her attire. Her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment. In haste, she grabbed her clothing nearby and swiftly donned it to mask her awkwardness. Chapter 57, Arrival at the Northern Domain. Master, I, now dressed. Duan Mengchen's voice trembled. Struggling to articulate her thoughts, unsure of how to begin, or upon seeing Zhao Tianyi, she had a general understanding of how he had unexpectedly arrived here. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi approached her slowly, concern evident in his voice. "Are you alright? You should be fine now, correct?" In response, Duan Mengchen shook her head, signaling that she was unscathed. Zhao Tianyi, upon witnessing this, expressed his frustration. "Look at you, is it not better to remain at the sect? Why did you feel the need to chase me to the Northern Domain? Had I not arrived in time, what would have become of you? Master, you must know why I pursued you." "Right?" Duan Mengchen's voice quivered. Zhao Tianyi nodded, gazing intently at her. "Yes, I understand, but why must you put yourself through this? I believe I made my stance clear to Elder Zhuo that day. I know you did not leave." It turned out that upon discerning the implications of Elder Zhuo Xingyun's words that day, Zhao Tianyi had conducted a thorough investigation of his surroundings and indeed discovered that Duan Mengchen had not departed but was eavesdropping from the adjacent room. The words he had spoken to Elder Zhuo were, in fact, directed at Duan Mengchen, hoping she would release her feelings for him. At this moment, Duan Mengchen summoned her courage. "But I simply cannot help myself. I have fallen for you." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Never anticipating Duan Mengchen's forthrightness, he inwardly lamented, "Why must I be the object of her affections? What is it about me that she finds appealing? Can I not change?" Noticing Zhao Tianyi's prolonged silence, Duan Mengchen pressed further, Do you think I am unattractive, that you look down upon me?" Zhao Tianyi shook his head, speaking earnestly, "You are indeed beautiful. But you must understand that marriage is a matter requiring careful consideration. Furthermore, I currently have no intentions of marrying. However, I am not asking you to marry me immediately, I merely wish to be by your side." Yet Zhao Tianyi, without a second thought, blurted out, "But I do not need your companionship. Who do you think you are?" Upon hearing this, Duan Mengchen immediately burst into tears, realizing the weight of his words. Zhao Tianyi recognized he had been a tad too harsh. He contemplated apologizing but, deciding against it, continued, "Do not weep. Let me be frank. I actually have someone I hold dear." Duan Mengchen paused, tentatively inquiring, "Who is she?" "Is it Miss Hongtao?" Zhao Tianyi, seizing the opportunity, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is she. Thus, you and I are simply incompatible, but I believe you will find someone far better suited for you." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's declaration, Duan Mengchen ceased her inquiries, merely fixating her gaze upon him. Observing her silence, Zhao Tianyi pressed on, "Since you now comprehend the situation, it is time I escort you back to the sect." Duan Mengchen, still speechless, nodded dejectedly. With a wave of his hand, she vanished from sight, and in the next moment, she found herself back within the confines of Gongma's sect. After sending Duan Mengchen away, Zhao Tianyi chastised himself soundly. What a calamity! With that, he vanished from the scene. Simultaneously in the pill hall, Zhuo Shengyun approached the suddenly appearing Duan Mengchen, asking, "Mengchen, did the master send you back?" Duan Mengchen nodded but remained silent. Noticing this, Zhuo Shengyun pressed on. "Did he not say anything to you? The master mentioned that he has affections for Hongtao." Duan Mengchen's voice faltered as Zhuo Shengyun chuckled. Do not heed the master's jest. If he truly favored Hongtao, why would he send her back as well?" Duan Mengchen, perplexed, asked, "Where has Hongtao gone? Why did the master return her?" Zhuo Shengyun then elucidated the situation to Duan Mengchen, who, upon hearing it, finally grasped the implication. So the master was deceiving me. Indeed, if the master had genuine feelings for Hongtao, he would not have left her behind in the Northern Domain, would he? But why would the master speak to me in such a manner? That I cannot ascertain. Perhaps the master harbors his own reservations. Now, since you have returned, do not dwell on it. We shall discuss this another time. With that, Zhuo Shengyun patted Duan Mengchen's shoulder before turning to depart. Left standing in contemplation, Duan Mengchen's expression shifted from sorrow to joy. After escorting Duan Mengchen back to the Gongha sect, Zhao Tianyi returned to the Tianyan boat. Earlier, due to the conversation between Zhao Tianyi and Chen Jinye, the trio aboard the Tianyan boat, including El Desui, had overheard everything. Thus, upon Zhao Tianyi's arrival, El Desui rushed over, inquiring, "Brother, What exactly is the situation between Hongtao and Miss Duan? It is nothing of consequence, Zhao Tianyi replied, casting a glance at El Desui. Forget it. It is of no importance. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi contemplated confiding in El Desui but ultimately shook his head, deciding to keep his troubles to himself, recognizing Zhao Tianyi's reluctance to elaborate. El Desui, being perceptive, chose not to press further, departing the cabin to practice at the bow of the ship. Observing El Deshui's exit, Chang Sunze and El Bu felt it inappropriate to inquire further and likewise exited the cabin. Time slipped away, and after what felt like an eternity, Zhao Tianyi finally sighed, muttering, enough of this, it is exhausting, I shall leave it to fate, for now, I shall devote myself to nurturing my skills. With that, Zhao Tianyi settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to practice the spear and movement techniques he had acquired from Qiu Zhanwo. As time flowed swiftly, in the blink of an eye, 6 months had quietly elapsed. Utilizing the teleportation array of the northern domain, Zhao Tianyi and his companions finally arrived at the iconic city of Haiwei City. Haiwei City, as a unique entity within the northern domain, stands in stark contrast to the port city of Beigang City in the eastern domain. Though both share the commonality of being coastal cities, Beigang City is situated on the outskirts of the eastern domain's maritime expanse, while Haiwei City rests atop the towering Wanjun mountain range at the heart of the northern domain. To discuss this location necessitates a mention of the northern domain's geography. The eastern and northern domains are both vast and boundless. However, the northern domain is defined by the formidable Wanjun mountain range, a veritable chasm that bisects the region. This mountain range, resembling a double-headed dragon, winds its way across the northern domain, forming a Y-shape that divides it into 3 distinct nations. To the north lies the Jiulong Empire, to the left the Tianshan Empire, and to the right the Void Divine Kingdom. The only routes connecting these 3 nations across the Wanjun mountain range are the 3 perilous checkpoints, Ganquan Pass, Zhengchuan Pass, and Panshan Pass. These checkpoints serve not only as vital thoroughfares but also as strategic strongholds, safeguarding each nation's territorial integrity. While cultivators can indeed traverse the Wanjun mountain range by flying, they must be wary of border patrols, as their fate would be left to mere chance. Regarding the dynastic structure of the 3 nations in the northern domain, while it bears some resemblance to the sect system in the eastern domain, it is more akin to the feudal dynasties of ancient Huaxia, where the 3 nations, much like the upper 3 sects in the eastern domain, wield absolute authority. In this realm, the sect master assumes the role of an emperor, while the elders transform into ministers aiding the emperor. However, all 3 nations operate under a singular principle of autocracy, with royal power reigning supreme. In the northern domain, even formidable cultivators of the feathering realm must kneel and submit before an emperor of the refining Qi realm. Of course, this rule applies solely to those hailing from the northern domain, while outsiders enjoy relatively lenient treatment as long as they do not engage in actions detrimental to the aristocracy or the royal family. Thus, this has given rise to a unique class structure in the northern domain: commoners, cultivators, ministers, nobility, royalty, and emperors. This has been the immutable law of the northern domain for centuries, unshakable by any force. There exists a peculiar anomaly. Conventionally, one would anticipate that 3 nations sharing a common territory would inevitably descend into warfare. However, the 3 nations of the northern region of the floating cloud continent stand as a remarkable exception. Despite frequent minor skirmishes along their borders, they have managed to maintain a delicate equilibrium overall. This has resulted in the northern region not experiencing a single large-scale conflict between nations for centuries. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi and his companions find themselves in Haiwei City, situated at the confluence of the Y-shaped Wanjun mountain range, perched atop the highest peak known as Wanjun Peak. Viewed from above, Wanjun Peak resembles a verdant triangular prism, with Haiwei City nestled at its very center. Remarkably, Haiwei City lacks a sovereign and is not affiliated with any of the northern nations, instead presenting itself as a completely neutral entity that attracts both the inhabitants of the 3 nations and outsiders alike. Be they cultivators or mortals, individuals from both righteous and demonic paths can freely enter and exit to embark on adventures or trade in foreign lands, thus rendering Haiwei City a landmark within the northern region. At this moment, within the central square of Haiwei City, the teleportation array is witnessing the gradual departure of the Tianyan boat carrying Zhao Tianyi and his companions. After stifling a yawn, Zhao Tianyi muses aloud. At last, we have arrived in the northern region. What a long journey it has been. He then turns to his companion El Desui and inquires with curiosity, "Old donkey, how goes your progress with the demon subduing leg technique?" Ever since Zhao Tianyi gifted him a black jade talisman, El Desui has diligently practiced whenever he found the time over the past 6 months, thus Zhao Tianyi's inquiry arises. El Desui leisurely ignites a cigarette, takes a deep drag, and replies, progress is rather smooth, I've completed half of it half. What does that mean? Zhao Tianyi questions, somewhat perplexed. El Desui calmly responds, I have only practiced the hind hooves, the front hooves remain untouched. At this revelation, Zhao Tianyi can't help but chuckle. I nearly forgot you possess 4 legs, so you intend to practice the technique twice, do you? You truly are putting in the effort. With that, he bursts into hearty laughter. El Desui, however, adopts a frown and protests, boss, your words are somewhat insulting to my donkey dignity. Alright, I shall cease my laughter. He concedes. At this juncture, Xiaobu curiously interjects, Master, now that we have arrived in the northern region, where shall we head next? Zhao Tianyi, suppressing his mirth, responds earnestly, naturally, we must proceed to the imperial capital of the Nine Dragon Empire. Meanwhile, Chang Sunze, having stowed away the Tianyan boat, interjects, leader, let us not rush, we should first gather intelligence on recent happenings in the northern region. In response, Zhao Tianyi shakes his head, addressing Fong Lin, there is no need for inquiries, I can ascertain the information through my abilities. By the way, since we are in the northern region, please refrain from calling me leader. Just use my name. Is it appropriate to address you so directly? Chang Sunze questions, puzzled. It is merely a title. There is no need to be overly concerned, Zhao Tianyi replies nonchalantly. He then turns to El Desui and El Bu. Indeed, you two should also refrain from addressing him as Chang Sunze. Call him Fong Lin instead. Upon hearing this, both men nod in agreement, recognizing that the surname Chang Sun holds significant connotations within the northern region, symbolizing the royal lineage of the Nine Dragon Empire known to all. At this moment, El Desui chimes in, boss, shouldn't you share your plans? I haven't quite formulated them yet. Let us proceed step by step. First, we shall make our way to the imperial capital of the Nine Dragon Empire, where I intend to conduct a thorough reconnaissance. Upon concluding, Zhao Tianyi gazes at the three and declares, very well, let us find a place to rest for a few days before we embark. 2 days swiftly pass, and after a brief respite, the quartet resumes their journey. They depart from Haiwa City, following the majestic contours of the Wanjun mountain range, ultimately arriving at the essential gateway to the Nine Dragon Empire, known as Ganquan Pass. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi stands before the formidable structure of the pass, inquiring, Fong Lin, why has the Nine Dragon Empire constructed Ganquan Pass so splendidly? Brother Zhao, Ganquan Pass is not merely a checkpoint. It serves as the gateway to the nation, hence it must embody the empire's grandeur, Fong Lin explains, nodding in understanding. Zhao Tianyi meticulously surveys the pass, which is primarily constructed from pristine white jade blocks, each carefully selected and polished, bestowing an air of strength and dignity upon the structure. The surface of the pass exhibits a naturally rugged texture, narrating tales of time's passage. Flanking the gate, 18 vividly carved black dragons are sculpted on the pillars, 9 on each side, appearing poised to ascend into the sky and display their might. Atop the entrance, a bronze plaque bears the inscription Nine Dragon Empire in bold, vigorous characters, while a smaller plaque beneath it reads Ganquan Pass. The elegant script imbued with both grace and strength. On either side of the gate, a contingent of 20 armored guards stands in formation, brandishing long swords, exemplifying the might of a great nation. The 4 companions then make their way toward the grand entrance of Ganquan Pass. However, as they approach within 100 meters, a guard clad in black armor raises his voice, proclaiming, all who wish to enter must possess a travel permit. Entry without one is strictly prohibited. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi furrows his brow and turns to Fong Lin, why is a travel permit necessary? What if those from foreign lands lack one? What a travel permit? It is merely an excuse concocted by the guards to extort money from outsiders. Fong Lin replies earnestly. Oh, I see, Zhao Tianyi exclaims, a plan forming in his mind. He promptly strides toward the entrance of the pass with his companions. As they reach the threshold, a guard intercepts them, demanding to see their travel permits. However, Zhao Tianyi and his companions possess no such documentation. Consequently, they resort to bribery. Zhao Tianyi swiftly produces a storage pouch and tosses it toward the guard. After inspecting the contents, the guard gestures for them to proceed, allowing the group to pass through Ganquan Pass without incident. Once inside, El Desui promptly transforms into a donkey and retrieves a cart from the storage pouch. Once prepared, Zhao Tianyi takes a seat upon it. Meanwhile, El Bu and Fong Lin, unwilling to ride in the cart pulled by El Desui, opt to walk behind them instead. The group continues onward toward the capital of the Nine Dragon Empire. As night falls, the guard who accepted Zhao Tianyi's storage pouch, while dividing the spoils with his fellow guards, discovers that what should have contained floating cloud stones instead spills forth an overwhelming stench of excrement. Instantly permeating the air of Ganquan Pass, this unexpected turn of events compels the guards to embark on an all-night cleaning operation, a mischievous scheme orchestrated by Zhao Tianyi to vex them. After another day of travel, the four finally arrive at the first town at the border of the Nine-Dragon Empire, known as Zhenjiang City. While not as imposing as Ganquan Pass, the town possesses a unique rustic charm. Upon entering, Fong Lin cannot help but exclaim, "After 40 years, I have finally returned. Everything in Zhenjiang City remains nearly unchanged. 40 years for a cultivator is but a fleeting moment. What is there to lament?" El Desui retorts, having learned of Fong Lin's motives for joining the Republican sect, he often provokes Fong Lin with his words. Even after 6 months, El Desui, the stubborn donkey, has yet to let go of his grievances. Hearing El Desui's comments, Zhao Tianyi shakes his head. "Old donkey, one cannot speak so lightly. If you were to bear deep-seated grudges for over 40 years, your days would indeed feel like an eternity." El Desui indignantly counters, "It's not my doing that he carries such burdens for 40 years. El Bu, sensing the tension, hastily intervenes. "Uncle El, perhaps you should refrain from further comments." El Desui shoots a discontented glare at El Bu. You young lad, why are you siding with him? I am your uncle." At this moment, Zhao Tianyi chuckles mischievously. "Old donkey, how did you become my disciple's uncle?" Boss, when we first met, we were of the same generation." "Your disciple calling me uncle is not inappropriate." Zhao Tianyi rolls his eyes at El Desui, disdainfully declaring, El Bu, from now on, do not refer to him as uncle. It diminishes my status. He is merely a steed at best." Upon hearing this, Fong Lin and El Bu swiftly cover their mouths, desperately suppressing laughter. Meanwhile, El Desui, upon hearing the remark, clings to Zhao Tianyi's leg, exclaiming, "Boss, do you truly see me as just a mere steed?" As he speaks, he begins to weep, his cries interspersed with causing the scene to descend into absurdity. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi suddenly points ahead, his brow furrowing in concern. "What is happening over there?" His voice shatters the comical atmosphere, drawing the attention of the others toward the direction he indicated. That not the young Master Changsun. I have heard that a servant from the manor has escaped, and it seems she has been captured. Young Master Changsun is certainly punishing her now. At this moment, the young man known as young Master Changsun, brandishing a pitch-black whip, ruthlessly struck the woman who lay prostrate before him. The whip sliced through the air with a series of piercing cracks, each strike accompanied by the woman's anguished moans. Her garments were in tatters, exposing her skin, which bore the cruel marks of the whip. Vivid crimson blood seeped forth, staining her attire in a ghastly manner. The young man continued to lash out, cursing as he did so. "Damn it, a wretched servant I have purchased, and she dares to flee? Just watch, I will beat you to death. I won't run anymore. I won't run anymore." The woman's pleas, tinged with despair, sounded utterly subservient amidst the young man's furious shouts. Just then, a lecherous old man nearby, with an ingratiating tone, interjected, "My lord, please do not be angry. Allow this matter to be handled by your servant." Upon hearing this, the young man tossed the whip to the old man, commanding, "Strike her hard. Damn it, dare to run again. Let us see if you can escape." The old man accepted the whip and struck the woman again, causing a series of sharp cracks as the whip met her flesh. The woman trembled violently, her wails echoing in the air. In that moment, a ragged middle-aged man suddenly burst forth from the crowd, leaping to shield the woman. The young man, enraged by this act, swiftly drew a long sword. "Damn it! You old fool, you spawn of a lowly wench, I have yet to deal with you, and you dare to protect her." With that, the young man lunged at the middle-aged man with his sword. "Stop this at once!" A thunderous voice rang out from the crowd. The young man paused, turning to see the source of the voice. The onlookers parted, revealing Zhao Tianyi standing amongst them, clad in a black suit and exuding an air of authority. He was accompanied by El Desui and 2 others, all of whom captured the crowd's attention. The young man, upon seeing Zhao Tianyi, asked in surprise, "Are you outsiders? What does it matter where we hail from?" El Desui stepped forward, his tone dripping with disdain. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating, "What are these people wearing? They look like outsiders. No wonder they meddle in others' affairs. Looks like there's more entertainment to come." At that moment, the young man glared fiercely at Zhao Tianyi, shouting, "Damn it, I warn you to mind your own business, or don't blame me for being impolite." However, Zhao Tianyi remained unfazed, slowly advancing toward the young man with a scornful demeanor. "I have always taken it upon myself to defend the oppressed and rectify injustices. Today, I wish to see how you intend to be impolite to me." What do you mean by that?" The young man retorted, bewildered. "What do you think I mean? Of course it involves beating you," Zhao Tianyi exclaimed, his words barely leaving his lips when he swung his palm, striking the young man's face with resounding slaps. With 3 sharp cracks, the young man was sent reeling backward, crashing into the wall of a nearby shop. Ouch, he cried out before losing consciousness. Observing this, Zhao Tianyi shook his head. What a stroke of misfortune. I seem to encounter such ignorant fools wherever I go. Meanwhile, the lecherous old man rushed into the shop. Lifting the fallen young man, his voice laced with anxiety, my lord, are you all right? Upon hearing the term my lord, Zhao Tianyi raised an eyebrow. My lord, it appears he is of some significance. At this moment, Fong Lin approached, whispering to Zhao Tianyi, Brother Zhao, my lord is a title used in the Zhoulong Empire for royalty. He may be of royal blood like me. I see. Zhao Tianyi nodded. Casting a glance at the young man, I thought he might just be some foolish son of a city lord. Just then, Elbu, standing behind Zhao Tianyi, approached the dazed man and woman, helping them to their feet before inquiring, what transpired here? Why were they subjected to violence in the streets? The middle-aged man clutched the woman tightly, his voice trembling. Please, you must leave, it is our rightful punishment. We should not have attempted to escape. We ought to have listened to my lord, this is our fate. The woman in his arms muttered vacantly, no more beating, I won't run again, I shall never flee again. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Tianyi felt a surge of compassion and utilized his system to investigate the matter further, uncovering the entire backstory. It turned out that these two were father and daughter, both purchased as common slaves from a human trafficker by the young man. After enduring prolonged torment, the woman had desperately attempted to flee, only to be captured by the lecherous old man, leading to the public flogging. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted to Zhao Tianyi and his companions, hey, you outsiders, hurry and run, that man is Changsun Hao, the son of General Changsun Linshan. Zhao Tianyi remained unfazed, his expression calm. He cared not for the identity of the young man. However, Fong Lin's expression changed upon hearing this. Noticing Fong Lin's reaction, Zhao Tianyi grew curious. What is the matter? Do you know this so-called general? Fong Lin did not respond immediately, glancing at Changsun Hao before nodding. Yes, Changsun Linshan is likely my fourth uncle. I thought he looked familiar. Fourth uncle, the one who assisted you in fleeing from the northern domain to the eastern domain? Zhao Tianyi recalled having heard Fong Lin mention it before. Changsun Linshan was the fourth brother of Fong Lin's father, Changsun Zhengjiang, and a trusted ally to it. Was said that Changsun Zhengjiang's ascension to the throne of the Zhoulong Empire was largely due to the strategies devised by his fourth brother. Additionally, Changsun Linshan was Fong Lin's mentor in military tactics, thus their relationship was quite close. After fleeing the imperial city with the help of a eunuch close to Changsun Zhengjiang, Fong Lin had managed to escape to the eastern domain with his guidance. At this point, Zhao Tianyi looked at Fong Lin and remarked, however, your cousin does not seem worthy of much praise. Had I not experienced what I did, I would likely be in a worse position than he is now. By the way, Brother Zhao, could you spare my cousin's life? Fong Lin implored. Zhao Tianyi hesitated for a moment before replying slowly, very well, for your sake, I shall not take his life. After saying this, Zhao Tianyi turned to the father and daughter, his voice imbued with warmth and reassurance. It is all right now, you may leave. However, the father and daughter appeared still trapped in the remnants of their long enslavement, standing in a daze with expressions of confusion and helplessness. After all, they had been treated as slaves since birth and had long since become accustomed to servitude. That deeply ingrained subservience had become second nature to them. This scene moved Zhao Tianyi deeply, igniting a fire of indignation within him. Damn! This abominable feudal system has twisted human souls to such an extent that only servility remains. He immediately commanded the system, restore their freedom, liberate them from their servitude, and allow them to return to a state of normalcy, where they can enjoy health, freedom, and happiness. The system swiftly complied, executing Zhao Tianyi's orders. Soon, the confusion in the eyes of the father and daughter began to fade. Replaced by the clarity and vitality characteristic of normal individuals, they bowed deeply in gratitude to Zhao Tianyi before turning to leave, departing from the land that had once enslaved their bodies and souls. Chapter 60. Xiao Yeshua. After the father and daughter had walked away, Changsun Hao within the shop awakened at the urgent call of the old man. As he felt the throbbing pain on his face, he grimaced, uttering pain groans. The old man, relieved to see him awake, sighed, my lord, you have finally come to. I was terrified. Yet Changsun Hao ignored the old man, glaring at Zhao Tianyi in fury. Damn it! How dare you strike me? Your life is forfeit. With that, he turned to the old man and barked, what are you standing there for? Go fetch my father at once. The old man hesitated, worry etched on his face. My lord. What about you? Changsun Hao smirked dismissively, waving his hand. I'll stay right here and see what he can do to me. The old man hurriedly exited the shop, sprinting towards the estate within the city. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyi looked at El Desui, a sly smile playing on his lips. It appears the young master of the general's household is not particularly bright. May it be that Changsun Linshan does not resemble the previous pervert he encountered. Upon hearing this, Eldesui could not help but recall the peculiar Baijia he met in Shina City, a look of helplessness spreading across his face. Dear boss, please stop, the memories of the past are beginning to assail me. That fellow was utterly deranged, daring to streak in broad daylight. Zhao Tianyi, upon hearing this, could not suppress a hearty laugh, the sound echoing through the streets. However, Chang Sunhao, upon catching wind of their laughter, was enraged beyond measure. Bellowing, "You bunch of rascals, laugh all you want, when my father arrives, you will certainly regret it. All right, we heed your words, we shall not flee." With that, Zhao Tianyi waved his hand, and a lounge chair appeared on the street. Whereupon he reclined comfortably. Meanwhile, Fong Lin inwardly cursed Chang Sunhao. "I was just advocating for you, you're utterly fearless, how did your fourth uncle end up with such a troublesome offspring?" With this thought, Fong Lin shook his head in frustration, letting out a deep sigh. Before long, the old servant hurried back to the general's residence at the edge of Zhenjiang City. Breathless, he hastily traversed the front courtyard, making his way to the back, arriving before an exquisite and elegant courtyard, where he urgently knelt and called out, Madam, the young lord has been assaulted on the street. Please, you must summon the master to take a look." At that moment, within the room, the woman, upon hearing the urgent cries from outside, immediately emerged. This woman, named Qiu Yeshua, exuded an air of grace and nobility, being Chang Sunhao's biological mother and Chang Sun Linshan's lawful wife. At this moment, she wore a flowing dress interwoven with purple and white, the purple reminiscent of the deepest stars in the night sky, while the white mirrored the snowflakes that drift down in early winter. The two colors intertwined, showcasing her nobility while revealing a gentle temperament. Her figure was nothing short of enchanting, with a slender waist and alluring curves, as if she were the most exquisite masterpiece of nature. Her skin was as smooth as congealed fat, bearing no traces of time, making her appear as a stunning middle-aged beauty. Her features were delicately crafted, with makeup that was perfectly applied. Her long raven-black hair was expertly styled into an elegant updo, exuding both dignity and grace. Adorning her hair was a plum blossom hairpin made of purple jade, serving as a fitting embellishment. "Old servant, have you led the young master into trouble again? How many times has it been this month?" Qiu Yeshua's tone bore a hint of reproach. "Madam, this time the young lord truly did not cause trouble. I discovered a servant attempting to flee the residence and apprehended her. Who would have thought that when the young lord was teaching her a lesson in the street, a few individuals suddenly appeared and slapped him 3 times in public?" The old servant explained urgently. "What? Such a thing occurred?" Qiu Yeshua exclaimed, her eyes flashing with anger. "Who has the audacity? I do not know. These individuals are dressed in strange attire, clearly not from our northern region." The old servant replied, "Let us go, take me to see." Qiu Yeshua decisively commanded, "Madam, it would be prudent to summon the master as well. I fear something untoward may transpire." The old servant suggested, "I would wish to call upon the Lord, but you know his fiery temper. Should he learn of this, Howard would surely suffer." Qiu Yeshua sighed helplessly and continued, "I shall go and assess the situation first." With that, Qiu Yeshua swiftly took to the air alongside the old servant, hurrying towards the central street. "You outsiders dare to act recklessly in my Zhoulong Empire. When my father arrives, you will undoubtedly pay the price." At that moment, Chang Sunhao continued to shout, his face swollen to the size of a puffed-up toad, yet his arrogance remained unabated. Zhao Tianyi, feeling vexed, furrowed his brow and glanced at Fong Lin. "Your cousin truly has an abundance of energy, he hasn't tired of shouting after all this time." Hearing this, Fong Lin could only force a bitter smile, repeatedly apologizing. "Zhao brother, I truly apologize for the trouble." Just as the two were conversing, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the street, stirring a commotion. It was Qiu Yeshua, adorned in splendid garments, radiating grace, accompanied by her servant Lol Fu. As they approached Chang Sunhao's side, "Mother, why have you come?" Chang Sunhao exclaimed upon seeing Qiu Yeshua. "Where is my father? Why hasn't he arrived?" Qiu Yeshua shot Chang Sunhao a glance, her tone laced with reproach. "Look at you, you never practice. When trouble arises, you only know to seek your father. Look at your face, swollen beyond recognition. Where are those outsiders?" Chang Sunhao pointed indignantly at Zhao Tianyi and the others, declaring, They struck me. Mother, you must avenge me." Qiu Yeshua followed Chang Sunhao's finger, her gaze landing upon Zhao Tianyi and his companions. She approached the 4, each step exuding composure and authority, while an air of tribulation-level pressure emanated from her. Qiu Yeshua understood that outsiders would not adhere to the class hierarchy of the Zhoulong Empire, thus she intended to use her cultivation to intimidate the 4. Yet, upon sensing this pressure, Eldesui felt quite dismissive. Having already entered the Great Ascension realm, he was hardly affected by Qiu Yeshua's aura. He merely raised a hand, unleashing his own Great Ascension pressure like a tempest, directly clashing with Qiu Yeshua's force. The two energies collided in the air, their strengths immediately evident. Simultaneously, Elbu and Fong Lin also released their tribulation-level pressures. Elbu's energy surged forth like a violent storm, showcasing his formidable power, while Fong Lin appeared more reserved, aware that Zhou Yeshua was his aunt and thus exercised caution. At this moment, feeling the overwhelming pressure from the three, Zhou Yeshua's heart began to race. She had initially believed her tribulation-level cultivation would be sufficient to intimidate these outsiders, but she was taken aback by their equally formidable strength. She quickly retracted her pressure, feigning calmness as she inquired, "May I ask where you esteemed guests hail from? What brings you to my Zhoulong Empire?" Just as Eldesui was about to retort, Zhao Tianyi interjected, "We come from the eastern region." At this moment, Zhou Yeshue also noted that among the four Eldesui possessed the highest cultivation. Yet it appeared that the seemingly weakest Zhao Tianyi was the leader. This left her somewhat perplexed. Subsequently, she clasped her hands and addressed Zhao Tianyi. "Might I inquire how you are addressed?" "I am Zhao Tianyi, so it is Zhao Daoyud. I would like to ask, what transgression did my son commit in punishing a maidservant in the residence, and why did you strike him 3 times? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi replied with righteous indignation, "As righteous cultivators from the eastern region, we have always abhorred evil and aided those in distress. What wrong have we committed?" However, upon hearing Zhao Tianyi's words, Zhou Yeshue immediately retorted, "But this is the northern region, not your eastern region." After saying this, she scrutinized the group before continuing, "However, considering you hail from the eastern region, I shall not hold this against you. Nevertheless, you must apologize to my son, and this matter can be laid to rest. What say you? And what if I refuse?" Zhao Tianyi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yeshua let out a cold snort and reiterated, "Then I shall have no choice but to ensure you remain in our northern region forever." Chapter 61, Recognition. Just then, upon hearing Zhou Yeshua's words, Chang Sunhao stepped forward, shouting, "Mother, why waste words with them? Just summon father. Even if they possess great ascension cultivators, before my father's ascension strength, they are akin to mere chickens and dogs." Zhou Yeshua nodded in agreement and then coldly addressed Zhao Tianyi and his companions. "Did you hear my son? I advise you to see the situation clearly. Whether you apologize or not, that is for you to decide." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi remained unfazed, while Fong Lin's expression turned grave, for he understood Zhao Tianyi's temperament. If a conflict were to erupt, his aunt and cousin would undoubtedly be in grave danger. With this thought in mind, he quickly sent a mental message to Zhao Tianyi, "Sect Master, please do not take offense. My aunt is not a bad person, however, her words do hold some truth. The class system in the northern region is deeply entrenched, and the nobility's attitude towards servants has always been thus. You striking Chang Sunhao indeed seems somewhat unjustifiable. Perhaps we could apologize and let this matter go." But upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi furrowed his brow and firmly responded, "What nonsense! Apologize? I will never apologize in my life." Hearing this, Fong Lin continued to send mental messages, urging, "Sect Master, I understand that asking you to apologize is indeed unreasonable, but I implore you to consider my situation. First, Zhou Yeshue is my aunt, and I do not wish for this incident to turn you against them. Secondly, my fourth uncle is currently the general at the town's edge and possesses some military support. Gaining his backing would aid my return to the throne, so please think it over. Do not let this escalate into conflict." Zhao Tianyi, upon receiving Fong Lin's message, lightly nodded that he was indifferent to whether Changsun Linshan would support Fong Lin's return to the throne. After all, in Zhao Tianyi's view, allowing Fong Lin to regain control of the Zhoulong Empire was merely a matter of his word. However, considering that they were relatives who had aided Fong Lin, it was decided to extend him a courtesy. Upon pondering this, Zhao Tianyi conveyed to Fong Lin, "You do have a point. However, it is absolutely impossible for me to apologize." At this moment, Fong Lin hastily responded, "Sect Master, an apology is not necessary. I can acknowledge my aunt. I possess a jade pendant that she gifted me, and she will surely recognize it upon seeing it. She will undoubtedly know who I am. This would also prevent any conflict, and my aunt is well aware that I escaped to the eastern domain with the assistance of my fourth uncle. She is indeed a person of utmost trustworthiness." "Very well, I have just conducted a brief investigation into your aunt. Her character seems satisfactory, though she appears to indulge your cousin Zhang Suanhao a bit too much. In any case, as long as I am not compelled to apologize, you may handle the rest as you see fit." Hearing Zhao Tianyi's response, Fong Lin's taut nerves finally relaxed somewhat, and he exhaled in relief. He then approached Zhou Yeshue, clasped his hands, and addressed her, "Madam, we acted in defense of righteousness when we intervened in this matter. It is utterly inconceivable for us to offer an apology. At that moment, upon hearing his words, Zhou Yeshua's face flushed with a hint of ire, and she was about to erupt when Fong Lin's sudden transmission interrupted her. "Madam, I possess an item for your perusal. I would like to know if you recognize it." Upon receiving the transmission, Zhou Yeshua was somewhat perplexed, while Fong Lin continued, "Madam, please calm your anger, for practitioner's face holds great significance, and indeed, an apology is difficult to render. Nevertheless, your point is valid. We are, after all, in the northern domain. To express our regret, we are willing to offer you a treasure, and I hope you will graciously accept it." With that, Fong Lin slowly withdrew a jade pendant from his bosom and presented it to Zhou Yeshua. She accepted the pendant without hesitation, examining it closely. As she did so, her expression shifted to one of disbelief, as the pendant's surface was intricately engraved with 9 vividly depicted black dragons, seemingly poised to soar into the sky, while its reverse bore a simple character, Zhe. Zhou Yeshua's gaze lingered on the pendant, her eyes revealing an unmistakable shock. She lifted her head, eagerly looking at Fong Lin, her voice trembling. "This item, where did you acquire it?" Evidently, Zhou Yeshua recognized the pendant, yet Fong Lin's rugged appearance and altered visage made it difficult for her to connect him with her memories of Zhang Xuanzi, prompting her inquiry. Sensing her recognition, Fong Lin felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a facade of calm. "I chanced upon it in the eastern domain." That he then continued to transmit to Zhou Yeshua, "Aunt, it has been over 40 years since we last met. How have you and fourth uncle been?" At this moment, Zhou Yeshua, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to contain her excitement. She nearly called out for Zaire, but her rationality held her back, and she swiftly transmitted a response. "Zaire, is that truly you? How could you?" Seeing her on the verge of tears, Fong Lin quickly transmitted, "Aunt, it is not the time or place to reminisce with so many eyes upon us. I shall visit you in person later. Today's incident was a misunderstanding. I hope you will not hold it against us." Upon hearing Fong Lin's transmission, Zhou Yeshua's heart raced with exhilaration, yet her reason reminded her that now was not the moment to express her emotions. She took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure, and looked at Fong Lin, her expression returning to the earlier calm. "Sir, since you have stated it thus, I shall accept this item. Today's matter will end here, and I shall not pursue it further." If Fong Lin bowed deeply in gratitude. "I thank you, madam." At that moment, however, Zheng Xuanhao, who stood beside Zhou Yeshua, was not pleased. He muttered, "Mother, is it just a worthless jade pendant? You are so easily letting them go because of this?" Zhou Yeshua shot him a stern glance, her eyes flashing with authority. She did not respond to his question but coldly commanded, "Silence! This is not a place for idle chatter. Return home with me." With that, she moved with the swiftness of a gentle breeze, seizing Zheng Xuanhao's wrist and soaring into the air, vanishing into the clouds. This left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances and murmuring curiously about the recent events. Is that all? I was expecting a grand showdown. The general's wife is notorious for fiercely protecting her kin. Why did she let them go so easily this time? Who knows? Those individuals hail from the eastern domain and do not seem to be mere triflers. They remained remarkably composed even in the face of our northern domain royalty. Royalty? How many still regard the Zhang Sun clan as true royalty? The Nine Dragon Empire has long been dominated by the Tian clan, and the Zhang Sun clan has fallen from grace. Indeed, Zhang Sun Linshan was even dispatched by the Empress to guard the borders here. Prudence, everyone. It is one thing to speak of such matters in private, but if they reach the ears of those with ill intentions, it could spell trouble. Thank you for the reminder, brother. We understand. As the murmurs gradually diminished, the crowd began to disperse as Zhao Tianyi and his companions departed from the central street and arrived at the entrance of an inn named Sui Hong Lu. Although the name might suggest otherwise, it was indeed a legitimate establishment. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi gazed at the inn's signboard, a frown creasing his brow as he muttered to himself, "Goodness, there are brothels even in the floating cloud continent? This is my first encounter." Upon hearing this, Fong Lin appeared somewhat bewildered. "May I ask, Brother Zhao, what is a brothel? Is this not merely an ordinary inn?" Zhao Tianyi waved his hand, looking a bit embarrassed. "It's nothing. I was just overthinking." Fong Lin, still perplexed, inquired, "Then, Brother Zhao, shall we enter?" Yes, of course, we shall go in." With that, the four entered the inn, where a server warmly welcomed them and led them to their seats, and they ordered an array of sumptuous dishes.